In this world where reality and games are perfectly integrated, ferocious beasts are rampant and monsters are wreaking havoc. The wild is full of dungeons, secret realms, and boss-level monsters. As long as everyone is over the age of 18, they can complete their job change and embark on the path of becoming stronger. And I, Jiang Chen, obtained the only hidden profession in the job transfer ceremony, Necromancer. When I returned home to challenge the dungeon, I accidentally touched the dragon-shaped birthmark on my right arm, and accidentally activated the perfect talent system. The system gave me 2 perfect talents. Talent 1, perfect gain, all effects are increased 10 times on the original basis. Talent 2, damage transfer, all damage taken can be transferred to summons or other targets. The next morning, I arrived at school on time, full of anticipation. In the auditorium, the teachers had already set up a teleportation array, ready to send us directly to the novice copy Forest of Lauren. When each class entered the teleportation array in an orderly manner, a flash of light appeared, and everyone appeared outside the dungeon. Looking around, there were at least thousands of students in the dense crowd. The head teachers of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School were busy arranging the entrance arrangements, while the principals of other schools gathered around our principal Cheng Russian, praising him enthusiastically. Cheng Russian was delighted to hear this, with a smug smile on his face, and responded lightly. At the same time, the students gathered outside the Lauren forest were discussing privately. "Brother Chen, I just changed my job to become a Scarlet Knight. I have super strong defense. Teaming up with me will definitely protect you." A round-faced fat man suddenly came over. It was Yu Dapeng. Ever since he changed his job, he had been showing off in the group, which seemed a bit annoying. I was too lazy to pay attention to him, but Yu Dapeng kept on promoting himself. Lu Qingyu, who was standing aside, finally couldn't help but frown and said, "Yu Dapeng, don't you understand the situation?" Yu Dapeng looked confused. "What's wrong? After changing jobs, isn't it just about killing monsters and leveling up? It's more efficient to form a team, it's always faster than fighting alone." Lu Qingyu rolled her eyes at him, her tone calm but with a hint of disdain. "Teaming up does save effort, but the experience will be divided equally. In a short period of time, solo play is the best way to gain a lot of experience." Yu Dapeng was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Everyone has just changed jobs, how do you know all this?" Lu Qingyu snorted. "If you didn't sleep during the general knowledge class, you would have known it a long time ago. In fact, we learned in the general knowledge class in the first year of high school that although 2 people teaming up to kill monsters can improve efficiency, the experience will be divided equally. After verification by countless senior professionals, it is best for newcomers below level 10 to choose to kill monsters alone. Only when you are above level 10, it is more cost-effective to team up." At this time, the class teachers of each class began to appear and assign teams to the students one by one. Although solo play gave more experience, since many students in the class chose support professions, each combat profession student was assigned a support partner. Cheng Russian, who was standing in front of the team, cleared his throat and said loudly, "Don't underestimate the auxiliary profession. In the future growth, the combat profession cannot do without assistance. If you don't cooperate well in normal times, and only ask for help when you really need it, do you think it will work?" His words made many students present lower their heads with shame on their faces. Just as Lu Qingyu and I were about to join the others in entering the Luolan Forest dungeon, Principal Cheng Russian suddenly stopped us. "Jiang Chen, Lu Qingyu, you two don't need to team up with others, just go solo." Principal Cheng said calmly and forcefully, "You are all key students of the school. Your goal is to enter Shillong University. You must upgrade as quickly as possible. According to convention, you can only stay in the novice dungeon for 2 days at most. After that, your experience will be greatly reduced." He paused and added, "Of course, if you want to form a team, that's fine. It's entirely up to you." Principal Cheng's words are actually very clear. We have the freedom to upgrade first, and no one will stop us. But when I glanced at the auxiliary professions around me, I saw that they had different expressions and retreated one after another, as if they were afraid to avoid me. The eyes of those delicate priests flickered, and they were obviously still frightened by the skeleton warriors I summoned, and they were afraid that they would get close again. I didn't care. I had originally planned to do it alone, so I nodded to Principal Chung and said, "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll go to the dungeon to kill monsters." Principal Cheng was stunned for a moment, then showed an understanding look. He knew that we had a heavy responsibility, and the admission requirements for Shillong University were not low. The minimum requirement was 12th level, and 15th level was the safest starting point. My sister Jiang Ro fought hard to reach level 16 last year before she got the admission ticket to Shillong University. Now there are only 7 days left before the college entrance examination. It is not easy to reach level 12, and level 15 is almost a fantasy. The highest level of monsters in the Loren Forest is only level 8, and the experience will only get less and less as you go on. The novice copy can only last up to level 7, and the only way to upgrade is to go to the more dangerous wild monsters. In the end, Lu Qingyu and I both chose to play solo and gave up on teaming up with support professions. However, Yu Dapeng found a shaman. Shaman is quite popular among auxiliary professions. It can not only enhance teammates but also provide treatment, which can be regarded as a life-saving weapon. In order to improve our efficiency, the school issued novice weapons to each of us. I received an ordinary staff, and after checking the attribute panel, I smiled helplessly. This staff did not have any bonuses, and it was an exaggeration to call it a prop. It was just a decoration for me. Lu Qingyu's equipment was not simple. After all, her family was a prominent family in Baiyun City. She took out a pink magic wand, and the faint spiritual power flowing on the wand indicated that this was a rare equipment that enhanced spiritual power. Lu Qingyu looked at me with a smile. Jiang Chen, we have been competing for 3 years. This time we will see who can reach level 7 first. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around proudly and rushed into the copy, not giving me any chance to refuse. What a guy with an overwhelming desire to win! I shrugged helplessly and followed him into the fog gate of the dungeon. Step into the pale white light door and enter the novice copy. The view in front of me suddenly opened up, and I saw lush greenery everywhere. There were towering trees everywhere, and the grass on the ground was waist high. Some newcomers were eager to find monsters when they came in, but ended up getting lost, wandering around in the dense grass, completely unable to find the direction. I summoned 4 skeleton warriors and ordered them to search for prey. These skeletons looked tattered, but they were actually very agile, with 80 points of agility making them extremely flexible. A moment later, a skeleton found its target in the bushes and swung its axe to kill it. Killed the 6-eared magic rabbit, experience plus 20. The 6-eared magic rabbit was only a primary monster and posed no threat at all, so it was killed by the skeleton warrior in one blow. The other 3 skeletons also quickly made some gains. When the blades fell, the rabbits fell to the ground one after another. Kill the 6-eared demon rabbit, experience value plus 20. In less than 3 minutes, my experience bar has increased by half. The upgrade speed is quite impressive. Like Lu Qingyu, my plan is to reach level 7 in this safe novice dungeon as soon as possible, which is both efficient and risk-free. With the efficiency of the skeleton warrior, achieving the goal is just around the corner. I checked my mental strength, waved my staff again, and summoned the 5th skeleton warrior. There were a total of 5 skeletons in the team, all of them obeyed and busily cleared monsters everywhere. Such a worry-free upgrade method made me sit on the ground and meditate to relieve my mental strength. 5 minutes later, a golden light flashed on my body, and I was upgraded. 10 minutes later, the golden light flashed again, and I was upgraded to another level. Opening the attribute panel, my values have changed significantly. Name, Jiang Chen. Occupation, Necromancer. Only 1 level, 2 strength, 20, agility, 20, spirit 40, constitution, 20, summoning Q 520. Skills, soul burning LV2, skeleton resurrection LV2, talent, perfect gain LV1, damage framing LV1. I was excited when I saw that the upper limit of the summoning Q was expanded to 20. This is the power of the hidden profession. As the skill level increases, the attributes of the summoned objects are also greatly improved. The skeleton warriors become stronger, and their combat effectiveness is significantly improved. I waved my hand and summoned another skeleton warrior. The level 2 skeleton warrior was no longer a pile of tattered bones. It looked much more handsome and even looked more majestic than a skeleton warrior. When looking at their attribute panels, I was surprised to find Summon, Resurrection Skeleton Warrior, Strength, 250, Agility, 250, Spirit, 250, Physique, 250. 250 attribute points. This data is higher than some high-level warriors. I secretly praised the power of the perfect buff talent, which actually improved the attributes of the skeleton warrior to such a terrifying level. Realizing that my summoned army had become so powerful, I couldn't contain my excitement and summoned 7 more skeleton warriors. They stood behind me majestically, each of them loyally waiting with great momentum. I waved my hand and said with a smile, "Go ahead, find all the monsters in the entire dungeon, and kill them all." The 7 skeleton warriors dispersed instantly, quickly entering the depths of the forest and carrying out the sweep according to instructions. With a terrifying 250 points of 4-dimensional attributes, the monsters in the Lauren forest have no power to fight back in front of them. Any monster below level 8 can be killed with one strike. The strength of the skeleton warriors even exceeds that of ordinary warriors at level 10, and no one can defeat them. I leisurely walked behind the skeleton warriors, watching the experience bar rising rapidly in my field of vision, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the map was constantly lighting up. The map will automatically display wherever the skeleton warriors pass. The summoned creatures not only clear monsters for me, but also draw the dungeon map. This unexpected gain made me secretly happy. Half an hour later, the experience bar was almost full, and I couldn't believe how fast I was killing monsters. Originally, I needed to meditate to recover my mental strength, but now the experience points increased so fast that I didn't need to consume my mental strength at all. As I was walking, I suddenly had an idea and decided to try out the only attack skill I had at the moment, Soul Burn. After all, I had been in the dungeon for so long, and I had yet to see the true power of this skill. However, problems also followed. My skeleton warriors were like a sweeping army, leaving almost no armor behind wherever they went, and I couldn't even find a monster for me to try my hand at. After some trouble, I finally found a blue slime that had escaped the net in the grass. I immediately smiled, because I finally had an experimental subject. I raised my hand, green flames appeared on my palm, and I cast level 2 Soul Burn. Green flames quickly covered the slime, and it let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground in an instant without any struggle. I walked forward to check and found that there was no external injury on the slime's body. This skill is really powerful, directly attacking the soul, ignoring all physical and elemental defenses. It is simply a killer move. I didn't expect that soul burning is actually a mental attack. I was delighted. Mental attack skills are extremely rare, especially this feature of ignoring defense, which is an absolute weapon. As a hidden profession, the Necromancer is indeed unique. Even mythical professions may not possess this skill. Just as I was sighing, a faint golden light suddenly flashed on my body, the experience bar was full again, and I leveled up again. Checking the attribute panel, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the 4-dimensional attributes had been improved again, with strength, agility, and physique increasing by 10 points each, and mental strength increasing by 20 points. The summoned skeleton warriors also evolved to a new level, and the 4-dimensional attributes soared to 350 points. I waved my hands excitedly, and used all my remaining mental energy to summon skeleton warriors, increasing the number to 10. Now, 10 skeleton warriors, each with 350 points of 4-dimensional attributes, are simply a crushing machine in the Roland Forest. The prompt sounded again and again, and the killing sounds continued. Kill the black chicken, experience value plus 20. Kill the blue slime, experience value plus 30. Kill the wind snake, experience value plus 20. These level 5 monsters were powerless against the skeleton warriors and were killed instantly. I just had to follow them leisurely, and the experience points poured into the experience bar like snowflakes. At this rate, we'll be able to upgrade again in another hour, I estimated proudly in my heart. My easy upgrade was in stark contrast to the hard work of other students. Most of the students out there were only aiming to reach level 3 today, but I was already far ahead. At this time, in the rest area outside the Luolan forest, Qing Russian was chatting with several high school principals. They were holding brewed tea guanyin in their hands, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. The topic quickly turned from tea art to the novice copy. Today is the first day of the novice copy. I wonder who will be the first student to break through level 5? A principal asked with a smile while taking a sip of tea. That's right. In previous years there were always talented students who could reach level 5 on the first day, such as Li Xinghe back then and Jiang Rua last year. They are all role models, another principal echoed. Qing Russian listened and nodded, secretly looking forward to the performance of Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu. Especially Jiang Chen, the hidden profession of the Necromancer in Baiyun No. 1 Middle School. He was also curious about how many levels Jiang Chen could reach in 12 hours. As they were chatting, a strong aura suddenly descended. Several principals felt a little oppressive and looked sideways. Then they saw a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing coming over. Qing Russian immediately stood up and greeted. "Master Lu, please take a seat and have some tea." The visitor was Lu Qingyu's father, the head of the Baiyun City Lu family, Lu Weichuan. He nodded slightly, exchanged greetings with several principals, and then sat down at Qing Russian's invitation. Qing Russian personally poured tea for Lu Weichuan and said with a smile, "Master Lu, you came here today to cheer for Qingyu, right?" "That's right. Qingyu has been taken care of by your school for the past 3 years. I'm here to thank Principal Qing." Lu Weichuan nodded, with a proud smile on his face. He was very proud that his daughter had successfully transferred to a golden profession. No, Qingyu's talent and hard work are obvious to all." Qing Russian waved his hand modestly and said with a mysterious smile, "Speaking of talent, this year our school has a rare hidden profession. It is Qingyu's classmate Jiang Chen." "A hidden profession? I heard it's the Necromancer. What's so special about it?" Lu Weichuan showed a little interest. "As the name suggests, a Necromancer summons undead creatures to fight," Qing Russian said with a smile. "At yesterday's job transfer ceremony, Jiang Chen summoned several skeleton warriors as soon as he came on stage. The scene was quite shocking. However, we have not yet seen his actual combat power." Lu Weichuan felt a little relieved. After all, Jiang Chen was Qingyu's friend, and he didn't want this classmate with a hidden profession to bring negative influence. Qing Russian saw his worry and quickly added, "Jiang Chen is a down-to-earth child, and his grades are comparable to Qingyu. His sister Jiang Ruo was admitted to Shillong University last year, so he won't be far behind." Hearing about Shillong University, several presidents showed longing expressions. Just as they continued to chat, a faint golden light floated from the direction of the copy, and everyone couldn't help but look over. "Deep in the forest of Lauren, I am showing off my skills. After actual combat, I have figured out the basic routines of the Necromancer, but I found a small limitation: the summoned creature and the summoner cannot be too far apart. Once the skeleton warrior exceeds 500 meters, it will stop moving forward. It seems that I have to stay close to the skeleton warriors." I touched my chin and decided to keep a distance of 100 meters so that I can control the battle situation at any time. I waved my hand to summon again. The expanded summoning queue was large enough to directly summon a bone army, consisting of 20 skeleton warriors. The golden light flashed again, and I leveled up again. In just a few hours, I reached level 4, my spiritual attribute increased to 80 points, and the upper limit of the summon queue was expanded to 40. At the same time, the skills, Soul Burning, and Skeleton Resurrection, were both upgraded to LV4. This efficiency is simply incredible. I was satisfied and spent my mental energy without hesitation to summon 20 skeleton warriors, forming a perfect protective circle. The skeleton army is invincible, and the efficiency of killing monsters has reached a new level. As I went deeper, the monster levels gradually increased, and even monsters above level 6 appeared. But in front of the skeleton warriors, these monsters were still powerless to fight back. "Kill the silver-horned rhino, experience plus 50, kill the fanged panther, experience plus 40, kill the whirlwind-winged snake, experience plus 60. Level 6 monsters are nothing but decorations in front of the skeleton legion. The powerful 4-dimensional attributes have reached 450 points. This is a complete crush. Feeling this power, I can't help but sigh that the Necromancer as a hidden profession really did not disappoint me. As the skeleton warriors advanced, monsters deep in the dungeon were constantly cleared, and my experience bar rose wildly. The monsters in the dungeon fell like a tide under the bone blades of the skeleton warriors. I walked leisurely behind them, like a king inspecting the territory without having to do anything myself. At this rate, I can almost reach level 8 in today's 12-hour dungeon time. I was full of anticipation. As my level broke through level 8, the monsters in the dungeon could no longer meet my upgrade needs. It was time to go out into the wild to look for more advanced targets. The low-level monsters in the novice copy have long been unable to satisfy my greedy experience bar. I heard that the wild areas in the suburbs of Bayun City are full of monsters. Not only are there a large number of them and they are experienced, but the levels of the monsters also span a wider range, making it an ideal place for leveling. However, it is not so easy to leave the city. As a newbie, I need to apply for a permit. It seems that I need to ask the principal for help. Today, I led the skeleton army to the depths of the dungeon, and encountered level 7 monsters along the way. The novice dungeon of Luolan Forest is indeed well designed by the system, and the monster levels are gradually increasing, which is a safe leveling path for novices. But I don't plan to stay here for long. My goal is higher level monsters and faster upgrades. Entering the deepest edge, I was on full alert. The experience bar was almost full, and I only needed a little bit to upgrade. 13 skeleton warriors were sweeping monsters everywhere in the dungeon. I followed behind them leisurely, and the reminder sound of experience growth kept ringing in my ears. The upgrade speed was much faster than before when I was killing monsters. However, I also found that the number of monsters in the dungeon was limited, and the refresh speed of these monsters could not keep up with my skeleton army. My skeletons were so efficient that they completely overwhelmed the dungeon. Finally, I came to the end of the dungeon, surrounded by densely packed level 7 monsters, the number of which had increased significantly. The skeleton warriors wielded their weapons and were invincible. However, I soon noticed a strange phenomenon. With so many monsters, not a single piece of equipment dropped. It seems that the system really does not intend to let novices easily get equipment here. It's indeed a novice copy. It's just a dream to think of getting rich here. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Obviously, in order to protect the newcomers, the school has deliberately lowered the strength of the monsters and strictly restricted the drops, for fear that the newcomers would be killed in the dungeon if they were not careful. However, it is rumored that there is a level 8 monster in the deepest part of the dungeon, which is the only monster that has not been weakened. This native monster is placed in the deepest part to remind novices, this is a dangerous area, so you must act according to your ability. A level 8 native monster, this experience is definitely not low. Thinking of this, my eyes lit up and I was eager to try it out. Just as I was daydreaming, a faint golden light flashed across my body. I had upgraded. Now I was level 5, and the 4 attributes of the skeleton warrior had all been upgraded to 550. At this moment, several level 7 black bears rushed towards him. The skeleton warrior rushed forward instantly and killed them with a few strikes, earning the experience points steadily. However, I noticed that after reaching level 5, the experience gain slowed down significantly. For the same monster, the experience value was halved, and the difficulty of upgrading almost doubled. No wonder many people find it difficult to reach level 12. It turns out that the experience requirement is increasing exponentially. I frowned secretly. Even if I successfully entered the suburbs to kill wild monsters, it would not be easy to quickly reach level 12. My sister was able to get into Shillong University last year at level 16. How did she do it? I couldn't help but wonder. The admission requirement for Shillong University is starting from level 12, which is quite stressful. I have to reach level 8 within 3 days to catch up with the pace of going to the suburbs. I thought to myself, not daring to relax at all. In order to improve efficiency, I summoned 3 more skeleton warriors, expanding the team to 16, and the efficiency was further improved. The density of monsters in the dungeon gradually cannot keep up with the speed of the skeleton army's clearing, and the monster refresh cannot keep up with the skeleton's offensive. However, with a large number of skeletons, even if the experience requirement is high, monster spawning is still efficient. As the skeletons led the way, I followed behind, and the monsters along the way were killed instantly, and the forest became denser and taller as we went forward. Finally, at the end of the forest of Lauren, the level 8 monster that I have been famous for so long is about to appear. I looked up at the time. I had been in the dungeon for more than 6 hours. There was no doubt that I should be the first student to reach the end of the dungeon. Most of my classmates had just reached level 3, but I was already far ahead with my 16 skeleton warriors. This speed is simply a cheat. Let's take a deeper look and see how strong this level 8 monster is. Just as he was about to command the skeletons to move forward, there was sudden silence around him, as if all the monsters had disappeared. What's going on? Haven't the monsters refreshed yet? I was wondering when I suddenly noticed a dark shadow passing over my head. I instinctively dodged to the side, but my shoulder was still hit. I turned around and saw a thick branch coming at me like a whip. Huh! No pain? Normally, a hit from such a thick branch should cause damage, but I didn't feel any pain at all. My heart moved, and I felt that something strange had happened to my body. A hint appeared in my mind. Talent, damage transfer level 1, transfer the damage received to the summoned creature or other targets. I couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the damage was transferred to the skeleton warriors. With this god-level talent, as long as my skeleton army is present, I will be immortal. What exactly is this level 8 monster in the deepest part of this instance? Could it be these moving branches? I looked up and saw that the branch was connected to a huge and hideous tree crown, just like a living tree demon. I immediately cast a detection spell. Monster name, Wood Tree, level 8 monster description, a strange tree demon with the habit of binding, good at catching and whipping prey with branches. I couldn't help but laugh. This tree demon is indeed a strange creature, specializing in binding passing creatures. The strange thing is that when the skeleton warriors passed by just now, it did not attack. It seems that it is because skeletons are not considered creatures. I stepped back slightly to create some distance, and sure enough, the whip-like branch stopped. Apparently, the attack range of this tree demon was limited. After figuring out its attack method, I began to have a plan to deal with it. At this time, I commanded a skeleton warrior holding an axe to rush towards the tree monster, and the axe chopped on the tree trunk. The tree demon's branches lashed the skeleton warrior frantically, trying to tie it up, but the skeleton warrior's high defense made these attacks ineffective. It turns out that this tree monster is still quite tough. I secretly admired. This is the only monster that has not been weakened. It seems that the system is indeed cleverly arranged. It is both a challenge and a practical exercise for novices. The skeleton warrior slashed several times and finally chopped down the tree demon. Killed Wood Tree, experience plus 200. The experience points soared instantly. Level 8 monsters really gave a lot of experience. However, despite the considerable benefits, it was relatively difficult to kill. Each tree monster required several cuts, which was time-consuming and laborious. In terms of efficiency, it would be faster to kill level 7 monsters, but the prerequisite is to find enough level 7 monsters. Here, the level 8 whip-like tree monsters are so dense that there is almost no shortage of targets. Forget it. It doesn't matter if the efficiency is low. At least there are many monsters here. I smiled and simply ordered the skeleton warriors to disperse and rush into the group of tree monsters to kill them. The skeleton warriors chopped at the dryad with axes and daggers in their hands, but the dryad's branches fought back only to tickle them and posed little threat. As the skeleton warriors swept through, my experience bar began to rise rapidly. While other students were still struggling with a single monster, I had easily improved my efficiency with the assistance of 17 skeleton warriors. About 40 minutes later, a faint golden light flashed on my body, and I successfully reached level 6. At the same time, the sky outside the instance gradually darkened and it was already night. All the students had been in the instance for nearly 10 hours. According to the rules, once the 12 hours were up, everyone would be automatically teleported back. At the entrance of the dungeon, the presidents and faculty members of the major universities in Baiyun City sat in the rest area and sipped tea quietly. Due to their high level, they were not affected even if they stayed up late. Every year when students enter the novice copy, these principals will guard outside to prevent any unexpected situations. Lu Weichuan was also present, silently waiting for the dungeon to end. He came specially to see his daughter Lu Qingyu. After all, he was unable to attend the previous job transfer ceremony, and he didn't want to be absent again this time. Suddenly, a faint light appeared at the exit of the Lauren Forest copy. What happened? Someone left early? A teacher asked in surprise. Usually students try to stay as long as possible to gain experience, and leaving early usually means that something unexpected happened. As the light gradually faded, I walked out of the dungeon. When Principal Cheng Rushan saw that it was me, his expression suddenly became serious. He knew that I was a necromancer with a hidden profession, and he had high hopes for me, but I came out early. Could it be that I couldn't hold on? Jiang Chen, why did you come out so early? His tone was full of concern. I shrugged and replied calmly. I have killed all the monsters in the dungeon. There is nothing left to kill, so I came out. The people around were stunned. The faces of the principal, teachers, and the audience were filled with surprise. All the monsters are gone. They just come out like this. This made everyone stunned. The principals, including Lu Weichuan, looked at me in shock. They almost reflexively used observation to check my attributes. Name, Jiang Chen, occupation, Necromancer, only 1, level 7. Qing Russian looked as if he had seen a ghost, and the shock on his face was beyond words. In 10 hours, he's already level 7. He couldn't believe his eyes, and rubbed them, as if he suspected that he had seen it wrong. The other principals were also stunned. This was unprecedented. According to past experience, students who entered the novice dungeon and could reach level 5 within 12 hours were considered gifted. But I went from level 0 to level 7 in less than 10 hours. I glanced at Principal Cheng and said calmly, There are too few monsters in this instance, otherwise I should be able to reach a higher level. Upon hearing this, Cheng Russian and the other principals were even more shocked, as if I had just casually mentioned an insignificant matter. Lu Weichuan, who was sitting next to him, was also stunned and didn't know how to react for a moment. This is simply a monster-level talent. Cheng Russian sighed in a low voice, and the other principals couldn't help but gasp. The record I set for a novice dungeon completely overturned their perceptions. Not only was I able to clear all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon on the first day, this was an unprecedented performance in the entire Dragon Country. You have to know that the students who enter the novice dungeon are all novices who have just completed their job transfers. It is already an outstanding achievement for them to reach the depths of the dungeon. Not to mention, the level 8 whip-like tree demon is a real wild monster with the attributes of a real wild monster, and its strength is far beyond the scope of ordinary novices. For an ordinary novice who encounters such monsters, it would be good enough to escape from the dungeon. However, I not only defeated them, but also completely cleared the entire dungeon. Cheng Russian was stunned for a while before he reacted and said excitedly, Student Jiang Chen, it's great that you can reach level 7. You are the pride of our school. I took the opportunity to make a request. Principal Ching, the novice dungeon can no longer provide enough experience. I want to go to the suburbs of Baiyun City to kill monsters and level up. Cheng Russian nodded excitedly. No problem. I will get you the authorization to leave the city immediately. His face was full of excitement, and he couldn't wait to help me apply for the permit. I nodded slightly and returned to the rest area to meditate and recover my mental strength. Behind me, the other principals were still whispering, obviously still immersed in the shock brought by my performance. Mr. Cheng, is this student really from your school? He came out early, so he shouldn't have encountered any accidents, right? A principal asked doubtfully. Cheng Russian shook his head, picked up the teacup and drank it all. After calming down, Cheng Russian said with a hint of pride, That is Jiang Chen, the only student in our school who has awakened a hidden profession. He has cleared all the monsters in the novice copy, and even defeated the last level 8 monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the other principals gasped and widened their eyes in shock. They didn't pay attention just now, but now they realized that I'm already level 7. This is simply a legend among novices, from level 0 to level 7 in 10 hours. What kind of combination of talent and profession is this? Even Lu Weichuan couldn't help but show a look of shock. Just now he thought his daughter Lu Qingyu was a proud daughter of heaven, but now seeing my performance, he felt that although his daughter was outstanding, she seemed to be inferior to this hidden professional genius. Principal Qing, your school's Jiang Chen has changed his job to become a necromancer. This job seems to be stronger than the gold job, a principal said with emotion. But after the level is upgraded in the future, whether he can still maintain this advantage or even rival the legendary mythical job, it is unknown. Yes, the necromancer's monster-killing efficiency is too high. The golden professions we have seen are not so efficient. Another principal nodded repeatedly. Don't be too sure. Qing Russian smiled and said calmly. Jiang Chen's level has not yet been fully opened. His performance in the later stage will depend on his development after his talent awakens. Maybe after the talents of other professions are fully awakened, they may not be inferior. Lu Qingyu changed her job to become a rainbow mage. Although she is not as outstanding as Jiang Chen now, she has a unique passive talent. As her level increases, she will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future," a principal added. Over the years, principals have seen many talented people. Some students started out amazingly, but found it difficult to maintain their advantage later on. Others were mediocre at first, but showed great potential for growth later on. Obviously, each profession has its own characteristics. But for now, my performance is amazing enough. Cheng Russian has high hopes for me. After all, my goal is Shillong University, and Baiyun No. 1 Middle School is just a stepping stone to a higher goal. Therefore, as long as I can take the lead within these 7 days, future development will be smoother. Lu Weichuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He understood his daughter Lu Qingyu's personality. He knew that she was always competitive. If she knew about my excellent performance in the copy, she would probably be a little disappointed. As a father, he has always been aware of the subtle competition between his daughter and I. We are equally good at studying, but she is always a little behind. After this job change, she may be under more pressure. At the same time, I was sitting in the rest area meditating and restoring my mental strength. After reaching level 7, my summon queue capacity has expanded to 70, and I have summoned 24 skeleton warriors. Next, I plan to fill the queue completely, but this will take some time. Soon, the 12-hour copy time ended and the students were teleported out one after another. Each student experienced the baptism of actual combat with fatigue and a sense of accomplishment. Many of them were injured, obviously having gone through a great ordeal. The teachers of the healing department quickly stepped forward to cast spells to heal the injured students and restore their condition. The head teachers of each school began to call out names and check them. The staff of the Career Transfer Bureau made a statistics and found that most of the students had reached level 3, and a few had broken through to level 4. Just as everyone was relaxing, the dungeon exit lit up again, and a slender figure walked out. She held a magic wand in her hand and smiled confidently. It was Lu Qingyu. A rainbow-like light lingered around her, and it was obvious that she had gained a lot from this dungeon. Lu Qingyu's face was full of excitement. Although she was tired, her eyes were shining with pride. After 12 hours of hard work, she successfully reached level 5. In her opinion, this was already the highest record for a novice dungeon. She was secretly proud of herself, thinking that she had finally surpassed me this time. She looked around for me, her face full of pride. However, when she saw the rest area in the distance, I was already meditating, as if I was isolated from everything around me. She was suddenly shocked and had a bad feeling. I couldn't help but use observation skills to check my level. Level 7. What? Lu Qingyu was struck by lightning, and the smugness on her face turned into shock. Level 7? How is this possible? Just then, a kind voice brought her back to reality. Whisper! She looked back and saw her father, Lu Weichuan, standing in the distance, waiting for her with a gentle smile. She immediately ran over and shouted happily. Dad, you're here! Well, let's go, Qingyu, let's go home. Lu Weichuan smiled and patted his daughter's shoulder, and the array master beside him activated the teleportation array. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Baiyun City, she naturally did not have to queue up with other students to be teleported. The teleportation array lit up, and when we were ready to go, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but look back at me, full of doubts. How could Jiang Chen reach level 7? How did he do it? Lu Weichuan saw through her thoughts and asked with a smile. Are you still competing with Jiang Chen? Lu Qingyu pouted and said unwillingly. Humph, I thought I could get the highest record in the novice copy, but he's already level 7. How come I'm surpassed by him again? It's really infuriating. Lu Weichuan smiled and shook his head gently. Qingyu, if you want Dad to give you some advice. No need. Lu Qingyu shook her head stubbornly. I can do it myself. Just wait and see my good results. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Lu Weichuan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'm glad you have this ambition. But let me tell you one thing, Jiang Chen finished the dungeon 2 hours earlier than the others, and he came out in about 10 hours. What? Lu Qingyu looked at her father in astonishment. Moreover, he also cleared out the level 8 monsters in the deepest part of the dungeon. Lu Weichuan continued. Lu Qingyu's mind went blank. In the dungeon, she had just reached the area with level 7 monsters and had not seen the shadow of level 8 monsters. But Jiang Chen not only saw them, but also killed them all. Thinking of how hard she had to fight a level 7 monster in the dungeon, she couldn't help but feel bitter. I thought that defeating a level 7 monster with a level 5 status was already outstanding, but compared to me, it was nothing. Jiang Chen didn't even try his best, otherwise his level would probably be even higher. Lu Weichuan patted her shoulder and said gently, "Don't be discouraged. Each profession has different characteristics. Some professions grow fast in the early stage, while others show their power in the later stage. The potential of the Rainbow Mage has not yet been fully revealed." Lu Qingyu nodded and cheered up again. She knew that as the daughter of the Lu family, her family was strong and had abundant resources. Whether it was props, equipment, or skill scrolls, the family could provide her with support. In this regard, I obviously couldn't compare with her. She clenched her fists, her eyes lit up with fighting spirit, and she vowed to herself, "Jiang Chen, what does it matter if I am ahead temporarily? The final victory will definitely be mine." At this time, at the exit of the novice copy, students were being teleported out one after another. I was queuing in front of the teleportation array, and my good friend Yu Dapeng came over excitedly, boasting with a smug look on his face. "Brother Chen, look at me! I'm level 4 now. Hee, leveling up with a few auxiliary girls is not only easy, but also very interesting. It's not like you playing alone, it must be boring, right?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. This guy actually thought that I was bored playing solo. To be honest, no one was holding us back. This kind of efficiency was really refreshing. Just when I was speechless, Yu Dapeng accidentally glanced at my level and was stunned for a moment. "Fuck! Brother Chin, are you trying to scare me to death? You are actually level 7? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How did you do it? That's so perverted." Yu Dapeng stared at me in shock, as if I had really cleared all the monsters in the entire copy. He was originally very proud, but now he looked at my level and felt that his achievement of level 4 was meaningless. The classmates around him came over and showed incredible expressions after seeing my level. "Everyone get ready, it's our turn to teleport." Amid the flashing teleportation light, I returned to Baiyun City. The next morning, I found Principal Cheng Russian and successfully obtained a permit to leave the city. After saying hello to my head teacher, I headed towards the north gate of Baiyun City. I looked up information last night, and found out that the monster level in the suburbs of North Gate is most suitable for me at the moment. After leaving the city, I can encounter monsters around level 10, which is just right for me to upgrade quickly. When you arrive at the North Gate, a magnificent building comes into view with the words, "Baiyun City Vocational Trading Hall," written in large letters on it. I had a thought in my mind that as a professional, I would inevitably have to deal with professional trading halls in the future. Out of curiosity, I decided to go in and take a look first, familiarize myself with this important place, and then go and kill monsters to level up. In the hall, rows of trading machines are neatly arranged, and most transactions can be completed directly on these machines. I found an idle machine and pressed my finger on the permission authentication interface, and the screen immediately lit up. "Imperial Citizen Identity Verification in progress. Identity verification successful. Name, Jiang Chen. Citizen level, 1 star. Contribution 0. Only certified professionals can use these trading machines, and my current authority is only 1 star, which is the lowest level. The higher the authority, the more functions you can use, but for me now, improving contribution is still a distant goal. I decided to first familiarize myself with the types and prices of goods I can see currently. The trading hall has a wide variety of equipment, including weapons, armor, materials, and other items. However, when I glanced at the price tags, I felt helpless. The equipment ranged from black iron to gold, and even the lowest level black iron equipment cost far more than my current savings. A few dozen gold coins were not worth mentioning here. The main purpose of coming to the trading hall this time is to understand the market situation of items dropped by monsters in the suburbs. Most of the monsters in the suburbs of North Gate are above level 10. Although ordinary professionals can deal with them, they will occasionally encounter stronger monsters. I browsed the task requirements on the trading machine, most of which were about collecting materials. For example, 20 stalks of crescent grass could be exchanged for 50 gold coins. There was also a great demand for moon rabbit fur and ancient animal bones. In order to improve their skill proficiency, life professionals often purchase these materials in order to make equipment and props and then sell them. Just as I was about to leave, a task suddenly came into view. Dungeon task: clear the Jade Mine. Task requirements: kill the boss King Goblin and obtain the crystal core, only dropped by dungeon bosses above nightmare difficulty. Completion reward: 100,000 gold coins. The reward of 100,000 gold coins is tempting, but the difficulty of this task is also very high. To obtain the crystal core, you must defeat the King Goblin at the nightmare difficulty. The difficulty of the dungeon is divided into 3 levels: normal, nightmare, and hell, and the nightmare difficulty is far beyond my current level 7 ability. It seems that if we really want to challenge this task, we must at least form a strong team to have a glimmer of hope. After leaving the trading hall, I headed straight to the North Gate exit management office. The guards were wearing armor and maintaining order with serious expressions. I handed over my permission to leave the city, and the administrator frowned slightly. Seeing that I was a level 7 novice, a trace of worry appeared on his face. "You're only level 7 and you're going to leave the city?" The administrator's tone was full of concern. "Although you have permission, the monsters in the suburbs are extremely dangerous. Be careful and don't try to be brave." His concern warmed my heart, and I nodded in thanks. The guard also introduced to me the habits and attack characteristics of several common monsters, and reminded me to retreat quickly if I encountered danger. After expressing my deep gratitude, I stepped onto the teleportation array out of the city. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of me suddenly changed. I was already standing outside the North Gate. The wilderness was desolate, with mottled bloodstains on the withered grass, and the growls of wild beasts in the dense forest could be heard faintly. Standing in this desolate land, it was the first time that I, who grew up in Bayonne City, truly saw the wilderness outside of human settlements, and my heart was filled with awe. It was the protection of those powerful people that allowed humans to thrive and reproduce on this land. I put away my feelings and walked into the depths of the wilderness. As I gradually moved away from Bayonne City, the atmosphere around me became more and more depressing. I decided to test the strength of the monsters here first, so I summoned a skeleton warrior, ready to fight at any time. Soon, I found a wandering monster at the edge of the dense forest, and immediately used the detection spell to check its attributes. Monster name: Goblin Minion. Level 10. Strength 115, Agility 51, Spirit 48, Constitution 110. The goblin in front of him was ugly, holding a thick wooden stick and walking around. Its strength and physique were not low, and ordinary professionals would probably have to work hard to encounter it. But to me, it is not a threat. The 4-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warrior I summoned are as high as 750, far exceeding the power of this goblin minion. "Go, kill that monster!" I commanded the skeleton warriors to attack. The skeleton warrior, holding a huge axe, quickly rushed towards the goblin minions. Seeing someone provoking him, the goblin angrily raised his stick and smashed it down. The skeleton warrior did not dodge but took the attack head-on. Although he retreated half a step, he did not suffer much damage. Before the goblin could react, the skeleton warrior's giant axe had already chopped down, hitting the goblin's head directly. With a crack, the goblin's bones were completely shattered under the skeleton warrior's axe. With a shrill scream, it fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. I heard a system prompt. "Kill the goblin minions, experience points plus 400. I looked down and found a fallen object on the ground. I checked it and found it was a goblin bone. I put it into the bag space, feeling a burst of joy. After changing jobs, each professional will get a bag space, which can be expanded as the level increases. It can store various equipment, materials, and even items made by cooking and secondary jobs. Although I tried to put the skeleton warrior into the bag on a whim, it was obviously unsuccessful. It seems that the space in this bag is really limited, and the summoned creature cannot be stored in it. However, through this battle, I got a rough idea of the strength of level 10 monsters. Since the skeleton warriors could crush the monsters easily, I decided not to waste any more time and released all 28 skeleton warriors. I gave orders to scatter and clear out the monsters. This is the suburbs, and the density of naturally formed monsters is far greater than that of the novice copy. The number of monsters around me and their refresh rate made me feel like I had entered an experience paradise. The experience bar soared wildly, and the prompt sound kept ringing. Kill the bloodthirsty wolf, experience value plus 250. Kill the goblin warrior, experience value plus 400. Kill the silverhorned rhino, experience value plus 160. Not only did my experience points continue to increase, but the various dropped materials and items also dazzled my eyes. I followed the skeleton warrior's steps and collected the dropped materials along the way. Seeing the experience bar filling up little by little, I estimated that it would only take half an hour to reach level 8. Several professionals who were hunting monsters in the suburbs were shocked when they saw the skeleton warriors. After all, the monsters here should be mainly goblins, and undead skeletons were not what they expected. At first, they thought they had encountered a high-level monster and were prepared to deal with it with all their might. After checking, I found out that it was a summoned creature. I was relieved, and at the same time, I became very interested in my summoning profession. Several professionals began to follow the skeleton warriors, seemingly trying to find the summoner's location by tracking them. I quickly noticed the strange look and knew that I couldn't expose myself too early. So I commanded the skeleton warriors to move deeper into the forest. The forest is full of dangers and the view is blocked by trees. Most professionals are reluctant to go deep into it, but it is not a problem for me. The skeleton warriors explored along the way, and the terrain wherever they went formed a clear map in my mind, and any tiny grass and trees were no longer a secret. Half an hour later, the experience bar was finally filled up, and a faint golden light rose from my body. I successfully reached level 8. The 28 skeleton warriors continued to execute my orders tirelessly like a perpetual motion machine, slaughtering the monsters one by one. The dual benefits of experience and drops made me happy, and I couldn't help but sigh that I was afraid that no other professional in the world could level up as easily as I could. Ordinary professionals, whether they are magic or physics professionals, will have to rest or meditate to replenish their physical or mental energy due to the depletion of physical or mental strength. However, my skeleton warriors do not need any rest. They just faithfully carry out my orders and become my powerful tools for upgrading. Soon, all the monsters around were cleared out, and the forest in front of them became empty. There are no monsters anymore? I said to myself, somewhat surprised. After such a short time, I cleared all the monsters? Surprised, I decided to continue exploring. After all, the further I go to the outskirts of Bayonne City, the higher the level of the monsters, which will help me gain more experience. Keep moving forward. Even if I can't find level 10 monsters along the way, I will kill them if I encounter level 11, 12, or even 13 monsters. For the skeleton warriors, facing these more advanced monsters was just a matter of a few more blows, and they were still able to move forward unhindered under my command. Every time the skeleton warriors swung their axes and daggers, blood spurted and the monsters fell one by one. In the evening, the experience bar climbed to level 9 again. The number of summoned skeleton warriors also exceeded 40, surrounding me in a black mass, with a terrifying momentum. If I continue to upgrade, I will soon reach level 10, which makes me look forward to unlocking new skills. However, to learn new skills, you also need to obtain skill scrolls, which is not an easy task. I browsed the professional trading hall this morning and found that the price of a level 10 skill scroll is basically around 100,000 gold coins, which is simply a sky-high price for me. Moreover, even if you have the scroll, the acquisition of skills is still random. You may spend a high price but end up learning skills you already have. That is a huge waste. Alas, it seems that learning skills is a way to burn money. I couldn't help but sigh, knowing that if I want to grow into a strong person, these are the challenges I must face. The road ahead is still long, and I can only continue to accumulate and look for more opportunities. At this moment, a faint golden light shone from my body again, and I successfully broke through to level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have obtained a skill learning opportunity. As the system prompt sounded, my heart was shocked. Finally, I can learn new skills. Chapter 16 Talent Enhancement, 20 times increase. Jiang Chen began to open the property panel to check. Name, Jiang Chen. Profession, Necromancer only 1. Level 10. Strength 100. Agility 100. Spirit 300. Constitution 100. Summoning Q 40/100. Skill 1. Soul burning LV10. Use the fire of death to strongly burn the soul of the target. The higher the mental power and the higher the skill level, the higher the damage caused. 2. Skeleton Resurrection LV10. Summon a skeleton to fight for you. The profession of the summoned skeleton is random and depends on the caster's mental strength and skill level. Talent 1. Perfect Gain LV2. Unique skill. The effect of all skills is increased by 20 times on the original basis. 2. Damage Blame Level 2. Blame all damage received on your own summons or other targets. The effect is up to the host to explore. Jiang Chen also realized that every time he leveled up, his 4-dimensional attributes, except for spirit, would increase by a fixed 10 points, including strength and agility. My mental strength has increased a lot, and now it has reached 300 points. What I learned in high school class is that every time you level up by 10, all of your body attributes will increase significantly. The Necromancer is a magic profession, and natural mental power is the one that increases the most. When Jiang Chen saw his unique talent, his eyes widened. To be precise, I was shocked. It was a perfect gain. It was increased by 10 times before, and now it has been increased to 20 times. This is simply against the will of heaven. Without doing anything, the attributes of the skeleton warrior are increased by 10 times on the basis of the original 10 times. Jiang Chen was even a little impatient, and summoned a skeleton to stand in front of him. Unexpectedly, after the amplification increased, the appearance of the skeleton also changed greatly. The bones all over his body were no longer the tattered gray-brown color, but instead shone with a silver metallic luster. It looks like it has a very hard texture, and the weapon in his hand is also brighter and sharper. Summon, Resurrected Skeleton Warrior. Strength 3000. Agility 3000. Spirit 3000. Constitution 3000. Skill, Violent Force LV1, causes double damage to the target. Skills appeared. As expected, the 4-dimensional attributes are still balanced. After a 20-fold gain, it actually reached 3,000 points. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva. The attributes of his summoned creature were too terrifying. They were higher than his own 4-dimensional attributes. 3,000 attribute points. Jiang Chen no longer knew how many levels an ordinary professional could reach. No, there is no need to know this. In the entire suburbs of Baiyun City, there is no creature with attributes higher than this. Jiang Chen can definitely dominate the entire northern suburbs. In addition, the skeleton warriors have an additional skill called Violent Power, which can burst out damage by 200. This actually proves the saying that the simplest way is the best way, and you can move forward with ease with just one simple skill. Jiang Chen is in this situation now. As a magic profession, the Necromancer, he does not want to have fancy skills like ordinary mages. He is not like a warrior who has various combat skills such as fighting spirit and sword energy. But seeing his attributes, does anyone dare to say that he is weak? No. Even if a level 20 professional stood in front of him, he would not be his match. It is not difficult for Jiang Chen to kill a level 20 professional by jumping 10 levels. He has terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, and is guarded by an army of 40 skeleton warriors. Even if he stands there and lets the other party hit him, he cannot be killed even if the other party is exhausted to death. Seeing that his spirit value was still very high, Jiang Chen planned to summon another skeleton warrior. At this moment, several whooshing sounds were heard. Several sharp arrows were instantly shot in front of him, and one of them was about to hit Jiang Chen. An invisible light shield appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking the sharp arrow for him. The passive damage shifting talent was activated, shifting all the damage caused by the sharp arrows to the skeleton warrior. There was no sign of injury on Jiang Chen's body. At this time, red anger began to appear in the eyes of the skeleton warrior, and he was ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! After a noise, a man in black ran out from the woods at a very fast speed. Jiang Chen intuitively judged that it should be an agile assassin profession. The man in black also saw Jiang Chen and quickly turned around and ran in another direction. This process happened so quickly that Jiang Chen didn't even have time to react. After more than 10 seconds, 2 people came after me. Just by looking at the clothes the two people were wearing, Jiang Chen could already tell that one of them was an archer and the other was a mage. Obviously, the arrow that hit Jiang Chen just now must have been shot by this archer. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the talent to harm others and put the blame on others, otherwise, all these arrows would have hit him hard. The two professionals had no intention of paying any attention to Jiang Chen and simply chased forward. It's a pity that the direction was wrong. The man in black seemed to have thought of this and deliberately changed direction in front of Jiang Chen. There was no way these two people could catch up, and after a few seconds they turned back. The wizard cast a wind spell around him, but found nothing. "There's nothing we can do. Let him escape." The archer, however, remained very calm. "He can't escape. We will catch him eventually." Only then did they turn their attention to Jiang Chen, who was standing aside. "Little brother, let me ask you, did you see a man in black just now?" Jiang Chen frowned and ignored him. "You were the one who shot the arrow just now? It hit me. Apologize." The archer also reacted at this time and said lightly, "Sorry." Jiang Chen ignored him, but the archer felt very pressured, as if he was facing a powerful man who had been famous for a long time. But the mage next to him seemed very dishonest. He noticed that there was a skeleton warrior next to Jiang Chen and became interested. "What is this? A summoned undead creature?" When the mage saw the skeleton, a look of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he stared intently. The skeleton warrior also sensed that the newcomer had ill intentions, and red light appeared in his eye sockets. Seeing that the situation was not good, the archer quickly said, "Let's go, don't make things complicated." The wizard finally listened to the advice and left with the archer. Jiang Chen looked at the direction the two men left and said calmly, "You guys are smart and saved your life." Just now, through the damaging power of the arrows, Jiang Chen also sensed that the levels of the two were at most around level 20. If that mage had dared to attack just now, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind letting him experience the pleasure of being killed instantly by the skeleton warrior. There are 40 skeleton warriors in Jiang Chen's summoning queue, and he can summon them all to his side in an instant. If the two of them don't know what's best for them, Jiang Chen doesn't mind letting the skeleton warriors dismember them. Chapter 17, The Quirky Girl, the Shielded Badge. After the two men left, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to kill monsters outside the northern suburbs. Kill the Vanguard Goblin, experience plus 350. Kill the Fallen Goblin, experience plus 400. Kill the Goblin Warrior, experience points plus 360. In Jiang Chen's interface, prompts for gaining experience kept coming, and the experience bar was also growing rapidly. Now he has summoned 44 skeleton warriors, a huge number. The perfect 20-fold amplification makes the skeleton warrior's attributes terrifying, and it can kill monsters in this area instantly. The goblin monsters that appear in the area are around level 10 and 11, and the experience required for upgrading has also begun to increase significantly. Jiang Chen took a look and found that it had increased by more than 3 times, which means that the upgrade speed is now becoming slower and slower. According to this speed, the skeleton warrior needs to kill at least tens of thousands of goblins to reach level 1. Even though the skeleton warriors were hacking and slashing tirelessly, their speed was becoming too slow. Jiang Chen persisted until it was dark and looked at his experience bar. There was still 1/3 of experience left to reach level 11, which was a bit beyond his expectations. There was no choice but to eat something first. Jiang Chen took out the dry food he brought with him and started eating. He planned to stay in the wild during this period of time. Going home would be a waste of time, and there was no need for it at all. The experience required to reach level 11 is already so high. How difficult will it be to reach level 15? The time spent on getting back must also be taken into account. I don't know if I can reach level 16 in 7 days. He suddenly remembered that last year, his sister Jiang Ro advanced from level 0 to level 16 before being admitted to Shillong University. How did Jiang Ro reach level 16? Even though her profession is the Wind Swordsman, it is impossible for her to surpass him, the Necromancer, in terms of leveling speed. Jiang Chen felt that there must be something he had not noticed. He carefully recalled everything he remembered about Jiang Ro last year, and then thought about everything Jiang Ro had done at that time. I quickly thought of something. It's a copy. There is a copy called Death Mine in the suburbs. If there is any variable, it must be this copy. It is possible that Jiang Rua downloaded this copy at that time. Judging from her upgrades, the difficulty of the dungeon must be at the nightmare level. There are elite monsters in there, and the experience gained is considerable. Yes, Jiang Chen remembered that when the college entrance examination was approaching last year, Jiang Rua came back once and looked like he was injured and had been treated by someone. Sister must be in the suburbs to play the Death Mine dungeon. We must go and see it tomorrow. Jiang Chen felt that his guess was almost correct. It was already late at night, and Jiang Chen was camping in the wild. The monsters around him had all been killed in seconds by the skeleton warriors. For safety reasons, Jiang Chen hid all the skeleton warriors in the surrounding forest and entered a meditative state. With his current attributes, he doesn't have to worry about someone attacking him in the middle of the night. The cold wind blew, and the gloomy atmosphere in the forest made the temperature around drop a few degrees. When Jiang Chen was meditating until midnight, he felt the warning sound from the skeleton warrior and quickly opened his eyes. I could clearly feel someone approaching in my direction. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Who is coming at this time? Is he someone who came to level up nearby? No matter how you put it, it always makes people feel a little confused, and Jiang Chen became more alert. In this world, we must be extremely alert at all times. In order to heat the food, he built a fire on the ground, which made his position particularly conspicuous at night. With the sound of rustling footsteps, the figure soon arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing that face, Jiang Chen was startled. He had seen it in the afternoon. The archer and the mage were chasing this man in black. After keeping a safe distance from Jiang Chen, the man in black spoke. "Hello, do you have anything to eat?" The voice was crisp. Jiang Chen was startled, and soon he realized that it was a woman. Her eyes were very clear under the night sky. Jiang Chen nodded lightly and handed her a piece of sweet potato. In order to make it easier to kill monsters and level up, he only prepared sweet potatoes and water, which would be more efficient. The woman in black did not show any disgust, perhaps because the current situation did not allow her to have the option of disgust. After taking it, he took off the black cloth on his face and ate it with relish. It seemed that he was really hungry. Jiang Chen saw a pretty smiling face, who was about the same age as him, full of youthfulness. However, Jiang Chen did not use the detection skill, as this would have seemed impolite. After taking a few bites, the girl in black suddenly turned red in the face, and Jiang Chen quickly handed her a bottle of water. She ate too fast and choked herself. The two of them sat quietly by the fire, neither of them speaking. It's just that the woman ate in a very elegant manner, and it was obvious that she was not from a commoner family. While eating, she stared at Jiang Chen with her big, bright eyes as if she was trying to find out some secret. "Thank you for the food. By the way, what's your name?" Jiang Chen did not strike up a conversation easily. The two of them were just casual acquaintances. Perhaps after the meal, the woman would leave and the two would never meet again. "I didn't expect you to be such a calm type. How about this, we use our detection skills on each other?" Jiang Chen thought about it and did not refuse, so the two of them began to use detection techniques on each other. In just a moment, a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The woman in black chuckled. "You can't find out anything about me, haha. I have seen yours. So your name is Jiang Chen, and you are now level 10. Wait, let me see your occupation." "Necromancer, that's strange. I've never seen a profession like yours. I saw you summon several skeletons before, but I can't see them now. Undead summons look really powerful. I've already said it all here, why are you silent? Are you unable to speak? What a pity." Jiang Chen ignored him and said calmly, "Why can't I see your message?" The girl in black was delighted. You are finally willing to talk. Want to know why? It's very simple." After saying this, she spread out her palm, and a light golden badge appeared in her fair palm. Shielding badge. When you wear it, as long as the opponent's level is not 10 levels higher than yours, they will not be able to see your information. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll put it away now and you can investigate later. Jiang Chen was speechless and used the detection technique. Name Lin Kair. Level 19. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Suddenly, there was a sound in the woods behind me. Chapter 18: The Most Powerful Shield. Skeleton Warriors Join In. Lin Kai's expression became serious when she heard the voice. Jiang Chen had already sensed the approaching enemy, and the skeleton warrior had already given him a warning. In addition to the archers and mages we saw today, there is now a knight holding a sword and shield. The three of them surrounded Jiang Chen and Lin Kai from different directions. Lin Kai frowned her delicate little face and frowned. These people are really persistent. They have been chasing me for several days just because of a mid-level skill scroll, and they don't intend to give up yet. Lin Kai stamped her feet angrily, and then said to Jiang Chen, I'm leaving now. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come and play with you again. Whoosh! A sharp arrow suddenly shot out from the darkness, but Lin Kai reacted very quickly, and she dodged the arrow by turning sideways in an instant. However, unexpectedly, the arrow exploded and split into two beams of light, shining on Jiang Chen and Lin Kai respectively. A huge mark immediately appeared above Jiang Chen and Lin Kai's heads, flashing brightly in the dark, like a lit light bulb. Oops, it's a marking arrow! Lin Kai's face turned pale. She realized that things were getting complicated. Jiang Chen also remembered the description of the marking arrow. This is an archer skill that marks a target, making it very visible and unable to go invisible. Marking arrow is very effective against classes like assassins because it can limit the assassin's stealth skills. Moreover, in dungeons, marking arrows can also be used to deal with some monsters that are good at hiding. If you are marked by an archer, your stealth skill will become ineffective, and it will be very difficult to escape. You can't escape this time. A sneer sounded, and the wizard seen before walked out from the bushes. On the other side, archers stood in the trees. Another knight was approaching. The wizard clenched his staff and glanced at Jiang Chen and Lin Kai with a cold gaze. I have long guessed that you two are in the same group. A dirty assassin, combined with an evil undead summoner, what a perfect combination. There was a glimmer of light in Lin Kai's hand, and a dagger with a green glow appeared in her hand. He has nothing to do with this matter. I will give you the skill scrolls, and we can go our separate ways. We owe nothing to each other. The archer in the tree scoffed. Maybe it was possible a day ago, but now, we think it's safer to kill you. The wizard continued. Dead people are the safest. This way, no one will know that we have the intermediate skill scroll, which will save us a lot of trouble. Lin Kai whispered to Jiang Chen. After the fight begins, I will hold them back. You just run away quickly. Jiang Chen looked at her and asked softly. What about you? I am a shadow assassin. The night is my domain. I will naturally find a way to escape. Jiang Chen knew that Lin Kai was just talking. If she could really defeat the other party, she would not be forced to escape today. Obviously, the opponent is stronger. As a shadow assassin, she might have been able to escape before, but now that she was hit by the marked arrow and her stealth skill was ineffective, her chances of escape were very slim. The archer said coldly, Don't waste time talking to them, just kill them. The mage raised his staff and released a bright light, illuminating the surroundings while also dispelling the darkness and increasing the mage's spell hit rate. This is the mage's profession, lighting. More importantly, this lighting technique can restrain the assassin's stealth skills, making Lin Kai feel very uncomfortable. Every possible route of escape will now be blocked one by one. Fight them! The dagger in Lin Kai's hand glowed faintly, her body tensed, and she began to look for an opportunity. The archer stood on the tree with his bowstring fully drawn, ready to shoot at any time. The knight assumed a charging stance and rushed towards them at an alarming speed. The wizard's staff also lit up at this time, chanting some spell. This clearly meant to kill the two with one blow, leaving them no chance of escape. It's over! Lin Kai's face turned pale. She suddenly pushed Jiang Chen away with force, pushing him out of the attack range. But Jiang Chen stood still and she couldn't push him away at all. Jiang Chen raised his finger slightly, and immediately a skeleton warrior appeared beside him. The skeleton warrior stood firmly guarding Lin Kai. Summoning a creature? What a waste of effort! There was deep contempt in the wizard's eyes, and he didn't take the skeleton warrior seriously at all. Big fireball! The wizard's huge fireball appeared, illuminating the surroundings into daytime, with flames splashing everywhere. This skill can only be performed by a level 20 mage, and it is extremely powerful. If you are hit by such a fireball, you will either die or be seriously injured. Lin Kai's face changed drastically, and she quickly pulled Jiang Chen to the side to dodge. The mage obviously had strong practical experience, and he immediately released mental entanglement. Lin Kai, who was pulling Jiang Chen to dodge, suddenly felt Jiang Chen's body become heavier and was confused. They could already feel the thin threads of mental power condensed around their feet, slowing down their pace. The archers were not idle either. The bowstrings began to vibrate and arrows were shot out. An arrow suddenly split into 3 in the air. It turned out to be a triple arrow. This is the archer's skill, which can directly cause triple damage. The cavalry's charge was now closer to the 2 of them. Oh, this is bad! Lin Kai's face became paler and paler, and she exerted force again, trying to push Jiang Chen out of the attacked area. Suddenly, 2 skeleton warriors appeared on both sides of Lin Kai. A total of 3 skeleton warriors were guarding Lin Kai firmly, like 3 shields, providing tight defense. Boom! The wizard's fireball landed on the skeleton warrior, and another burst of fire splashed everywhere. At the same time, the archer's 3 arrows also hit the skeleton warrior, and the sound of clanging was endless. The knight holding the shield also collided violently with the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was not shaken at all, but the knight was knocked to the ground. How could this happen? The wizard couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was dazzled. When he was besieging Jiang Chen and the other 2 just now, he had already investigated Jiang Chen and found that he was just a level 10 professional. Even if one can summon undead creatures, they can never be stronger than the summoner himself. To put it bluntly, the skeleton warrior is only a level 10 strength, but he is a level 21 mage, and he can definitely kill the skeleton warrior in seconds. The knights and archers who were hit by the recoil also looked like they had seen a ghost. What is the situation? Suddenly, there was a sound of bones rubbing against each other. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 30. A total of 44 skeleton warriors appeared in front of them. Chapter 19. Either do it or do it completely. Not only the mage, knight, and archer were stunned, but Lin Kai was also shocked. With eyes wide open and mouth open, he couldn't believe it. The scene before her shocked her greatly, and she looked really cute with her little mouth open. She had seen Jiang Chen's skeleton warriors before, and at that time she thought Jiang Chen was just an ordinary summoner. The skeleton warrior was only at level 10, his body was covered with cracks, and the weapon in his hand was also in tatters. It looks fragile and shaky. Lin Kai could never have imagined that such a summoned creature could be so powerful. The enemy mage's level 20 skill couldn't hurt it, not even a hair was knocked off. The archer's triple arrows and the knight's charges were unable to cause any damage to it, which was truly unbelievable. Is this really a level 10 summon? It's too strong. Everyone starts to not believe their eyes. Even if you are a summoner, it is impossible to summon more than 40 summons at once. Balls of fire lit up in the darkness, and skeleton warriors appeared silently and surrounded them. Jiang Chen, surrounded by a group of skeleton warriors, had cold eyes, like the god of death descending to the world. Jiang Chen didn't say much. He walked back to Lin Kai with murderous intent in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Instantly gave orders to the skeleton warriors. With a thought, the skeleton warrior immediately began to act. The wizard's face changed drastically, and he shook his staff. A shield suddenly appeared on his body, trying to protect himself. Energy shield is the mage's signature skill. The higher the mage's level, the stronger his skills and the stronger his energy shield. It is said that those god-level wizards can remain safe and sound even under the attack of forbidden spells by holding up their shields. It is the life-saving skill that the mage relies on the most. The mage himself has low agility and slow movement speed. Unlike agile professions like archers and assassins, speed is a shortcoming. And now he was surrounded by skeleton warriors, leaving him no room to dodge. After summoning the shield, the mage felt a little relieved, but the next scene almost scared him to death. The skeleton warrior raised his sword and slashed down with the weapon in his hand, causing the energy shield to twist violently. The mage's face changed drastically, he couldn't believe his eyes at all. The skeleton warrior only chopped once, but it had such terrifying killing power. What are the attributes of these skeletons? Their attack power is so terrifying. He didn't have time to think about it. The second skeleton warrior's knife fell, and the mage felt that his heart was about to stop beating. There was a muffled sound of cracking. The wizard's energy shield broke and dissipated into thousands of starlight points. He gritted his teeth and continued to raise his staff. Resist the ring of fire. The mage released another skill, and a huge ring of fire erupted. Several approaching skeletons were immediately pushed more than 10 meters away by the ring of fire. Before the mage could be happy, he felt a dark shadow passing by and 2 skeletons jumped over his head. He was never given another chance to use his skills. A sharp blade flashed, and the wizard's head soared into the sky. In just 2 seconds the mage died. Not only the mages, but even the archers were being chased by the skeleton warriors, looking very embarrassed. In just a few seconds, the brutal skeleton warrior witnessed the mage being killed, his eyes filled with fear. He is much more flexible than the mage, but compared to the skeleton warrior whose agility is as high as 3,000 points, his agility is totally insufficient. He kept using his evasive skills, trying to escape from the encirclement of the skeleton warriors. Unfortunately, all the efforts were in vain. The skeleton warriors pressed forward step by step, and the archers had less and less room to maneuver. Compared to the dead mage and the dying archer, the knight's situation is slightly better. He used his charging skill again and again, and an energy shield lit up on his body. It seemed that this layer of light was stronger than the wizard's energy shield, protecting him firmly. The night is dark. The skeleton warrior's blade cut through the darkness, and although it only sparked a few sparks when it touched the opponent's body, it did not really hurt the opponent at all. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp, and he knew very well that it was the skill called extreme defense that was taking effect. This was the core of defense on which the knights relied for survival. Once started, it is almost invulnerable for a short period of time. It is unknown how strong it is, but there was a rumor that a level 20 knight with extreme defense could withstand a full-strength attack from a level 40 mage. Although it can only be endured once, it is enough to prove the power of this skill. At this moment, the cavalry's defense increased dramatically, as if it had transformed into a steel fortress. The knights who mastered ultimate defense, and those who did not were 2 completely different people. However, extreme defense is not easily obtained. Without the corresponding skill book, one can only rely on rare skill scrolls to learn. This knight's luck can be said to be extremely good. At this moment, the knight had no intention of fighting anymore, and just wanted to flee madly. Hearing the tragic screams again from behind, he realized that the archer had also followed in the mage's footsteps. The successive deaths of mages and archers frightened him to the extreme. How could these skeleton warriors be so terrifying? It simply frightened him to the core. If he had known this, he would never have set foot here. He even sacrificed his life for that intermediate skill scroll. This deal was a huge loss. Jiang Chen's mind moved. He must not let the knight escape, and immediately ordered the skeleton warrior to use his skills. Now that he has decided to take action, he will never leave anyone alive. His creed has always been, either don't do it, or do it completely. The blade of the skeleton warrior glowed red again. A violent attack causes 200% of the target's own strength and damage. At this moment the 4-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warrior have reached an astonishing 3,000 points. When a skeleton warrior with a strength of 3,000 points activates this skill, its damage instantly doubles. The knight's face was pale. He was already afraid of the skeleton warrior, and now he saw that it could use skills. He was even more terrified. The flashing red sword chopped down on the knight again and again. Ah! The white light on the knight's body quickly dimmed and his health points dropped sharply. Attack after attack followed. Although extreme defense is powerful, its duration is affected by the frequency and intensity of attacks. In addition, the knight has lost his mind at this moment, and the effectiveness of the extreme defense is greatly reduced. Numerous skeleton warriors swarmed forward and continuously launched skills, and the duration of the extreme defense was rapidly shortening. More skeleton warriors surrounded them, completely blocking the knight's retreat. Finally, in endless fear and despair, the knight was dismembered into several pieces by the skeleton warriors. Either don't do it, or do it completely. This? Lin Kyer still stood there in a daze, unable to recover from the shock. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the whole process took only a moment. But Jiang Chen did not move at all from beginning to end, just stood there quietly. After the 3 people died, a lot of items were scattered on the ground. Once a professional dies, the items in his storage space will be scattered all over the ground. The skeleton warriors quickly picked up these items one by one. Equipment name: Bronze level Zul staff, Spirit plus 20, can enhance the power of mage skills by 5%, suitable for use after level 18. Equipment name: Bronze Zul war bow, Agility plus 20, can enhance the power of bow and arrow skills by 5%, suitable for use after level 18. Equipment name: Bronze Zul sword, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, can enhance the power of offensive skills by 5%, suitable for use after level 18. Equipment name: Bronze level Zul shield, Constitution plus 20, can enhance the effect of defensive skills by 5%, suitable for use after level 18. Chapter 20 Learn New Skills, Corpse Explosion. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the 4 bronze level weapons that appeared before him. I didn't expect that these 3 people were equipped with valuable items. A bronze level weapon, the weapon was shining with a bluish-white light, somewhat similar to the luster on the skeleton warrior's body. Lin Kyer said, "These are all weapons obtained from the Zul's Orc Legion dungeon." Zul's Orc Legion dungeon? Jiang Chen was a little confused, he had never heard of this copy. Lin Kyer saw that Jiang Chen didn't understand and thought about it. The Zul Orc Legion instance is a level 20 instance outside of Baiyun City. All these equipments were dropped from there. Jiang Chen understood. He was a novice who had just completed his job change and knew very limited information. These 4 bronze level equipment are of no use to him, so he can only sell them in the profession hall for money. He simply put away the 4 pieces of bronze equipment, and Lin Kyer did not make any comment. There were still some materials left, such as beast skins, bones, and medicinal herbs, and Jiang Chen put them all into his bag. When he was leaving the city, he looked at the purchase price of these things in the profession hall, and they could all be sold for money. After putting away the weapons, equipment, and materials, there was something on the ground. Jiang Chen took a closer look. Basic Skill Scroll. Introduction: You can obtain skills below level 20, and there is a chance that you can obtain skills that you have already learned. Skill Scroll? Basic 1? Such props are very valuable. The cheapest one is worth 100,000 gold coins, which is an unexpected gain. He took the scroll in his hand, examined it carefully, and for a moment he did not know what to do with it. Lin Kyer seemed to see through his confusion. "You haven't used the primary skill scroll yet, right?" Jiang Chen nodded. He had just changed his job a few days ago. Lin Kyer smiled and said, "Then you can use it. Although there is a chance of gaining skills you have already learned, there is also a chance of learning new skills." But looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, Lin Kyer was a little surprised. "No, you're not thinking of selling it for money, are you? No way, are you so short of money? It's a basic skill scroll, not an advanced scroll. Why don't you use it yourself? How much can it sell for?" Lin Kyer's family is obviously very wealthy. From what she said, 100,000 gold coins are not a lot of money. Jiang Chen didn't understand the meaning of her words and still held the scroll tightly in his hand. Lin Kyer asked again, "Why? You don't know how to use it, do you?" Jiang Chen looked at her and shook his head. "It's very simple, just hold the scroll and talk," Lin Kyer continued. "Just talk?" Jiang Chen was a little confused. Seeing his expression, Lin Kyer couldn't help laughing. "Yes, your voice is too soft, you need to speak louder." Jiang Chen did not delve into the truth of her words and tried to do as Lin Kyer said. "Use!" As soon as the words fell, the scroll did not move. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Lin Kyer couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you say anything? Have you found that what I said is right?" She was looking at Jiang Chen, who was somewhat puzzled, with a mischievous look on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. But Jiang Chen just stood there without saying anything. Jiang Chen suddenly understood in his heart that Lin Kyer had been playing a trick on him before, and he was so lucky that he still trusted her so much. After adjusting his thoughts, Jiang Chen decided to try it himself, so he concentrated and tried to integrate his spiritual power into the scroll. Suddenly, the primary scroll burst out with brilliant light, enveloping Jiang Chen completely. Looking at this scene, Lin Kai shook her head somewhat disappointedly. You still saw through it. She originally wanted to tease Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen found the correct way to use it by accident. The skill scroll turned into a dazzling ball of light, tightly wrapping Jiang Chen. Lin Kai couldn't help but sigh. Acquired skill, corpse detonation. Corpse detonation technique LV1. Detonate a corpse, causing damage equal to 10% of the corpse's health to enemies within 1 meter. Jiang Chen successfully comprehended a new skill, and this scroll was not wasted. At first glance, this skill may seem unremarkable. The range is only 1 meter, which seems insignificant for Jiang Chen's current strength. However, Jiang Chen captured some different information from the description of this skill. This is actually a group attack skill. If it were his skeleton warrior, it would be too troublesome to attack the enemies one by one. What's more, even if it is an elite monster, its corpse will still emit energy after death. This is a range attack skill. As long as one enemy is killed, the corpse can be detonated, causing damage to enemies within the skill range. If more enemies are killed, more corpses can be detonated, forming a chain reaction. As long as his mental strength is not exhausted, this skill can be continuously released, causing a large amount of area damage. Coupled with his innate skills, the attack range will be expanded to 20 meters and the damage will be increased to 200%. This is simply a powerful divine skill. As long as it is used properly, this skill can almost be said to be invincible. The light gradually faded away. Lin Kai blinked her bright eyes and asked expectantly, "How was it? Did you learn any new skills?" "I learned it," Jiang Chen replied calmly. Lin Kai immediately smiled brightly. "Your voice is so nice, why don't you like to talk normally?" Jiang Chen looked at her and felt that this girl seemed different from the others. She is lively and loves to joke. "Your voice is beautiful, too." Jiang Chen seldom praised others. It was not that he was not good at speaking, but he just didn't want to say too much nonsense. When he lived with his family, Jiang Chen was a lively boy who loved to laugh and talk. Lin Kai seemed very happy and giggled. "Thank you for your compliment. I feel really good to hear that you think so highly of me. Since you saved me and praised me, I'll give this to you." Before she finished speaking, Lin Kai handed a box to Jiang Chen. Intermediate Skill Scroll. Introduction. There is a chance to comprehend spells between level 40 and 70, and there is also a certain chance to comprehend spells that you have already mastered. In the Profession Hall, the price of an intermediate spell scroll is as high as tens of millions of gold coins, which is almost 100 times that of a primary spell scroll. It is priceless and astonishing. At least for Jiang Chen now, this is an astronomical figure. Lin Kai had said before that the 3 professionals that Jiang Chen had just killed were chasing him closely because of this intermediate skill scroll. However, at this moment, she was so generous to give this precious scroll to herself. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, finding it unbelievable. This girl was so generous? He raised his head and met Lin Kai's big eyes that were sparkling with stars. Chapter 21. Don't be so stingy, be more generous. Why is it so cold? Lin Kai said this as she sat down in front of the fire, and quickly stretched her little hands in front of the fire to warm them. The people who were chasing her were dealt with by Jiang Chen, and Lin Kai relaxed. Jiang Chen knew that the temperature here was low because the skeleton warriors were still standing around, emitting a gloomy aura. He immediately gave orders to the skeleton warriors to disperse and guard the surrounding woods. Lin Kai already knew that Jiang Chen didn't like to talk, so she just talked to herself about the whole story of how she was being chased. "I found a treasure chest of opportunity in the camp of the Zhou Orc Legion in Baiyun City. Things like chance treasure chests appear randomly, and I happened to find them, so I opened the treasure chest and obtained this intermediate skill scroll. Who would have thought that those guys would see it? They want to steal my intermediate skill scroll. Even though it's not worth much, how can I give up something I worked so hard to get? If they begged me kindly, I might have given it to them. But who knows, they actually wanted to kill me, so I can't give it to them. I've been running away for 2 days, and I thought I had gotten away from them, but I didn't expect them to keep chasing me like a bunch of dead flies. It can be heard from Lin Kai's words that even the intermediate skill scroll worth 10 million gold coins is still not taken seriously by her. I don't know which family this young lady comes from, I can only say that she is very rich. Jiang Chen was speechless. If she hadn't met herself just now, she would have almost been sent away by those three people. He looked at Lin Kai and waited until she finished speaking before he said softly, "Don't you know that those three people almost killed you just now?" Lin Kai said, "Haha, how could I die? Let me tell you a little secret. When I receive fatal damage, I will be automatically teleported away. But I still want to thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, I wouldn't have died, but I would definitely have been injured. You have to know that being hurt is very painful. If I continue to feel pain, it would be more painful than killing me." Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he was worrying about something else. The person in question didn't feel anything, but he was worried about him. "I didn't expect that they had protective gear and didn't have to worry about it." Lin Kai stretched out her hand. "I've given you all the intermediate skill scrolls. Do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry now." Jiang Chen took out a few buns. The buns were the spoils of war that he had picked up after killing the three men. Lin Kai shook her head. "Dumplings? No, I want to eat sweet potatoes." Jiang Chen laughed in silence and began to search for sweet potatoes in his bag. I didn't expect this little beauty to have such a special taste. She actually likes to eat this kind of thing. However, this kind of thing has a characteristic that if you eat too much, you will. That's better. These buns of yours belong to those three dead men. I don't want to eat dead people's things. Lin Kai took the sweet potato and started eating it happily. Is this sweet potato so delicious? Looking at Lin Kai eating, it seems really delicious. By the way, you were busy dealing with those guys before. Did you come here just to level up? From the looks of you, you probably haven't even started college yet, right? Lin Kai asked while eating. Jiang Chen nodded. No. Lin Kai was already used to Jiang Chen's speaking habits. So you are still a high school student. Which university do you plan to apply to? Shillong University. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Yeah, you have good vision. Shillong University is indeed amazing. When Lin Kai heard about Shillong University, she didn't seem surprised at all. In her opinion, with Jiang Chen's ability, he would have no problem getting into any university. The strength that Jiang Chen just displayed was truly terrifying. How could someone at level 10 easily kill 3 level 20 professionals at a time? It's still a quick kill, there's no pressure at all. If even Jiang Chen can't get into Shillong University, then probably no one can get in. Lin Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Jiang Chen, "When you get to Shillong University, don't forget to challenge the Shillong Tower. The rewards for the first challenge will be doubled. You should try your best to push forward. The higher you push, the more points you will get. At Shillong University, points are more valuable than gold coins. Oh, there's one more thing. There's a Dragon Academy in Shillong University. If you have the chance, you must try to get in." Lin Kai seemed to be quite familiar with Shillong University, and described the situation there to Jiang Chen in detail. Through her narration, Jiang Chen gained a preliminary understanding of Shillong University. Jiang Chen listened quietly to Lin Kai's narration until her voice gradually became low, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen gently put a piece of clothing on Lin Kai, and then he entered a state of meditation. The morning sun shines and a new day begins. Jiang Chen's mental strength recovered to its peak and he woke up from meditation. He turned his head and found Lin Kai looking at him with bright eyes. "Do you have any sweet potatoes?" Lin Kai smiled and stretched out her hand. Jiang Chen felt helpless and didn't understand why she was so obsessed with sweet potatoes. So he took out a sweet potato from his backpack and handed it to Lin Kai. "Why is this all? Give me some more. This is not enough." Lin Kai took the sweet potato, but still looked unsatisfied. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take out another piece. "Be more generous, don't be so stingy," Lin Kai said with a giggle. In the end, Jiang Chen gave all the remaining sweet potatoes to Lin Kai, not keeping a single piece for himself. "Is it really gone?" Lin Kai held the sweet potato, still a little unconvinced. Jiang Chen nodded and confirmed. "It's really gone." Lin Kai then let him go and said with a smile, "Okay, this is barely enough. I have to leave now. I have to upgrade." After saying that, she waved to Jiang Chen. Lin Kai left cleanly and neatly, taking away the sweet potatoes and the clothes that covered her body. Jiang Chen nodded. Although this encounter was brief, it was also an unforgettable experience. He looked around and found that after a night, the goblin monsters still hadn't appeared. Could it be that I commanded the skeleton warriors to kill too quickly last night, resulting in the monsters failing to refresh? The forest was filled with a faint smell of blood, and the bodies of 3 unlucky people lay on the ground. Jiang Chen looked at the corpses, his heart moved, and he silently used the new skills he had learned. The corpse exploded. Bang! Bang! As the skill was released, a large pit appeared on the ground with incredible power. Jiang Chen discovered that the damage range of this skill was all-round. Perhaps if I could throw the body into the air and then detonate it, it would be more powerful. As he thought about it, he commanded the skeleton warriors to throw the body of an archer into the air. Then, he used his skills on the corpse in the air. Bang! Bang! There was another loud bang, and the power was indeed even greater than before, verifying Jiang Chen's guess. The effect is better if detonated in the air. However, this skill also has an obvious disadvantage, which is that it is easy to accidentally hurt your own people. You and the skeleton warriors will naturally not be injured by mistake, but if you team up with other teammates, you need to be extra careful. Therefore, Jiang Chen must be extremely cautious when using this skill. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing if I didn't kill my own people. Chapter 22. It's simply murder and robbery, a must-have skill. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded from the depths of the forest, and the remains of the night turned into nothing in the explosion. All traces left by the 3 people have now disappeared, not even a trace of dust is left. I have to say that this corpse's explosion skill is truly outstanding in terms of eliminating traces. Jiang Chen followed yesterday's plan and moved steadily towards the death mine. That is the goblin's hometown. As they gradually approached the death mine, the goblin population level was quietly increasing. Level 14 Goblin Sword Soil. Level 15 Goblin Spear Throwers appear one after another. However, in front of the skeleton warriors with amazing attributes, they seemed so vulnerable. After a night of meditation, Jiang Chen's mental strength has recovered as before, and he summoned 4 skeleton warriors again. At this moment, the number of skeleton warriors has climbed to 52. As the skill level of summoning skeleton warriors increases to level 11, the summoned skeleton warriors become more and more powerful. With each summoning, the consumption of mental energy increases. Nowadays, summoning a skeleton warrior requires 80 points of mental power. Jiang Chen's total mental strength is only 320 points. You can still only summon 4 at a time. Jiang Chen was already very satisfied with this progress. As the level increases, the capacity of the summoning queue will naturally increase gradually, and he is not impatient about it. As we got closer to the death mine dungeon, the crowds around us became more and more dense. On the way to the dungeon, the monsters were almost cleared out. Soon, Jiang Chen saw the entrance to the copy. It was a portal that was even larger than the novice copy, with a diameter of 1.5 meters. A heart-pounding bloody smell continued to emanate from the portal. Normal difficulty, 1 is missing, a tank is needed. Normal difficulty, there is a mage and an assassin, a warrior and a healer. Elite team, nightmare difficulty, with knights, mages, healers, but lacking assassins and tanks. The team can definitely pass the nightmare difficulty, but they are missing a mage and a warrior. There are 4 of them, but 1 is missing. Various sounds come and go here. At the entrance of the dungeon, many people were shouting loudly, looking for suitable teammates. A lot of people gathered in front of the copy entrance, and they seemed to be discussing something. Jiang Chen, accompanied by a skeleton warrior, slowly walked towards the copy. The rest of the skeleton warriors were collected by him. Even in the summoning space, their passive skills are still effective. Jiang Chen had no worries about his own safety. Crunch! Crunch! As the skeleton warriors walked, the sound of bones rubbing against each other continued to be heard. The atmosphere around them suddenly became solemn. The skeleton warrior's terrifying appearance immediately caused an exclamation of surprise. Many people stepped back and took the initiative to make way for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen arrived in front of the copy and began to check the game information. This is a real copy, different from the novice copy, which is a place for novices to level up. Although the difficulty of the Death Mine dungeon is not high, the normal difficulty is dominated by elite monsters, which are several times stronger than the monsters outside. The Nightmare difficulty is where enhanced elite monsters gather, making it even more difficult. Normal difficulty copies are usually composed of 3 people. One person acts as a tank, responsible for attracting and resisting damage. One person acts as a damage output, responsible for attacking the enemy, and the third person is a healer, responsible for providing treatment and assistance to teammates. When it comes to Nightmare difficulty, a stronger team of 5 is needed, including 2 tanks, 2 outputs, and 1 support. Only with such a configuration can you deal with the more powerful elite monsters in the Nightmare difficulty. In normal difficulty dungeons, the monsters are already at the elite level seen outside, and are several times more powerful. When it comes to Nightmare difficulty, these monsters are further strengthened, becoming more terrifying enhanced elite monsters, and the challenge is naturally more difficult. Beside Jiang Chen, a skeleton warrior stood quietly, not moving at all. It is like a loyal guard, cold and majestic, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. At this time, someone mustered up the courage to talk to Jiang Chen tentatively. "Young man, are you a summoner?" However, Jiang Chen did not answer. He seemed to be immersed in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. The players around them began to use detection spells one after another, trying to obtain information about Jiang Chen and the skeleton warrior. However, every time the detection spell landed on them, a red light would suddenly appear in the empty eye sockets of the skeleton warrior, coldly sweeping towards the person who released the detection spell. This action startled many people and they retracted their hands. The detection was unsuccessful and they did not obtain any useful information. Perhaps they were overthinking it. This young man seemed to have some kind of treasure that could block out his aura. Otherwise, their detection skills should be able to easily see through his true colors. Jiang Chen did not let the skeleton warriors take action. After all, it was just a detection technique, so it was not necessary to do this. Moreover, there were many people here, and it would be bad if it caused unnecessary trouble. He always likes to keep a low profile and doesn't like to attract too much attention. "Handsome, do you want to play the dungeon together? We are still short of 1 person. You are a summoner, right? The output of a summoner is also considerable. Would you like to consider it? We are an elite team, preparing to play a Nightmare difficulty dungeon. If any equipment is dropped, we can split it equally. It's fair. Do you want to join us?" The players around seemed to realize Jiang Chen's extraordinariness, and invited him one after another. Although this young man was young, the aura he exuded made people feel at ease. However, Jiang Chen still ignored them. After checking the copy information, he chose the Nightmare difficulty without hesitation. "Please confirm whether to select Nightmare difficulty?" The system prompt sounded in my ears. "Confirmed," Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. Afterwards, he was teleported into the copy. "He's entered the dungeon." "He entered the dungeon alone." "No way! Is he planning to go it alone? He's too arrogant." "You can't say that. What if he has the ability? It's not like no one has ever done it alone." Outside the dungeon, the players were talking in shock. They had never expected that this seemingly ordinary boy would choose to play a dungeon of Nightmare difficulty alone. "Friends who just used the detection technique, please tell me what information you got. What level is he? What's his profession?" "That's right, his summons are undead. I've never seen such a summon before." However, the player who used the detection skill replied somewhat awkwardly. "I couldn't get any information. He should have worn a shielding badge." "Is that so?" Everyone looked disappointed when they heard this. They thought they could find out Jiang Chen's background through the detection technique, but they found nothing. "Then let's wait and see if he can come out alive," someone said with a sneer. "Maybe he's just a useless guy who looks scary, but he might actually be a weakling," someone else echoed. However, Jiang Chen knew nothing about these discussions and doubts. He has already stepped into the dungeon and started his own challenging journey. In the dungeon, an oppressive atmosphere came over him, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen stood in front of a huge foggy vortex. Once he stepped into it, it meant that he had officially started the challenge of nightmare difficulty. On the other side of the vortex, a monster over 2 meters tall was roaring. It seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's arrival and was eager to rush over and tear him into pieces. Chapter 23. The corpse explosion did not upgrade. What happened? Jiang Chen carefully released the detection technique. Goblin Mind Guardian, Enhanced Elite. Level 15. Strength 900. Agility 450. Spirit 250. Constitution 1100. Skill Earthshaker. The attributes of this monster are astonishingly strong. It is undoubtedly an enhanced elite monster. Its various values are more than one level higher than those of ordinary monsters. Its strength and physique have reached astonishing values, showing its powerful attack and defense capabilities. In comparison, the attributes of a level 15 knight player only hover between 350 and 450, far from being comparable to the monster in front of him. Without the help and cooperation of teammates, it would be almost an impossible task to challenge this nightmare-level copy alone. But even so, the attributes of this monster are still far inferior to Jiang Chen's skeleton warrior. Jiang Chen released the skeleton warriors, and in an instant he was surrounded by these undead warriors. Then, he took a step forward and officially began his dungeon journey. The Goblin Mind Guard roared excitedly and rushed over. But its cheers were soon interrupted by the skeleton warrior's sword. Although this monster is tall and powerful, it also lacks agility and intelligence. The skeleton warrior's sword chopped on it, immediately leaving a terrible wound. The wound was torn into pieces, and looked deep and hideous. Given the attributes of this monster, even in a one-on-one battle, the skeleton warrior facing Jiang Chen is doomed to fail. Not to mention that it is now facing the siege of countless skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen's skeleton army has nearly 50 of them, and they can be killed in a round-robin battle. In just a few seconds, it let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground. Kill the level 14 Goblin Mind Guard, experience plus 4,500. When Jiang Chen saw the prompt, he felt a little excited. The experience reward here is about 10 times higher than that of monsters of the same level. Killing one monster is equivalent to killing 10 monsters outside. Moreover, the killing speed was not slow. Jiang Chen was sure that he had found the right place. If he wanted to gain a lot of experience before the college entrance examination, this was the right place. He faced all his skeleton armies directly and issued orders. Dozens of skeleton armies stood in front of Jiang Chen. The formation looked quite spectacular. If anyone saw it, they would be greatly shocked. The skeleton warriors rushed into the dungeon passage like lightning, sweeping through it like an unstoppable army. Kill level 14 Goblin Mind Guard, experience plus 4,310. Kill the level 14 Goblin Mind Guard, experience plus 4,200. Hints keep appearing, experience levels are rising rapidly, and loot is gradually increasing. A detailed map of the copy began to form in Jiang Chen's mind. The ability of the skeleton warriors to form a map is very practical in the dungeon, allowing Jiang Chen to see the areas explored by the skeleton monsters in the dungeon. It allows him to make early plans for all unknown situations and provide him with the initiative. There are many passages in the Mind Dungeon, crisscrossing each other. No matter which passage you choose, it will eventually lead to the end of the dungeon. But Jiang Chen obviously did not try each passage one by one like others. He directly deployed skeleton warriors in every passage. Other teams usually only choose one main passage to advance, but Jiang Chen did not miss any corner, no matter how many monsters there were. Each monster gives you more than 4,000 experience points. Killing a monster here is equivalent to killing a dozen monsters outside. The cost-effectiveness is very high. Just 3 minutes after entering the dungeon, Jiang Chen's body was shining with the light of upgrading. Finally reached level 11. After upgrading, his energy was fully restored and he immediately summoned 4 skeleton warriors to join the team. Now, the number of his skeleton warriors has reached 56. Name, Jiang Chen. Profession, Necromancer only. Level 11. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Spirit, 400. Constitution, 120. Summoning Q, 56 out of 110. Skill 1. Soul Burning LV11. Use the fire of death to strongly burn the soul of the target. The higher the mental power and the higher the skill level, the higher the damage caused. 2. Skeleton Resurrection Level 11. Summons a skeleton to fight for you. The profession of the summoned skeleton is random and depends on the caster's mental power and skill level. 3. Corpse Explosion Level 1. Detonating the corpse, causing damage equal to 10% of the corpse's health to enemies within 1 meter. Talent 1. Perfect Gain LV2. Unique Skill. The effect of all skills is increased by 20 times on the original basis. 2. Damage Transfer Level 2. All damage received is transferred to one's own summons or other targets. The effect is left to the host to explore by itself. Jiang Chen quietly looked at his attribute interface, and every change in the number tugged at his heartstrings. After reaching level 10, the increase in basic attributes is indeed more significant. Strength, agility, and physique, each level is no longer increased by 10 points, but doubled to 20 points. And my mental strength has increased by 100 points. This is a qualitative leap. Jiang Chen came to this conclusion after careful study. As the level increases, the growth rate of attributes is gradually expanding, which means that his strength is increasing at a faster rate. The skeleton warriors he summoned also underwent a wave of skill upgrades, and their 4-dimensional attributes have soared to an astonishing 3,400 points. This is due to the fact that the basic attributes increase by 20 points per level, and these attributes are amplified 20 times, which ultimately greatly improves the attributes of the skeleton warrior, increasing by as much as 400 points per level. Jiang Chen was satisfied with all these changes, as they were basically within his expectations. However, when he noticed the corpse explosion skill he had just acquired, he couldn't help but frown. The level of this skill remains at level 1, with no signs of improvement. What's going on? Jiang Chen was filled with doubts. His soul flame and summoning skeleton warrior's skills have been improved. Why is it that only this corpse explosion skill has not changed? He tried to find the answer, but found that he did not have a deep understanding of this skill and touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. If Lin Kai were here, she might be able to answer my questions. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of that quirky girl. Lin Kai was always full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and her knowledge reserve was quite rich. If she were here, she might be able to give him some inspiration. However, Lin Kai is not around now, so Jiang Chen can only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart and continue to explore the copy in depth. The terrain inside the Death Mine dungeon is complex and intricate, with passages crisscrossing like a huge maze. But Jiang Chen is not afraid of these. He has clear ideas and goals. He scattered the skeleton warriors in various passages to ensure that no monster could escape their pursuit. Experience points poured in like a tide, pushing his level up steadily. The efficiency of killing monsters in this way is much higher than outside, and Jiang Chen is very satisfied with it. When he came out of the last passage, the monsters there had been completely cleared out. He checked the experience bar on the panel again and found that it had increased by as much as 1/3. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could successfully reach level 12. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this dungeon trip. He recalled that his sister Jiang Ru also accumulated most of her experience in this copy last year, which enabled her to reach level 15 in a short period of time and be admitted to Shillong University. He was determined to emulate his sister's path to success, constantly improve his own abilities, and move towards higher goals. Chapter 24: Elite Monster in the Death Mine. The Wolf King appears. After passing through the intricate, maze-like underground mine tunnels, Jiang Chen finally stepped into the depths of the copy. Before my eyes, a wide and long passage appeared, as if leading to endless darkness. On both sides are enclosed spaces similar to cells, with heavy iron doors closed, giving people a depressing and heavy feeling, as if being in an ancient prison. From behind those tightly closed iron doors, beast-like roars could be heard from time to time, echoing in the empty passage, filling the entire space with tension and uneasiness. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a disgusting stench, which made people frown. Just as Jiang Chen continued to move forward, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the passage and blocked his way. This monster looks quite similar to a wolf, but is extremely large. Just lying on the ground, its height is more than 1 meter. If it stands up, its height may reach more than 3 meters. Its body length is even more astonishing, exceeding 5 meters, which looks extremely spectacular and terrifying. Faced with such a huge monster, Jiang Chen was not at all panicked. He calmly used detection skills to begin to find out information about the monster. Black Wolf King, Elite Leader. Level 15. Strength 1800. Agility 1800. Spirit 1000. Physique 2000. Skill Roar. This was the first time Jiang Chen encountered a boss-level monster, and it was an elite boss. Although its four-dimensional attributes are still inferior to those of the skeleton warrior, this monster is much stronger than other monsters. Even the attributes of the leader are so powerful, so the attributes of the boss of the copy must be even more powerful. I hope I don't surpass the skeleton warrior, otherwise I may not be able to complete this dungeon. This is a nightmare difficulty copy, and this level of difficulty is normal. Usually, people who can conquer nightmare difficulty dungeons are definitely at a higher level than the dungeon itself. A team of 5 elites might have an average level of 17 to 18. Moreover, their equipment and skills cannot be too bad, otherwise they will not be able to complete the nightmare difficulty dungeon at all. There are very few people like Jiang Chen who challenge the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone at level 10 in history. If most people heard that he dared to challenge a nightmare dungeon of around level 20 at level 10, they would definitely think he was crazy. The Black Wolf King was awakened from his slumber by the detection technique. It slowly stood up. Its huge body was over 5 meters tall, far exceeding the height of Jiang Chen and the skeleton warrior. Its blood-red eyes stared at Jiang Chen, emitting a bloodthirsty aura that was frightening. A terrible feeling of oppression enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body. Jiang Chen gave orders to the skeleton army without hesitation. Come on! 56 skeleton warriors rushed towards the Black Wolf King like lightning. The Black Wolf King suddenly roared and released his skills. This was the explosion of his skills. A strong shock wave gushed out from its mouth, and more than 30 skeleton warriors in front were blown away. The mine walls on both sides shook violently, and countless pieces of rubble fell down. Jiang Chen, who was standing dozens of meters away, also felt the shock wave, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This skill is a group attack skill, and it also has a knockback effect. This was the first time he saw a skeleton warrior being blown away. I originally thought that the four-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warrior were powerful enough, but I didn't expect that the Black Wolf King's skill was so powerful. Although the skeleton warrior was knocked away, the damage he suffered was actually not great. They fell from the surrounding mine walls, making a clanging sound as they fell to the ground. But the skeleton warrior itself has a physical attribute of 3,400, so this amount of damage is nothing. There was no trace of worry on Jiang Chen's face, because he could feel that the skeleton warrior was only blown away and was not seriously injured. The skeleton warrior's defense is already very strong. The skeleton warrior quickly stood up and rushed towards the Black Wolf King again. The slight cracks caused by the previous attack quickly disappeared and recovered in a blink of an eye. The soul fire was still burning fiercely in Jiang Chen's body, like an eternal flame, giving him endless power. Use skills! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. In an instant, violent force surged out like a flood, pouring into every skeleton warrior. Those skeleton warriors who had not yet been knocked away by the Black Wolf King had now rushed to the front of the Black Wolf King. The big knives in their hands flashed a cold red light as they slashed at the Black Wolf King fiercely. Blood splattered, and the Black Wolf King's body was torn apart, with wounds so deep that the bones were visible. It let out a shrill scream, and the sound echoed in the mine, making people's heart pounding. At the same time, many skeleton warriors jumped high and directly jumped onto the Black Wolf King. The daggers in their hands also glowed red as they launched deadly attacks. This scene reminded Jiang Chen of the scene he saw when he changed his job. At that time, he was shocked by such a scene. Although the power of a single skeleton warrior may not be strong, when they attack in groups, their power is amazing. Although the Black Wolf King was huge in size, he was still unable to withstand the attack of hundreds of skeleton warriors. Countless skeleton warriors crawled onto the Black Wolf King like ants, waving their weapons and hacking at him with all their might. Each knife cut deeply into the Black Wolf King's flesh, taking away large pieces of flesh and blood. The Black Wolf King roared in pain and rolled around like crazy, trying to shake off the skeleton warriors on his body. However, the skeleton warrior's palms firmly grasped its flesh and blood, and it could not be shaken off no matter what. The skeleton warriors on the ground also chased after him, slashing at the Black Wolf King's limbs with their swords. The big knife fell on the bones, making a harsh metallic sound, and the Black Wolf King screamed in pain. Its claws slammed hard on the skeleton warriors. Although it was able to knock some of them away, the skeleton warriors had a physique of 3,400 and were extremely strong, so they were not seriously injured. In a blink of an eye, they ran back and continued their attack. The two sides were caught in a tug-of-war, fighting back and forth. Although the Black Wolf King was huge in size and powerful, he gradually fell into a disadvantage under the siege of the skeleton warriors. Finally, the Black Wolf King roared again and activated his skills. This time, it used all its strength, and its roaring skill had a strong knockback effect, knocking all the skeleton warriors on its body away. Even the skeleton warriors who were close to it were not spared and were knocked to the ground by the shock wave. The attack power of this skill is indeed average, but the knockaway effect is quite powerful. Jiang Chen watched this scene and commented in his heart. However, he was not worried at all, because he knew that these skeleton warriors had not suffered too much damage. Even if they were blown away, they would simply fall to the ground, then quickly get up and continue attacking. Sure enough, those skeleton warriors who were blown away quickly stood up again, and rushed towards the Black Wolf King with all their might. They were like perpetual motion machines, attacking tirelessly and faithfully carrying out Jiang Chen's orders. However, at this moment, things suddenly changed. The Black Wolf King, who was gradually losing his strength to fight back, suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl, then turned around and ran into the passage. Escaped? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. This guy, unable to win, actually learned to run away, he muttered to himself. Chapter 25, The Strongest Group Attack Skill, Absolute Instant Kill. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He never expected that the leader of the copy would choose to escape. Is this also considered a kind of survival wisdom? The Black Wolf King fled into the depths with a rapid howl, and there seemed to be some kind of call in his voice. This sudden change caught Jiang Chen off guard, but he did not act rashly. There were also responses coming from deep in the passage, as if something was approaching. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with alarm, and he immediately signaled the skeleton warriors to return to his side and form a line of defense. Creak! Creak! From within the deep mine, there was the sound of an iron door slowly opening. Jiang Chen then noticed that there were some inconspicuous iron doors hidden on the surrounding walls. Following the call of the Black Wolf King, the iron gates opened one by one, and ferocious mining wolves with bared fangs poured out. Jiang Chen quickly cast the detection technique on these ferocious wolves. Mine Wolf. Level 14. Strength 550. Agility 550. Spirit 200. Constitution 1000. Skill Rip. It turned out that the Black Wolf King ran away in order to summon these subordinates. Although the attributes of these mine wolves are not as strong as the previous goblin mine guards, their large numbers are enough to make one's scalp tingle. If hundreds of ferocious wolves launched an attack, the scene would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen did not panic. Although there were many of these mining wolves, their attributes were not enough to pose a threat to the skeleton warriors. However, he also began to think about a question: how did other teams deal with so many mine wolves? After all, not every professional has such a powerful summon like him. He looked around, his eyes fell on the mine passage behind him, and the answer gradually came to his mind. This passage is not wide and can only accommodate one person. If there is a strong tank profession guarding the entrance of the passage, coupled with the assistance of the healing profession and the magician's group attack skills, these ferocious wolves should be gradually cleared. Jiang Chen's guess was not wrong, other teams did adopt similar strategies. But what he didn't know was that the number of mine wolves encountered by other teams was far less than this, usually only a few. He thought that this was the only way to get here to spawn monsters, and he would encounter so many ferocious wolves. In fact, This was because he had previously cleared out the monsters in the entire mine passage, triggering a certain mechanism that caused a large number of mine wolves to appear in this area. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time entering this death mine dungeon, he knew nothing about this mechanism. There is no mention of this situation in his book either. But even if he knew this, he would definitely choose to clean up all the monsters. To him, these monsters represent a large amount of experience points, so how could he let them go easily? For him, experience points mean an improvement in strength and the foundation for becoming stronger. As for the difficulty? In Jiang Chen's opinion, this is not a problem at all. From the time he entered the dungeon until now, he had been commanding the skeleton warriors to fight with just a thought, and he himself had not even broken a sweat. In the eyes of others, these mine wolves are ferocious and terrifying enemies. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were just a group of experienced babies who came to his doorstep. The skeleton warriors quickly formed an indestructible line of defense, protecting Jiang Chen firmly in the middle. The ferocious wolves in the mine came like a tide, and they used their sharp claws to violently slam into the skeletons of the skeleton warriors, making a harsh metal friction sound. However, these attacks were nothing more than minor blows to the skeleton warriors. Their skeletons were as hard as iron, and the claws of the wolf were sharp but could not cause fatal damage. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had an idea and quickly organized the skeleton warriors. He cleverly divided them into several groups, with 4 or 5 in each group, to jointly besiege a mine wolf. This tactic was immediately effective. Under the siege of each group of skeleton warriors, the ferocious wolves fell one after another, with screams rang out one after another. Kill the level 14 mine wolf, experience plus 2,800. The system prompt sound continued to sound, and at the same time, some glowing materials were scattered on the ground. These were the spoils dropped by the ferocious wolves. A smug smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. He moved his palms slightly and began to perform the corpse explosion technique. As he thought about it, the corpses of the mining wolves exploded one by one, and the powerful impact force blew away all the surrounding wolves. Kill the level 14 mine wolf, experience plus 2,800. Kill the level 14 mine wolf, experience plus 2,800. Experience points flowed into Jiang Chen's body like water, and his level increased rapidly. At this time, the Black Wolf King who had escaped came back limping. He looked at the corpses on the ground with fear and confusion in his eyes. It didn't understand why these subordinates who were supposed to tear the enemy to pieces all died in an instant. Coincidentally, there were also several corpses of mine wolves at its feet. Since you are here, I will send you off. Jiang Chen sneered, and the palm of his hand flickered with light again. The corpse exploded. The roars continued, and the Black Wolf King's body was on the verge of collapse under the impact of the explosion. Its body was already covered with scars and bones, and it looked extremely miserable. Finally, the Black Wolf King let out a mournful howl, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no movement anymore. Kill the level 15 Black Wolf King, experience plus 15,000. Obtained Wolf King's Sharp Fang X1. Obtained low-level monster Crystal Core X1. Jiang Chen looked at the system prompt and shook his head slightly. The experience value of this Black Wolf King is indeed a bit low, but the items dropped are not bad. He squatted down and put the Wolf King's sharp teeth and the monster's crystal core into his pocket. Both of these items are precious materials for making equipment and jewelry, and can be sold at a good price in the exchange. In general, Jiang Chen gained a lot from this round of battles. Not only did he gain a large amount of experience points, he also harvested some precious materials. He is full of anticipation and confidence for the upcoming adventure. Chapter 26. The Boss Appears, the Goblin King. Walking in the dim passage, a disgusting fishy smell hit his nose. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown and covered his mouth and nose with his hands. This kilometer-long passage seemed unusually quiet at this moment. All the iron doors were open and everything inside was empty, as if the previous wave of ferocious wolves was just a nightmare. At the end of the passage, a huge mine pit came into view. The diameter of the mine pit was over a kilometer, and it was bottomless, like a huge black hole swallowing up all the light. At the edge of the mine, several passages meandered down into the deep darkness. Jiang Chen noticed that there were quite a few goblin monsters patrolling there. These monsters were wearing tattered armor and holding rusty swords. They moved back and forth in groups of two, observing their surroundings vigilantly. Jiang Chen used detection skills to check the information of these monsters. Goblin Elite Warrior, Strengthened Elite Monster. Level 15. Strength 900. Agility 800. Spirit 400. Constitution 900. Jiang Chen looked at the attributes of these monsters without any ripples in his heart. Although the attributes of these enhanced elite monsters were slightly weaker than the previous Black Wolf King, they were still just minor characters to him. He waved his hand lightly, and the skeleton army immediately took action, rushing towards the mine like a tide. Facing Jiang Chen's skeleton warriors, these elite goblin warriors had no power to fight back. Their swords slashed across the skeletons, leaving only sparks but unable to cause any substantial damage. Soon, these monsters fell one after another at the feet of the skeleton warriors. Kill a level 15 Goblin Elite Warrior, experience plus 4,500. As the monsters continued to fall, the system prompt sound continued to sound, and experience points flowed into Jiang Chen's body like water. Jiang Chen looked at the growing experience bar, feeling satisfied. These enhanced elite monsters not only provided a wealth of experience, but also dropped a lot of precious materials, which was really worth the money. He did not stop and continued to walk down the passage. The monsters on the way had been cleared away by his skeleton army, and the entire mine seemed unusually empty. When he reached the bottom of the mine, his experience points were almost full. He only needed to work a little harder to successfully reach level 12. Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation as he watched the experience bar approaching full value. He knew that as long as he killed the final boss, he would be able to successfully reach level 12, and would be one step closer to his goal. Only the last boss is left, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He looked around and saw a huge monster sitting in the middle of the mine. It has a huge mouth that constantly inhales and exhales air, making a deafening breathing sound. Every breath he took could bring up a strong hurricane, blowing Jiang Chen so hard that he could hardly stand. He knew that this monster was the final boss of the entire dungeon. As long as he defeated it, he would be able to complete the challenge of this dungeon and get a rich reward. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and prepared himself for the battle. He knew that the next battle would be the most difficult one since he entered this dungeon. But he did not show any fear or retreat. On the contrary, his eyes were shining with determination and confidence. He believed that as long as he exerted all his strength, he would be able to defeat the final boss and complete the challenge of this dungeon. This huge boss was unaware of anything in the outside world, as if it was lost in deep meditation. Its state is like a sleeping giant, quietly waiting for the moment to be awakened. Jiang Chen approached quietly, using the detection technique quietly, and passed by gently like a breeze. Goblin King Boss Monster. Level 16. Strength 3000. Agility 1500. Spirit 1500. Constitution 3000. Skills: Flame Spray, Sweep, Shock, Repel. Its attributes are almost the same as those of the Black Wolf King, except that it is slightly better in strength and physique. Jiang Chen even had an illusion that his skeleton warriors might be able to compete with it. However, at the moment when the detection technique touched it, the Goblin King slowly opened its turbid eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. A deafening roar sounded, and its huge body suddenly leaped up, waving a huge sword in its hand, chopping towards Jiang Chen's head. The broadsword carries the force of a hurricane and is unstoppable. But Jiang Chen was not at all flustered. His eyes were as calm as ice, and even contained a hint of sarcasm. Just when the big knife was about to hit Jiang Chen, it suddenly stopped, as if restrained by an invisible force. The reason why Jiang Chen was so confident was because he had the ability to transfer damage. All attacks against him would be borne by his summons. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen frowned. Because he felt that all the skeleton warriors were hurt. In their eye sockets, the dark green flames were beating violently, the light on their bodies was dimmed, and fine cracks appeared on their bones. How is this possible? Jiang Chen was shocked and confused. He rarely showed such an expression. Even when facing the siege of the Black Wolf King, he always remained calm. But at this moment, he was really surprised. Last night, he killed 3 people with his own hands, but he did not show such an expression. In his eyes, there was not much difference between killing people and killing monsters. This is not because he is cold-blooded, but because his sister Jiang Rua once told him that no matter what danger he encounters, he must remain calm. Only in this way can he survive in a crisis. Jiang Chen quickly retreated and ordered the skeleton warriors to rush to the Goblin King to protect him. He unleashed his violent power, and ordered the skeleton warriors to launch a fierce attack on the Goblin King. In a short time, the Goblin King's skin was torn and blood was dripping. The Goblin King, who was under attack, changed his target and began to attack the skeleton warriors frantically. Jiang Chen stepped aside and began to think about what had just happened. The damage redirection ability should have made him immune to damage, with all attacks being borne by the summoned creature. But why did that attack just now cause all the skeleton warriors to be injured at the same time, and the injuries were serious? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The damage transferred is based on his own defense. The weaker his defense is, the more damage will be transferred to the summon. However, his current physical strength was only 120 points, and his defense was very weak. Facing the Goblin King with 3,000 points of strength, the damage he suffered was undoubtedly huge. These injuries were transferred to the skeleton warriors, causing them to be injured one after another. If that blow had landed directly on the skeleton warriors, perhaps the damage they suffered would have been much less. It turns out that I am my biggest weakness, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He originally thought that as long as he had a powerful summon, he would be fearless of any enemy. But now he realized that his own strength was the key to victory or defeat. It seems that I have to focus on improving my overall attributes in the future, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He understood that only when his own defense was stronger could his summoned legion become more powerful. A blacksmith must be strong himself. This discovery made Jiang Chen more determined to become stronger. He knew that only by constantly improving his own strength could he survive in this dangerous world. Chapter 27, The Biggest Realization. To forge iron, you must be strong yourself. Jiang Chen gradually realized his own limitations. The biggest weakness of the undead army with him as the core is himself. If he encounters a powerful enemy, the opponent only needs to give up fighting with the skeleton warrior and focus on him, then he will also be in danger. Even if you have the skill to transfer damage, it is not a foolproof guarantee. He can't always rely on luck. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous. After realizing this weakness, Jiang Chen began to seek ways to make up for it. The Goblin King in front of him was covered in blood and wounds. It was over 8 meters tall, and its entire body, from shoulders to back, chest and head, was tightly surrounded by skeleton warriors. From a distance, these skeleton warriors looked like white moss attached to the Goblin King, dense and terrifying. There was a gleam of light on the Goblin King's body, and suddenly it leaped up and then slammed heavily to the ground. With a deafening roar, the skeleton warriors on his body were blown away one after another. Even the skeleton warriors in the distance were affected by this force, and retreated one after another. This is its skill, earthquake. Then, a fierce light flashed in the Goblin King's eyes, and he opened his mouth wide and spewed out a dazzling lightning. Lightning raged among the skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen felt that the lives of several skeleton warriors were rapidly fading away and they could die at any time. He had an idea and quickly recalled the dying skeleton warriors back to the summoning queue to prevent them from suffering more harm. While in the summon queue, he can heal these injured skeleton warriors. However, the Goblin King's lightning attacks did not stop, and the skeleton warriors could not get close again. I have to interrupt this skill of its. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. In his palm, a dark energy began to gather. Soul Shock! The ball of energy flew silently towards the Goblin King's head, and the Goblin King immediately let out a shrill scream, and its lightning attack was interrupted. Soul Shock ignores the enemy's defenses and directly impacts the mind. Its power depends on the skill level and the size of the mental strength. Although Jiang Chen's mental power is only 450 points and his skill level is only level 12, the attack power of Soul Shock cannot be underestimated under his amplification. The skeleton warriors quickly reorganized and launched another fierce attack on the Goblin King, not giving it any chance to breathe. A few minutes later, the Goblin King finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Its body turned into a ray of light and merged into Jiang Chen's body, while some spoils were left on the ground. Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 50,000. Obtain the silver level weapon, Goblin Fang. Obtain silver level armor, Shadow Cloak. Obtain the Goblin King's crystal core. As these prompts appeared, Jiang Chen's body once again emanated an upgraded glow. He successfully reached level 12. It took him less than 2 hours to level up nearly 2 levels by soloing a nightmare level dungeon. Such efficiency is astonishing. Jiang Chen checked his spoils. Goblin Fang silver level weapon, strength plus 20, agility plus 15, additional skill, tier, available after level 13. Shadow Cloak, silver level armor, agility plus 18, constitution plus 12, increases movement speed by 5%, available after level 12. As a weapon, the Goblin Fang is of little use to Jiang Chen, so he plans to sell it. Although I'm a necromancer, my fighting style is different from that of ordinary mages. These equipment that increase movement speed are of little significance to me. However, the bonus to agility and physique is still good. After all, this is only level 13 equipment. Jiang Chen put on the Shadow Cloak, which increased his agility and physique by 18 and 12 points respectively. In addition to equipment, the Goblin King's crystal core is also a good loot. It is a circle larger than the previous crystal core, shining with a deep light, and obviously contains more powerful power. The crystal core shines as brightly as a dazzling ruby. In the palm of my hand, there is a lingering warmth and an unusual aura. Jiang Chen felt delighted. The rarity of this crystal core far exceeded his imagination. When taken to the professional hall in Baiyun City, the value of this crystal core was as high as 150,000 gold coins. This price is much higher than the 2 pieces of equipment combined. After the upgrade, Jiang Chen's mental strength has completely recovered to its peak state. He summoned 4 skeleton warriors without hesitation. As the skill of summoning skeleton warriors is upgraded to level 13, the mental power required for summoning is also increased to 120 points. But even though his mental power has now reached 550 points, he can still only summon these 4 powerful warriors. The 4-dimensional attributes of the level 13 skeleton warriors soared to an astonishing 4,200 points, and their number also increased to 65. In this copy, they are almost invincible. Jiang Chen, in a happy mood, stepped towards the exit of the copy. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. What attracted everyone's attention were the 4 skeleton warriors behind him. The cold aura they exude and their terrifying appearance make timid people unconsciously avoid their sight. He actually came out. I didn't expect that he could actually walk out of that copy alive. Could it be that he really completed the challenge of the dungeon by himself? There are very few people who can clear a dungeon solo. Seeing how young he is. Wait, look at the robe he's wearing. Doesn't it look like the legendary Shadow Cloak? Yes, it's that Shadow Cloak. This is incredible. I didn't expect that there is a master who can clear a dungeon alone standing right in front of us. However, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to these discussions. The cooldown period for the dungeon has begun, and it will take another 10 hours to enter again. After experiencing the challenge of a dungeon, Jiang Chen has lost interest in killing wild monsters. The experience points of those wild monsters are really too little. It is more cost-effective to kill one in the dungeon than to kill a dozen. What's more, finding wild monsters takes a lot of time and energy. Jiang Chen planned to use the next 10 hours to meditate to restore his mental strength and summarize the lessons learned from this dungeon trip. He walked aside silently and found a secluded place to sit down. A skeleton warrior loyally guards him. This trip to the dungeon is of great significance to him. Most importantly, he understood his own weaknesses. At the same time, he also gained a deeper understanding of the purpose of skills. The skill of Corpse Explosion, if used properly, will be a powerful group attack skill. Soul Burn can interrupt the enemy's skill release, and its mental attack that ignores defense makes even a nightmare-level boss difficult to withstand. Jiang Chen recalled every detail of the battle while sorting out his gains and losses. At this rate, as long as he goes through a few more nightmare-level dungeons, his upgrade speed will increase significantly. In the days to come, He must reach level 17 as soon as possible to ensure that he can successfully enter Shillong University. When the people around saw Jiang Chen walk out of the nightmare-level death mine unscathed, they were all curious about his profession. But when they saw the skeleton warriors guarding Jiang Chen, they all backed off. The eerie atmosphere and powerful aura made everyone understand that Jiang Chen was a character that was not easy to mess with. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and began to meditate quietly to restore his mental strength. He knew that only by conserving his energy could he be more powerful in the next challenge. Chapter 28. The Emperor's Guild appears, a nice ring. Jiang Chen sat aside and meditated, with his skeleton warriors guarding beside him. Hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, but no one dared to approach Jiang Chen. The main reason was that the skeleton warriors around him were too scary and intimidating. This situation was exactly what he wanted. After all, no one came to disturb his meditation. Jiang Chen only needs to wait for the cooldown to end before entering the dungeon again. During the meditation process, his mental strength gradually recovered. After cooling down, when he can enter the death mine again, Jiang Chen can summon 4 more skeleton warriors with his current mental strength. As night fell, a bonfire was lit at the entrance of the dungeon. Many people gathered around the bonfire to roast meat, and the aroma of meat and condiments became even more intense. After a day of clearing the dungeon, it's time to take a break here and replenish some energy. Jiang Chen also woke up from his meditation and his mental strength recovered a lot. These guys were experienced wilderness explorers and were well prepared. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little hungry, so he started looking for something to eat in his bag, hoping to fill his stomach before continuing to clear dungeons and level up. After searching for a long time, no food was found in the bag. He suddenly remembered. I only brought some sweet potatoes with me when I went out, but now I realize that I have given all of them to Lin Kyer. Recalling Lin Kyer's naughty and cute appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. I remembered that I had killed those 3 professionals before and they dropped buns. He took out the bun and started to enjoy it bite by bite. Brother, do you want to come over and eat something with us? Someone waved at Jiang Chen. They were grilling delicious meat. This is a young man in his 20s. Judging from his appearance, he should be a support player. However, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and declined his kindness, and the young man did not force it and enjoyed the barbecue alone. Hey Luo Tian, why are you calling him? It's just that this guy is a little weird. He hasn't spoken a word since he came here. And the undead summon next to him looks pretty scary. A young man named Luo Tian has a different opinion. I think he's normal. Maybe he just doesn't like to talk. And you see, although he doesn't talk much, he never provokes others. Perhaps he is not as difficult to get along with as you think. Luo Tian placed a large piece of grilled meat on a plate, then walked up to Jiang Chen, placed the plate in front of him with a smile on his face, and left. Little brother, you need to eat meat to have more strength. Buns won't make you hungry. Eat it. It's okay. After saying this, he smiled at Jiang Chen, his smile full of enthusiasm and kindness. After checking with the detection technique, Jiang Chen confirmed the safety of the barbecue, then slowly picked up a piece and took a bite. It tasted good and had a nice aroma, but his eyes remained on Luo Tian. Not far away, Luo Tian held up a piece of barbecue and gestured to Jiang Chen, with a sunny smile on his face. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that Luo Tian's smile was somewhat similar to Yu Dapeng's. After filling his stomach, Jiang Chen entered a meditative state again. With the skeleton warriors by his side, he didn't have to worry about safety. The 12-hour copy cooldown period finally ended, and Jiang Chen's mental strength was fully restored. This time, I should be able to reach level 13. He was full of anticipation. He stood up, but saw that the entrance of the copy was full of people, and 2 groups seemed to be confronting each other. A group of people stood at the entrance of the copy, completely blocking it and not letting anyone get close. They were dressed in uniform and held sharp weapons, looking like a well-trained army. The other group of people were originally outside the copy. Although they had a large number of people, their momentum was obviously inferior to the other side. Obviously, they lack organization and discipline. The Huangtian Guild is too overbearing. Why can't you let us enter the dungeon? That's right. Why? This copy is not yours. Our entry into the dungeon will not cause any hindrance to you. Many people protested, but they seemed helpless in front of that team with such a strong aura. A swordsman holding a long sword walked out of the Huangtian Guild. Our young leader is currently carrying out an important mission in the dungeon. You are not allowed to enter the dungeon until he completes the mission. Why? The Huangtian Guild is too overbearing. Other professionals protested, but no one dared to act rashly. The main reason is that the Huangtian Guild is too powerful and they dare not provoke it easily. Luo Tian was also among the protesting crowd. His sunny smile had disappeared, replaced by anger and dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen walked over and stood beside Luo Tian. What's wrong? When Luo Tian saw Jiang Chen, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to ask. Surprised, Luo Tian whispered, "The young president of the Huangtian Guild has to complete a task in the dungeon, so he won't allow us to enter." There was a hint of doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes. What kind of task requires blocking the entire copy? Luo Tian also saw Jiang Chen's doubts. That's right. They need a crystal core from the Goblin King. This kind of crystal core only has a chance to drop in nightmare-level dungeons, and it only drops once every 100 days. You should have seen this task in the exchange. This task was actually issued by the Huangtian Guild. But no one has been able to complete this task. It's really ridiculous. The Goblin King's crystal core is not an ordinary crystal core. It is worth at least 500,000 gold coins, but they only want to buy it for 200,000 gold coins. Who would be willing to sell it to them? Today is exactly 100 days since the last drop. This time, the Huangtian Guild decided to take action on its own. What a coincidence. In Jiang Chen's storage space, the crystal core of the Goblin King, which was flickering with a faint light, lay there quietly. It seems that the Huangtian Guild's efforts will be in vain again this time. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to sell the Goblin King's crystal core in exchange for 200,000 gold coins when he returned in a few days. But now, after hearing what Luo Tian said, it is obvious that the Goblin King's crystal core is not simple. What is the use of the Goblin King's crystal core? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. The Goblin King's crystal core can be used by alchemists to make nightmare boots. Nightmare boots can increase speed by 20% and come with an invisibility skill that lasts for 1 minute and has a cooldown of 3 hours. They can be used at level 20 and are known as the fastest shoes under level 50. Such attributes are indeed attractive. Especially the stealth skill, which is undoubtedly an extremely practical skill for professionals. Luo Tian continued. It is said that the young president of the Huangtian Guild will soon take the entrance exam for Shillong University, so he is determined to get this equipment. There is no shortage of alchemists in the Royal Heaven Guild, and the other materials have already been prepared. The only thing missing now is the crystal core of the Goblin King. After understanding the whole story, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and walked towards the entrance of the copy. He doesn't care about the Huangtian Guild. As long as it hinders his leveling up, that's not acceptable. If the Huangtian Guild doesn't show any tact, Jiang Chen doesn't mind making them disappear from this world forever. Chapter 29. Anyone who blocks my path to leveling up must be killed. Hey kid, what do you want to do? Don't be impulsive. You can't afford to offend the people of the Huangtian Guild. Come back soon, don't die. Luo Tian shouted anxiously, trying to hold Jiang Chen back, but Jiang Chen acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to walk towards the entrance of the copy firmly. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen. He led the skeleton towards the entrance of the dungeon step by step. The skeleton's footsteps were particularly clear in the silence. Boy, what do you mean by this? The wizard of the Royal Heaven Guild asked with a frown, dissatisfaction and threats flashing in his eyes. Behind him, the team from the Huangtian Guild followed closely behind. More than a dozen people stood together, looking very imposing. They stared at Jiang Chen with unfriendly expressions, ready to take action at any time. The people in the Huangtian Guild are generally above level 20, and their attributes are much higher than those of the professionals present. The team includes various professions such as knights, warriors, mages, archers and assistants, and their equipment is all bronze level and very sophisticated. Because of this, although some people are dissatisfied with the Huangtian Association, only a few dare to stand up and challenge it. Whether in terms of level, team, equipment, or skills, the professionals present could not be compared with the Huangtian Guild. Jiang Chen walked up to the mage, stopped, and said calmly, "Get out of the way." The wizard of the Royal Heaven Guild sneered as if he had heard something funny. "Young man, are you crazy? Go home and drink milk quickly." "Haha, you probably don't know who we are." Jiang Chen ignored his ridicule. "Whoever stands in my way will die." His tone gradually became colder, and his eyes were firm and cold. These members of the Huangtian Guild in front of him were so ignorant that Jiang Chen didn't mind sending them off. In this world, strength is the basis for everything. Entering Shillong University is Jiang Chen's most important goal at the moment, and the Death Mine Dungeon is the only way for him to upgrade. It's about whether he can quickly reach the expected level. Therefore, anyone who dares to block his way forward will become his enemy, and will undoubtedly be killed. Master Huangtian snorted with disdain, and then cast a detection spell on Jiang Chen. After the detection results came out, the disdain on his face became even more intense. "Boy, do you know what level you are now? Level 12, do you want to reconsider what you just said? Necromancer? This is the first time I've seen this profession. Is it new?" He then jokingly said, "Undead summons are quite interesting. Since you are a magician, I'll spare you this time. Go away," he said contemptuously. Lao Shan's level is 13 levels higher than Jiang Chen, and the shielding badge is also ineffective here. As soon as Lao Shan said this, everyone present knew Jiang Chen's level. This guy with the skeleton is only level 12. However, the professionals who were here before suddenly thought of a problem. Just now, Jiang Chen entered the Death Mine Dungeon alone. When did the Death Mine Dungeon become so easy that you can play it solo at level 12? Wait, that's not right. Jiang Chen is now level 12, which means his level was not that high when he entered the dungeon. For a moment, everyone present began to feel that Jiang Chen was not simple. At least not as simple as it seems. "You're only level 12, still a newbie, and you dare to shout here? Didn't your parents teach you some rules?" Lao Shan said sarcastically. Jiang Chen also used the detection technique on Lao Shan and saw his information clearly. The other party did not hide his information. "Lao Zhan, level 25, mage." "Just an ordinary mage, nothing special, the only difference is that his level is higher than mine." "So what if you're level 25? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're at a high level?" The members of the Huangtian Guild behind Lao Shan also laughed. Jiang Chen responded calmly, "Don't block my way, or I'll kill you." His tone was firm and decisive, without any hint of joking. Lao Shan sneered repeatedly, his face full of disdain. "A level 12 kid who is still wet behind the ears actually dares to threaten me here. Do you think your life is too long? Boy, if you know what's best for you, get back now and don't make yourself miserable." Behind Jiang Chen, the crowd that had originally been protesting also began to persuade him. "You can't afford to mess with the Huangtian Guild. They are well-known ruthless characters." Luo Tian shouted loudly, "Brother, listen to my advice, let's wait until they leave before entering the dungeon." However, Jiang Chen seemed not to hear anyone's voice. His voice gradually became cold. "One last time, get out of the way, otherwise you will die." Lao Shan shuddered at the chill in Jiang Chen's words. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen carefully, trying to find anything unusual on that young face. But he could see nothing but determination and calmness. An inexplicable fear surged in Lao Shan's heart, as if in these eyes, he had really become a lamb to be slaughtered. However, he quickly came to his senses, shook his head vigorously, and put the fear behind him. "You little bastard, you're looking for death!" Lao Shan roared. "If you dare take another step forward, I will make you bleed to death." Jiang Chen looked at Lao Shan coldly, with a mocking arc on his lips. "Kill!" He uttered a word lightly, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. The skeleton warrior seemed to have received an order and instantly turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Lao Zhan. A disdainful smile appeared on Lao Shan's face, and at the same time, a light blue light appeared on his body, forming an energy shield. "A level 12 kid, no matter how powerful your summons are, they can't break my energy shield," he smiled proudly. However, the skeleton warrior's attack was much more powerful than he had imagined. A knife hit the energy shield, and the shield suddenly trembled violently, almost to the edge of breaking. Lao Shan's face changed drastically, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What kind of summon is this? Its attack power is so terrifying. His energy shield was enough to withstand several attacks from warriors of the same level, but it seemed so vulnerable in front of the skeleton warriors. The violent force is activated! Jiang Chen's mind moved, and a dazzling red light suddenly burst out from the blade of the skeleton warrior. The power of violence! Lao Shan felt a strong threat of death. He never thought that this summoned creature could use skills. With the blessing of violent power, the attacks of the skeleton warriors became more fierce, and Lao Shan's energy shield could be broken at any time. Quick! Stop him! Lao Shan shouted in horror. Upon hearing this, a knight immediately activated the charged skill and rushed towards the skeleton warrior with his shield raised high. Boom! The two collided with a deafening noise. The knight screamed and was blown away, but the skeleton warrior stood firmly in place like a rock. In terms of strength, the skeleton warriors have an absolute advantage. It is difficult to knock it back unless you use a skill with a forced knockback effect. The skeleton warriors launched another charge, aiming directly at Lao Mountain. Lao Shan retreated with a pale face, and shouted loudly, Quick! Kill that summoner! He knew very well that the best way to deal with a summoner was to kill the summoner himself. As long as the summoner dies, the summoned creature will naturally disappear. The two archers immediately aimed at Jiang Chen and shot their sharp arrows at the same time. The sharp arrows split into three in the air, turning into three streams of light and shooting towards Jiang Chen. Be careful! Get out of the way! The crowd around exclaimed in surprise. However, Jiang Chen seemed not to have heard any sound. He stood there quietly, with no fluctuation in his eyes. The main focus is on staying calm. Chapter 30. There are summons everywhere. This is too much. A dark vortex slowly emerged in front of them, and then two skeleton warriors stepped out of it. They were tall and stood on the left and right, accurately intercepting the sharp arrows shot at Jiang Chen. The sharp arrows hit the hard bones of the skeleton warriors, making a metallic impact sound, but failed to cause any damage to them. Then, the two skeleton warriors rushed towards the two archers without hesitation and with great momentum. Lao Shan's face instantly turned pale. He thought Jiang Chen only had one summoned creature, but he didn't expect two to appear in the blink of an eye. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. Quick! Stop them for me! Lao Shan shouted loudly, with a hint of panic in his voice. The surrounding knights and warriors responded quickly. They knew that if they could not stop these skeleton warriors in time, Master Lao Shan's life would be seriously threatened. However, just as they were about to launch an attack, Jiang Chen made another move. He chanted a spell softly, and a black vortex appeared in front of him again. This time, the number of skeleton warriors that emerged was astonishing, a total of 20 of them, with green flames coming out of their eye sockets, as if they were demons walking out of hell. Lao Shan was shocked when he saw this. He had never seen so many summoned creatures before. This was beyond his imagination. He understood that he might be in real trouble this time. How is this possible? Lao Shan's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Chen ignored his surprise and calmly commanded the skeleton warriors to rush towards the people of the Huangtian Guild. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with flames and shouts of killing. Lao Shan quickly regained his composure. He understood that now he could only rely on the strength of the team to fight against these skeleton warriors. He shouted orders, asking the troops to assemble quickly and prepare for battle. The members of the Huangtian Guild were well trained and quickly formed a battle formation. The knights rushed to the front, using their shields and swords to resist the attacks of the skeleton warriors. The warriors followed closely behind, wielding huge weapons to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the skeleton warriors, while the archers and mages carried out long-range attacks in the rear, constantly weakening the number of skeleton warriors. The members of the auxiliary profession were not idle either. They stood at the back of the team and constantly provided various enhancement states for their teammates, which greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the entire team. Lao Shan looked at the battle situation in front of him and felt a little relieved. Although there are a large number of skeleton warriors, the team on our side cooperates well, and I believe we can gradually consume their strength. However, Jiang Chen did not give them much breathing space. He raised his hand again and whispered to Luo Tian and others behind him. You continue to retreat. Although Luo Tian and others were a little hesitant, after seeing Jiang Chen's calm and determined eyes, they chose to obey his orders. They retreated quickly, keeping a certain distance from the battlefield. When Lao Shan saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was planning, but his intuition told him that the situation was not as simple as he imagined. However, at this moment, he had no time to think about it, because he knew that the battle in front of him was what he needed to focus on most. At this moment, a dazzling flame suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, followed by an archer's scream that pierced the night sky. The archer's health suddenly plummeted, like a fragile dead leaf tottering in the wind. However, at the critical moment of life and death, a soft light enveloped the archer. It was the power of healing magic that pulled him back from the brink of death. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His soul flame did not kill with one strike. The opponent's auxiliary profession reacted extremely quickly, and the rescue action was not delayed at all. Lao Shan's heart trembled, and he finally thought of Jiang Chen's true identity. Jiang Chen is not an ordinary summoner, he is a necromancer summoner with powerful spell attack capabilities. Attention all support professions, you can't stop healing, the opponent's attack is very powerful. Lao Shan shouted loudly, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. It was unprecedented that more than a dozen of them were forced into such a miserable state by one person. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and take out the knight on the periphery first. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on a knight at the outermost edge, who was already in danger of being besieged by several skeleton warriors. The knight was also in great pain at this moment. Not only did he have to endure the attacks of the skeleton warriors, but he also had to be on guard against Jiang Chen's spells at all times. Despite the continuous healing spells falling on him, he still felt an unprecedented pressure, as if he would collapse at any time. As Jiang Chen gave his orders, more attacks fell on the knight. Suddenly, a flame condensed above the knight's head again. Chitu's heart tightened and he immediately activated his extreme defense. A faint light suddenly shone on his body, as if he was covered with an indestructible armor. However, Jiang Chen's soul burning ignored his defense and directly attacked his soul. Even with the support of extreme defense, the knight still let out a scream of pain. Fortunately, the healing skills of the auxiliary profession fell on him in time and relieved his pain. However, under the continuous attacks of the skeleton warriors, the duration of the extreme defense is greatly shortened. The extreme defense that could have lasted for more than 40 seconds now dissipated after only less than 20 seconds. At the moment when the extreme defense dissipated, Jiang Chen gave another order. Release your skills with all your strength. At the same time, his soul burning fell on the knight again. Chitu screamed again, but this time, he didn't get the chance to be treated. More than a dozen violent attacks landed on him at the same time, killing him instantly. A hole was torn in the team's defense line, and Lao Shan's face turned pale in an instant. Run away! He shouted loudly, but it was too late. A skeleton warrior quickly threw the knight's body into the air. With a loud bang, the knight's body exploded in the air. All enemies within a 20-meter range, centered on the knight, suffered huge damage. The knight's vitality is already strong, and the damage at this moment is doubled. The power is extremely terrifying. Lao Zhan only heard a loud bang, and then there was no response. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw were a dozen or so bodies that had been blown to pieces. Not a single member of the Huangtian guild was spared. There were a lot of items scattered on the ground, but Jiang Chen didn't even look at them and took them all away. These people dared to provoke him, they deserved to be put to death. Chapter 31 Cleaned up thoroughly, without a trace. Following a series of deafening explosions, corpses were blown into the air like kites with broken strings, followed by continuous roars that echoed in the empty mine entrance. Jiang Chen handled the scene calmly and decisively, making sure no clues were left. He knew that this action would undoubtedly create deep hatred with the Huangtian Association. After dealing with the scene, Jiang Chen finally stepped into the depths of the copy. Those scattered people who were originally protesting now approached cautiously, their faces full of fear and awe. The power of the explosion spread far and wide, leaving scars on many people who were nearby. It's so scary. This kid didn't even leave a single one alive. This time we are really eradicating the roots, leaving nothing behind. How do you want people to investigate? There are no clues at all. What a ruthless character! This time he has completely torn his relationship with the Huangtian Guild. What do we do next? Luo Tian stood up, his voice full of determination. Everyone knows the style of the Huangtian Guild. They will not give up easily. Once they catch us, no matter whether we are involved or not, we will end up in a miserable situation. I suggest that everyone leave here immediately, stay away from Baiyun City, and try to avoid the Huangtian Guild's sphere of influence. We have many other places to level up, and the Huangtian Guild is not omnipotent, and may not be able to find us. His words were recognized by everyone. After all, the reputation of the Huangtian Guild was well deserved, and leaving was indeed the wisest choice at the moment. No one wants to be found by the Huangtian Guild. Regardless of whether they are involved or not, they may be hunted down ruthlessly. Luo Tian clasped his fists and said, I'll go first, everyone, see you again if we're lucky. See you again! Under his leadership, everyone left one after another, and soon, the entrance of the copy was empty. The flames gradually dissipated, and only the slowly rotating black vortex remained at the entrance of the Death Mine dungeon, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Half an hour later, several players were teleported out of the dungeon. Li Mingya's face was full of disappointment. He still did not obtain the Goblin King's crystal core in this dungeon trip. The next time you enter the dungeon, you will have to wait another 12 hours. However, he still has a chance. There are still a few days before the college entrance examination, and he can enter at least 4 more copies. However, when he looked around, he found that the individual members and the Huangtian Guild's team that had gathered here were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Where are Lao Zhan and his people? And those scattered people, why did they all disappear? This is not right, this is a bit weird. His teammates also began to feel uneasy. This feeling of the unknown was frightening. Their level is only 17 to 18, which is far behind Lao Shan and others. At this moment, they can only rely closely on Li Mingyu. After all, he is the young president of the Huangtian Guild. However, Li Mingyu himself was also confused and had no idea what was going on. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, Send a signal flare to see if Lao Shan and the others are nearby. If they see us, they should respond to us. A flare shot up into the sky, emitting a dazzling light in the air, forming a huge ball of light that was visible to people within a 10-mile radius. However, they did not receive any response until the light of the flare gradually faded. This means that Lao Shan and others are not in this area. Li Mingyu gradually realized that Lao Shan and others must have encountered some unexpected events during the time he entered the copy, otherwise they would not have left without reason. He thought about the possible scenarios, but no clear answer came to his mind. He couldn't imagine what kind of trouble Lao Shan and the others would encounter. After all, the Huangtian Guild was well known, and the strength of Lao Shan and the others should not be underestimated. He would not even think that Lao Shan and others were killed. With their strength and reputation, they should be invincible in this area. Li Mingyu secretly felt relieved, thinking that Lao Shan and the others must have been busy with something. Not only is Lao Zhan gone, but everyone else has disappeared as well. Something must have happened here. We should be careful. Let's leave here first and go back to see if we can contact Lao Zhan and the others. The atmosphere here was unusually quiet. Li Mingyu felt uneasy and decided not to stay any longer. Jiang Chen went deep into the dungeon alone, accompanied by 64 skeleton warriors. They rushed through the dungeon like a raging torrent. His experience points climbed rapidly, and every kill brought him one step closer to his goal. An hour later, Jiang Chen was already standing in the depths of the dungeon, and before him was the figure of the Goblin King. The 64 skeleton warriors showed no fear and rushed forward, launching a fierce attack on the Goblin King. The sound of metal colliding was endless. Jiang Chen stared at the Goblin King, ready to interrupt its skills at the critical moment. Relying on his previous experience, whenever the Goblin King was about to use a skill, he would quickly release Soul Burn to interrupt it. The release speed of Soul Burn is almost instantaneous, which is even faster than the Goblin King's skill. After only 30 seconds, the Goblin King fell to the ground helplessly under the siege of the skeleton warriors and the interruption of Jiang Chen. Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 40,000. Obtain bronze level equipment, the Goblin King's spell book. Obtain a low-level monster crystal core. Jiang Chen looked at the dropped items, feeling satisfied. Although he didn't get the Goblin King's crystal core this time, the low-level monster crystal cores and bronze-level equipment he got were also great gains. He checked the properties of the Goblin King's magic book and found that it was an equipment very suitable for magic use. Although he can't use it now, he may be able to give it to others in the future, or exchange it for other useful items. Jiang Chen did not stay for too long. As soon as the upgrade light on his body dissipated, he left the copy. Walking out of the dungeon entrance, he found that the surroundings were quiet and empty. It seems they have all left, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He understood that for those scattered people, leaving was the wisest choice. After all, it was not a good thing to have a grudge with the Huangtian Guild. Jiang Chen did not stay for long, and quickly blended into the darkness and disappeared into the night. He is like a hidden master who leaves the world after his work is done, leaving his achievements and fame untouched. After all, there are still leveling tasks waiting for him to do. If someone gets in his way, he can just kill him. There is no need to take it to heart. Chapter 32. What are you doing? Do you have no brains? The morning light is breaking, and a new day is quietly approaching. A group of adventurers came to the entrance of the dungeon, and they noticed that the atmosphere today was a little strange. Strange? Why are there so few people today? Yeah, it's usually very lively here. Where have all the people gone? Although they were confused, they did not delve too deeply into it, and went straight into the copy. They chose the challenge of normal difficulty. Afterwards, several more teams arrived, making the originally deserted dungeon entrance lively again. After the cooldown period of the copy ended, Jiang Chen appeared at the entrance again, ready to enter the challenge again. This guy is really weird. He was always so aloof and hardly spoke to anyone. However, the summons around him are really impressive. Although a little scary, they are really cool. So what if he's cool? He doesn't seem to care what we think. I heard that he seemed to be planning to challenge this dungeon alone. Different teams hold different views on Jiang Chen. At this time, a familiar figure came from a distance. It's Jiang Chen. Lu Qingyu saw Jiang Chen from a distance, and paid special attention to the skeleton warriors beside him. She clearly remembered that only Jiang Chen could summon such skeleton warriors. On the day of her job change, Jiang Chen's skeleton warrior left a deep impression on her. Necromancer, this unique profession is only possessed by Jiang Chen. Lu Qingyu's eyes were complicated. He actually planned to challenge alone. She bit her lip. Although she had just reached level 10, she decided to try to challenge this dungeon. Although her level is not high, as a golden profession rainbow mage, she is welcomed by many teams. Although this dungeon is only level 14 in difficulty, which is not too high at normal difficulty, it is still quite challenging to complete it alone. She had always regarded Jiang Chen as her competitor and wanted to be ahead of him in every aspect, but she did not expect to meet him again in the suburban copy, and he was ahead of her again. Not long after, Lu Qingyu also successfully formed a team and entered the dungeon. Humph, Jiang Chen, I will not lose to you, I will definitely surpass you. Jiang Chen entered the Death Mine dungeon again. He was already very familiar with this place. His overwhelming strength allowed him to move freely here. After upgrading yesterday, the number of his skeleton warriors has reached 68. After 12 hours of meditation, his mental strength was fully restored. After entering the dungeon, Jiang Chen summoned out 4 skeleton warriors again. Now, he has a total of 72 skeleton warriors under his command, forming a huge legion, which makes his advancement even faster. Wherever the skeleton warriors go, there is deathly silence. Coupled with Jiang Chen's familiarity with the dungeon, his advancement speed was as fast as lightning. Just 45 minutes later, he once again faced a familiar enemy, the Goblin King. Don't sleep anymore, get up and move around, Jiang Chen said lightly. The Goblin King staggered to his feet under the attack of the skeleton warrior, but his health had dropped significantly. It spewed out flames angrily, but Jiang Chen's soul burn arrived in time, interrupting its skills. In just 30 seconds, the Goblin King fell again, ending its battle. Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 40,000. Obtained a bronze-level weapon, the Goblin King's Hammer. Obtain a low-level monster crystal core. Goblin King's Hammer, bronze level, strength plus 12, constitution plus 8, melee skill power increased by 2%, available after level 12. It's still the same familiar dropped items, nothing new. Jiang Chen took a quick look at the dropped item and put it into the storage space. The Goblin King's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. That look seemed as if he knew Jiang Chen. Don't be angry, I'm just here to upgrade. You are destined to be killed anyway, so it doesn't matter who kills you. It will be quicker if I kill you, and you will suffer less. Jiang Chen spoke softly to the Goblin King, not caring whether he could understand or not. Just as Jiang Chen expected, this dungeon challenge did not allow him to level up. There is still 18% away from level 15. Next time, maybe I can succeed in breaking through. Jiang Chen finished the challenge of the dungeon and turned away without hesitation, without staying at the entrance of the dungeon for long. That afternoon, a group of people from the Huangtian Guild arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. President Li Mingyu was not present in person, and all the team members who went to the dungeon with him yesterday were absent without exception. The Huangtian Guild came here not for the dungeon challenge, but to investigate the unusual events that happened yesterday. Li Mingyu's deputy Lao Shan and a dozen guild members who came with him have not been heard from since then, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. The individual players present at the time also disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. The Huangtian Association came to investigate this time with a very cautious attitude and did not take any extreme actions. They politely asked the players present, hoping to get some clues. However, everyone answered that they knew nothing. Because the players here are all new today, they have no idea what happened yesterday. After some efforts, the Huangtian Guild did not obtain any valuable clues. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. However, what was unexpected was that the news that the Huangtian Guild had blocked the copy spread like wildfire, and quickly spread throughout the entire professional circle. This news caused strong dissatisfaction and protests among the majority of professionals. The Professionals Association responded quickly and issued a stern warning to the Huangtian Guild. The dungeon is a public resource for all players and cannot be blocked by any guild at will. Not to mention a day or two, even an hour is not allowed. At the headquarters of the Huangtian Guild, President Li Tianhao reprimanded Li Mingyu with a gloomy face. What are you doing? Are you crazy? How did you come up with such a stupid idea as blocking the copy? Do you think our Huangtian Guild can cover the sky with one hand? Do you think the Dragon Empire and the Professionals Association are just decorations? If you want to die, go die by yourself. Don't drag the entire Huangtian Guild down with you. You just stay in the guild for the next few days and don't go anywhere else. Your level is high enough anyway, so just wait for the exam. Li Tianhao scolded Li Mingyu harshly. Li Mingyu lowered his head and said nothing, feeling extremely aggrieved. He couldn't help but ask, "What about Lao Zhan and the others? We've already sent people to investigate. Don't worry about it. The person who could make so many people disappear at once must be someone you can't imagine." Li Tianhao waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Anyway, Li Mingyu is already level 15, which is more than enough for admission to Shillong University. Even if he is put in solitary confinement for a few days and cannot be promoted, it will not have much impact on his future. However, Li Mingyu's heart was full of doubts. Lao Shan and so many guild members are all above level 20. The death mine is just the entrance to a low-level dungeon. How could they suddenly disappear? If they were killed by someone, then what kind of person could kill more than a dozen people silently and leave no trace at the scene? I really can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Chapter 33: The Train King Attracts Monsters, Crazy Group Killing. As night fell, Jiang Chen stepped into the dungeon's gate for the 5th time. This time, the number of his skeleton warriors has soared to 108, like an undead army. After several in-depth explorations, Jiang Chen's understanding of this copy has reached perfection. He stood at the entrance of the dungeon, a new idea coming to his mind. Maybe we can be bolder this time. If I succeed, I will have a better chance of winning in other more dangerous dungeons. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gave the order. The skeleton warriors poured into the mine like a tide. Unlike usual, this time they did not engage with the monsters, but rushed straight into the depths of the dungeon. The monsters in the mine were attracted by this undead army and followed it one after another. Jiang Chen followed closely behind the army of skeleton warriors, keeping a certain safe distance from them. With the continuous upgrading of summoning skills, the upper limit of the distance between Jiang Chen and the skeleton warriors was expanded again, reaching an astonishing 1,500 meters. He only needs to maintain this distance to easily control this huge army. The skeleton warriors, leading hundreds of monsters, quickly crossed the mine like a mighty army and arrived at the territory of the Black Wolf King. The roar of the Black Wolf King echoed in the mine, but it did not choose to fight with the skeleton warriors. Instead, it roared angrily, trying to disperse the uninvited guests. However, the skeleton warriors seemed not to hear its roar and continued to advance forward. Jiang Chen watched the battle situation closely and constantly adjusted the action routes of the skeleton warriors. He wants to gather all the monsters together to form a huge monster group. As the skeleton warriors continued to advance, the range of the monster group continued to expand. When Jiang Chen appeared at the entrance of the mine, a confident smile appeared on his face. Behind him were densely packed skeleton warriors and monsters, forming a huge army with tremendous momentum. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and issued the final order. The skeleton warriors launched a fierce attack and knocked down a mine guard in an instant. Jiang Chen quickly used the corpse explosion technique to detonate it. A deafening explosion sounded, shaking the entire mine. A large number of mine guards fell in the explosion, and the power of corpse explosion was once again fully demonstrated. Jiang Chen did not stop and detonated corpses one after another. The explosions came one after another, shaking the entire copy. Each explosion took away a large number of monsters, and new corpses continued to appear on the ground, providing Jiang Chen with a constant source of explosions. As the explosions continued, the Black Wolf King became extremely enraged and began to attack the skeleton warriors frantically. But the skeleton warriors were not afraid and continued to carry out Jiang Chen's orders. In the end, the Black Wolf King also fell in the continuous explosions. At this time, the iron gate in the mine was opened again, and more monsters poured out. Jiang Chen knew that this was the entrance to a deeper mine. "Keep going and lure them all into the mine!" Jiang Chen issued a new order, and the skeleton warriors once again led the group of monsters into the mine. Inside the mine, in addition to a large number of goblin monsters, there is also a more powerful goblin king waiting for them. The skeleton warriors successfully led all the monsters into the mine, and Jiang Chen followed closely behind, with a faint golden glow on his face. Upgraded. Jiang Chen has now reached level 14, and his upgrade speed is once again jaw-dropping. In less than 10 minutes, he went from level 13 to level 14. This speed is simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen did not stop and continued to command the skeleton warriors to gather the monsters together. They moved along the passage of the mine and attracted all the monsters to the bottom of the mine. When they arrived deep into the mine, they had gathered hundreds of monsters, forming a huge monster army. The Goblin King woke up from his slumber, his eyes full of confusion and anger. "Here I go again!" Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the mine. The skeleton warriors stopped advancing and began to attack. A violent attack! A dazzling light shone from the broadswords, and the skeleton warriors unleashed their deadly skills. Accompanied by screams, the monsters fell one after another, and Jiang Chen stood quietly by the side, observing the changes in the battle situation. The corpses flew around like fireworks, and the air seemed to tremble at the moment of the explosion. Corpse explosion technique, cast again! The roar echoed in the mine, again and again, as if it was going to collapse the entire mine. Experience points poured in like water, constantly rising. The system prompts came like a tide, making it difficult to keep up. The items in the backpack continue to increase, and all kinds of materials are available. The Goblin King, who had just awakened from a deep sleep, fell down under the continuous corpse explosion attack before he could even stand firmly. This time was more brutal than any previous one, but also more decisive. Even if there is pain, it is only for a moment. Looking at the Goblin King lying on the ground with an unwilling look on his face, Jiang Chen sighed softly. I won't come again if I come twice, he said calmly, as if bidding farewell to the Goblin King. You're used to dying anyway. Different people come to kill you every day. The system prompt sounded again. Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 45,000. Obtain bronze level equipment, the Goblin King's shield. Obtained a mid-level monster crystal core. Goblin King shield, bronze level, defense plus 20, constitution plus 12, reduces damage by 5% when receiving physical attacks, available after level 13. Jiang Chen checked his experience bar and found that it had reached level 14, 80%. It seems that next time I enter the dungeon, I should be able to successfully reach level 15. Thinking of the upcoming upgrade, Jiang Chen was filled with anticipation. He knew that as his level increased, the experience requirements would double again. But at least now, he still has enough confidence to face it. Jiang Chen stood up and looked around. At this time, the outside of the copy has returned to its former hustle and bustle, with a crowd of people, but most of them are unfamiliar faces. He heard the name of the Huangtian Guild from other people's conversation. Obviously, they had been here before, but didn't seem to have gotten any useful information. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. If the people from the Huangtian Guild dared to cause trouble for him again, he would definitely not show mercy. He found a relatively secluded place, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. This meditation was not long, but the benefits were quite rich. The number of skeleton warriors has increased again, reaching 80. The four-dimensional attributes of each skeleton warrior are as high as 4,800, which is stronger than the previous Goblin King. Although they do not have the powerful flamethrower skill like the Goblin King, their advantage in numbers is enough to scare away any enemy. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in meditation, he suddenly received a message from the skeleton warrior. Someone is approaching. He opened his eyes immediately and a sense of vigilance surged in his heart. He didn't know anyone here. Who could it be? Chapter 34. There is no cooling time. How is this possible? The night was dark and Jiang Chen was immersed in meditation when he suddenly felt someone approaching. Jiang Chen, what level are you now? A familiar voice broke his meditation. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Qingyu's slightly tired face. Lu Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She had just experienced a tough battle and came out of the copy, only to find that Jiang Chen's level was far beyond hers. Level 14. Jiang Chen replied calmly. What? Lu Qingyu exclaimed. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How could you be so fast? She was filled with doubts and resentment. She remembered that Jiang Chen was only 2 levels higher than her before, but now the gap between them was so huge. Jiang Chen did not explain. He knew Lu Qingyu would not believe it easily. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal too many secrets about his dungeon clearing skills. Lu Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen, with a determined light in her eyes. She would not lose to Jiang Chen like this. She must work hard to catch up. Jiang Chen, I will not lose to you, she said, gritting her teeth, then turned and left. Jiang Chen looked at her leaving back, feeling a little emotional. He knew that Lu Qingyu was a very competitive person and would not give up easily. However, he also has his own goals and plans and will not be easily caught up. After a while, Lu Qingyu led the team into the dungeon again. Jiang Chen looked at her from behind, feeling somewhat puzzled. He remembered that the dungeon had a cooldown period, so why could Lu Qingyu enter again so quickly? He ordered the skeleton warriors to pay close attention to Lu Qingyu's movements, hoping to find the answer. As time passed, Jiang Chen continued to meditate. 2 hours later, Lu Qingyu appeared at the entrance of the dungeon again. She looked a little tired, but there was a determination gleam in her eyes. Jiang Chen noticed that she had an extra item in her hand before entering the dungeon. This item emits a faint light and seems to be able to eliminate the cooling time of the copy. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he finally understood why Lu Qingyu was able to enter the dungeon continuously. It turned out that she used some special item to eliminate the cooling time. This kind of prop must be very precious, otherwise Lu Qingyu would not use it so frequently. Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although he did not have such an item, with the speed of gaining experience in the nightmare level copy, his upgrade speed would definitely not be slow. Moreover, he has more secret weapons and plans, waiting to be used in the subsequent upgrade process. At that time, Lu Qingyu seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint light, flowing like mist. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, guessing that this must be the effect of some kind of prop that allowed Lu Qingyu to ignore the cooldown time of the copy. It seems that this prop is not simple, Jiang Chen thought to himself, but did not ask Lu Qingyu directly. He immersed himself in meditation again, allowing his mental strength to slowly recover. As his level increased, Jiang Chen felt more and more the power of his mental strength. Now his basic mental strength has reached an astonishing 800 points, far exceeding other attributes. This is the uniqueness of the mage profession, exchanging extremely high mental power for mediocrity in other attributes. Every profession has its own unique advantages and disadvantages, and Jiang Chen has long accepted this. A few hours later, a slightly heavy sound of footsteps broke the surrounding silence. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to see Lu Qingyu walking up to him and sitting down with a tired look on her face. Even if she had items that ignored the cooldown time, she couldn't keep grinding dungeons. The limits of her body couldn't be broken. "I'm so tired." Lu Qingyu slumped on the ground without any image, and she didn't even have time to pay attention to the skeleton warriors beside Jiang Chen. After resting for a while, her face regained some of its rosiness. "I am already level 13, and I am one step closer to catching up with you." Listening to her words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused. The speed of gaining experience in ordinary copies is far slower than that of the nightmare level. If she wants to catch up with herself, she will probably need to work harder. However, Jiang Chen did not discourage her enthusiasm, but simply asked calmly, "Are you really not tired?" Lu Qingyu snorted. "Tired? How can I not be tired? I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart." "Then why are you still fighting so hard?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Lu Qingyu looked up at the sky, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "In order to surpass you, in order to be admitted to Shillong University. Aren't you going to take the exam too? You should understand my feelings." Jiang Chen nodded. He could understand Lu Qingyu's feelings. To be admitted to Shillong University, one must at least reach the 15th level. There are less than 3 days left until the exam, and Lu Qingyu really needs to try her best. However, Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind him. "In fact, you can try to go to the nightmare level dungeon. The experience gain there is faster, which will be of great help to your upgrade." Lu Qingyu heard this and gave a bitter smile. "Brushing nightmare level dungeons? Do you think I don't want to? But it's not that easy to find an elite team. Those teams either require a high level or good equipment. I'm only level 13, how can I be qualified?" Jiang Chen listened to her words, but he had a plan in mind. Perhaps he could help Lu Qingyu so that she could also play the nightmare level dungeon. That way, she might be able to catch up with her progress in the remaining time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen asked, "Why can you ignore the cooldown time of the dungeon?" This question has been bothering him for a long time, and now he finally decided to ask it. Lu Qingyu was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask this suddenly. She hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell Jiang Chen. "Actually, I used a special prop." Chapter 35. I'll show you around, just stand there and don't move. But she stopped halfway through her speech. Lu Qingyu widened her eyes and showed a curious expression. She giggled and said, "Jiang Chen, aren't you the top student in our school? How come you don't even know this?" After saying this, she covered her mouth and chuckled, as if she felt that she had caught a small braid of Jiang Chen. "Hee, there are things you don't know too. It's really rare to see that." Jiang Chen shook his head gently, without answering, but just looked at Lu Qingyu with calm eyes. In his opinion, there are too many unknown things in the world, and it is normal not to know certain things. "I'm not omnipotent. It's normal that I don't know some things." Lu Qingyu seemed to think this was a funny joke, and she continued to tease. "Then if you say something nice, I'll tell you." Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, turned his head away, and ignored Lu Qingyu. He felt that this kind of joke was meaningless. He was not a child, so he would not be easily moved by such a trick. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu shook her head slightly and said with some disappointment, "You are such a boring person. You can't even take a joke." She paused and then teased. It is said that summoners have flexible and changeable mindsets, unlike you who are so rigid. I'm beginning to doubt whether you are a fake summoner. Jiang Chen did not respond. He felt that this argument was meaningless. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored her, Lu Qingyu did not get discouraged. She rolled her eyes and decided to tell Jiang Chen directly. Okay, let me tell you, the reason why I can ignore the copy cooling time is because I use the cooling amulet. Jiang Chen's heart moved when he heard this. He searched his memories for information about the cooling amulet, but found nothing. He realized that knowledge about these kinds of props wasn't taught in school. It seems that a lot of useful information will not appear in textbooks, but requires professionals to gradually explore and discover in future adventures. Lu Qingyu explained. The cooling amulet can offset the cooling time of the dungeon, allowing you to enter the dungeon continuously. As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized amulet from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Here, this is it. The amulet exudes a faint light and has some mysterious runes carved on it, giving people a mysterious feeling. Jiang Chen reached out and touched the amulet, and felt a slight coolness at his fingertips. He used detection skills and immediately obtained detailed information about the amulet. Primary cooling amulet. Use times 7 out of 10. Introduction. It can offset the cooldown time of the dungeon, and is effective for dungeons below level 20. Jiang Chen's heart moved. It turned out that there were such props in the world. If he could possess such an amulet, he could play dungeons unlimitedly and improve his level. This is much more efficient than just waiting for the instant's cooldown to end. He whispered. Is this amulet expensive? Jiang Chen nodded. He understood that such props were definitely not ordinary things. The Lu family is a big family in Baiyun City, so something that even they find difficult to value must be worth a lot of money. He is unable to obtain such props for the time being and can only regard it as a distant dream. Lu Qingyu continued. I still have 2 days, and I plan to use up the 7 reset opportunities of this amulet. Adding to the cooldown time of the dungeon itself, I need to clear the dungeon at least 9 times to ensure that I can reach level 15. She sighed, looking a little tired. Oh my god, I'm really exhausted. Jiang Chen looked at her haggard face and felt something in his heart. He thought for a moment and said, I can take you through dungeons and guarantee that you can reach level 15, and you don't have to do it yourself. Lu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she just remembered that Jiang Chen beside her was a tough guy who had the ability to clear a dungeon alone. Following him to clear dungeons is not only easy and labor-saving, but also the experience points you gain are definitely considerable. More importantly, you can save a lot of effort and gain a lot of experience at the same time. This is a good deal that is sure to make money, and it also saves a lot of time. However, in this case, it would be even more difficult for him to catch up with Jiang Chen in terms of level. But Lu Qingyu thought about it carefully. Even if she didn't follow Jiang Chen, how confident would she be that she could catch up with him? After careful consideration, Lu Qingyu made a decision. It's okay to be behind in level temporarily, just make sure you can get into Shillong University first. Anyway, the career journey has just begun and there will be plenty of opportunities to catch up in the future. One day, she believed she would be able to catch up. Okay, I promise you, you will take me to clear the dungeon and we can use the amulet together, Lu Qingyu said readily. Jiang Chen had anticipated this, and he was not worried that Lu Qingyu would refuse. In this way, he can clear the dungeon more times. Although the experience points he gains each time will be less, the overall benefits will be greater as the number of times increases. This is undoubtedly a win-win choice. Lu Qingyu suggested. Then don't waste time, let's go into the dungeon together. Jiang Chen shook his head. My copy still has 2 hours of cooldown, it's not worth going in now. Lu Qingyu was extremely smart, and naturally understood the interests involved. Okay, then we'll wait for 2 hours and you call me then. After saying that, she found a comfortable place to lie down, and soon fell asleep. Sleeping so defenseless in the wild does carry certain risks. But Lu Qingyu slept very peacefully because she knew Jiang Chen was by her side. No matter how much she disliked Jiang Chen in her heart, she had great trust in him. Lu Qingyu curled up her body, breathing evenly, with a faint smile on her lips. After Jiang Chen gave the skeleton the order to guard, he closed his eyes and began to meditate to restore his mental strength. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen's copy cooldown time finally ended. Get up! He woke Lu Qingyu softly. Lu Qingyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, So fast. She stretched, and her graceful figure looked particularly charming in the morning light. Lu Qingyu was tall and slender, and when she stood next to Jiang Chen, she was almost as tall as him. The two stood side by side, like a perfect couple. Only the skeleton warrior next to him seemed a little out of place. After resting, Lu Qingyu felt refreshed and most of her fatigue had dissipated. After the two formed a team, Jiang Chen became the captain, and they came to the entrance of the copy together. Lu Qingyu took out the primary cooling amulet and waved it lightly. The light on the amulet flowed and her copy cooling time disappeared instantly. Okay, let's go in. She nodded at Jiang Chen, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Chen opened the dungeon without hesitation and chose the nightmare-level difficulty. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu's face changed. Did you choose the wrong difficulty? Before she finished her words, the two of them had disappeared at the door of the copy. Ah, no, Jiang Chen, are you sure you've chosen the right difficulty? Her voice echoed in the air, with a hint of panic and helplessness. Chapter 36. The efficiency is too incredible. Lu Qingyu is shocked. As soon as she stepped into the death mine dungeon, a heavy and depressing atmosphere immediately enveloped her, making Lu Qingyu feel difficulty breathing and almost suffocating. She stared nervously at the terrifying monsters that kept moving behind the big iron gate. Her originally slender and elegant legs seemed to have lost their supporting strength and became slightly weak. Through detection, she clearly saw the attributes of the enhanced elite monsters. Those numbers and descriptions were much more terrifying than the monsters in ordinary copies. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but exclaimed, Is this really a nightmare level of difficulty? Did you really not make the wrong choice? Jiang Chen responded expressionlessly. I didn't make the wrong choice. This sentence made Lu Qingyu a little overwhelmed. Do they really want to attempt this nightmare-level dungeon? Just looking at the attributes of these monsters, she felt terrified. Lu Qingyu said worriedly, Are you crazy? We might die here. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear her words, nor did he care about her fear at the moment. He simply said, Just follow me closely for a while. Lu Qingyu was confused and didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. Follow you? What does that mean? Aren't we here to kill monsters and level up? Why should we follow you? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and her heart was filled with doubts. However, while she was still thinking, the terrifying enhanced elite monster had already set its sights on her. Lu Qingyu felt a strong threat of death. If she hadn't been worried about being laughed at by Jiang Chen, she might have decided to quit the copy. At this time, a large number of skeleton warriors suddenly appeared in the room. Jiang Chen continued to release and summon new skeleton warriors, and soon the entire room was filled with these skeleton warriors. This, Jiang Chen, are these all your summons? Lu Qingyu looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She could even feel her teeth trembling. Then, Jiang Chen opened the door to the dungeon, and those skeleton warriors rushed madly into the depths of the mine like a huge army. For Jiang Chen, such scenes are commonplace. However, for Lu Qingyu, this was a shock she had never experienced before. Those enhanced elite monsters followed closely behind and disappeared into the depths of the mine. Follow me. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward and ran forward. Lu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed Jiang Chen's pace. Hurry up, don't lose me, or you won't get any experience points. Jiang Chen's teasing voice came from the front, making Lu Qingyu a little annoyed. Humph, I won't be scared by your actions. Although she said this, Lu Qingyu's heart was filled with nervousness and anxiety. She didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do, so she could only follow him closely. The skeleton army in front made clanging sounds and advanced in the mine tunnel. Behind them, a group of terrifying enhanced elite monsters have already regarded them as prey. The shadow of death always loomed over Lu Qingyu, but she had no choice but to follow Jiang Chen. Lu Qingyu was full of doubts and worries, not knowing what would happen next. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be confident and kept running forward. Finally, they came to the Black Wolf King leader in the nightmare-level copy. This Black Wolf King was much larger than the ones in ordinary copies, and the terrifying aura it exuded made Lu Qingyu feel palpitations. She didn't even need to use detection skills to feel the terrifying nature of this leader. At this moment, the skeleton warrior had already rushed to the front of the Black Wolf King, and the Black Wolf King launched an attack angrily. However, those skeleton warriors seemed not to feel any pain and continued to rush forward, completely ignoring the attacks of the Black Wolf King. Lu Qingyu widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Why don't they fight back?" Jiang Chen simply pointed ahead and said, "Keep following." As more and more monsters caught up, several skeleton warriors suddenly launched an attack, and in an instant an enhanced elite monster fell in a pool of blood. Then, Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved. The monster's body suddenly exploded, and the powerful shock wave forced Lu Qingyu to take a few steps back. Lu Qingyu was surprised to find that her experience bar was rising rapidly. Various prompts kept flashing before her eyes. Her experience actually increased by 30%. She couldn't believe her eyes. This way of clearing the dungeon was simply too crazy. How is this possible? Loud rumbling noises continued to be heard. Lu Qingyu looked up and saw the Black Wolf King fighting fiercely with a group of skeleton warriors. However, not long after, the Black Wolf King who had once made her feel extremely frightened fell to the ground with a howl. "Just die like that?" Lu Qingyu couldn't believe her eyes. She still remembered that the three of them had struggled mightily to defeat the Black Wolf King at the normal level. But now, in front of Jiang Chen, the Black Wolf King was so vulnerable. Her body seemed to be struck by electric current, and a numbing feeling spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. "Is this really a dungeon? This is just like strolling in your own backyard." Jiang Chen didn't notice Lu Qingyu's shocked expression. He just waved his hand and said, "Keep going. The skeleton warriors have rushed into the passage and are heading deep into the mine." Lu Qingyu finally came to her senses and quickly followed Jiang Chen. Have you always been soloing nightmare-level dungeons?" She asked the question with difficulty, her heart full of confusion and shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone could solo a nightmare-level dungeon at level teens. "This is simply like a fairy tale." Jiang Chen nodded calmly. "That's right." Lu Qingyu continued to ask, "Has it been like this since level 10? Jiang Chen nodded again. "Yes." After getting a positive answer, Lu Qingyu finally understood why Jiang Chen's upgrade speed was so amazing. It turned out that he had been soloing the nightmare-level dungeon. This efficiency is simply amazing. Recalling that when I teamed up with others to clear a normal difficulty dungeon, it took at least an hour to get here. And now, under the leadership of Jiang Chen, they were about to meet the final boss in less than 10 minutes. This huge gap made Lu Qingyu feel a little frustrated, but at the same time she also felt extremely impressed by Jiang Chen's strength. The huge Goblin King appeared before them with a strong sense of oppression. However, Jiang Chen did not show any fear. He just waved his hand and ordered the skeleton warriors to charge forward. After a series of deafening explosions, everything returned to silence. Jiang Chen's body once again emitted an upgraded glow. That wonderful feeling came over him again, and he upgraded again. Chapter 37. Although he is dull, he is still a good person. As the entrance to the Death Mine dungeon began to swirl with light again, two figures flashed and stepped into the dark mine again. Lu Qingyu had become accustomed to all of this. Even the final boss, the Goblin King, became like a pawn in her eyes and was easily killed by Jiang Chen. She wondered in her heart whether this Goblin King had any special relationship with Jiang Chen, why he was so generous in offering his experience every time. Seeing the upgrade light shining on Jiang Chen again, Lu Qingyu exclaimed, "You have upgraded again? Are you already level 16 now?" Jiang Chen nodded, his expression calm, as if upgrading was just a common thing for him. Lu Qingyu was a little annoyed. She was still a long way from level 14, and the gap between her and Jiang Chen seemed increasingly difficult to make up. She couldn't help but mutter, "It's really frustrating. My fighting spirit has been aroused again." The system prompt sounded at the right time. "Kill the Goblin King, experience plus 30,000. Obtain bronze level leggings, the Goblin King's leg armor. Obtained a mid-level monster crystal core." Lu Qingyu glanced at the dropped items and sighed. "This time it's the warrior's equipment again, what a pity." Jiang Chen glanced sideways upon hearing this, and then asked softly, "Are you expecting a specific drop from this instance?" Lu Qingyu nodded. "Yes, the Goblin King in this copy sometimes drops an accessory that a mage really needs, which is very helpful in improving my strength. But the prices in the exchange are too high, and I don't want my family to worry about me anymore." After hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he stretched out his hand, and an ornament that was flickering with a faint light flew towards Lu Qingyu. She took it in surprise, only to see intricate magical patterns engraved on the ornament. Goblin King's magic pendant. It was exactly the piece of jewelry she had longed for. Jiang Chen said calmly, "This is for you." Lu Qingyu was stunned, then looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. How can I be so embarrassed?" She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so generous as to give her this precious ornament. Jiang Chen shook his head. "To me, this is just a drop in the dungeon, it's no big deal." A warm feeling welled up in Lu Qingyu's heart, and at the same time, she admired Jiang Chen's strength and vision even more. She couldn't help but ask, "Don't you need it yourself?" Jiang Chen took out his own jewelry and said, "I have this, so I don't need it." Lu Qingyu looked at the jewelry in Jiang Chen's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen's jewelry was even more advanced than the Goblin King's magic pendant. It seemed that he was really a hidden talent. She secretly rejoiced in her heart that she was lucky to have met such a strong teammate. Afterwards, the two continued to go deeper into the mine to explore more secrets and treasures. During his spare time, Jiang Chen quietly checked the changes in his attributes to better prepare for the next adventure. Name: Jiang Chen. Occupation: Necromancer. Level 15. Strength: 200. Agility: 200. Spirit: 800 plus 20. Constitution: 200 plus 20. Equipment: Goblin King's Magic Book, Robe of Knowledge. Summoning Q, 84/150, Skeleton Warriors, Quantity, 84. Skill 1. Soul Burning LV15, use the fire of death to strongly burn the soul of the target. The higher the mental power and the higher the skill level, the higher the damage caused. 2. Skeleton Resurrection LV15, summon a skeleton to fight for you. The profession of the summoned skeleton is random and depends on the caster's mental strength and skill level. 3. Corpse Explosion LV1, detonates the corpse, causing damage equal to 10% of the corpse's health to enemies within a 1-meter range. Talent 1. Perfect Gain LV2, unique skill, the effect of all skills is increased by 20 times on the original basis. 2. Damage Blame Level 2, blame all damage received on your own summons or other targets. The effect is up to the host to explore. I have finally reached the threshold of level 16, and my steps towards entering Shillong University seem to be more stable. I used to feel the urgency and pressure of time because I was eager to upgrade, but now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. If I can go one step further and reach level 17, that would be icing on the cake, but even if I can't, I believe I have enough confidence. However, after reaching level 16, it became apparent that the rate of experience gain had slowed down a lot. The monsters that were once easily defeated now provide less and less experience. I originally thought that I could accumulate at least 15% experience in this round, but the result was only 10%. Although he teamed up with Lu Qingyu and some of the experience was shared with her, the speed was indeed much slower than expected. Jiang Chen calculated silently in his mind. Lu Qingyu's primary cooling amulet can support 2 more rounds of dungeons. At this speed, 2 rounds of copies will take about 40 minutes. Although the number is not large, it is by no means a small number. What's more, there are 2 natural cooldown periods for the copies afterwards. That is to say, you can refresh the copy 4 times in total. Of course, Lu Qingyu will also be brought along for the last 2 dungeons. Since we decided to form a team from the beginning, we will not abandon her halfway. Seeing the Goblin King falling down again, Jiang Chen said calmly, "I'm sorry, I may have to kill you twice more." When Lu Qingyu heard him talking to the boss, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She seemed to find it a little strange to talk to the boss. Jiang Chen said softly, "I just want to say it, whether it can understand or not is not important." Lu Qingyu asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Chen did not answer her question directly. In fact, he didn't know why he said that. Maybe it's just a habit, or maybe it's respect for these virtual creatures. Lu Qingyu looked at him and suddenly laughed. She felt that Jiang Chen was a little weird, but also kind of cute. After all, who would say sorry to the boss so seriously? Aren't copies meant for brushing? Isn't the boss meant to be killed? But for Jiang Chen, perhaps this is not just a gaming behavior, but more of an emotional catharsis. Let's go, let's continue, he said to Lu Qingyu. Okay, let's continue. Lu Qingyu also replied expectantly. Now, she also began to enjoy the feeling of hugging someone's thigh. This feeling of rapid upgrade is like a dream. She never thought that upgrading could be so easy and quick. It's amazing! Chapter 38. To save the top scholar, work hard to upgrade. After going through several dungeons, the two of them worked together more and more tacitly. When the entrance to the copy appeared in front of him again, Lu Qingyu used the primary cooling amulet without hesitation. In just a dozen seconds, the two of them stepped into the nightmare-level death mine again. This time, Lu Qingyu seemed to be even more excited, with an unprecedented excitement on her face. She followed closely behind Jiang Chen, and every step she took was full of energy, as if the whole world came alive because of her. Jiang Chen looked at her and couldn't help but feel a little amused. This girl, it's just a dungeon, why is she so excited? He shook his head helplessly, but was thinking in his heart, perhaps this is Lu Qingyu's unique charm. Unlike Lin Kai's petite and cute appearance, Lu Qingyu's height and arrogance make her stand out. They both have their own unique characteristics and are so attractive. Jiang Chen did not have any special feelings for Lu Qingyu because of her approach. He just treated her as an ordinary friend. However, Lu Qingyu didn't seem to think so. In less than 10 minutes, the Goblin King fell at their feet again. Jiang Chen said calmly, "There are still 4 more times." In the following time, the two of them continued to clear the dungeon 4 times. The whole process was tense and exciting, and every kill brought them one step closer to victory. The primary cooling amulet in Lu Qingyu's hand gradually dimmed during these battles. She knew that this meant the amulet's energy was about to run out. When the last instance was over, Lu Qingyu put away the dull amulet and said with some regret, "The amulet needs to be recharged. Unfortunately, I don't know how high-level an alchemist I need to find to do it." Jiang Chen looked at the amulet carefully and found that the runes inside it had become blurred. He knew that although this amulet was not a disposable item, it would probably not be easy to use it again. After this series of dungeon challenges, Lu Qingyu's level has reached 14 and her experience has accumulated to 20%. She said excitedly, "As long as I brush it 2 more times, I will definitely be able to reach level 15. Jiang Chen, you will be there soon too." Jiang Chen nodded. His level was still at level 15, but his experience had accumulated to 85%. He knew that the upgrade was not far away. There is still 1.5 days left before the college entrance examination, and they still have 2 chances to take the copy. Lu Qingyu said expectantly, "If we can all upgrade successfully, maybe 2 people from Baiyun City will be admitted to Shillong University this year. If Principal Cheng knew about this, he would definitely be very happy." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. He knew that for the principals of various high schools, it was indeed a supreme honor to have a student admitted to Shillong University. He also understood that both he and Lu Qingyu had the potential to become one of those 1,000 people. However, he did not become complacent about it. He knew that the real challenge was yet to come. What he needs is to continuously improve his own abilities, rather than just being satisfied with being admitted to Shillong University. Lu Qingyu continued to share. "Last year, Senior Jiang Ru became a member of Shillong University, and Principal Cheng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. A few years ago, Senior Li Xinghe was also admitted to Shillong University. Now the principal often mentions him as the pride of the school." Her words were full of longing and envy for Shillong University. The two sat in a quiet place, waiting for the copy cooldown to end. Lu Qingyu suddenly suggested, "Jiang Chen, have you ever thought about challenging for the provincial champion title?" Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her with some surprise. "Provincial #1 scholar?" Lu Qingyu nodded and explained, "If you can become the provincial champion, you will get a lot of points. In Shillong University, Points are a very valuable resource. She paused, then continued. Also, there is a chance to join the legendary Dragon Academy. Jiang Chen recalled what Lin Kaier had mentioned before about Shillong University and Dragon Academy. He asked curiously, "How much do you know about the Dragon Academy?" Lu Qingyu frowned, as if recalling something. "I don't know the details very well, but I heard some of them from my father." She continued, "The Dragon Academy should be one of the top academies in the Dragon Empire, gathering the best of many geniuses." She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I think you have a chance. You can go and give it a try." "I heard that there was a senior from our school who entered the Dragon Academy, but that was a long time ago." Jiang Chen's heart moved. He indeed developed a strong interest in the Dragon Academy. He whispered, "If I get a chance, I'll give it a try." Lu Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed at the entrance to the dungeon and said, "Isn't that Yu Dapeng?" Jiang Chen looked in the direction of her finger and saw Yu Dapeng. He was wandering at the entrance of the dungeon, apparently looking for a suitable team. Lu Qingyu used a detection spell, and then laughed. "I didn't expect this big guy to have reached level 11. It's a pity that he is a knight, so it's really not easy for him to find a team." In the dungeon, the knight is an indispensable role, but a knight of too low a level often cannot withstand the attacks of monsters. Even for normal level dungeons, a knight of at least level 13 is required to complete them. Yu Dapeng obviously hasn't met this standard yet. No wonder he hasn't found a suitable team after searching for so long. Jiang Chen said, "Let's take him with us." Lu Qingyu nodded and said with a smile, "It's fine with me. One more person means more strength anyway." Yu Dapeng, this big fool, seems to be lucky enough to meet them. Chapter 39. The shameless Yu Dapeng was dealt with by Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu waved and called Yu Dapeng over. When Yu Dapeng took a look, he saw that the people in front of him were two influential figures in his class, Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu. He was overjoyed and ran over excitedly. After getting closer, Yu Dapeng's eyes moved between the two of them, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You two are you, hee." He was about to make a joke when Lu Qingyu interrupted him with a cold face. "Shut your mouth, or I will let you taste the fire." Lu Qingyu was well known for her nobility and arrogance in Baiyun's city middle school. She would only restrain herself a little when she was with Jiang Chen. At this moment, facing Yu Dapeng, she did not conceal her arrogance and temper. Yu Dapeng was frightened and quickly touched his head, saying with a smile, "It's just a joke, Miss Lu, don't take it seriously." Lu Qingyu glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't look for a team anymore. When our cooldown is over, I will take you to level up. It should be no problem for you to reach level 12 before the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Yu Dapeng was immediately as excited as a child. "Really? You two are really my saviors. The school I want to go to only requires level 12. You are so kind." He was so excited that he danced with joy, and his expression was so exaggerated that it made people laugh. Lu Qingyu frowned. "If you continue to exaggerate like this, I won't take you with me." She really couldn't stand Yu Dapeng's exaggerated performance. Seeing this, Yu Dapeng quickly restrained his expression and said seriously, "Miss Lu, I was wrong. You said to go east, I will never go west." He looked very respectful, afraid of angering Lu Qingyu again. Lu Qingyu nodded with satisfaction. "Remember what you said, and stop talking nonsense." Yu Dapeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, I remember it." He secretly thanked his luck for his quick reaction, otherwise he would have lost this rare opportunity. Then, he asked curiously, how long is your cooldown time?" Lu Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "Probably about 10 hours. For Yu Dapeng, this time is a bit long, but he also knows that he may not be able to find a good team during this period of time. "Okay, then I'll wait for you here. You can take a break and chat first. Brother Chen, come on, I'm confident in you. Sooner or later you'll be able to win the heart of the campus beauty of Lu University, hee." After Yu Dapeng finished speaking, he tactfully stepped aside and stopped disturbing the two. When Lu Qingyu heard his words, her face turned slightly red, and a fireball quietly condensed in her hand. With a bang, a fireball exploded beside Yu Dapeng, scaring him so much that he jumped away quickly. "Miss Lu, I was wrong. Yu Daping dodged and begged for mercy loudly. Lu Qing glared at him angrily. Next time if you dare to talk nonsense, it won't be so simple. Yu Daping nodded quickly and said, Yes, I won't dare to do it again. He muttered to himself that Miss Lu's temper was getting worse and worse, so it would be better to avoid provoking her in the future. Jiang Chen looked at the interaction between the two and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He knew that Lu Qingyu only looked arrogant on the surface, but actually she was not a bad person. Although Yu Daping has a bit of a mean tongue, he is still a nice person. At least when everyone else distanced themselves from Jiang Chen, only Yu Daping was willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Jiang Chen believed in his own judgment. Although Yu Daping was a little funny, he was definitely a friend worth making. I just don't know who sent this funny guy. 10 hours later, Yu Daping joined Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu's team. Jiang Chen served as the captain, and they entered a nightmare-level copy together. As soon as he entered the copy, Yu Daping was so scared that his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. Hey, Miss Lu, Brother Chen, why did you choose a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Could it be that I made the wrong choice when I selected the difficulty level outside just now? Yu Daping had a look of horror on his face, obviously frightened by the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Lu Qingyu glanced at him coldly and said, Don't talk nonsense, just follow us, you don't need to do anything. Although Yu Daping was confused and frightened, he did not dare to ask more questions and could only follow the two of them obediently. Lu Qingyu thought to herself that perhaps she had also shown such a surprised expression when she first entered the dungeon. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen beside her, thinking that she had made the same joke in front of Jiang Chen before. Now, it is Yu Daping's turn to witness this new operation. Yu Daping followed Lu Qingyu carefully, afraid of losing a step. In the nightmare-level dungeon, he knew very well that he would die immediately if he was touched by the monster. After a fierce battle, when the boss fell to the ground, Yu Daping was still grinning. The boss just fell like this. Lu Qingyu couldn't help laughing and said, Can you close your mouth? Your saliva is almost flowing out. Yu Daping wiped the corner of his mouth hurriedly, and suddenly hugged Jiang Chen's thigh. Boss Chen, you must take me with you when you go to the dungeon next time. I am willing to be your little brother. Lu Qingyu shook her head helplessly. How come you don't have the dignity of a knight at all? With the boss here, what are you afraid of? Yu Daping yelled. What's the use of a knight's dignity? With the boss here, why do you need a knight like me? Lu Qingyu was too lazy to pay attention to him and simply turned a blind eye. At this time, a faint white light emanated from Jiang Chen's body, and he successfully upgraded. At level 16, he has already stepped firmly into the threshold of Shillong University. If Lu Qingyu clears the dungeon again, she will be able to reach level 15 and have a good chance of entering Shillong University. As for Yu Daping, his goal is Jiangbei University in this province. Although it is less famous than Shillong University, it is also an excellent institution of higher learning, which is good enough for a level 12 knight. As the sun sets, the golden afterglow casts a shadow on the earth. On the south city wall of Baiyun City, several principals stood side by side, looking at the suburbs outside the city wall. The kids should be back soon. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. I have already told them that they must return today. I don't know what the results of tomorrow's exam will be. Most people should be fine, it just depends on the quality of the school. Old Qing, I heard that Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu, two geniuses from your school, are both aiming for Shillong University. Qing Russian stared at the distant horizon with a sharp gaze. Yes, Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu both aim to study at Shillong University. The competition at Shillong University has always been fierce. According to the standards of previous years, only those at level 15 have a good chance of success, and only those at level 16 are absolutely sure of success. It's really not easy. There is still a chance at level 15, but level 16 is rare. In Baiyun City, apart from Li Xinghe and Jiang Ruo who reached level 16 last year, there are really few people who can do it. I don't know if these two little guys this year can create a miracle. Cheng Russian nodded firmly. I believe in them, they can do it. Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu, one is Jiang Ruo's younger brother, and the other is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Cheng Russian had high hopes for them and felt that they might be able to create new miracles. Finally, several figures appeared in the distance. A principal pointed and said, "Look, those are our number 1 middle school students who have returned." With the help of detection technology, the level of the person coming is clear at a glance. Jiang Chen, level 12, Berserker. The principal showed a satisfied smile on his face. The level of 12 was enough for Jiang Chen to enter a good university. Jiang Chen is also one of the well-known geniuses in number 1 middle school. "Xiao Min from our number 4 middle school is back too," said another principal. "Xiao Min, level 13, Frost Mage." The students returned one by one, and the principals continued to use detection magic on the city wall to check their levels. This time of year is actually a competition between the principals. Of course, what is being compared more is the strength and performance of the students in each school. Chapter 40, Surprise Qingrussian, the college entrance examination begins. On the city wall, many principals were looking forward to it, their eyes full of anticipation. The students returned one after another, and the principals exchanged information with each other, but they all found that no student had reached a particularly high level. It was obvious that everyone had gains and losses in this competition. So far, most of the students who have returned are between levels 10 and 13, and there is not even a single student who has reached level 14. Why haven't Lu Qingyu, Jiang Chen, and Yu Dapeng come back yet? Qingrussian's worries grew deeper and deeper, and his brows furrowed. According to their strength, they should have returned long ago. Why haven't they been seen yet? Will they encounter any trouble? A principal began to show concern. Just as night was about to fall, 3 figures finally appeared in everyone's sight. "They are coming! They are coming!" Qingrussian showed a relieved smile on his face. As long as they are safe and sound, that would be the best news. Qingrussian quickly used detection skills to check their levels. The principals of other high schools also used detection techniques with great anticipation, wanting to find out what was going on. "Yu Dapeng, level 12, Sword and Shield Knight Earth. Lu Qingyu, level 15, Rainbow Mage." The principals all showed surprised expressions. Lu Qingyu actually reached level 15, which meant that her chances of being admitted to Shillong University greatly increased. Generally speaking, by the time you reach level 15, you can be sure of getting into Shillong University in the college entrance examination. "They must have gained a lot of experience from clearing dungeons," someone speculated. Jiang Chen walked at the end, still wearing the shielding badge. But the principals are all experts among experts, and such props have no effect on them. Their gazes moved from Yu Dapeng and Lu Qingyu, and finally landed on Jiang Chen. The sword and shield in Yu Dapeng's hand and the staff in Lu Qingyu's hand are both the equipment of the Goblin King. Although the drop rate is low, they are really lucky. Such luck is really enviable. When the principals saw Jiang Chen's message, they were completely shocked. "This? How is it possible? Jiang Chen, level 16, Necromancer." They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Chen had actually reached level 16, one level higher than Lu Qingyu. This speed was simply astonishing. The principals were all so shocked that their mouths could not close and they let out bursts of exclamations. "These students are so amazing. Old Sheng has made a lot of money this year. Yeah. They must have been grinding dungeons non-stop." Qingrussian smiled and nodded, feeling extremely happy. He is undoubtedly the big winner in this competition. Moreover, if Jiang Chen and Lu Qingyu could be admitted to Shillong University at the same time, it would be a great honor for Baiyan City and number 1 middle school. Finally, the 3 of them returned to the city wall. Qingrussian said, "After you enter the city, go to the car and wait. When everyone comes back, we will go back to school together." The 3 nodded in agreement and followed Qingrussian's instructions. Yu Dapeng shouted excitedly, "Okay, Principal!" Qingrussian smiled and nodded, the joy in his heart was beyond words. In this competition, he not only won face, but also saw the outstanding performance of the students. As the principal of Baiyan No. 1 Middle School, his achievements this year will undoubtedly shine, and his future is full of infinite possibilities. After all the students returned safely, Qingrussian also boarded the school bus. "Classmates, I will be satisfied if you return safely," Qingrussian said with emotion. "Please make sure you get enough rest tonight. We will gather at the school early tomorrow morning and then go to the examination center in Jiabei City together." The college entrance examination test site is not set up in a school, nor in Baiyun City, but in the provincial capital Jiangbei City. Jiangbei City, this prosperous metropolis, is undoubtedly more dazzling than Baiyun City, a medium-sized city in Jiangbei province. Every year's college entrance examination is held grandly in this city and presided over by examiners from the Dragon Empire to ensure fairness and justice. When Jiang Chen returned home, he immediately immersed himself in meditation, proceeding in an orderly manner at his own pace. He knew very well that he had the ability to be admitted to Shillong University, and he was not without ambition for the honor of being the top student in the province. In the past, he simply wanted to enter Shillong University, but now, after listening to Lin Kaier and Lu Qingyu's words, he has developed a strong interest in the mysterious Dragon Academy. Since you want to enter Shillong University, you must strive to enter Dragon Academy. After all, so many people dream of entering the Dragon Academy, so there must be many resources there that will be of great benefit to cultivation. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up on time, refreshed, as if he had been completely reborn. His mental strength has been fully restored and is now at its peak. 100 skeleton warriors waited quietly in the summoning queue, waiting for his call. After being amplified 20 times by Jiang Chen, the four-dimensional attributes of each skeleton warrior reached an astonishing 5,000 points. Coupled with his two major skills, Soul Burning and Corpse Explosion, Jiang Chen was full of confidence. He came to the school playground and found that many classmates had arrived early. Yu Dapeng saw Jiang Chen from afar and waved enthusiastically. "Boss Chen, here!" Jiang Chen walked over and nodded to Yu Dapeng as a response. Although Jiang Chen always ranked first in every exam, he was not very popular among his classmates because of his introverted personality. Plus, his identity as a necromancer made his classmates a little odd. After a while, Lu Qingyu also came to the playground. Her popularity was obviously much higher than Jiang Chen's, and classmates gathered around her and talked to her. But Lu Qingyu went against her normal behavior and took the initiative to walk to Jiang Chen and asked softly, "Are you confident?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly, which was considered an affirmative answer. Lu Qingyu smiled and said, "Then let's meet at Shillong University." "Okay." Jiang Chen also responded softly. After everyone arrived, Cheng Rushan came over with a piece of teleportation stone in his hand. "These are the teleportation stones for the test site, one for each person. You can crush the teleportation stone later, or use your mental power to activate it. The teleportation stone will take everyone directly to the examination room. Finally, I would like to remind you that safety is the most important thing during the exam. Safety first, remember." "Okay, now let's start teleporting." The students activated the teleportation stones in their hands one after another, and with flashes of light, they disappeared one by one. After everyone left, Cheng Rushan activated his own teleportation stone and headed to the test site in Jiangbei City. The test site is located in a wide open space, like a huge square. Candidates from various cities in Jiangbei province came here one after another via teleportation stones, and the number reached several thousand. The teleporting light lasted for a long time before gradually stopping. Candidates from Baiyun City were all arranged in the same area. About half an hour later, the teleporting light finally disappeared completely. At this moment, a tall tower appeared out of nowhere and stood in the center of the square. "The trial tower is open!" A majestic voice sounded above the square. The first floor door of the tower slowly opened, making a rumbling sound. "Attention all candidates, the examination regulations will be read out next. During the exam, no speaking or asking questions is allowed. Violators will be disqualified from the exam." Serious and solemn voices rang out one after another, setting the tone for the exam that was about to begin. Chapter 41. At the beginning of the first level, the absolute strength crushes. "What if I don't understand the rules? Can I ask questions?" Several candidates were nervous and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. However, just as they finished their words, the trial tower suddenly shot out several dazzling rays of light, directly covering the candidates. The next moment, these candidates disappeared from the spot in an instant as if they were teleported. Then, that majestic voice resounded throughout the square again. "If you violate the rules, you will be disqualified from the college entrance examination immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of thousands of candidates, suddenly changed drastically. They became silent and dared not even to breathe. Only then did they realize that the rules of this exam were so strict that even the slightest inquiry was not allowed. The atmosphere in the trial tower suddenly became extremely solemn. The candidates even breathed carefully, fearing that they would accidentally break the rules. During their 3 years of high school life, they have put in countless efforts and sweat. If they lose their qualifications due to a small negligence in the examination room, it will be a huge regret and loss. Jiang Chen recalled Lu Qingyu's words and couldn't help but feel lucky. He knew that the rules of the college entrance examination must be strictly followed and any violation would be severely punished. He turned to look at Yu Dapeng beside him, only to see that this guy was desperately covering his mouth, his face full of tension and fear. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yu Dapeng was usually carefree and outspoken, but he didn't expect that he would be so nervous when facing such a big occasion as the college entrance examination. He thought to himself that although this guy liked to talk, he should still be able to control himself. The majestic voice sounded again and began to explain the rules of the exam in detail. The trial tower will set up corresponding test scenarios for candidates based on their different professions. Candidates with auxiliary professions will face non-combat challenges, while candidates with main combat professions will need to participate in actual combat exercises. After successfully completing the basic test, you can choose scenarios of different difficulty levels to challenge. The higher the difficulty, the more points you will get. These points will become an important part of your test scores and also one of the important qualifications for you to enter higher education institutions in the future. During the test, you can use the equipment you bring with you, but you are prohibited from using any other props. Once you violate the rules, you will be disqualified from the test immediately. In addition, after entering the trial tower, your storage space will be temporarily blocked. The majestic voice was clear and powerful, allowing every candidate to hear it clearly. As long as they had normal IQ, they could understand these rules. And those candidates who asked out of curiosity at the beginning had already paid the price for their recklessness. Now, all candidates line up in order to enter the tower. As the order was issued, the candidates began to line up to enter the trial tower. The whole process was orderly, and everyone strictly abided by the rules and did not dare to slack off. Even the rich kids who were usually spoiled and arrogant restrained their edge at this moment, and waited in line obediently. The college entrance examination is a crucial opportunity for every candidate, and they dare not be careless at all. Li Mingyu was also in the crowd. As the young president of the Huangtian Guild, he was usually arrogant and domineering, but at this moment he lined up obediently in the queue. He knew that in such a situation, any small action might bring unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen also followed the team into the trial tower. Before entering the tower, he checked his shielding badge to make sure it had been removed. The moment he stepped into the trial tower, a ray of light enveloped him, and the next moment, he was teleported to an independent space. Just as he guessed, the trial tower was like an independent copy, and each candidate would be teleported to a different space to take the exam. On the top floor of the trial tower stood several middle-aged men in different costumes with majestic demeanor. They were examiners for the various professions such as assistant, warrior, and mage in charge of the college entrance examination. They are all very powerful, and none of them is below level 70. They will be responsible for supervising the entire exam and ensuring the fairness and impartiality of the exam. Jiang Chen, level 16, Undead Summoner. Jiang Chen's image gradually appeared in their field of vision. Is this the new type of profession reported by Baiyun No. 1 Middle School? It's been a long time. The last time a new profession emerged seemed to be more than 30 years ago. That's right. More than 30 years ago, a new profession called Shadow Assassin emerged. With its unique assassination skills, it was considered rare. Undead Summoner. Judging from the information reported by the first middle school, this should be a summoning mage profession. We'll have to see how this new profession performs in actual combat. Hopefully it won't disappoint us old guys. Treat him according to the standards of a rare-level mage and keep all records. After some discussion, they developed a plan for Jiang Chen's exam. In front of Jiang Chen, a creature with a strange shape suddenly appeared. This creature had the head of a dragon, but was covered in armor and wielded a massive battle axe. Obviously, this is a powerful dragon warrior. Jiang Chen and the dragon warrior were also separated by an invisible light curtain. His detection skills were also unable to penetrate this light curtain. Jiang Chen was unable to obtain the detailed data of this dragon warrior. Exam mission: defeat the Dragon Guardian. Apart from this simple instruction, there is no other superfluous information. On the light screen, numbers began to count down. Jiang Chen quickly adjusted his state and prepared to fight. A dim light flashed beside him, and a skeleton warrior slowly emerged. 3, 2, 1. The moment the light curtain disappeared, the skeleton warriors rushed towards the Dragon Guardians first. And Jiang Chen released his touch of undead almost at the same time. This is a powerful mental attack that can directly affect the enemy's soul. The Dragon Guardian let out a shrill roar, but only lasted for a few breaths before falling to the ground with a bang. Jiang Chen looked at the Dragon Guardian lying on the ground with some disbelief. This battle was much easier than he had imagined. On the top floor of the tower, several examiners had expressions of shock on their faces. What skill is this? It can actually kill with one strike. Is the data correct? Is there something wrong? The data is accurate. We set it according to the standards of rare level professionals. The level of this Dragon Guardian is 2 levels higher than Jiang Chen. Candidates of different levels and main combat professions face different tests. Rare level professionals will face monsters that are 2 levels higher than themselves. High level professionals, on the other hand, face monsters that are 1 level higher than themselves. Other professions are at the same level as monsters. The mage faces mage-type monsters, and the warrior faces warrior-type monsters. The types also match each other. Although all the candidates were able to defeat these monsters, it was extremely rare for someone like Jiang Chen to kill them instantly with one strike. This overwhelming advantage shocked everyone. Chapter 42 shocked all the examiners. This result is too incredible. In this exam, an unexpected event occurred at a level that was originally intended to test professionals' basic combat skills. For most qualified professionals, dealing with monsters slightly higher than their own level is not a problem. This setting has been used since the establishment of the college entrance examination, with few deviations. Each exam is designed to showcase the professional's fighting style through a brief confrontation. However, Jiang Chen's examination process was completely different. Those monsters in front of him were like paper, collapsing at the first touch, and were unable to demonstrate his true fighting level at all. What's even more troublesome is that because everything happened so quickly, the examiners couldn't even see clearly what was happening. One examiner couldn't help but ask, "What should we do?" Everyone's eyes were directed to the examiner in charge of the magician exam. However, even he felt helpless at this moment, because Jiang Chen's performance completely exceeded their expectations. They wanted to continue to understand Jiang Chen's strength, but they were also worried that the exam rules would be violated. Just then, an imposing old man walked into the room. "Sir Zhong, why are you here?" Several examiners quickly stood up and saluted. The old man's name is Zhong Namli, and he is a senior member of the Jiangbei Province College Entrance Examination Committee. He smiled and said, "I heard that a new profession appeared this year, so I came here to take a look." After listening to the examiner's reports, Zhong Namli's gaze fell on Jiang Chen and the light curtain. He nodded and commented, "This kid is indeed not simple." After a moment's silence, he made a suggestion. "You all want to see the true strength of the Necromancer, right? Then let's test him a second time according to the strength of an epic professional." However, this proposal was immediately opposed by an examiner. "It's not fair to him, and how should the points be calculated?" Zhong Namli smiled and said, "Whether it is fair or not is not up to us to decide. As for the points, we will handle it according to the special circumstances. If he passes the second test, I am willing to personally take responsibility for his extra points." The examiners around expressed their gratitude. "Mr. Zhong is too polite. How can I let you bear it personally?" Zhong Namli waved his hand and said, "No need to say more, it's settled." Jiang Chen didn't know that he had become a special case in this exam. He waited quietly for the second exam to begin. Soon, the light curtain lit up again, and a wizard monster more powerful than before appeared in front of him. "Candidates, please take the second test and defeat the monster in front of you." Jiang Chen released his skills again without any hesitation. This time, the monster didn't even make a scream before it turned into nothingness under Jiang Chen's attack. Seeing Jiang Chen winning easily again on the light screen, the examiners were once again shocked. They couldn't believe that a boy who was only 16 years old could possess such powerful strength. "This skill, isn't it too terrifying?" An examiner couldn't help but exclaimed. "Yes, this is completely beyond our expectations," another examiner agreed. They began to wonder whether Jiang Chen possessed some unknown powerful equipment. However, someone soon retorted, "He is only level 16, how could he have such powerful equipment? Obviously, his skills are too powerful." The examiners discussed the issue but could not come to a definite conclusion. Finally, they turned their attention to Zhong Namli again. "Sir Zhong, look at this," an examiner asked tentatively. Zhong Namli was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Continue the test, I want to see how much potential he has." Zhong Namli waved his hand and said calmly, "No need to say more, let's proceed to the second round of assessment." At this moment, all candidates have completed the first round of challenges. A majestic and solemn voice rang in everyone's ears. "The first round of assessment for candidates in the main combat category has been successfully completed. A total of 872 people took the test, and 593 passed. Preliminary results are now announced." A ranking list emerged in everyone's vision. Jiang Chen, time taken 0.1 seconds, points 100. Han Li took 3.1 seconds, points 70. Lin Yi took 5.1 seconds, points 40. Jiang Chen took the top spot without any suspense. His result was only 0.1 second, which shocked everyone. Following closely behind was Han Shui, who took 3.1 seconds. Lin Yi ranked third with a time of 5.1 seconds. Li Mingyu, the junior president of the Huangtian Association, ranked fourth with a time of 5.4 seconds. From first to third place, the points are 100, 70, and 40 respectively, and starting from fourth place, everyone's points are 10. Li Mingyu's face turned pale when he saw this ranking. "How is it possible? How is it possible that I didn't even make the top 3? First place, how could Jiang Chen only take 0.1 seconds? This result is definitely fake, there must be something wrong." Not only Li Mingyu, many candidates felt unbelievable after seeing Jiang Chen's results. "Isn't the first place result too exaggerated? Is there something wrong with the system? We need a thorough investigation. Who is this Jiang Chen, and why is he so strong?" Lu Qingyu looked at the rankings, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. "Jiang Chen, I will not lose to you." Yu Dapeng looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. "The boss is the boss, too strong." Jiang Chen touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. "It seems that I have really gone too far." He didn't expect that the first round of seemingly simple assessment would eliminate so many people. It seems that the college entrance examination is really a cruel battlefield, and only candidates with real ability can make it to the end. After the first round of examination, all candidates became more serious and earnest. They knew that the next assessment would be even more difficult. The examiner glanced at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. These candidates finally started to take it seriously, and no longer had the casual attitude they had at the beginning. The majestic voice sounded again. "For candidates in the main combat category, the second round of assessment is about to begin. In this round of assessment, candidates can choose the difficulty level themselves. Please note that there may be casualties in the second round of assessment. Please do your best. If you encounter a situation that you cannot handle during the assessment, you can shout, 'Give up,' and the assessment will be terminated immediately. Your score will be based on your situation at the time of giving up." The examiner once again emphasized the rules and requirements for the second round of assessment. The second round of assessment is similar to the previous copy, divided into 3 difficulties: normal, nightmare, and hell. The points obtained after killing monsters of different difficulty levels are also different. Killing a monster in normal difficulty gives 1 point, in nightmare difficulty 3 points, and in hell difficulty 5 points. The assessment time is 30 minutes. The second round of assessment is to see who can kill more monsters within a limited time. Chapter 43. Too powerful, it's really boring to watch. Li Mingyu's eyes were determined and he chose the hell difficulty without hesitation. In his opinion, the hell difficulty is just 5 times the amount of monsters to be killed as the normal difficulty, which is no problem for him. As a level 16 berserker, he has great confidence. That kid, it doesn't matter if I won the first round. In the second round, I will definitely surpass you. Li Mingyu holds a giant battle axe in his hand, which is his iconic weapon as a berserker. The candidates and examiners around all cast their concerned glances. Li Mingyu chose the held difficulty. It seems that he is very confident in his own ability. The berserker class does have a natural advantage in close combat. He should be able to perform well in this round of assessment. Unlike Li Mingyu, Lu Qingyu chose the normal difficulty after considering for a moment. As a level 15 rainbow mage, she is good at ranged attacks but relatively weak in melee combat. Without the protection of a tank or a meat shield, she would have a hard time dealing with difficult monsters. Therefore, she decided to adopt a strategy of winning by numbers and chose normal difficulty. After seeing Lu Qingyu's choice, the examiners nodded in approval. Lu Qingyu's choice was very wise. She knew her own strengths and weaknesses and made the most favorable judgment for herself. Mage classes do need to be extra careful when facing melee monsters. Another candidate, Han Li, came second in the first round of assessment. She chose the held difficulty. Han Li is also level 16, and a stealth user. The examiners were also quite concerned about this candidate. The assassin is good at stealth and assassination, and she also has a considerable advantage in held difficulty. It seems that this year's college entrance examination has produced many talented people. An examiner sighed. Finally, it was Jiang Chen's turn. He listened to the exam rules quietly and made his own choice. This round of assessment tests the candidate's ability to fight continuously. Fighting for 30 minutes is not an easy task for any profession. A long battle consumes a huge amount of attributes. A protracted battle is indeed a challenge. However, Jiang Chen showed a confident smile on his face. He chose the held difficulty without hesitation. In the eyes of others, the difficulty of hell might be a huge challenge, but for Jiang Chen, it is like a common occurrence. What's more, if you choose the held difficulty, the points and rewards will be higher. For Jiang Chen, no matter what difficulty he chose, he would be killed instantly in front of the skeleton warriors. Sure enough, he also chose the held difficulty. An examiner laughed. As a combination of a mage and a summoner, he has the assistance of summoned creatures and is not afraid of monsters getting close to him. Furthermore, his skills are incredibly powerful. With the help of his summons, the held difficulty should be no problem for him. Most of the summoners who participated in the assessment in the past also chose the held difficulty. Then let us wait and see what kind of surprises this new profession, the Necromancer, can bring us. As all candidates make their choices, the second round of assessment officially begins. Outside the examination room, principals of various universities and middle schools in Jiangbei province also gathered together. Old Qing, you guys at number 1 middle school made a fortune this time. A result of 0.1 seconds hasn't been seen in many years. You guys took 2 of the top 3 spots. You've really made a lot of noise this time. If Jiang Chen can get another provincial champion, then you will really be on top. Qing Russian's face flushed red. He was so excited that he could hardly speak, and his whole body was shaking. He never thought that Jiang Chen would achieve such outstanding results. This was simply a huge surprise. The principals around him also cast envious glances at him, and words of congratulations continued to reach Qing Russian's ears. As the second round of assessment began, all candidates faced a ball of light, which was the entrance to their upcoming challenge. Jiang Chen was no exception. He stood quietly in front of the ball of light, waiting for the monster to appear. Soon, a monster wearing heavy armor walked out from the ball of light, letting out an earth-shaking roar. However, before the monster could show its power, the skeleton warriors beside Jiang Chen rushed up like lightning. With one swing of the knife, a huge wound appeared on the monster's body. Jiang Chen quickly used the detection technique to check the monster's information. Lava Monster Elite. Level 14. Strength 550. Agility 280. Spirit 180. Constitution 450. Compared to the monsters encountered in the first round, the attributes of this lava beast have indeed been improved, but it is still not too strong. Jiang Chen had a clear idea in his mind, knowing that this round of assessment would not be too difficult for him. The skeleton warrior's attack speed was extremely fast. With just 2 slashes, the lava beast fell to the ground. Jiang Chen did not stop and summoned another skeleton warrior. The 2 warriors stood on the left and right beside the light ball, waiting for the next monster to appear. Every 5 seconds, new monsters would emerge from the ball of light, but without exception, they were all easily killed by Jiang Chen's skeleton warriors. This scene left the examiners around stunned. This Jiang Chen summon is too powerful! And you can summon 2 at once. This profession is simply amazing! It seems that Jiang Chen will definitely take first place in this assessment. The examiners were discussing among themselves, all expressing their amazement at Jiang Chen's strength. The other candidates also cast envious glances at him, secretly lamenting their own shortcomings. Lu Qingyu silently performed her skills on the side. Although her performance was not bad, she seemed a little dull under Jiang Chen's halo. The hand holding the staff trembled slightly, and she felt both unwillingness and admiration. She knew that if she wanted to catch up with Jiang Chen, she would need to work harder. But at this time, Jiang Chen had already lost interest in this test. He felt that such an assessment was too easy for him and could not truly test his abilities. He began to look forward to more challenging tasks, hoping to demonstrate his true strength in this college entrance examination. Chapter 44 is really weird, turning into a spectator. Lu Qingyu's performance made the examiners nod their heads and gave her unanimous high praise. Not only does she have skilled fighting skills, she also demonstrates amazing sustained combat capabilities. In another corner, Li Mingyu was swinging a huge 2-handed battle axe, and every swing was accompanied by the wolf-werewolf screams and falling to the ground. The expression on his face was wild and bloodthirsty, as if he was immersed in the thrill of battle. The berserker class will gradually lose their sanity in battle and become more wild, which is how they got their name. However, the examiners were somewhat worried about this. Li Mingyu was not completely out of control yet, but as his strength grew, it was still unknown whether he could stay awake in battle in the future. For the candidates, this examination is a long-term test. Candidates who give their all at the beginning often run out of energy in the later stages, which is what examiners are most worried about. He went all out at the beginning, but I'm afraid his efficiency will be greatly reduced later on. He doesn't seem to be able to control his physical exertion very well, and he needs to improve on that aspect. Compared with Lu Qingyu, Li Mingyu is indeed slightly lacking in sustained combat capabilities. Han Li chose a completely different tactic from Li Mingyu. As a stealth fighter, she fully utilized the flexibility of her profession and thrived on the battlefield. Her figure was erratic, but each of her attacks was precise and deadly. The examiners praised Han Li's performance and believed that she was a candidate with great potential. After the first round of assessment, the examiners had a preliminary understanding of each candidate's performance and began to focus on their sustained combat capabilities. However, when the examiners turned their eyes to Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but feel speechless. This kid, what is he doing? Jiang Chen was seen eating leisurely while watching the skeleton warriors killing monsters in seconds. He actually ate during the test, which was simply ridiculous. Is he enjoying the exam? Or are these monsters nothing to him? The examiners looked at each other, not knowing how to evaluate Jiang Chen's behavior. When the other candidates saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel speechless. In this tense and exciting assessment, Jiang Chen was so relaxed and at ease, just like he was on vacation. However, what was even more surprising was that Jiang Chen's performance was far ahead. His skeleton warriors never seemed to get tired and always maintained an efficient killing speed. The other candidates gradually felt exhausted after a long battle. Zhong Maoli remained silent, but his eyes revealed a strong interest in Jiang Chen. This kid is quite interesting. As the examination progressed, more and more candidates chose to give up due to physical exhaustion. For every professional, sustained combat capability is a very important quality. In this assessment, those who can persevere to the end are undoubtedly the most outstanding ones. However, Jiang Chen was unique. In the midst of this fierce battle, he could still enjoy his food leisurely and contentedly, as if he was not tired at all. Time passed like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, the long 30 minutes finally came to an end. Finally free. This isn't an exam, it's torture. I felt like I had walked out of hell. The candidates collapsed on the ground, some gasping for breath, some looking pale, obviously having consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. The same was true for Lu Qingyu. Although she performed quite well, she was also exhausted at the moment, and her face had lost its usual rosy color. Li Mingyu was even more exaggerated. He just lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was like a bystander, standing quietly by the side, without any sign of fatigue on his face. "This round of exams is over." A majestic voice rang in everyone's ears, and at the same time, a prompt appeared in everyone's field of vision. A total of 621 candidates participated in this round of examinations, of which 237 candidates lost the qualification to continue the examination due to injury or voluntary withdrawal. The remaining 384 candidates are eligible to proceed to the next round of exams, but please be aware that the next round of exams will be more difficult and may even put your life at risk. Now, please make a choice, to continue or give up. As soon as the news came out, everyone fell into deep thought. Continuing to take the next round of exams may result in better results, but may also put you at greater risk. Although it would be a bit reluctant to give up, at least I could keep my current grades and enter a good university. The examiners looked at the hesitation of the crowd and felt secretly proud of themselves. It seems that many people will choose to give up this time. Yeah, after all, the difficulty of the next round is no joke. However, there are some determined candidates who choose to continue the challenge. Just when everyone was hesitating, Jiang Chen made his choice without hesitation. "I choose to continue." Although his voice was not loud, it caused quite a stir in everyone's hearts. He actually chose to continue? Doesn't this guy know how difficult the next round will be? You are really courageous. I admire you. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, more and more people made their choice. Some people were inspired by Jiang Chen's courage and chose to continue the challenge. Some people were unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. Of course, some people chose to give up. They may feel that their strength is not enough to cope with the next round of challenges, or they may feel that their current achievements are satisfactory enough. Very good, it looks like you've all made your choices. The majestic voice sounded again. Now you will have 60 seconds to confirm your choice. If you still do not confirm after 60 seconds, you will be assumed to continue to the next round of the exam. As soon as the news came out, those who had not yet made a choice suddenly became nervous and began to confirm their choices. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Chapter 45. This is too much. It doesn't care about other people's feelings. After the second round of exams, more than 80 of the 384 candidates chose to withdraw, and ultimately only 300 remained to take the exam. Although they chose to withdraw, they have proved that they are capable enough to enter ordinary higher education institutions. The remaining candidates' next goal is to enter the top-ranked universities. The examiner announced the ranking of the results after the second round. 1. Jiang Chen, total score, 1,605 points. 2. Hanli, total score, 470 points. 3. Lu Qingyu, total score, 270 points. 4. Li Mingyu, total score, 265 points. Li Mingyu was shocked. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had such a high score. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly get such a high score? Li Mingyu almost went crazy when he saw Jiang Chen's data. According to his estimation, at most 60 points can be obtained in 1 minute at held difficulty. The maximum score in 30 minutes should be 1,800 points. If factors such as the time spent killing monsters are taken into consideration, generally 200 to 400 points can be obtained, and the best score is 400 points. For example, Hanli, just like that, killed 80 monsters and got 400 points. Such a record is already excellent in everyone's eyes. But Jiang Chen scored 1605 points, which is equivalent to killing 301 monsters, 10 per minute, just a little short of the limit of 12. Everyone present was surprised at his results, and some even suspected that he had cheated. But everyone knew that cheating in a big exam was impossible because the entire process was under surveillance. A question arose in everyone's mind: is Jiang Chen a monster? Why is he so perverted? Li Mingyu also wanted to shout at Jiang Chen to see if he was cheating, but after thinking about it, his IQ took the upper hand and he didn't dare to do it. If he really shouted it out, his father would pull his ears off without waiting for the people of the empire to settle the score with him. College entrance examination, cheating in such a sacred examination room, no one dares and it is impossible to happen. Outside the examination room, Chang Russian was also extremely excited, but at the same time a little bit incredulous. Jiang Chen's grades were much higher than those of previous students. Even Chang Russian's hands began to tremble with excitement. People who don't know would think he has Parkinson's disease. Old Ching, this student of yours is simply a pervert. Indeed, it's too perverted. Chang Russian couldn't help but roar in response. You are the perverts, your whole family is perverts. He was eager to know how Jiang Chen did it. As far as he can remember, no one has ever achieved this. Even Li Xinghe and Jiang Rua did not achieve such a high score. Li Xinghe scored 700 points that year, and Jiang Rua scored 660 points. Jiang Chen is now riding far ahead. In the trial tower, rays of light shone on the students who continued to take the exam, restoring their energy and state. Now we will enter the third round of examinations. This round of exams also has 3 levels of difficulty. You will face a boss monster. Normal difficulty, 100 points. Nightmare difficulty, 300 points. Hell difficulty, 500 points. The exam rules are similar to the previous round. The last test was about sustained combat capability. This test is about one's ultimate combat capability. Everything about the assessment was pretty much the same as Jiang Chen had expected. The third round is to test the candidate's damage, defense, mental strength, and the limits of their 4-dimensional attributes. A boss-level monster that requires you to fight one-on-one. Without any assistance, it is a big challenge for every professional. Jiang Chen was the first to make a choice this time. I choose Hell level. He hardly gave it any thought, mainly because there was no need to think at all. After the examiners witnessed Jiang Chen's choice, they started discussing it again. Sure enough, this kid chose the Hell difficulty without hesitation. Given his current strength and the power of his summons, he is definitely the best candidate for first place this time. It seems that Jiangbei Province's top scholar is already a foregone conclusion. Don't be too sure. The next 2 rounds of exams, especially the 5th round. Examiners feel that this year's college entrance examination seems more exciting than ever before. They have gone through countless exams and witnessed various miracles of counterattack. Although Jiang Chen is currently performing strongly, no one dares to easily assert that he can definitely win the provincial top spot. Li Mingyu looked at Jiang Chen's back, feeling unwilling. He originally aimed to be the top scholar in the province, but now even the top 3 is in jeopardy. The first place is mine, and I won't give it up just like that. After the college entrance examination, I will never let you go. Li Mingyu swore fiercely and also chose the Hell difficulty. Lu Qingyu and Han Li also chose the Hell difficulty without hesitation. Facing the challenge of a single monster, Lu Qingyu's Rainbow Mage and Han Li's Stalker both have great explosive power, and they are not afraid. When everyone had made their choice, the examiner announced that the 4th round of examinations officially began. A huge monster appeared in front of everyone. They are still wolf orcs with wolf heads, but this time they are the elites of the wolf orc clan. The monster holds 2 swords in his hands, like a professional sword fighter, and his momentum is intimidating. Wolf Orc Elite Boss. Level 15. Strength 1050. Agility 850. Spirit 550. Physique 1050. Skill, Wind Sword Dance. Looking at the data in front of him, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This boss-level monster seems to be stronger than the previous ones. But Jiang Chen did not feel too much pressure. He understood that this was to make the exam more challenging, but not truly hellishly difficult. A true boss-level monster is definitely not comparable to the one in front of us. Jiang Chen could understand the Empire's intentions. They did not want to cause too many casualties in the college entrance examination. This is about selecting talents, not eliminating them. After thinking this through, Jiang Chen felt more confident. As soon as the battle began, he gave orders decisively. The two skeleton warriors quickly rushed forward and launched their skills at the same time. The power of violence! With a loud roar, the wolf orc elite didn't even have a chance to react before being knocked to the ground in an instant. Flash sale. Another instant kill. Jiang Chen displayed overwhelming strength and defeated his opponent effortlessly. The examiners were shocked again. This is another instant kill. His summons can actually use skills, and they are so powerful. How can others have fun if Jiang Chen does this? Yeah, he really went too far. He left no chance for others to survive. Chapter 46. If you can't beat the summoned creature, beat the summoner. Jiang Chen not only easily killed the boss-level monster in the second round of exams, but also the third round, which made the examiners present look at him with admiration. Even though they knew that the monster's strength had been weakened in order to take care of the examinees, Jiang Chen's performance was still amazing. 3 rounds of instant kills. This kind of crushing combat power shocked every examiner present. In sharp contrast to Jiang Chen's easy victory, the performance of other candidates seemed to pale in comparison. In the third round, Lu Qingyu continuously cast gorgeous magic skills, fighting a battle of wits and courage with the wolf orc leader. Li Mingyu, in the form of a berserker, engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with the monster, and each blow was full of power and determination. Han Li took advantage of her status as a stealth fighter and skillfully dealt with the monsters, looking for the best time to attack. However, no matter how hard the other candidates tried, Jiang Chen's performance was always the most eye-catching. He only needs to summon the skeleton warriors to easily end the battle without having to do anything himself. This kind of strength made many examiners feel incredible. Jiang Chen's strength is probably enough to clear those low-level dungeons alone, an examiner exclaimed. Not only low-level copies, I think he can handle mid-level copies with ease, another examiner added. We haven't really squeezed out his limits yet. His potential is far greater than this, said another examiner. The 5th round of assessment is the real test. At that time, his true strength will be fully revealed, the last examiner concluded. The examiners were discussing the matter, full of expectation and curiosity about Jiang Chen's ability. Only Zhong Namli had been silently paying attention to Jiang Chen, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. At this time, the examiners present also noticed Zhong Namli's special attention to Jiang Chen. They understood that this big shot from the Empire seemed to have a great interest in Jiang Chen. The third round of testing ended quickly, in just 10 minutes. Lu Qingyu, Han Li, Li Mingyu and others successfully defeated the boss-level monster and won 500 points. However, some candidates were eliminated for various reasons. Finally, 300 candidates successfully advanced to the 4th round of tests. They all knew that as long as they could pass the previous exams, they would be able to enter the top 100 universities. Although it was a pity for those candidates who were eliminated, they had already obtained the qualifications to enter the top dozens of universities in the Empire. After 3 rounds of screening, only 120 candidates remained to participate in the next round of assessment. The ranking of results after the 3rd round will be announced below. The examiner's voice sounded. Jiang Chen, total score, 2,105 points. Han Li, total score, 970 points. Lu Qingyu, total score, 770 points. Li Mingyu, total score, 765 points. Yu Dapeng, total score, 365 points. Jiang Chen felt relieved when he saw Yu Dapeng's name ranked 66th. He knew that Yu Dapeng had tried his best in the examination room and exerted all his strength. Such results are enough for him to enter his favorite Jiangbei University. However, Jiang Chen also knew that Yu Dapeng's ambitions did not stop there. He believed that Yu Dapeng would continue to participate in the next round of assessments and strive for better results. Even in the 4th round of exams, Yu Dapeng may get a better ranking. The 4th round of assessment is about to begin. This is my chance to turn the tables. Li Mingyu gripped his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew that he had fallen far behind in the previous exams, but he did not give up. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to catch up with Jiang Chen. The examiner announced the rules for the 4th round of exams again. The difficulty and danger of this round will be further increased. However, for Jiang Chen, Li Mingyu and others, this is the stage for them to show their true strength. The candidates knew that the challenge in the fourth round would be even more arduous, but none of them chose to back down. The next test will be more dangerous. You have the right to choose to give up. Don't force yourself. The examiner's voice rang in everyone's ears. With your current grades, you are already qualified to enter a top university, the examiner reminded again. However, the candidates remained silent, with determination gleaming in their eyes. Under the baptism of light, their condition was fully restored and they were ready to meet the next challenge. In that case, I respect your choice. The examiner nodded, expressing his appreciation for everyone's determination. He knew that the candidates who could make it to the fourth round were outstanding in both mentality and ability. They stood straight, their eyes fixed firmly on the examiner who was announcing the rules. The rules for the fourth round of exams are as follows. The examiner began to announce. You will face consecutive attacks from 10 groups of monsters. Each batch contains 10 monsters, for a total of 100 monsters. The interval between each batch of monsters appearing is 1 minute. Whether you killed the previous batch of monsters or not, the next batch of monsters will appear in 1 minute. The last batch of monsters will be led by a boss monster. Only after all the monsters are destroyed can you pass this round of assessment. You will get 10 points for each monster you kill. If you can successfully pass the level, your final points will be doubled, for a total of 2,000 points. After the rules were announced, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. On the light screen, the figures of the first batch of 10 monsters have appeared. These monsters are all ordinary level 13 wolf orcs, 9 of which are warrior-type monsters, and the last one is a mage-type monster. The cooperation between warrior and mage undoubtedly increases the difficulty of clearing monsters. Jiang Chen silently calculated in his mind and found that the difficulty of this round had indeed increased a lot. If you don't clear monsters fast enough, you will easily be besieged by more and more monsters, eventually leading to failure. He already understood that this round of testing was about the examinee's ability to clear monsters quickly. From basic combat power to endurance, to one-on-one ability, and finally to the ability to quickly clear monsters, this college entrance examination covers almost all the advantages and disadvantages of each profession. Several examiners looked at the monster in the light curtain with satisfied smiles on their faces. Their eyes all turned to Jiang Chen at the same time. I'd like to see how he handles this time. An examiner chuckled. The best way to deal with a summoner is to simply destroy the summoner himself. Another examiner added. Hee, this time let's see how he handles the situation where both the summoned creature and the summoner are attacked at the same time. Another examiner laughed. But having said that, Jiang Chen's summons are indeed powerful, and completing this round of assessment should not be a problem. An examiner commented objectively. Zhong Nanli, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up at this moment. I think this round of tests is not that difficult for Jiang Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, all the examiners looked at him with a little surprise. Zhong Nanli's words were full of certainty, as if he was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. Although some examiners had doubts in their hearts, the status gap was there and they did not refute. Anyway, the facts will soon prove who is right and who is wrong. There were also some examiners who were secretly looking forward to seeing how Jiang Chen would perform in the next assessment. Chapter 47, The Demon Swordsman Appears. If you want to be powerful, go into frenzy. The fourth round of testing was in full swing, but Jiang Chen's performance still seemed effortless. As soon as the test started, he summoned the third skeleton warrior, and the 3 skeleton warriors quickly rushed towards the 9 level 13 wolf orc warriors. Every swing of the knife was like cutting melons and vegetables. The monsters in this round seemed so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flipped his palm lightly, and a gorgeous flame appeared in his hand, which he then accurately smashed onto the head of the leader monster. Soul burning! In just 3 seconds, all the monsters were killed instantly, and Jiang Chen once again completed this round of testing with a crushing attitude. The whole process was so fast that it was almost impossible to breathe. How is this possible? Did anyone see clearly? Jiang Chen actually summoned another skeleton warrior? Those 10 monsters just now couldn't even stop his 3 skeleton warriors? This kid hid it well enough. He even kept it a secret from us at the beginning. Haha, This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see what cards he has next. Zhong Namli also showed a satisfied smile on his face, as if Jiang Chen's performance was completely in line with his expectations. Jiang Chen himself seemed a little bored. He curled his lips and said to himself, "Is this the so-called college entrance examination? It's too unchallenging." Compared to the excitement and tension when he first entered the Death Mine dungeon, the current test was like child's play to him. There was no surprise, no challenge. It was this skill that he occasionally displayed that amazed the experienced examiners, and made them open their eyes wide. Jiang Chen seemed to be able to imagine the wonderful expressions on the faces of the examiners sitting high up. However, for him, such a test was so boring that he unconsciously took out a piece of sweet potato and ate it slowly. "Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. There's no point in watching this kid." "That's right, let's look at the others." Soon, other candidates also attracted the examiner's attention. Lu Qingyu kept retreating, stepping on a path of fire. The wolfmen who were chasing her were attacked the moment they stepped on the flames. Path of Fire. This is a skill that can only be mastered by level 10 mages. Lu Qingyu used it just right, and the group attack effect was very significant. In comparison, Han Li seemed to be struggling. As a stalker, she is good at one-on-one combat and assassination, but is somewhat powerless in group battles. She can only clear monsters one by one, and the progress is relatively slow. Li Mingyu continued to show off his wide-open fighting style. The huge two-handed sword whirred in his hands, and every swing carried powerful power. However, among all the candidates, only Jiang Chen looked extremely bored. He spent more time in a daze than fighting monsters, and the examiners almost didn't want to look at him anymore. "No need to watch, he won first place again in the 4th round. It depends on whether he dares to participate in the 5th round. Although he is now far ahead in points, if he does not participate in the 5th round, he may still be caught up by others." As time went on, the difficulty of the 4th round of tests gradually increased. When the 3rd batch of monsters appeared, some candidates were already beginning to feel the strain. They had to face more and more monsters besieging them, but Jiang Chen was still at ease. 3 minutes later, some candidates had already given up because they were unable to cope with it. However, for Jiang Chen, such a test seemed to be far from reaching his limit. They were sent out of the trial tower one by one. Faced with elimination in the 4th round, they did not feel too disappointed, but instead felt a sense of glory. They are all geniuses, and it is no problem for them to enter the top 100 universities in the Empire. The eliminated candidates all showed expressions of relief, as those monsters were too terrifying and there were too many of them to handle. "It was so scary, I almost thought I was going to be eaten by a monster. There are so many monsters, how can we kill them all? I don't know how many people will be able to pass this exam in the end. I always thought I was pretty good, but I never expected there would always be someone better than me. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen is really amazing. I guess this exam won't be difficult for him." When Yu Daoping persisted until the 5th batch of monsters appeared, he finally reached his limit and had to give up. As soon as he walked out of the trial tower, he heard people talking about Jiang Chen. After holding it in for a long time, he finally couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Jiang Chen is my boss, of course he is powerful. What's your name, brother?" "My name is Yu Daoping, from Baiyun No. 1 Middle School," Yu Daoping answered proudly. "It turns out to be Brother Yu. Tell us quickly, how powerful is Jiang Chen?" Yu Daoping began to talk incessantly about Jiang Chen's deeds. When he mentioned that Jiang Chen helped him complete a nightmare-level dungeon in 10 minutes, the candidates around him all showed expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Everyone thought Yu Daoping was bragging and expressed their disbelief. But Yu Daoping didn't care at all. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. For him, this half-day was really tiring. So, he has to find someone to talk to. Believe it or not, I just want to speak my mind. As more and more candidates were eliminated, the images in the control room at the top of the trial tower became fewer and fewer. In the end, only 5 people were left: Jiang Chen, Lu Qingyu, Han Li, Li Mingyu, and a candidate named Yishuwen. Yishuwen, level 15, Demon Sword Soil. At this time, several examiners were staring intently at Yishuwen's picture. Yishuan held a long sword and moved flexibly among the monsters' encirclement. His posture was no less impressive than Han Li's. Each attack seemed ordinary, but it made the wolf orcs fall one by one without them noticing. This Yishuan is starting to exert his strength now. I've said it before, demon sword soil is a rare profession. This guy has been hiding his strength before, and is only beginning to show it now. He should be from the Yi family, a family of sword cultivators. So he knows the rules of the college entrance examination very well and knows that the last 2 rounds are the key to improving points. No wonder he's only started to exert his strength now. The Yi family once participated in the formulation of the college entrance examination rules, so they are naturally familiar with this. Hey, Li Mingyu finally started using the berserk skill. He's not stupid. He's calculating the time. Now is the best time to activate the berserk skill. The 7th batch of monsters appeared. Li Mingyu roared and activated his frenzy skill. Frenzy lasts for 5 minutes, strength increases by 500%, constitution increases by 500%, and agility decreases by 200%. After the frenzy effect wears off, you will enter a weakened state that lasts for 30 minutes. After going berserk, Li Mingyu's attack power increased greatly, but it could only last for 5 minutes. Therefore, he chose to start berserk when the 7th batch of monsters appeared to ensure the maximum effect. At this time, there were still more than 30 monsters on the field, and with the newly appeared 7th batch of monsters, the number reached more than 40. In the mad state, Li Mingyu began to kill monsters frantically. Each sword could take away 2 or 3 monsters, quickly cleaning the battlefield. The college entrance examination has entered the most intense stage, and everyone has begun to go all out to show their true strength. Chapter 48: The Ultimate Fight, that is the final killing ground. The 4th round of testing had just ended. Jiang Chen waited quietly for just a minute before the last batch of monsters finally arrived as scheduled. This time, the configuration of the monsters has changed significantly. The mage monster has disappeared and been replaced by a boss-level monster. For Jiang Chen, this change did not bring many waves. His 3 skeleton warriors showed no fear and quickly rushed towards the boss monster, using their unique method, simple and rough smashing, to quickly end the battle. Like a group of unreasonable thugs, they acted recklessly and mercilessly, and the poor monster didn't even have the chance to resist. For Jiang Chen, the 4th round of tests has actually ended. In the following period of time, he only needs to observe the performance of other candidates. After 10 minutes of waiting, the 4th round of exams was finally over. The examiner's voice rang in everyone's ears, announcing the result. Out of the 120 people who participated in the 4th round, only 5 successfully passed the test. These 5 people are undoubtedly true geniuses. They have already entered the Empire's top institution of higher learning, Shillong University. As the news came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone present heard this shocking news. The true chosen ones have appeared and they have won the favor of Shillong University. Soon after, the rankings were announced. Jiang Chen once again topped the list with an overwhelming advantage, far ahead. Next, the rankings after the 2nd round will be announced. 1. Jiang Chen, total score, 3,605 points. 2. Han Li, total score, 2,470 points. 3. Lu Qingyu, total score, 2,270 points. 4. Li Mingyu, total score, 2,265 points. 5. Yishuan, total score, 2,200 points. Inside the trial tower, a soft light fell on the 5 people, instantly restoring their tired bodies to their best condition. Li Mingyu was exhausted from the backlash of his frenzy state, but under the shining light, he regained his vitality. He held the mad knife in his hand, howled towards the sky, and said with a proud look on his face, "The 5th round is the time for the real showdown. If you are a man, enter the 5th round." Lu Qingyu looked at her results on the big screen, clenched her fists, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. "Great, I'm already in the top 5. Now, I'll definitely have no problem getting into Shillong University." Han Li was also silently repeating the name, Shillong University, in her heart. That was her dream goal. The examiner standing by calmly reminded them, "Keep calm. I understand your desire to apply to Shillong University, but you also need to recognize the current situation. Don't think that you're guaranteed success just because you're in the top 5. It's still too early. There's still one final round of tests ahead of you. If you don't perform well, you still have to go back to where you came from. If you want to enter Shillong University, you have to show your points. Whoever can get 10,000 points, I guarantee he can get in. Listen carefully to me, the rules of the 5th round. The 5th round is called the battle space. Candidates will be sent to a special space where various monsters will emerge continuously. Warriors, mages, archers, knights, all kinds of monsters you can think of will appear there. And the number is astonishing, with the first batch exceeding 100. What's even more terrifying is that there will be enhanced elite, boss, and even boss-level monsters appearing later. The faster you kill, the more monsters will spawn and the faster they will strengthen. This requires every candidate to master his or her own attacking rhythm. It's not the case that the faster you kill, the better. The most important thing is to obtain points. The changes in the battle space can be divided into 5 stages, and the points for each stage are different. In the first stage, the basic level of monsters is set to level 15, and 50 points can be obtained for each monster killed. Entering the second stage, the monster's level jumped to level 16, and the corresponding points doubled to 100 points. This pattern continues, and every time the monster level increases by 1 level, the points obtained will increase at an astonishing rate. When entering the 5th stage and facing level 19 monsters, killing one can get a generous reward of up to 800 points. And these are just the points for ordinary monsters. If you encounter enhanced, elite monsters, or even chieftains and bosses, the points will be incredibly high. It seems that if Jiang Chen fails to perform well in the 5th round, then the advantages accumulated before are likely to be lost. This seems a little hard to accept. After all previous efforts and achievements will become meaningless. However, Jiang Chen has his own understanding of this. He knew very well that the purpose of the college entrance examination was to select those true geniuses, those outstanding people who could shoulder the burden of the future of mankind. Therefore, the 5th wheel is the stage where they can truly show themselves. With the end of the countdown, the 5th round of college entrance examinations officially kicked off. Jiang Chen and 5 others were teleported into the battle space at the same time. In the control room at the top of the tower, the images of the 5 of them disappeared instantly, replaced by darkness. Several examiners showed disappointment on their faces. Alas, this rule is really frustrating. Even we are not qualified to watch. That's right. The 5th round is the most exciting part, but we examiners are not allowed to watch it. Our authority is limited to viewing the score changes. It is extremely difficult to see the specific battle situation. At this time, someone looked at Zhong Nanli and asked curiously, Master Zhong, you should have the authority to watch it, right? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Nanli with some anticipation. After all, they all wanted to know how Jiang Chen would perform in the 5th round. However, Zhong Nanli just shook his head lightly and said calmly, I can't check it either. As soon as these words were spoken, all the examiners were immediately shocked. Even you can't check it? So what kind of people are qualified to view it? Zhong Nanli nodded slightly and explained. In the entire Shillong Empire, the number of people who have the authority to view the 5th round of college entrance examination videos is indeed no more than 10. The examiners were even more surprised when they heard this. There were no more than 10 people, and such status and position was beyond their imagination. Zhong Nanli continued. Remember, this is not something you should ask about. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll talk to you a little more. Got it. Don't worry, we won't ask. All the examiners said they did not dare to ask more questions. After all, such things are beyond their understanding. Even if they were given the courage now, they would not dare to continue asking. In the battle space, a vast plain appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. The ground was a strange dark brown color and emitted a strong smell of blood. Countless rocks were scattered on the plain, some of which were even several meters high. Such an environment provides professionals with enough room for maneuver. Jiang Chen twitched his nose slightly and frowned. The smell of blood here is so strong, and the air is filled with death. This place has experienced an unimaginable war. As a necromancer, Jiang Chen is unusually sensitive to death energy. In the previous Death Mine dungeon and the previous rounds of the college entrance examination, there was no such strong aura of death. But now this place is completely different. There is a real air of death that lingers and makes people shudder. Real life and death battles have taken place here, and the scale of the battles is unimaginable. Blood stained the ground, turning it dark brown. The smell of blood lingered for a long time, as if still telling of the tragedy of that year. Is this to make us feel the cruelty of the battlefield in advance? Jiang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps broke the silence of the plain. A group of monsters slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. He immediately became alert and prepared for battle. Chapter 49. Oh my god, what did he do in there? About 50 or 60 meters away from Jiang Chen, a group of monsters had already locked onto his presence. They let out deafening roars and rushed towards Jiang Chen like a tidal wave. There were 10 monsters in total. Although the number was not large, their momentum was fierce and frightening. Jiang Chen quickly used detection skills to try to get detailed information about these monsters. However, the information returned by the detection technology was extremely limited. Savage Stone Man. Level 15. Jiang Chen did not obtain any information about the attributes and skills of these monsters except their levels. This was the first time he had encountered such a brief description of a monster. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His eyes fell on these monsters. Their skin was rough, as if covered with hard stone skin, and their bodies were burly, full of primitive power. As the roars of the savage stone man continued to sound, more and more monsters began to appear in Jiang Chen's sight. They seemed to be attracted and formed a huge torrent of monsters. Most professionals would probably choose to fight the nearest monster as quickly as possible at this time, trying to kill as many of them as possible before being surrounded. But Jiang Chen did not adopt this strategy. He quickly summoned 3 skeleton warriors and ordered them to charge at the nearest savage stone man. The skeleton warriors held swords and launched a fierce battle with the wild stone-skinned people. Although the skeleton warriors' attacks were swift, Jiang Chen found that the defense of these wild stone-skinned people was extremely amazing. Each attack can only cause slight damage to them. The defense is so high. Jiang Chen frowned even more tightly. The defense attribute of the savage stoneman was obviously far superior to its other attributes, making Jiang Chen's skeleton warriors seem powerless when attacking. However, Jiang Chen was not discouraged. He continued to command the skeleton warriors to attack while observing the behavior patterns of these monsters. Finally, under the continuous attacks of the skeleton warriors, the vitality of a savage stone-skinned man was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. However, surprisingly, this savage stone-skinned man was not really dead, but still retained a weak vitality. So that's how it is. Although their defense is strong, their vitality is relatively fragile. Jiang Chen made a clear judgment in his mind. At this time, the other examiners also began to notice Jiang Chen's fighting situation. They guessed the progress of Jiang Chen's battle by the changes in the points on the screen. Jiang Chen's points are rising steadily. It seems that he has found an effective way to deal with these monsters, an examiner said. As Jiang Chen continued to command the skeleton warriors to fight against the wild stone-skinned people, his points continued to rise. Soon, his score exceeded 4,000 points, reaching an impressive height. The other examiners looked at the changes in the scores on the screen, their hearts filled with surprise and curiosity. They were eager to know how Jiang Chen did all this, but due to limited authority, they could only watch the score numbers jump continuously but could not see the specific battle scenes. Jiang Chen was not satisfied with the increase in points. He continued to use the same strategy, using skeleton warriors to fight against the wild stone men and using the corpse explosion skill at the critical moment. As loud noises rang out, groups of wild stone-skinned people fell at Jiang Chen's feet. However, what is surprising is that whenever the monsters die, their bodies disappear quickly. Jiang Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He realized that the bodies of these monsters were very short-lived, which meant he needed to be more cautious in taking advantage of every opportunity. It seems that the plan needs to be slightly adjusted, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He carefully observed the groups of wild stone-skinned people rushing in from all directions, and had a new plan in mind. A total of 9 skeleton warriors were summoned, one assigned to each direction. The skeleton warriors moved with a click, actively facing the incoming wild stone-skinned people and leading them forward. Just like a shepherd driving his flock of sheep, the skeleton warriors gradually gathered these monsters together. 2 minutes later, the gathering work was completed. Nearly 100 wild stone-skinned people have gathered densely in one area. The skeleton warriors attacked at the same time, and knocked a savage stone man to the ground in an instant. The roar broke out instantly. Jiang Chen used the corpse explosion skill 7 or 8 times in a row in just 3 seconds. The earth shook violently in the dark energy fluctuations. All the wild stone-skinned people were slaughtered in an instant. Jiang Chen's points also soared to 8,605 points in a very short time. Boom! On the big screen outside the trial tower, Jiang Chen's score numbers were like ignited flame, jumping wildly and rising at an astonishing speed. The control room of the trial tower was in an uproar again. What on earth did Jiang Chen do? How come his points increased so much all of a sudden? God knows. We can't see what happens in the battle space. However, Jiang Chen's score was 3,605 before, and now it is 8,605, which is exactly an increase of 5,000 points. All we can say is that he has wiped out the first 100 monsters. As for how he did it, we don't know. The examiners looked at each other in confusion. They looked at each other, and then at other people's scores. They really couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. After all, Jiang Chen is just a level 16 kid. No matter how strong his skills are, how strong can they be? It's incredible to destroy 100 monsters at once. For example, the points of mages who are good at group attacks also increase by 50 or 100. There is no one like Jiang Chen who could increase 5,000 points in just a few minutes. What the hell, what the hell? These examiners have been invigilating for many years, but this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. They are full of curiosity, but helpless to know the truth. Such a speed of score increase is simply like a fairy tale. Who would believe it if I told you? Zhong Maomli was much calmer than the other examiners, but his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Even someone as knowledgeable as him couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. What on earth did this kid do? What is the secret of the necromancer profession? Where exactly is his limit? This kid has so many secrets. He brings surprises to people time and time again. Zhong Maomli's mind was full of questions. At this moment, he was also full of curiosity about what happened in the battle space. It's a pity that he doesn't have enough authority to view the specific battle situation. He can only analyze and judge by the changes in integrals. In the battle space, the monster's body only exists for a short 10 seconds before disappearing without a trace. Jiang Chen quietly waited for the second batch of monsters to appear. This time, it shouldn't be like the fourth round of testing where we have to wait for a minute. As soon as the thought flashed through my mind, a strong sense of crisis arose. The sky suddenly turned red, and dozens of fireballs with a diameter of 1 meter fell from the sky like meteorites and hit Jiang Chen directly. What's going on? Is it going to rain meteorites? Jiang Chen was shocked and immediately prepared to respond. Chapter 50, One Wave After Another, the Second Stage. The sudden arrival of the meteorites made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. He immediately commanded the skeleton warriors to quickly form an indestructible line of defense to protect him firmly in the center. At this moment, those fireballs like meteorites fell from the sky, smashed hard on the skeleton warriors, and burst into dazzling flames. Jiang Chen knew very well that his physical condition was fragile. Once he was seriously injured, it would directly endanger his own safety, and would also affect the skeleton warriors he summoned. But he also understood that the physique and defense of these skeleton warriors far exceeded that of ordinary people and were enough to withstand this wave of attacks. Therefore, he chose to let the skeleton warriors bear this wave of fierce attacks, while he himself hid in a safe place and calmly observed the situation. The skeleton warriors stood firm like a steel fortress, and no matter how the fireballs bombarded them, they could not be shaken at all. Jiang Chen knew very well that his strength did not lie in his own physique, but in the skeleton warriors he summoned. They have amazing physical strength and defense, enough to withstand any powerful attack. Fire rain poured down, but Jiang Chen seemed calm. He commanded the skeleton warriors to use shields to block the enemy's attacks, and at the same time summoned more skeleton warriors to prepare to fight against the orc warriors who were rushing over. Use skills! Jiang Chen gave an order in his mind, and the weapons in the hands of the skeleton warriors immediately burst into brilliant light. The release of violent power instantly increased their attack power. Under the protection of the skeleton warriors, Jiang Chen clearly saw the orc team in front of him. Among them, a group of orc mages were waving magic wands. It was they who cast the meteor shower just now. Driven by these orc mages, a group of Flynn orc warriors also rushed over waving their weapons and roaring. The strength attribute of the skeleton warriors is as high as 5,000 points. With the bonus of skills, their attack power becomes extremely terrifying. The Flynn orc warriors were unable to resist at all and fell one after another under the fierce attack of the skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen also noticed that these monsters seemed to have no waiting time for refreshing, and suddenly a large group of them emerged. For others, this might be bad news, but for Jiang Chen, it means that a large amount of points will soon be obtained. The Flynn orc mages continued to release rain of fire, but Jiang Chen hid under the protection of the skeleton warriors and was unharmed. He waved his hand, a light flashed, followed by a loud bang, and the blast from the explosion of the corpse spread out instantly. The Flynn orc warriors fell down like ears of wheat being cut down. In just a few seconds, almost all of the hundreds of Flynn orc warriors who rushed over were killed. 10 skeleton warriors rushed towards the Flynn orc mages like lightning. They had an agility attribute of up to 5,000 points, and moved very fast. In a blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had arrived in front of the Flynn orc mages. With each strike of their swords, they took the life of a Flynn orc mages. The rain of fire gradually dissipated and everything returned to calm. In the control room of the trial tower, the examiners witnessed all of this through the scoreboard. They stared with wide eyes, watching the score changes on the screen in disbelief. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen's points soared again like a rocket, jumping from 8,605 points to 18,605 points, which meant that he had defeated another group of monsters. This guy actually has a group attack skill! The examiners whispered to each other with amazed expressions on their faces. This profession is so terrifying. The single target skills are already outrageously powerful. I didn't expect the group attack skills to be so terrifying as well, an examiner said with emotion. Not only that, his summons are also not to be underestimated, another examiner also praised. But we can't draw a conclusion now. After all, his level is still very low. We need to see his performance in the future. A more cautious examiner put forward his own point of view. Some professions are mediocre at low levels but can shine at higher levels, while some professions are just the opposite. Jiang Chen's profession showed its great potential at a low level, but the examiners knew that as the level increased, the difficulty of the challenge would increase accordingly. Being strong at a low level does not mean you will be invincible at a high level. On the contrary, some professions perform mediocrely at low levels, but shine at high levels. There are even some professions that are usually unknown until they master a powerful skill, and then they show their unparalleled strength. There is a special profession that is not prominent in peacetime, but exists like a god when war breaks out. The skills they master are all group skills for legion combat. As long as there are such professionals in a legion, the combat effectiveness of the entire legion can be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making a deafening roar. The whole earth seemed to be shaking, as if it was experiencing a terrible earthquake. At the same time, the corpses that were originally lying on the ground disappeared without a trace in this vibration, as if they were swallowed by the earth. An invisible gas rose from the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a disgusting stench of corpses, making people feel suffocated. The sky also became darker, as if an invisible pressure was looming over everyone's heart. The second stage has begun. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he seemed unusually calm. To him, this environment filled with the breath of death did not seem unfamiliar. It could even be said that he had a special ability to adapt to it. However, the increasingly strong stench did make him feel a little uncomfortable. The earth shaking gradually subsided, and Jiang Chen immediately commanded the skeleton warriors to form a tight defense circle and remain highly alert to the movements around them. A few seconds later, footsteps were heard in the distance. Here it comes! Jiang Chen said secretly in his heart. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. A large number of monsters suddenly appeared in the darkness all around. These monsters came from all directions, forming a team of 5, forming a team with extremely strong combat effectiveness. Villain Orc Berserker. Level 17. Film Orc Sharpshooter. Level 17. Each team is a combination of 3 Berserkers and 2 Sharpshooters. The levels of these monsters have been upgraded to level 17, and their numbers have doubled again. There were at least 50 such teams scattered around Jiang Chen, forming a huge encirclement. From a distance, Jiang Chen seemed to be trapped in a death web made up of monsters. However, facing such a predicament, Jiang Chen did not show any fear. He knew that although these level 17 monsters were powerful, they did not pose much of a threat to him. Even without using powerful skills like corpse explosion, the 20 skeleton warriors in his hands were enough to kill all the monsters. At this time, Jiang Chen was thinking about another question in his mind. Based on this level of difficulty, it will be extremely difficult for other professionals to pass the second stage. Even if someone manages to get through, it will definitely cost a lot and take a long time. The first stage of the assessment was not too difficult, in Jiang Chen's opinion. As long as they put in some effort, most professionals would have a chance to pass it. But the second stage is completely different. The increase in monster levels and numbers, coupled with the appearance of sharpshooters, directly raises the difficulty of the assessment by several levels. Especially for those mage-type professionals, the existence of sharpshooters is almost a nightmare. Jiang Chen couldn't help but start to think, how many people in history could successfully pass this 5th round of assessment? The answer to this question, perhaps only those who have experienced it know. Chapter 51, Dark Phantom, the Devil's Hideous Shadow. It was understandable that Jiang Chen had such thoughts. His analysis of the situation was indeed accurate. In the history of the college entrance examination of the Shillong Empire, the number of candidates who were able to pass the second stage of the examination was indeed very small. The 5th round of the Space Expedition exam, as the ultimate test of the entire college entrance examination, its difficulty can be imagined. The battle space is divided into 5 stages, each of which is a double test of the candidate's strength and will. So far, the highest record has only passed the 3rd stage of assessment. This record was set more than 100 years ago, and no one has been able to break it since then. The examiners from Jiangbei province were also discussing the matter at this moment. They were all wondering whether Jiang Chen could possibly break this long-standing record. The skills displayed by Jiang Chen were so powerful that they could almost be described as extraordinary. If Cheng Russian, the principal of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School, had not repeatedly emphasized not to use overly exaggerated words to describe his students, the examiners probably would not have known how to describe his performance. I think Jiang Chen is very likely to break the record. Look at his current performance, he exudes an unusual aura everywhere. However, we can't be too confident. After all, no matter how powerful a profession is, it always has its limits. Although Jiang Chen's performance is outstanding, he may not be able to surpass the record set by those predecessors. Some examiners even began to speculate whether Jiang Chen had awakened some special talent. Because according to the limits of traditional professions, Jiang Chen's performance has far exceeded expectations. If he really awakens his talent, it will undoubtedly be a great joy for our Dragon Empire, an examiner said with emotion. Yes, we all know how rare talented professionals are. If Jiang Chen really has dual talents, then his future is limitless. Another examiner's eyes flashed with anticipation. Stop daydreaming. It's not easy for a talented professional to appear. And having double talents? That's simply a fantasy. A more realistic examiner poured cold water on the suggestion. All right, stop arguing. It's too early to say anything now. Let's continue to focus on Jiang Chen's assessment. An older examiner interrupted the argument. The examiners were discussing while keeping a close eye on the score changes on the screen. Jiang Chen's score was sometimes static, and sometimes soared like a rocket. This sudden change aroused the examiners' curiosity. They all wanted to know what happened in the battle space, but unfortunately, they did not have the permission to watch. During the assessment, Jiang Chen used the same tactics again. He commanded the skeleton warriors to attract the attention of the villain orcs, and then used them to gather the enemies together for attack. Once the enemies were eliminated, he immediately used the corpse explosion skill to cause large-scale casualties. Since changing his job to become a necromancer, Jiang Chen has had a deep understanding and unique development of his profession. He always adheres to the principle of practicality and constantly hones his skills. Now, he has been able to use this tactic skillfully, and his efficiency in killing monsters is extremely high. Soon, the scattered skeleton warriors gathered the fill-in orcs together. Jiang Chen gave an order, and his skills were instantly used, killing the enemies one by one. These Flynn orcs were basically level 16 archers, and their bodies soon covered the ground. Afterwards, Jiang Chen used the corpse explosion skill without hesitation, and everything returned to calm again. As the monsters continued to fall, Jiang Chen's points soared again, reaching an astonishing 36,501 points. In the second stage, each monster could bring him 100 points, so 200 monsters meant 20,000 points. The examiners were somewhat numb as they watched the score numbers constantly jumping on the screen. After the initial shock, they were now accustomed to it. Someone joked, "This guy entered the second stage just like he was walking in his own backyard, no pressure at all." "Yes, the monsters in the second stage are simply free points for him," another examiner agreed. "I really wish I had the authority to increase the difficulty and see if he can withstand it," another examiner sighed. Despite this, the examiners still stared at the score changes on the screen intently. They were all expecting Jiang Chen to create more miracles. At this moment, the examiners looked at Jiang Chen's ever-increasing score on the screen and could only smile bitterly and shake their heads helplessly. More than 30,000 points, such a result is unprecedented in their memory. Jiang Chen's scores soared like a rocket, far ahead of all the other candidates. If other candidates knew his results, they would probably be devastated and lose all confidence. Lu Qingyu, as a rainbow mage, her group attack skills shined in the examination room. Her score has steadily climbed to more than 7,000, firmly occupying the second place. Yishuan, the demon sword, also had a score of 6,000 points. With his outstanding group attack skills, he was invincible on the battlefield. Hanli and Li Mingyu were slightly inferior, with their points hovering around 5,000. Hanli adopted a steady and cautious strategy, while Li Mingyu used force to overcome cleverness. Although he had not yet used his berserk skills, his strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen's far-leading position did not make other candidates lose confidence. They knew that as long as their points could exceed 10,000, admission to Shillong University would be just around the corner. They are confident in their performance and have met the standards in terms of grade, career, and grades. The college entrance examination in the Dragon Empire is a national event, and candidates from all provinces are undergoing similar tests. With similar progress, candidates from various provinces have now entered the 5th round of competition. Trial towers are emerging everywhere. They are holy places for selecting geniuses. Among the candidates from the Dragon Empire this year, there are many gifted people, and they are regarded as the future stars of the empire. In Shillong City, the capital of the Shillong Empire, a trial tower that soars into the clouds stands in the air. It is not only a place for selecting talents, but also a symbol of the strength of the Dragon Empire. Countless citizens looked up, and no matter where they were, they could clearly see the towering tower. There are 3 divine towers in the Dragon Empire, and the Trial Tower is one of them. The other 2 are the Shillong Tower located at Shillong University, and the Demon Slaying Tower which is always on the front line. These 3 towers jointly protect the peace of the Shillong Empire. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the temperature dropped sharply. Night fell early, and a dark evil shadow rushed towards the Trial Tower. "Bold man!" A deafening roar rang out. A huge illusory hand condensed in the air, trying to block the dark evil shadow. However, a cold laugh came from the evil shadow, and at the same time, a black light became stronger and turned into a huge demon head. The demon's head horns flashed with a sinister light, and a burst of black light shot towards the phantom giant hand. The 2 collided and disappeared silently. At this time, a huge eye appeared in the air, emitting brilliant golden light and heading straight for the dark evil shadow. The evil shadow split into 2, one collided with the golden light, while the other rushed into the Trial Tower at an astonishing speed. "You are looking for death!" An angry shout rang out, and a giant illusory hand condensed in the air again, firmly grasping the demon's head. "Humph, this is just one of my clones, go ahead and kill it!" The demon head laughed coldly. However, those little guys in your trial tower are not so lucky. With a loud bang, the demon's head was crushed by the giant hand. However, the cold laughter still echoed in the air, making people shudder. Chapter 52: Power from the Devil, Signs of Invasion. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. 3 majestic figures appeared out of thin air around the main body of the trial tower. They were tall, like giants from ancient times. Just standing there, they exuded an indescribable majesty. "You scum of the abyss, how dare you launch a sneak attack on the trial tower?" a figure shouted coldly. "How despicable! How dare you attack children?" Another figure's eyes flashed with anger. "This must be resolved as soon as possible. We cannot let their conspiracy succeed." The third figure spoke with determination. One of the figures quickly established contact with the main body of the trial tower, trying to understand the situation inside the tower. "The power of the abyss has penetrated into the interior of the trial tower," the figure said in a deep voice. "Their target is the children in the trial tower." Another figure's tone was filled with worry. "The space inside the trial tower has been distorted by the power of the abyss, and the rules have been broken," the third figure explained. "The land of the trial tower was originally made of refined soil from the abyss, which is extremely beneficial to them. It will take some time to fully recover." The first figure sighed. In the battle space of the trial tower, the candidates are fighting monsters with all their might. Suddenly, all the monsters disappeared and the space began to change. An oppressive atmosphere permeated, making people feel suffocated. Wisps of black mist began to emerge from the ground, giving people a weird and evil feeling. What's going on?" The candidates panicked and fled in all directions. "Where are the monsters? Why did they suddenly disappear? What on earth is this place? What should we do?" Panic and anxiety spread among the candidates. Jiang Chen quickly took back his summoned creature and protected himself. Faced with this unknown situation, protecting himself became his top priority. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling him. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Qingyu running towards him anxiously. "Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen!" There was a hint of trembling in Lu Qingyu's voice. Jiang Chen was also a little surprised when he saw Lu Qingyu appear. In this strange environment, being able to meet familiar people made him feel a little comforted. Lu Qingyu ran to Jiang Chen's side, and the two looked at each other. "Jiang Chen, what should we do now?" Lu Qingyu asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, rays of light suddenly appeared in the battle space. One candidate after another appeared in front of them. There were a large number of people, perhaps as many as 1,000. In addition to the 5 people from Jiangbei province, candidates from other provinces also gathered here. "Children!" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the space. "I am Hong Jisher." The voice was loud and majestic, shocking everyone. "It's actually God Hong! We can actually hear the voice of Hong Xin." The examinees all widened their eyes and showed shocked expressions on their faces. Hong Jisher, the most powerful person in the Shillong Empire, is respected by everyone as Hong Xin. His voice echoed in the battle space, making everyone feel inexplicably at ease. His voice echoed in every corner of the battle space, causing a strong vibration. Not only in this battle space, his voice also traveled through countless examination rooms and reached everyone's ears. A trace of solemnity appeared on Zhong Nanli's face. God Hong actually spoke personally. Could something really have happened? A sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart, as he knew Hong Jisher's identity and status, and his presence was no small matter. Hong Jisher's voice resounded in the battle space again, with a sense of majesty and solemnity. "The demons from the abyss have invaded our battle space. We are working hard to fix the rules of the space, and it is expected to take about an hour. These abyss demons are targeting young professionals like you. So, in the next hour, you need to be extra careful and protect yourself. We don't know what means the abyss demons will use to deal with you. But I believe that as long as we unite as one, the invading power of the abyss will not be able to shake us. We, the people of the Dragon Empire, are never afraid of fighting, and never afraid of death." His words were full of power, stirring up the passion and pride in the hearts of the examinees. Don't fear battle, don't fear death. Don't fear battle, don't fear death. Don't fear battle, don't fear death. The candidates shouted in unison, their voices shaking the earth. Their eyes flashed with determination and courage, ready to face the upcoming challenges. Lu Qingyu was also infected by this atmosphere. She raised her hand, ready to shout along. However, when she saw Jiang Chen remain silent, she put her hand down again. Although Jiang Chen did not shout, his eyes also flashed with determination. He knew that as a citizen of the Dragon Empire, he must bravely face the invasion of the Abyss. The candidates began to gather together, encouraging and supporting each other. The education they received since childhood told them that the Abyss is a place full of dangers and unknowns. But they also knew that only by uniting as one can they overcome all difficulties. Lu Qingyu whispered to Jiang Chen. It is said that the Abyss is a very scary place, and the monsters and demons inside are very powerful. Jiang Chen nodded to show that he understood. He had learned some knowledge about the Abyss from books, but he still felt a little nervous when facing the invasion of the Abyss. However, he believed Hong Jishi's words. As long as they united as one, they could fight against the invading force of the Abyss. He knew very well that this was not a confrontation between them and the entire Abyss, but only a confrontation with the invading force of the Abyss. As long as they worked together, they would be able to overcome this difficulty. Outside, Zhong Namli and other examiners were also nervously watching the situation in the battle space. They knew that this invasion of the Abyss was of great significance to the future of the Dragon Empire. If it was not handled properly, it would have a huge impact on the future of the Empire. Zhong Namli said to the examiners in a deep voice. Keep calm and believe in the power of Hongshan. We must also be prepared and take immediate action if something happens. The examiners nodded one after another, indicating that they understood. They knew that the most important thing now was to remain calm and united and face the invasion of the Abyss together. The atmosphere in the battle space became increasingly dignified, as if an invisible force was surging in the dark. A scarlet blood moon appeared in the sky at some point, hanging high in the sky, emitting a strange and terrifying atmosphere. It's the blood moon of the Abyss! Someone exclaimed. The power of the Abyss has begun to act. Everyone should be prepared to deal with possible dangers at any time. For a moment, everyone was tense and alert, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. They knew that this battle would be a test of their will and strength, but they also firmly believed that as long as they united as one, they would be able to overcome all difficulties. Chapter 53. Those who do not know their own limits are courting death. The moonlight spread like silver gauze, and the air was filled with a strong smell of death. After Master Hong finished speaking, the candidates quickly adjusted their mindsets and entered a state of preparation. In this battle space, only students of their respective major professions fight side by side. They quickly formed into battle formation, with the knights standing firmly at the forefront, followed closely by the mages and archers. The knights held firm beliefs in their hearts, and swore an oath to protect every teammate. The students who had just completed their job transfers also showed unprecedented unity at this moment. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly sounded, and the voice of an abyss demon echoed in the darkness. Haha, you poor creatures will soon become the dead souls in our hands. We have plenty of time to torture you slowly until you die one by one. The devil's words seemed particularly strange and creepy in the moonlight. A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Chen's face. He felt extremely disdainful of this enemy who hid in the dark and only laughed at others. Lu Qingyu was shrouded in fear, and she couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Chen, as if only he could give her a sense of security. Not only Lu Qingyu, but other candidates were also frightened pale by the sinister laughter, and the courage they had mustered disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, a cry broke the silence. It's coming! It's coming! Something is approaching! Everyone looked up, and sure enough, under the moonlight, a huge figure slowly appeared. The candidates immediately released their detection skills. Abyss-infected troll warrior. Level 19. Abyss-infected monsters appeared one after another, each of them was level 19. The candidates suddenly remembered that the maximum level limit of the battle space was only 19, and could not be higher. Don't panic, don't forget that the highest level here is 19. Yeah, I almost forgot just now. These monsters are only level 19 at most. This discovery made the candidates feel a little more at ease, but the tension still did not subside. However, just when they breathed a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened again. After those huge monsters, a group of monsters infected by the abyss appeared. Each of them was tall and mighty, exuding a terrifying aura. The size and appearance of these monsters have changed, which is chilling. Although they are also level 19, they are obviously stronger than ordinary elite monsters. The monsters did not charge at high speed, but slowly approached the examinees, as if they were toying with them. Don't struggle, it's useless. You are destined to become our prey today, haha. The devil's voice rang out again, mocking the examinees' fear and helplessness, making their pressure even heavier. The monsters approached the examinees collectively, and the ground shook with every step. Under the moonlight, they looked even more hideous and terrifying. Its tail is covered with sharp barbs and it exudes a suffocating stench. After being infected by the power of the abyss, these monsters have become more terrifying and powerful. The strong pressure came like a tide, making the candidates feel suffocated. After all, they were only 18 years old and had never experienced a real battlefield or a life and death test. Faced with so many terrifying and powerful monsters, their courage was almost exhausted. Lu Qingyu's face also turned pale. She grabbed Jiang Chen's clothes tightly and asked in a trembling voice, "What should we do?" Jiang Chen's eyes were firm. He took a deep breath and said, "Although these monsters are powerful, we still have the strength to fight. As long as we unite as one, we will be able to defeat them." Although his words were brief, they revealed firmness and confidence. However, Lu Qingyu did not feel reassured by his words, but became even more frightened. They are all enhanced elite monsters. How can we possibly defeat them? There was a hint of desperation in her voice. At this moment, a faint arc suddenly appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Infected by the power of the abyss, it mutated. Does that mean that after defeating them, we can gain a lot of experience? There was a different meaning in his voice, as if lighting a flame of hope in the darkness. A bold idea flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. If these monsters are really as he guessed, then this battle may be an opportunity for him to upgrade. The monsters in front of them were huge and were slowly approaching. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack, but rather seemed to be teasing everyone. The mocking voice of the abyss demon sounded again, its voice full of coldness and mockery. Are you scared? Are you already feeling scared? These monsters have been strengthened by my abyssal power. Each one is equivalent to a strengthened elite monster. As for the number, it's not that many, just 100. God Hong said that as long as you unite as one, you can defeat them. Now it seems that you can really do it. How about we have an interesting match? 1-on-1, the winner lives and the loser dies. How do you think it is? Is it fun? The devil's ridicule was like a sharp knife, stabbing everyone's heart again. The monsters were getting closer and closer, and the candidates were divided into two groups without realizing it. Li Mingyu and others turned pale, their legs went weak, and they retreated involuntarily. On the other side, a group of examinees led by Yi Xiuwen and Han Li held their weapons tightly, ready for battle. There is a determination gleam in their eyes, and they will never back down even when facing death. Jiang Chen glanced at these people, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he strode forward and summoned skeleton warriors to follow closely behind him. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Come back quickly!" But Jiang Chen just replied calmly, "Don't worry." Then continue forward. Lu Qingyu stamped her feet. Although she was worried, she finally decided to follow. Jiang Chen's actions attracted the attention of others. What is that person going to do? He actually rushed forward on his own initiative. Are those skeletons his summons? What is his occupation? Why have I never seen him before? One detection spell after another fell on Jiang Chen, and his information was instantly displayed in front of everyone. Jiang Chen, level 16, Undead Summoner? Undead Summoner? What kind of profession is this? Why have I never heard of it? Yeah, I've never heard of that either. Is it a new profession? What should we do? Should we go together? Although some people hesitated, more than a dozen people chose to follow Jiang Chen and rushed forward. Yishuan and Han Li were also among them. They were determined to die, and even if they had to die in battle, they wanted to act like warriors. The dragon people are never afraid of fighting, and even less of death. Seeing this, the Abyss Demon sneered. Ha! Finally someone comes to die! You are so brave, but it's a pity that you will all die here today. Its voice was full of cruelty and mockery, as if it had witnessed the tragic deaths of many people. Chapter 54. Absolutely impossible. How can there be such a profession? Jiang Chen ignored the provocation of the Abyss Demon. He moved forward steadily until the distance between him and the group of monsters was shortened to 50 meters, then he stopped. The mocking voice of the Abyss Demon sounded again. What, have you finally realized your own insignificance? The gate of the Abyss is always open to the dead. Kneel before the power of the Abyss, and I will grant you eternal life. A hint of determination flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He knew very well that his choice was right. He calculated carefully and found that a distance of 50 meters was the best range for his skills to be effective, which could ensure both safety and the power of his skills. Lu Qingyu walked silently to Jiang Chen's side. She knew that Jiang Chen always did things in moderation, so she didn't ask any more questions. But the other candidates who followed were a little puzzled. Why did we stop? We should rush forward and fight the monster. Yishuan, Han Li and others rushed to Jiang Chen and expressed their doubts. Jiang Chen pointed forward and whispered, It's right here. After saying that, he waved his hand lightly, and suddenly, 100 skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air, neatly lined up in front, like an army ready to go to war. The appearance of these skeleton warriors immediately shocked everyone present. Oh my God, what is going on? Am I seeing right? So many summons! It's amazing! This guy can actually summon so many skeleton warriors! The skeleton warriors rushed towards the Abyss Demon army without hesitation. Their speed was astonishing. The speed of these summoned creatures is so fast! Han Li shouted in surprise. The skeleton warriors quickly approached the Abyss Demon and immediately launched a fierce attack. Violent force! At Jiang Chen's command, more than a dozen skeleton warriors activated their skills at the same time. The swords in their hands flashed with cold light and slashed fiercely at the Abyss Demon. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with swords and sabers, and the skeleton warriors besieged the demons. The scene was extremely intense. Although the demons became extremely powerful with the power of the Abyss, they were still severely damaged under the siege of the skeleton warriors. However, surprisingly, these demons did not fall down. They waved their huge swords and fought back against the skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen sensed the damage suffered by the skeleton warriors and made a preliminary assessment of the demons' attributes. Their strength is at least over 3,000 points, and their physical fitness is over 3,500 points. Jiang Chen calculated secretly in his mind. The skeleton warriors continued to launch fierce attacks after using their skills. They kept besieging the Abyss Demons, leaving them no chance to breathe. Under the siege of the skeleton warriors, the demons fell one after another, screaming miserably. Kill a level 19 Abyss Troll and gain 8,000 experience points. Jiang Chen found that his judgment was correct, and these monsters could indeed provide him with experience. Although the experience value is slightly insufficient, it is better than nothing. His palm glowed as he prepared to activate his next skill. Boom! There was a loud bang, shocking everyone present. They stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, seeing those seemingly powerful demons falling down like wheat under Jiang Chen's skills. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out again and again, each time accompanied by the screams and falls of demons. With the final roar, all the demons fell to the ground, and no one survived. Jiang Chen lowered his head to check his experience bar. He was still a little bit away from upgrading, and it seemed to be within reach. Is this the end? This is too fast. We haven't reacted yet. This brother is too powerful. This skill is simply unstoppable. The candidates present were all shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. They were all stunned and in disbelief. The power of the corpse explosion depends entirely on the target's vitality. The stronger the demon's vitality, the greater the power of the explosion. For Jiang Chen, as long as he could create the first corpse, the enemies of the same type would only have the fate of being slaughtered. Li Mingge looked at the demon corpses scattered all over the ground and muttered to himself. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? His job is so abnormal, why don't I have such luck? His voice was full of envy and resentment. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen did not care about other people's thoughts. His eyes were already locked on the red moon in the distance. Above the red moon, a dark shadow loomed. That was the location of the Abyss Demon Leader. The voice of the Abyss Demon Leader sounded again, but this time it was filled with fear and anger. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! How dare you challenge the authority of this Demon King? I will make sure you die without a burial place! As the Abyss Demons roared, a new group of monsters emerged from all directions and launched a fierce attack on the professionals. However, this time the monsters did not siege together like before, but dispersed and rushed directly towards each professional. The professionals panicked and fled in all directions. Fortunately, the battle space was large enough for them to hide. Jiang Chen looked up at Hong Yu, his eyes flashing with determination. He calculated the distance, about 200 meters. He gave an order in his mind, and several skeleton warriors quickly lifted the body of a dead troll and threw it towards Red Moon with great force. Then, one skeleton warrior picked up Jiang Chen, and the other skeleton warrior threw them towards Hongwei. The troll's corpse shot towards the black shadow on the red moon like a sharp arrow. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, staring at the target. What do you want to do? You lunatic, stop it! The voice of the Abyss Demon suddenly became terrified, and his voice was full of trembling. Jiang Chen did not answer, but stared at the black shadow coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. When the troll's corpse approached the black shadow on the red moon, Jiang Chen detonated it without hesitation. With a loud bang, the shock wave of the explosion instantly hit the black shadow. The Abyss Demon let out a shrill scream, his voice filled with pain and fear. However, the shadow did not dissipate. I will kill you! I must kill you! The voice of the Abyss Demon King became extremely weak, but still full of madness and resentment. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his palm glowed again. Soul burning. This is a skill that ignores defense and directly causes damage to the soul. A dark flame ignited above the black shadow, and the Abyss Demon let out a shrill scream again. What kind of skill is this? Why can it burn my soul? What exactly is your profession? This is impossible. There is no such profession in this world. Jiang Chen did not answer. As he fell, he used soul burning again. The black shadow has become extremely weak, as if it will disappear at any time. But Jiang Chen did not stop. He wanted to make sure that the Abyss Demon King disappeared completely. Chapter 55, Skills Finally Upgraded, The Devil's Malice. Compared with the thrilling situation in the battle space, outside the Shenlong's city trial tower, there was an atmosphere of tension and worry. Two figures, Hong Jishe, the great god, and his companion Li Xueru, were staring at the trial tower nervously. Li Xueru, the master of the trial tower, had beads of sweat on his forehead. He was trying his best to repair the rules of the battle space that were disturbed by the power of the abyss. Hong Jishe's face was solemn, and deep worry was revealed in his eyes. He looked at the trial tower and silently prayed that the candidates inside would be safe. With every passing second, his mood became heavier. Suddenly, Li Xueru uttered a light exclamation. Hong Jishe immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Li Xueru frowned, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The interference of the power of the abyss seems to be weakening. Hong Jishe's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Could it be that, all the candidates inside? He hadn't finished speaking, but his meaning was already very clear. However, Li Xueru shook his head. No, I can feel that there is still a lot of life in it, and it's all the breath of our human race. He paused and continued. The aura of the Abyss Demon consciousness has become very weak. He is injured. This news shocked Hong Jishe. The Abyss Demon consciousness entered the battle space and used the power of the abyss to interfere with the rules. This should have been an unsolvable situation. However, now someone can hurt him? Hong Jishe simply couldn't believe this fact. In his imagination, it was a miracle for those candidates who were only level 15 or 16 to survive for an hour in the harsh environment of the battle space. It was simply impossible to kill the Abyss Demon consciousness. However, the facts were before his eyes. The situation in the battle space seemed to be happening something he could not imagine. Inside the battle space, Jiang Chen was facing a large number of summoned fill-in orcs infected by the power of the Abyss. These monsters gave up their own goals and rushed towards Jiang Chen frantically. The black shadow above the blood moon roared, his voice full of anger and murderous intent. "I will kill you! I will eat your flesh and drink your blood!" He already regarded Jiang Chen as a thorn in his side and wanted to kill him. Amid the roar of the shadow, more monsters were infected by the power of the Abyss and became his minions. However, facing these surging monsters, Jiang Chen did not show any fear. Beside him, 100 skeleton warriors were ready to fight, forming an indestructible line of defense. The attributes of these skeleton warriors far surpassed those of monsters of the same level. Even the Flynn orcs infected by the power of the Abyss could not compete with them. Under Jiang Chen's command, the skeleton warriors quickly eliminated the enemies by point-to-point killing. A dozen skeleton warriors besieged a monster at the same time, and it often only took a few seconds to kill it. As the explosions continued, the power of the corpse explosion skill was once again fully demonstrated. The candidates around could not help but stare in amazement at the astonishing scenes. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that his corpse explosion skill had changed. He hurriedly checked the skill information and found that the corpse explosion skill had been upgraded. Corpse explosion LV2, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 15% of the corpse's health to enemies within a 2-meter radius. This change surprised Jiang Chen. The original range of the corpse explosion skill was 1 meter, but now it has become 2 meters. The original damage was 10% of the corpse's health, but now it has increased to 15%. Although it seems to be only a small increase, with the blessing of Jiang Chen's comprehensive amplification talent, the power of this skill has undergone earth-shaking changes. It seems that repeated use of skills and mastery of them can indeed improve the skill level, Jiang Chen thought to himself. In addition to the innate skills obtained when changing jobs, the skills obtained by using skill scrolls in the future should also be able to be upgraded in this way. Thinking of this, he could not help but look forward to the future skill improvement. At the same time, he also realized that this way of improvement was very similar to the way of improving life and auxiliary skills. They all required continuous practice and familiarity to master and improve the power of skills. Amid Jiang Chen's constant roar, the surrounding Flynn orcs had been cleaned up by him. He stood there, his eyes firm and deep, as if he was thinking about his next move. The black shadow above the blood moon suddenly fell silent at this moment, without its previous arrogance and frenzy. Jiang Chen's mouth corner slightly raised, a smug smile appeared on his face. His whole body was covered with a layer of light golden light, as if he was a god descending to the world. His upgrade attracted everyone's attention. The candidates who were originally panicked now all turned their eyes to Jiang Chen. He actually leveled up by killing these monsters corroded by the power of the Abyss, someone exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't this mean that he has the ability to challenge the nightmare-level dungeon alone? Another person exclaimed. That's amazing. Which city is this genius from? Luckily he is here, otherwise we would have died long ago. Everyone was talking about it, full of admiration and gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up at the blood moon. Although the black shadow was still there, it no longer had the arrogance it had before. It seems that you can't escape, Jiang Chen said in his heart. With a thought, he controlled the 5 corpses of the Flynn orcs to fly towards the blood moon. At the same time, the skeleton warrior picked up Jiang Chen again, jumped up, and rushed towards the blood moon. The black shadow in the blood moon seemed to realize that its end was approaching. Instead of roaring or shouting, it let out a sinister laugh. Your name is Jiang Chen, right? Said the black shadow. This king will remember you. When you enter the abyss in the future, I will make you suffer endless pain. Jiang Chen sneered but did not respond. The corpse exploded above the blood moon. Amid the violent explosion, the black shadow let out a final scream and then completely dissipated into the air. As the blood moon shattered, the battle space returned to normal. Outside the trial tower, Li Xueru's face showed surprise again. The abyss consciousness has been destroyed, he exclaimed. The battle space has also returned to normal, which is incredible. Hong Jisher also showed an expression of disbelief. As a powerful being, he hasn't encountered anything that surprised him for a long time. Can you replay the scenes in the battle space? Hong Jisher asked in a deep voice. He wanted to know what was going on in there. Li Xuerui nodded. Okay. However, Hong Jisher waved his hand and said, There is no rush. Send the children back first and ensure their safety. Okay. Li Xuerui responded. In the battle space, as the blood moon dissipated, all rules were gradually returning to normal. Lu Qingyu walked to Jiang Chen and asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, are you okay? Her face was still a little pale, and it was obvious that she was still frightened by the previous experience. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Although he didn't say many words of comfort, this simple answer was enough to make Lu Qingyu feel at ease. The other candidates also gathered around and expressed their gratitude and admiration to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. You are so amazing! The voice of Hongshen rang out again in the battle space. Dear candidates, the power of the abyss has completely dissipated, and the battle space will soon return to normal. You will be sent back to your respective examination rooms and the results will be announced later. As he finished speaking, the candidates in the battle space began to be teleported back to their respective examination rooms one after another. Chapter 56, Overwhelming all candidates, and easily winning the provincial championship. After destroying the Abyss Chaos forces in the battle space, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of the door of the trial tower. Lu Qingyu, Han Li, Li Mingjie and Yi Xiuwen followed closely behind. The entrance to the trial tower has been closed after a turmoil, and everyone gathered here. The main battle college entrance examination has been successfully concluded. Please rest in the designated area and wait for the announcement of the final scores and evaluations. The examiner's voice echoed in the empty venue, and the candidates sat down one after another, waiting for the exciting moment. The end of the college entrance examination every year is the most anticipated moment for candidates. They are not only concerned about their own scores, but also about the final evaluation. For those who work in combat professions, the college entrance examination results consist of two parts: points and evaluation. Some top universities have strict requirements for candidates' careers, grades, and scores, and evaluation is an important part of them. Top universities like Shillong University have extremely stringent requirements for combat professionals, usually requiring them to be at level 15 or above, with over 10,000 points and an evaluation of at least excellent. As for the top 10 institutions, although the requirements for grades and points may be slightly looser, the requirements for evaluation are equally strict. For candidates aiming for top universities, the importance of evaluation is self-evident. However, not all candidates dream of entering Shillong University or one of the top 10 universities in the empire. Many candidates have a clear understanding of their own strengths, and their goal is just to enter an ordinary university. For these candidates, as long as the scores meet the requirements, the evaluation is not so important. For those candidates who fail to enter the battle space, their final evaluation will be given by the examiners of the province. For the Dragon Empire, candidates who can enter the battle space are rare geniuses, and their performance naturally attracts much attention. At this time, in a secret place in Shillong City, Li Xuerui, Hong Jisher and other top warriors of the empire were recalling everything that happened in the battle space. They were watching every detail as if they were a surveillance video, trying to figure out what happened inside when the power of the abyss began to destroy the rules of the battle space. Looking back, from the moment Jiang Chen and other candidates entered the battle space, their every move was watched by these powerful men. This year's battle space is really unusual. The invasion of the abyss forces has caused the entire space to undergo a huge change. Li Xuerui and Hong Jisher pondered in their hearts. They paid special attention to those candidates who still insisted on fighting in the space under the invasion of the abyss. In the process of looking back, Jiang Chen's name gradually came into their sight. I never expected that it was this kid who turned the tide and saved the entire situation. It's really amazing. As the flashback progressed, Jiang Chen's performance in the battle space was clearly displayed before them. December Summoner, I think I've heard of this profession before. It's a new profession that appeared in the number 1 middle school in Baiyun City, Jiangbei Province. Yes, I remember that I had been paying attention to this candidate before, but I didn't expect that he would perform so well in the college entrance examination. Not only is his profession powerful, it seems that he has also awakened his talent, and his talent is also quite good. His professional level has completely surpassed that of other candidates of the same level. This child's character is also very outstanding. Calm, decisive, and professionally strong, this kid already has all the qualities to become a top powerhouse. Words of praise flowed from their mouths, all directed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's performance in the battle space was really eye-catching. When everyone else was worried about casualties, he was the only one who stepped forward and turned the tide. Not only did he destroy the plans of the Abyss Demon, he also demonstrated extraordinary strength and courage. Compared with other candidates, Jiang Chen's performance was undoubtedly the best. Although the courage of the candidates who followed Jiang Chen to fight against the Abyss-infected monsters was commendable, they seemed a little overshadowed by Jiang Chen's brilliance. It's really hard to decide on this year's evaluation. What's so difficult about this? Those candidates who ran away obviously lack courage and responsibility. Such people will only be deserters when they go to the battlefield in the future. You can't be too absolute. After all, they are just children. Jiang Chen's evaluation is definitely excellent. As for the others, let's discuss it. Several top experts discussed the future of the candidates. They know that every decision they make may affect the future of these children. Therefore, they are extremely cautious and hope to give every candidate a fair and just evaluation. The top scorers in each province have always been the focus of everyone's attention and are hailed as the epitome of genius. However, this year, due to the sudden emergence of Jiang Chen, the brilliance of these top scorers seemed to have become dim. There is always someone better than you. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the final results were finally announced. In the sky, a huge curtain of light was flashing dazzling light. 1. Jiang Chen points, 35800, evaluation, excellent. Jiang Chen's name topped the list, like a bright star, illuminating the entire sky. Wow! The whole audience was boiling with exclamations one after another. Jiang Chen was so excited that he danced with joy, his old face filled with an unprecedented glow. First, the top scholar, it's the top scholar! He was dancing and his voice was trembling. It is undoubtedly a great honor for Jiang Chen to be able to train such students. Mr. Jiang, you are so lucky to have trained such an outstanding student. Jiang Chen's achievement is simply amazing. I'm afraid no one in the entire empire can match him. Baiyun No. 1 Middle School can be said to have completely raised its head this time. The principals around congratulated Jiang Chen one after another, their eyes full of envy and admiration. Lu Qingyu also gave Jiang Chen an approving look. Jiang Chen, you are really amazing. You actually won the provincial championship. At this moment, she temporarily put aside her dissatisfaction and desire to compete, leaving only admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "Thank you." In fact, he had anticipated this result as early as the 5th round of testing. But now that the results were announced, he still felt a small sense of accomplishment. Lu Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen's smile and said in surprise, "You look so good when you smile, why don't you smile more often?" Her tone was full of curiosity and appreciation. Immediately afterwards, the second place result was announced. 2. Lu Qingyu, points, 8200, evaluation, excellent. With Jiang Chen, the top scholar, in the lead, although Lu Qingyu's results were equally outstanding, they did not cause much of a sensation. However, being rated as outstanding is enough to prove her strength. Jiang Chen felt excited again, and several principals around him also cast envious glances at him. Baiyun No. 1 Middle School really shined this time. Not only did they produce a provincial top scorer, but the second place was also their student. 3. Han Li points 7100, evaluation, excellent. 4. Yi Xiuwen points 6950, evaluation, excellent. 5. Li Mingyu points 6200, evaluation, good. Li Mingyu looked at his own results and evaluations with an unpleasant expression. Although the evaluation was good, he felt a deep sense of loss. I originally thought that I could compete with Jiang Chen and others, but now it seems that the gap is too big. He couldn't help but feel unwilling and angry, but he had no place to vent. I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Jiang Chen is definitely cheating. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly fell on Li Mingyu, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Li Mingyu violated the examination room rules and has been expelled. The cold voice echoed in the examination room, making everyone feel a palpitation. Li Mingyu's sudden disappearance surprised everyone, but they soon understood what had happened. It turned out that Li Mingyu was expelled from the examination room directly because he lost control of his emotions and violated the examination rules. Chapter 57: Becoming the number one scholar in the Empire, the boss comes to visit. Li Mingyu couldn't believe it at all. He just took part in the college entrance examination, but he ended up like this. He thought his ability was not bad, but the result was so cruel. The evaluation given by the trial almost destroyed all his hopes of entering the top colleges and universities. And now, he was ruthlessly expelled, and even the top 100 colleges and universities closed their doors to him. Li Mingyu was filled with anger and resentment. He felt like he was being played by fate. Even though his family had a strong background and the Huantian Guild had great influence, they could not compete with the decision of the higher education institution. His future path became extremely difficult, and the best outcome could only be to enter an ordinary university, which was far from his ambitions and expectations. As the results were announced one by one, the overall performance of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School was quite good. Yu Dapeng ranked 67th, which was considered to be in the middle level. Although the scores of other students were slightly lower, they were able to successfully enter higher education institutions. After the results were announced, the examiner's voice rang out again, attracting everyone's attention. Combat profession, this year's Jiangbei province, the provincial champion, Jiang Chen. The examiner solemnly announced that Jiang Chen had become the provincial champion of this year's college entrance examination, which immediately triggered a warm cheer. There was thunderous applause, and everyone was congratulating Jiang Chen. It is not easy to become the top scholar in a province, and Jiang Chen's points are overwhelming and he won the first place, which makes people admire his strength. After today, Jiang Chen's name is destined to remain in the history of the Dragon Empire forever. His brilliance is too dazzling, almost covering up the brilliance of all others. Among the 5 people who entered the battle space together, the points of the other 4 people added up were not as much as Jiang Chen alone. Such an advantage was too obvious. Amid the applause, the examiner's voice sounded again, as if he wanted Jiang Chen to have double happiness today. An order has come from the Empire. Jiang Chen has become the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. Wow! Cheng Russian jumped up again with excitement, and it seemed as if a ball of fire was coming out of his head. He was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Even Jiang Chen himself felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. The national champion? Jiang Chen is the top scholar in the country. Is this true? I didn't hear it wrongly. For a moment, people were so amazed that they couldn't even speak clearly. Cheng Russian couldn't believe his ears. He opened his mouth in surprise, as if his whole body and mind were immersed in a sudden great sense of happiness. He never dreamed that as the principal of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School in Baiyun City, he would have such a highlight moment today. Old Cheng, are you okay? Don't get too excited, take care of yourself. That's right, Jiang Chen is really the top scholar in the country. You heard me right. Now you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Your No. 1 Middle School can also be renamed as the No. 1 Middle School. You actually produced a national No. 1 scholar. You really found a treasure. The principals of other schools around came forward to comfort Cheng Russian. They were envious and jealous. Cheng Russian's excitement did not go out for a long time, just like his mood at the moment, excited and surging. Outside the trial tower, applause surged like a tide. The national No. 1 scholar! Our Jiangbei province finally has a national No. 1 scholar! Oh my god, how many years has it been since our Jiangbei province produced a national champion? Jiang Chen is so amazing that he can become the top scholar in the country. Jiang Chen still maintained a calm attitude. When he learned that he had become the provincial champion, he realized that the honor of the national champion might also fall on him. As expected, he became the national champion. Lu Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and said, "You have become the top scholar in the country, why are you still not happy?" "Happy," Jiang Chen responded calmly. Lu Qingyu curled her lips and said, I don't even know how to smile when I'm happy. Jiang Chen still said calmly. I laughed before, in my heart. Lu Qingyu snorted. But I still want to congratulate you, Jiang Zhuanyuan. At this time, Han Li and Yi Xuan came over together. Jiang Chen, congratulations! Han Li's voice was slightly cold, consistent with her professional temperament as an assassin. Yi Xuan also expressed his congratulations, saying that their arrival made this moment even more perfect. Yi Xuan extended his hand to Jiang Chen and said sincerely, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would be in big trouble. Han Li followed suit and expressed her gratitude. Jiang Chen shook hands with Yi Xuan and responded calmly. This is what I should do. Yi Xuan asked curiously. You should apply for Shillong University, right? Jiang Chen nodded and confirmed. Yes, my goal is Shillong University. Yi Xuan smiled and said, Okay, let's meet at Shillong University. Then I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate. Jiang Chen responded calmly. Yeah. His attitude was still cold, even colder than Han Li's, which made the atmosphere fall into a brief awkwardness again. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu quickly smiled and said, This guy just doesn't like to talk. I've been classmates with him for 3 years, and we haven't said more than 10 sentences in total. Jiang Chen shook his head and corrected. It's 19 sentences. Puff. Yi Xuan and Han Li couldn't help laughing out loud, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Although Jiang Chen doesn't talk much, his occasional humor is quite interesting. After the college entrance examination, everyone was teleported back to school. Qing Russian did not come back with them because he had to accompany the candidates of the auxiliary profession to continue the examination. Jiang Chen returned home and had a good rest. He could start registering tomorrow. His goal was Shillong University. As the top student in the country, he was naturally confident that he could successfully enter this top university. If even he can't get into Shillong University, then no one else can even think about it. Jiang Chen quietly summoned 4 skeleton warriors and put them into the summoning space. Now there are 104 skeleton warriors in his summoning queue. When fighting against the Flynn Orc warriors in the battle space, these skeleton warriors were injured to varying degrees. But in the summoning space, their injuries were quickly recovered. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door woke Jiang Chen from his meditation. The flames on Qing Russian's head finally died down, but the excitement on his face did not fade away for a long time. This old principal, who is over 60 years old, has never felt so excited and proud as he did today. Why are you here suddenly? Jiang Chen was a little surprised to see Qing Russian and a stranger appear at his door. It was already late at night, and Qing Russian's sudden visit must be something important. Jiang Chen noticed that the stranger had a terrifying aura that made him feel difficult to breathe. It was as if he would suffocate in the next second. However, Jiang Chen did not sit there and wait for death. He quickly summoned the skeleton warrior to protect himself. You react very quickly. The stranger's voice was low and powerful, making Jiang Chen feel somewhat familiar. Jiang Chen carefully identified the voice, then bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Hongshan. His nervousness instantly relaxed after recognizing the other party. Hong Jisher put away his aura and emerged from the darkness. How did you know it was me? He asked curiously. Jiang Chen explained. I recognize your voice. Hong Jisher laughed, and was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. He had seen Jiang Chen's performance in the flashback of the battle space, and now that they were talking face to face, he was even more impressed with Jiang Chen. He admired Jiang Chen's calmness and composure, and was also satisfied with his instinctive reaction. Very good, very good. Hong Jisher praised repeatedly. I came here this time to talk to you about Shillong University. Chapter 58 Generous Rewards. Come and take part in the trial. Although Jiang Chen was a little surprised by Hongshan's sudden visit, he still politely poured tea for the two and invited them into his home. Qing Russian explained. Sir, Jiang Chen usually lives alone. His sister went to Shillong University last year, so their home is relatively simple. Hong Jisher looked around and saw that the furnishings in the house were simple, and some places even looked a little shabby. In such an environment, it was indeed rare to be able to cultivate a genius like Jiang Chen. He smiled and asked, Is Jiang Chen's sister also at Shillong University? Qing Russian nodded and replied, Yes, Jiang Ru was admitted to Shillong University last year. Although Hong Jishe was not familiar with Jiang Ru, he had already memorized the name and planned to learn more about him in the future. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, secretly admiring him. It was not easy for this brother and sister to enter Shillong University. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a calm personality, unlike other young and successful children who were impetuous, which made him have a deeper impression of Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Hong Jishe suddenly said, Jiang Chen, can you let out your summoned creature so I can see it? Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately summoned a skeleton warrior. Suddenly, the air in the room seemed to become gloomy and cold. Hong Jishe carefully looked at the skeleton warrior and frowned. The four-dimensional attribute is 250, which does not seem to be an outstanding qualification. However, in the battle space, you can display amazing strength. What is going on? Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he realized that his talent bonus seemed to be unnoticed by Hong Jishe. Others only saw the basic attributes of the skeleton warrior, but in fact, the real strength of the skeleton warrior lies in the attributes after the addition of his talent. Hong Jishe continued to ask, What talent have you awakened? Qing Russian also showed a curious expression. It was obvious that he didn't know that Jiang Chen had awakened his talent. Jiang Chen replied in a low voice, My talent is amplification, which can amplify all skills. Hong Jishe suddenly understood what was going on and nodded. I see. No wonder you performed so well in the battle space. He did not continue to ask, but changed the subject. I came here for two main reasons. One is to bring you a reward. Originally, this reward was to be given to you after you arrived at Shillong University, but since I am here, I will bring it to you. Second, I want to take you to Shillong University ahead of time. There will be a special trial the day after tomorrow, and I hope you can participate. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this and asked, What kind of trial is it? Hong Jishe explained. This is a trial within our Shillong University. The participants are all students of our Shillong University. I will tell you the specific content of the trial after you agree to participate. Jiang Chen felt the unusualness of this trial. First, Hong Jishe did not force him to participate, which meant that this trial was not a mandatory requirement. Secondly, the participants were limited to students from Shillong University, which made him more curious about the internal situation of Shillong University. Coupled with the confidentiality of the trial content, he felt that this trial was unusual. Jiang Chen thought deeply about Hong Jishe's words. For him, prudence is an indispensable quality at all times. No matter what situation he faces, he needs to stay calm and analyze carefully to make the most wise decision. Seeing this, Hong Jishe smiled with satisfaction. I am very pleased with your caution. I really can't reveal too much about the content of the trial, but I can tell you that this is a rare opportunity. Originally, you were not eligible to participate in this trial, but I personally secured this opportunity for you. After listening to Hong Jishe's explanation, Jiang Chen had already made a decision in his mind. He raised his head and said with a firm look, I am willing to participate. For Jiang Chen, it was undoubtedly unwise to offend a person like Hong Jishe. Moreover, he also knew that such an opportunity was rare, and missing it might cause lifelong regret. Since you have made up your mind, I will give you the reward, said Hong Jishe. When Jiang Chen heard that he was going to receive a reward, he couldn't help but get excited. Hasn't he worked so hard for this moment? Originally, he thought he was only the top scholar in Jiangbei province, but he did not expect to become the top scholar in the entire Shillong Empire. This made him feel both surprised and happy. As the national #1 scholar, your reward will be very generous, Hong Jishe said, and a light flashed in his hand, and several things appeared. Jiang Chen recognized one of them at a glance, a skill scroll. The first reward is your 100,000 points, Hong Jishe explained. This is an additional reward for being the top scorer in the country. It does not conflict with the points you earned in the college entrance examination. Jiang Chen scored 34,605 points in the college entrance examination. Adding the 100,000 points of the national top scorer, his total points reached an astonishing 130,000 points. This number is already quite considerable. Even many senior students of Shillong University may not have as many as he does. After all, Jiang Chen's performance in the trial tower was also extremely outstanding. He killed a large number of abyss monsters and gained a lot of points. Hong Jisher handed a card to Jiang Chen. All your points are on this card. You must have heard that points are more useful than gold coins in Shillong University. Hong Jisher continued. It is indeed true. You will understand when you arrive at Shillong University. Jiang Chen nodded. Lin Kaier had mentioned the importance of points to him before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. The second prize is also your National Champion Award, Hong Jisher said, and took out 2 scrolls. 1 elementary skill scroll, and 1 intermediate skill scroll. These are exactly what Jiang Chen needs most now, and he is very satisfied with these rewards. The third prize is a special reward given to you based on your performance in the battle space, Hong Jisher said. It is the qualification to enter the Dragon Tower once. You will know the specific information about the Shillong Tower when you arrive at Shillong University. Hong Jisher did not explain too much. You just need to remember that this is a very precious opportunity, especially for your first time entering. You must be fully prepared. Jiang Chen had also heard of the reputation of the Dragon Tower, and knew that it was a place full of opportunities and challenges. He secretly decided in his heart that he must make good use of this opportunity. I'll remember that, Jiang Chen said. Thank you, Lord Hongshan. Chapter 59. This is Shillong University, indeed extraordinary. After receiving the generous reward, Hongshan gave a few simple instructions, and Jiang Chen quickly packed his bags. God Hong gently waved the amulet in his hand, and with a flash of light, a teleportation array appeared in front of the two. Jiang Chen and Hong Jisher stepped into it, and with a flash of bright light, the two disappeared on the spot. The hut was once again shrouded in darkness, and seemed exceptionally quiet. Qing Rushan looked at the direction where the two people disappeared, sighed lightly, turned around and left silently, closing the door. His eyes were filled with relief. This seemingly ordinary little house had produced students from Shillong University for 2 consecutive years, and one of them was even the top student in the country. This was simply an unimaginable miracle. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Chen Rushan's heart was full of expectations. He knew that after Jiang Chen left Baiyun City, he would be like a rock spreading its wings, flying high in the sky. Jiang Chen only felt that he had traveled through a long period of time and space during the teleportation. Unlike the brief teleportation during the college entrance examination, this time it seemed to have spanned a very long distance. He knew in his heart that the Dragon Empire was vast, and even teleportation would take a lot of time. Broken streams of light kept flashing before my eyes, and all kinds of magical fragments of images passed by my eyes. Jiang Chen just felt dizzy and a little uncomfortable. But he tried hard not to show it, only his face turned slightly pale. After a moment, my feet touched the ground again, and all the discomfort disappeared instantly. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh and finally felt at ease. You have a good tolerance. Hong Jisher looked at Jiang Chen with admiration in his eyes. Shillong City at night is completely different from Baiyun City. As the capital of the Dragon Empire, it is still brightly lit and bustling even late at night. The moonlight here can only be a supporting role and cannot compete with the prosperity of the city. Jiang Chen looked at the prosperous city in front of him, his heart full of anticipation. Finally, he saw the place he had always longed for, Shillong University. The giant gate, tens of meters high, stands tall and majestic, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Jiang Chen stood in front of the door, feeling as if he had become much smaller. He could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the gate, as if it were a solid fortress guarding the peace of Shillong University. This gate is not only the gateway to the school, but also a powerful weapon, Hong Jisher explained. Even if a top expert wants to force his way in, he will have to pay a heavy price. As he said that, he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Let's go in. As they approached, the door seemed to sense something and opened silently. Shillong University at night is not as quiet as imagined. Walking on the campus, Jiang Chen could feel waves of energy coming from all directions. He asked curiously, Are these energy fluctuations the students practicing their skills? Hong Jisher nodded and explained. In addition to the innate skills that come with their profession, students will also learn some special skills to enhance their own strength. The cultivation of skills requires constant practice and improvement. Hong Jisher's words gave Jiang Chen a deeper understanding of the cultivation of skills. He knows very well that truly mastering a skill is not something that can be achieved overnight, but requires persistent efforts. Jiang Chen continued to ask, "Besides practice, is there anything else I need to pay attention to when cultivating skills?" Hong Jisher smiled and patiently explained, "In addition to practice, the cultivation of skills also requires understanding the essence of the skills and mastering their key points. At the same time, mentality and concentration are also very important. When practicing skills, you must maintain a calm mind and concentrate, so that you can better understand the secrets of the skills." After Jiang Chen heard this, his mind suddenly became clear and he had a clearer direction for the cultivation of his skills. He secretly made up his mind to practice seriously and live up to this rare opportunity. Shillong University at night is brightly lit and bustling. Jiang Chen walked on the broad campus road, feeling the strong academic atmosphere and the students' passionate pursuit of skills. He looked around and saw that on the training grounds, students were sweating profusely while practicing various skills, with lights flashing and energy fluctuating constantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that this was really a great place to practice skills. He imagined that he would be able to work hard here in the future and constantly improve his abilities. After walking for a long time, the two finally arrived at the residential area. "This is where you will live," Hong Jisher said, pointing to a building in front. Jiang Chen looked around and saw dormitory buildings arranged in an orderly manner. Some were single-family villas, while others were multi-story buildings. "There are a variety of accommodation options here, and you can choose according to your needs and points," explained Hong Jisher. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he remembered the points exchange system that Lin Kaier mentioned before. It seems that accommodation here also needs to be paid with points. He secretly calculated his points, wanting to choose a residence that would suit him and improve his cultivation environment. At this time, a staff member came over, politely saluted Hong Jisher, turned to Jiang Chen and said, "This is classmate Jiang Chen, right? I am the administrator in charge of the residential area. You can call me Lu Qiu." Jiang Chen nodded and responded politely, "Hello, senior." Lu Qiu enthusiastically introduced the facilities and locations of various schools to Jiang Chen, allowing Jiang Chen to have a clearer understanding. After some consideration, Jiang Chen had a general understanding. However, the senior student seemed to have not introduced the dormitory to him yet, which made him curious. They first came to the school's guest house and made some simple arrangements. Hong Jisher nodded to Lu Qiu, signaling him to take good care of Jiang Chen. Then, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Then you can have a good rest here. Someone will come to take you to report tomorrow." Jiang Chen thanked. "Thank you, Lord Hongshan." Hong Jisher nodded slightly and turned away. His figure quickly disappeared into the night, but Jiang Chen could feel his expectations and encouragement for himself. Looking at Hong Jisher's departing back, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with respect and gratitude. He knew that he could not come here without Hong Jisher's help and support. He made up his mind to work hard and live up to Hong Jisher's expectations. The night breeze blew gently, and Jiang Chen walked into the guest house. He was looking forward to starting a new life here and beginning his own journey of cultivation. Chapter 60. Be thrifty and get the most out of your money. Jiang Chen now fully realizes the importance of points, which far exceeds gold coins. Shillong University has a variety of dormitory options, and each option corresponds to different points and gold coin requirements. The 4-person dormitory is economical and only costs 500 points per month. The double dormitory is slightly more upscale and requires 1,000 points per month. As for single dormitories, they are quite luxurious, costing up to 2,000 points per month. As for those single-family villas, the points required per month are as high as tens of thousands. Of course, if you don't have points, you can also pay with gold coins, but the price will be much more expensive. The monthly rent for a 4-person dormitory is as high as 50,000 gold coins, and the monthly rent for a single dormitory is a staggering 200,000. Jiang Chen now had only a few gold coins on him, so it was naturally impossible for him to pay with gold coins. He is well aware of the value of points and that every point is hard-earned, so he plans to use the points wisely and never waste them. With the detailed explanation from Senior Lu Qiu, Jiang Chen gained a deeper understanding of the use of points. He had a clearer understanding of the value of points, and at the same time he couldn't help but think of Lin Kyer. He knows so much about points, he wonders if Lin Kyer is also a student of Shillong University? At Shillong University, most items and services can be traded, but points are the most core and important currency. Although gold coins can also be circulated, they cannot replace points in many situations. Therefore, points became a goal that students competed for. Jiang Chen was no exception. He planned to calculate carefully and spend every point where it was worthwhile. Lu Qiu, a senior at Shillong University, has spent 3 years on campus. He is now the administrator of the dormitory area, responsible for the management of some daily affairs, and can also earn some points through this job. From his words and actions, Jiang Chen could feel his desire and cherishment for points. Lu Qiu seemed particularly enthusiastic towards Jiang Chen. Perhaps because of Hong Jisher, he took extra care of this new junior. "Student Jiang, I know you have just enrolled and should have quite a few points," Lu Qiu said with a smile. "But I still want to remind you that points are not easy to come by, so you must use them sparingly. There will be many other places that will require points later." Jiang Chen nodded, already having a plan in mind. He had no gold coins and didn't want to share a room with other people, so a single dormitory became his first choice. "I want a single dormitory," Jiang Chen said firmly. Lu Qiu looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Are you sure? Although the single dormitory is comfortable, it is expensive," he reminded. Jiang Chen nodded again to express his decision. Lu Qiu sighed, seeming a little regretful. "Alas, young people just don't know how to cherish. If you don't know how to save now, it will be too late to regret when points become hard to earn in the future." He took Jiang Chen into the residential area and came to Building 7. "Building 7 is full of single dormitories with a good environment," Lu Qiu introduced. They took the elevator to the 5th floor. Lu Qiu pointed to several empty dormitories and said, "Except for 506, 508, and 509, which are already occupied, the others are all vacant. You can choose one yourself." Jiang Chen took a look and pointed to the nearest room. "This is it. Room 501, give me your ID card so I can register you," Lu Qiu said. Jiang Chen handed over his ID card. Lu Qiu swiped it with a machine and asked Jiang Chen to confirm his fingerprint. There was a beep and the points were deducted. However, when Lu Qiu saw the points balance displayed on Jiang Chen's ID card, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something incredible. He kept looking back and forth between the card reader screen and Jiang Chen, as if he didn't quite believe his own eyes. After confirming it several times, Lu Qiu finally couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "How do you have so many points?" He looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, his tone full of disbelief. The numbers on the machine clearly showed Jiang Chen's points balance after 2,000 points were deducted. There were still a staggering 133,505 points left. The score of more than 130,000 points stunned Lu Qiu instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes, his heartbeat quickened, as if he was witnessing a miracle. Since he entered Shillong University, he had never seen anyone with such a huge amount of points. This was simply unprecedented. Jiang Chen explained casually, "This is a reward from the academy." At this moment, Lu Qiu seemed to be looking at the god of wealth, his eyes full of envy and admiration. "No wonder you chose a single dormitory. It turns out you have so many points. Since I entered the school, I have worked so hard and only earned less than 10,000 points, not even a fraction of yours. He's really rich." Lu Qiu was filled with emotion, and then he solemnly told Jiang Chen, "From now on, room 501, building 5 is your private territory. No one may trespass unless they have your permission. Besides, this dormitory will not be rented to anyone else until you vacate the room. Just stay here and enjoy your college life. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Jiang Chen nodded in thanks, then suddenly asked, "Senior, have you heard of the name Jiang Ruo?" Lu Qiu pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, "I have never heard of this name." "You are Jiang Chen. Is Jiang Ruo a relative of yours? Shillong University is full of talented people. It's normal that I have never heard of him. If you want to find him, you can go to the Academic Affairs office and ask." Lu Qiu mentioned some more precautions. Before leaving, he suddenly reminded, By the way, remember to buy a communicator tomorrow, otherwise it will be very inconvenient at school. The door of the dormitory slowly closed, and Jiang Chen's ears finally became quiet again. Although the single dormitory is not large, it is decorated simply and warmly, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort. Jiang Chen sat on the bed and began to meditate with his eyes closed, recovering his consumed mental energy. The next morning, a knock on the door broke the silence of the dormitory. Jiang Chen opened the door, a hint of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. He never expected that on the first day at Shillong University, the person who came to visit him would be her. Lin Kaya was standing at the door, graceful and elegant, with a smile on her face. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" she winked playfully. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "How could I not know him?" Lin Kaya happily took Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Come on, let's go. I'll take you to have breakfast, and then I'll take you around Shillong University." The two of them came to the university cafeteria near their residential area. It was breakfast time and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Lin Kaya quickly picked out a bunch of her favorite foods, obviously a foodie. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the days he spent with her in the wild. When it was time to pay, Jiang Chen took out his ID card and prepared to pay. "Let me do it." Lin Kaya snatched the ID card and paid the fee easily. With a beep sound, only 5 points were deducted. Lin Kaya looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. "You actually paid with points? You can actually pay with gold coins here. Try not to use points where you can use gold coins," Jiang Chen said softly. "I don't have any gold coins." Lin Kaya slapped her head and said with a smile, "Oh, I forgot. If you don't have gold coins, just tell me. I have plenty. Don't waste points. Points are much harder to earn than gold coins." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. "Got it," Lin Kaya said seriously. "Remember this from now on. Never use points when you can use gold coins. Points must be spent wisely and carefully to make sure they are worthwhile." Jiang Chen humbly accepted the instruction, and at the same time, his mind moved, and a gem emitting a faint light quietly appeared in his palm. Chapter 61. There is no information. Where did Jiang Ra go? The red stone gem in front of her was so dazzling that Lin Kaya was instantly attracted to it. The crystal core of the Goblin King is like a perfect ruby, radiant and dazzling. Jiang Chen handed the dazzling crystal core to Lin Kaya and said with a smile, "I give it to you." Lin Kaya could tell at a glance that this crystal core was extraordinary. She held it gently, and a warm current instantly spread throughout her body, as if dispelling the coldness around her. Her detection technique was also quietly activated at this moment, and she conducted a detailed exploration of the crystal core. After the investigation, she asked excitedly, "Is this the crystal core of the Goblin King?" Jiang Chen nodded in confirmation. In fact, as early as when Lin Kaya gave him the valuable skill scroll, he had been thinking about giving her a precious gift in return. The Goblin King's crystal core was exactly the best choice in his mind. He didn't want to owe too many favors to others, especially to a friend like Lin Kaya who treated him sincerely. Lin Kaya held the ruby-like crystal core in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Do you know what it's worth?" she asked. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was not quite sure. The price he initially learned at the exchange was only 100,000 gold coins, but Luo Tian told him it was worth at least 500,000 gold coins. But he vaguely felt that the value of this crystal core might be far more than that. The Huantian Guild's actions are obviously intended to steal this valuable item at a low price, and their behavior is despicable. Lin Kaya continued to explain. "This crystal core is the core item for making the Goblin King's ring. It is a boss jewelry and its value is extremely high. If you take it to the exchange to sell it, the price can reach at least 10 million gold coins." 10 million gold coins. This number surprised Jiang Chen slightly. For ordinary people, this is an astronomical figure. However, the valuation Luo Tian had given previously was only 500,000 gold coins. The gap between the two was surprisingly huge. This is enough to show the greed and unscrupulousness of the Huantian Guild. In order to obtain this crystal core, they did not hesitate to resort to deception and usurpation, which is truly despicable. However, for Lin Kaya, 10 million gold coins may not be a very large amount. The fact that she could easily give away intermediate skill scrolls worth tens of millions was enough to show how financially strong she was. She gladly accepted Jiang Chen's gift and thanked him. Jiang Chen looked at her happy expression and felt very satisfied. Afterwards, under the guidance of Lin Kaier, Jiang Chen began to familiarize himself with the environment of Shillong University. They first came to the Imperial Exchange and then to the University Exchange. The former uses gold coins as the medium of transaction, while the latter uses points for transactions. Jiang Chen learned that some items could not be purchased at the Imperial Exchange, but could be found at the University Exchange. In addition to the exchange, Shillong University also has dozens of skilled training grounds. These training grounds are located in various corners of the school, providing a place for students to practice their skills. However, using the skilled training ground is not free and requires a certain amount of points. In addition, Lin Kaier also introduced the library of Shillong University to Jiang Chen. The library is hailed as a place comparable to the Imperial Library, housing a vast collection of books and materials. Students can read and study here, but some advanced information also requires points to access. In short, points are an indispensable and important resource in Shillong University. Without enough points, students will be unable to move forward and even their most basic living needs will be in jeopardy. With the help of Lin Kaier, Jiang Chen gained a deeper understanding of Shillong University. He completed the final admission procedures and inquired about Jiang Ruo's information at the Academic Affairs Office. After some inquiries, they did find Jiang Ruo's admission records. However, what is strange is that all the information about Jiang Ruo has now become blank. Walking out slowly from the door of the Academic Affairs Office, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Seeing this, Lin Kaier whispered to comfort him. "Jiang Chen, are you worried about your sister?" Jiang Chen nodded and said in a low voice, "She is my sister. Her name is Jiang Ruo." After hearing this, Lin Kaier understood. She continued, "There are actually several possible explanations for the blank information about your sister." Jiang Chen looked up at Lin Kaier, hoping to get some clues from her. "First, she may be carrying out some special tasks in the school. These tasks often need to be kept confidential, so they will be shown as blank in the database. Secondly, she may have already joined a college of the school. Shillong University has many independent colleges. Once you join, your personal information will become blank." Lin Kaier explained. Her voice was calm and warm, which made Jiang Chen feel a little more at ease. He recalled the last time Jiang Ruo contacted him, which was 3 months ago. He hadn't received any news from Jiang Ruo in the past 3 months, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. But after listening to Lin Kaier's explanation, his worries were slightly alleviated. He believed that Jiang Ruo must be carrying out some important mission or had joined a college. "Thank you, Kaier," Jiang Chen said gratefully. Lin Kaier smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are all classmates, and it's only natural for us to help each other." Then she continued, "Well, we have some serious work to do next." Led by Lin Kaier, they continued to walk around the campus. After half a day, they had walked through the public areas of the school. Shillong University is huge, and the public area is only a small part of it. There are also many independent colleges in the school, each with its own territory and rules. They arrived at the gate of Qianlong Academy. A lot of people have gathered in the college, and they seem to be discussing something important. Lin Kaier brought Jiang Chen in, and her arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. A tall woman came up to them. She smiled and said to Lin Kaier, "Kaier, you're finally back." Lin Kaier giggled and introduced, "Sister Hongxiu, I brought the person here." The woman looked at Jiang Chen, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. She introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Fan Hongxiu. I'm the captain of Qianlong Academy, and a level 23 elf knight." Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Chen, level 17, Necromancer." His temperament became even colder and more aloof after he changed his job to a Necromancer, giving people a feeling that he was difficult to approach. However, Fan Hongxiu didn't care about these. She nodded appreciatively, thinking that Jiang Chen was a reliable person. She appreciated Jiang Chen's conciseness and felt that he was a trustworthy person. Chapter 62. From ancient times we have heard of dogs biting people, but never heard of people biting dogs. After Jiang Chen briefly introduced himself, he fell into silence. Fan Hongxiu still maintained a calm expression, but the faces of the people around her showed some surprise. Only level 17? How is that possible? When did our Qianlong team fall to the point of training such a newbie? A young man holding 2 swords strode over, his face full of disdain and arrogance. His attitude revealed a kind of disregard for the people around him, as if he was the master here. Seeing this, Lin Kai frowned. Lei Ren, be careful with your words. Jiang Chen was introduced by Lord Hongshan. But Lei Ren didn't care. He sneered and said, So what if Lord Hong introduced me? We are talking about strength here, not relationships. What can a level 17 novice do? His tone was full of arrogance, as if he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. This attitude also infected the other people present, and they all showed expressions of approval, as if Jiang Chen's existence was a joke. Lin Kai's face turned red with anger. She retorted, Lei Ren, don't go too far. Jiang Chen is the top scholar in the country. His strength should not be underestimated. Lei Ren snorted indifferently and ignored Lin Kai. He continued arrogantly, So what if you are the top scholar in the country? In our Qianlong team, if you don't have strength, you are useless. You can participate in this trial, but you'd better keep quiet and don't cause trouble for us. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the edge of my sword. After saying this, he raised the 2 swords in his hands to show his strength. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Ren's arrogant look and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He spoke up for Lin Kai and said, Arrogant? Lei Ren's face changed and he shouted angrily, You are looking for death. He immediately drew out the 2 swords in his hands. The sharp swords flashed with cold light, and a powerful momentum rushed towards him. Seeing this, Lin Kai immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen and warned him, Lei Ren, if you dare to touch him, just try. Fan Hongxiu also stepped forward and tried to calm the dispute. Lei Ren, calm down. With the 2 people's obstruction, Lei Ren finally put away his swords, but there was still anger in his eyes. He glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, then turned and left. Fan Hongxiu turned to Jiang Chen and said, Gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will tell you the details of the trial. This is also the rule of the Qianlong team. The content of the trial will usually be told to the trial taker before it begins. Jiang Chen nodded to show his understanding. Okay, I understand. Come on, Jiang Chen, I'll take you to prepare some things you'll need for the trial. Lin Kai took Jiang Chen's hand and prepared to leave to buy the necessary items. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, Fan Hongxiu couldn't help but sigh softly. She looked at Lei Ren's back and felt a little worried. This guy's temper is getting hotter and hotter. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble for the team. Fan Hongxiu asked Lei Ren to stay and talk to him alone. She said seriously, Lei Ren, I know you are dissatisfied, but during the trial, you must put aside your personal emotions. Jiang Chen is the person recommended by Lord Hongshan, and you need to give him due respect. Lei Ren showed an indignant look on his face. I know my limits, but I'm a little unwilling. I'll bring some capable people with me. I've never even heard of this Necromancer. What kind of abilities can he have? Fan Hongxiu shook her head. He is the top scholar in the country. Although the title of top scholar is nothing to us, he must have some extraordinary qualities to achieve such a result. Someone nearby interrupted. I heard that the Necromancer is a new profession that appeared this year, and it's unique. Lei Ren was still disdainful. New professions appear every year, but only a few can really become successful. At this time, Lin Kai was dragging Jiang Chen towards the exchange. She comforted him as they walked. Don't bother with that guy. He's a powder keg that can ignite at any time. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's common for a dog to bite a person, but it's rare for a person to bite a dog. Lin Kai burst into laughter. She found that although Jiang Chen looked cold on the outside, he had a unique sense of humor in his heart. The 2 soon arrived at the Imperial Exchange. Jiang Chen sold all the items he got from the Death Mine dungeon one by one. He did not choose to consign them, but directly handed the materials over to the exchange for recycling, and sold the weapons and equipment directly to the exchange. Bronze-level weapons and equipment are suitable for professionals between levels 10 and 20, but they are not expensive. Each weapon and equipment is priced at around 10,000 gold coins. Jiang Chen emptied his storage space and got nearly 240,000 gold coins in exchange. Although it was not much, it was enough for him to spend for a period of time. Lin Kaier suggested, "The trial will begin tomorrow. You should buy some red and blue medicine for backup." The red and blue medicines she mentioned refer to healing potions and magic potions. Healing potions can quickly heal injuries, and are called red potions because they are red in color. Magic potions are used to restore consumed mental power, and are called blue potions because they are blue in color. These two potions are the most commonly used consumables by professionals. Jiang Chen found these two medicines on the shelves of the exchange. Primary life potion, suitable for occupations below level 20, can quickly heal injuries. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Primary mental potion, suitable for occupations below level 20, can restore consumed mental energy. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Jiang Chen bought 10 bottles of each bottle costing 1,000 gold coins, spending a total of 20,000 gold coins. Then, he used the remaining gold coins to buy 2 primary skill scrolls. The gold coins were instantly reduced by more than half, leaving only more than 10,000 points. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that money was spent as fast as water. Afterwards, the two of them went to the campus exchange of Shillong University. Jiang Chen used 100 points to buy a communicator. This communicator has a delicate appearance, like a small watch, and it is convenient and fashionable to wear on the wrist. This is one of the must-have items for students of Shillong University. The two added each other as friends so that they could contact each other through the communicator at any time in the future. Lin Kaier shook the communicator on her wrist and smiled brightly. "From now on, I can harass you anytime and anywhere." Jiang Chen looked at the sunny Lin Kaier and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the girl he met by chance in the suburbs would become his schoolmate at Shillong University. He asked curiously, "Kaier, how many years have you been studying at Shillong University?" Lin Kaier blinked her eyes and said, "I am already a junior. What about you? Are you a freshman?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, I just started school not long ago." Lin Kaier patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you quickly adapt to life at Shillong University." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Kaier gratefully, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that with such an enthusiastic friend by his side, his trip to Shillong University would definitely be more exciting. Chapter 63: Learn a new skill with curse attribute. After continuing to communicate with Lin Kaier for a while, Jiang Chen gained a deeper understanding of some details of the trial. It turned out that Lei Ren's younger brother was originally planned to participate in this trial, but due to the intervention of Hong Xin, his place was replaced by Jiang Chen, which also caused Lei Ren to be dissatisfied with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not take Lei Ren's attitude to heart. He had his own confidence and pride. In Jiang Chen's opinion, Lei Ren was just a clown and not worthy of his attention. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Chen sat under the bright light, holding a basic skill scroll in his hand. He took a deep breath, then activated the scroll, and his body was enveloped by a soft light. However, after a few minutes, the ball of light dissipated, and Jiang Chen sighed softly, having failed to successfully master the new skill this time. He knew very well that using skill scrolls did not guarantee that he would learn new skills every time. Sometimes, even if a skill was awakened, it might be an old skill that he had already mastered. Jiang Chen was not discouraged by this. He understood that this was the norm in the growth process of professionals. If you want to truly master more new skills, you can only keep trying and use more skill scrolls. He still had a basic skill scroll in his hand, and after a short rest, he activated the scroll again. The ball of light emerged again, wrapping around Jiang Chen's body. He felt a warm current flowing through his body, and then a strange feeling came over him. "This feeling is a new skill!" Jiang Chen was delighted, as his expectations for the skill scroll were finally not in vain. Acquired skill, Touch of Weakness. Touch of Weakness, Level 1. Touch the enemy to reduce its attack power by 10% for 30 seconds. Jiang Chen's talent enabled this skill to be enhanced. The touch range has been changed from a single target to a group target, and can affect 10 enemies at the same time. The weakening effect is also increased by 10 times, reducing the enemy's attack power by a full half. The duration was extended to 5 minutes. This is undoubtedly a powerful auxiliary skill that can significantly weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. Jiang Chen studied this new skill carefully, his heart full of anticipation. My skill system is becoming more and more complete. It not only has summoning and attacking skills, but now it also has auxiliary skills. With Touch of Weakness, my safety in battle will be greatly increased, and I can also better coordinate with my teammates in attacks. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then summoned a few skeleton warriors to practice. After consuming a bottle of primary mental potion, he felt that his mental strength had returned to its peak state. His mental power flowed slowly like a spring, and Jiang Chen felt his thoughts becoming clearer. After 10 minutes, his mental strength recovered by 100 points, and then the effect of the primary mental potion came to an end. He tried to calculate, and found that his total mental power was as high as 1,000 points, and these 100 points only accounted for 1/10 of it. If you rely solely on medicine to recover, it will take 10 hours to fully recover. Compared with meditation, this recovery speed does not have a clear advantage. What's more troublesome is that frequently interrupting meditation to drink potions is likely to affect the depth of meditation, thus losing more than you gain. Just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought, pleasant music suddenly rang out from the communicator, waking him up from his thoughts. He remembered that this was the ringtone that Lin Kaier set specially for him. After the communicator was connected, Lin Kaier's energetic voice came through. "Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt," she said with a giggle. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs, come down and have breakfast together, then we'll set off." "Okay, I'll be down right away," Jiang Chen responded. A few minutes later, he came downstairs and saw that Lin Kaier had bought a lot of food. "We don't know how long this trial will last, so it's always a good idea to prepare some food," she explained. "I almost starved to death last time, but luckily your sweet potatoes saved my life." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, but a warm feeling surged in his heart. After they finished their breakfast together, they headed to the meeting point. Fan Hongxiu and others were already waiting, and students from other colleges had also formed their own teams. Lin Kaier pulled Jiang Chen over. Fan Hongxiu checked the time and said seriously, "After we are teleported over, don't walk around. Keep in formation." As the captain, she obviously has a lot of trial experience. Lei Ren glanced at Jiang Chen with dissatisfaction and said coldly, "Boy, don't hold me back, otherwise I won't be polite to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Kaier immediately retorted, "Just don't hold us back." Fan Hongxiu frowned. She knew that conflicts within the team might have an adverse impact on the trial. So she said seriously, "Whatever conflicts you have, put them aside now. You all know the importance of this trial, and I don't want to see anyone affect the overall situation because of personal grudges." She swept her eyes over everyone and continued, "Now everyone please introduce your profession. Zhang Yang, level 20, Summoner. Lu Chui, level 20, Healer." Summoner and Healer are both auxiliary professions, and both are rare. Summoners can summon various creatures to assist in battle, while healers are good at healing and restoring teammates. At Fan Hongxiu's urging, Lei Ren reluctantly introduced. Lei Ren, level 21, Magician. The Magician is the top among the mage professions and is also a rare profession. Lin Kaier, level 19, Swift Wind Assassin. Jiang Chen, level 17, Necromancer. Fan Hongxiu, level 23, Paladin. Fan Hongxiu's eyes swept over everyone and she said in a deep voice, "I emphasize again that we must unite in this trial. If anyone dares to hold us back or affect the overall situation, I will never let them off easily." There was unquestionable firmness in her tone. Seeing this, Lin Kaier quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Hongxiu, we will definitely do our best." At this time, a huge teleportation array began to appear in the air. "Qianlong Academy, start the trial transmission," a majestic voice sounded. Fan Hongxiu took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare to enter the trial." Chapter 64, Participating in the Trial, Mermaid's Tears. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a towering giant tower standing in the sky, reaching into the sky, shocking everyone. Lin Kaier introduced in a low voice, "That is the legendary Shenlong Tower." Only then did he understand that this giant tower was not located on the ground, but existed between heaven and earth in another way. I couldn't help but feel even more in awe of the heritage of Shenlong University. The top of the Shenlong Tower suddenly burst into a dazzling light, instantly enveloping everyone in Qianlong Academy. The next moment, they appeared in another unfamiliar place. Jiang Chen felt the fineness of the sand under his feet and heard the sound of waves. He was sure that they were already at the seaside. Lin Kaya rubbed her temples uncomfortably and muttered, "This transmission is really uncomfortable. I feel like my head is going to explode." She held Jiang Chen's arm tightly, as if trying to find some comfort from him. Fan Hongxiu looked at everyone and said solemnly, "We are now in the mermaid dungeon. Every year, only 3 precious mermaid tears are produced here. Mermaid tears are the key material for making special equipment. Their value is immeasurable." She continued to explain. "Mermaid Island is not the territory of our Shenlong Empire, so in addition to professionals from our Shenlong Empire, professionals from other countries will also come here to compete for it. There are a total of 10 teams from Qianlong Academy coming this time, and we are the second team. In the coming time, we will not only compete with our classmates in the academy, but also face professionals from other countries." Hearing this, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became tense. Lin Kaya asked with some concern, "Wouldn't it be very dangerous for us? If we encounter other teams, would we kill people?" Her eyes unconsciously turned to Jiang Chen, as if she wanted to get some comfort from him. Jiang Chen seemed relatively calm. He said calmly, "Don't worry too much. Although the competition is fierce, generally speaking, people are more likely to fight at the entrance of the instance, and there are not many cases of actual killing." Fang Hongxiu also nodded and added, "Yes, although the possibility of violence cannot be completely ruled out, in most cases, everyone will still exercise restraint. Okay, let's get ready to enter Mermaid Island," she said, and walked forward. As a prophet, Zhang Yang began to bless everyone. Halos appeared around everyone, and their strength, agility, and defense were greatly improved. Jiang Chen also felt the changes brought about by these states. He knew that with the blessing of the prophet state, their combat power would be greatly enhanced. This also gave them more confidence in the next copy. With the presence of the prophet, the team's combat power instantly soared several times. However, compared with Jiang Chen's perfect talent, the prophet's increase seemed a little pale and powerless. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and a skeleton warrior suddenly appeared beside him. With its appearance, a cold wind blew, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. The skeleton warrior exuded a faint soul fire, and the cold sword in his hand made a harsh friction sound from time to time, which was chilling. This sudden change frightened several people in the team. Especially Zhang Yang, who was giving everyone a blessing. His hands trembled with fear and his skills were almost interrupted. Lu Chui even let out a scream and hid behind Fang Hongxiu. What is this? It turned out to be an undead summon. Although Fang Hongxiu was also startled, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. "Please also give it a set of status." Zhang Yang was stunned for 2 seconds before he came to his senses, took a deep breath, tried his best to stay calm, and continued to bless everyone. However, when the light tried to fall on the skeleton warrior, it dissipated strangely. Zhang Yang tried it several times, and it was the same every time. "Strange, my skills can't be used on it." Zhang Yang showed a surprised expression. Jiang Chen did not show any disappointment, he had already guessed in his mind. Perhaps it was because his talent was too strong, so low-level skills like Zhang Yang were directly covered by his talent. At this moment, Lei Ren suddenly snorted and said disdainfully, "You can't even improve your status, you are such a waste." As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed in the skeleton warrior's eyes. He turned to look at Lei Ren, his soul fire beating, and a cold wind blew. Lei Ren suddenly felt a chill down his spine and took a step back unconsciously, with flames coming out of the twin magic swords in his hands. Seeing this, Fang Hongxiu quickly stood between the two of them and said in a deep voice, "If you want to fight back, finish the trial first." Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and nodded. He was not a person without temper, but he knew that now was not the time to fight. With a roar in the air, the trial officially began. Fang Hongxiu immediately ordered, "Enter the island." The people formed a team, and their average level just met the rules. They only felt that they had passed through an invisible barrier and entered the Mermaid Island. Chapter 65, Danger is Everywhere, I'll warn you for the last time. The air on the island was filled with moisture, and every breath carried a strong fishy smell. The humid air made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Surrounded by this unpleasant smell, everyone felt indescribable discomfort, but they endured it for the sake of the mission. Lin Kyer covered her nose and said dissatisfiedly, "This place is really uncomfortable, it smells and fishy." She is a delicate young lady, and it is extremely rare for her to have the nerve to stay in such a harsh environment. In the center of the island stands a conspicuous mountain. The mermaid copy is located on the mountain. From a distance, you can see a huge waterfall pouring down from the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the entrance to the mermaid copy kept spinning like a whirlpool under the sea. Fan Hongxiu looked towards the mountain and confirmed the direction to move forward. The space on the island was larger than they had imagined. After passing through the water curtain, everyone had dispersed. The originally dense team had now been cut apart by the water curtain. "We have to be quick. Our target is the mermaid copy. We should not attack monsters that don't attack actively." Fan Hongxiu gave orders calmly, and the team members nodded as they listened. They all knew that they had to fight quickly and decisively here and not fall behind. She rushed forward first, followed by the others. There are pools of water everywhere on the island, and the water is filled with all kinds of monsters. These monsters are half human and half fish, with scales all over their bodies. They are very different from the mermaids in the story. Their exposed fangs are extremely sharp, flashing cold light in the sun, and should not be underestimated. The team members were all nervous after seeing this. If bitten by such a water monster, they might be poisoned, injured, or even life-threatening. A narrow passage was formed between the pools of water, and the team quickly passed through the passage like a long dragon. Suddenly, there was a sound of water, and a mermaid monster jumped out of the pool and ran towards us. Fan Hongxiu's reaction was extremely quick. She immediately released the provocation skill, which was the signature skill of the night. The mermaid monster seemed to have suffered a great insult and instantly lost its mind. It turned around and rushed towards Fan Hongxiu, with red light flashing in its eyes and full of violence. When faced with foreign invaders, the monster has lost its mind. Jiang Chen's detection technique also fell on the mermaid monster at the same time, showing the following attributes. Mermaid Soldier. Level 19. Strength 300. Agility 150. Spirit 200. Constitution 320. Skills none. Judging from the attributes, this monster meets the standards of a level 19 monster. These monsters are not very powerful and have no skills. Such wild monsters can't stop them at all. Charge. Fan Hongxiu didn't wait for the mermaid monster to arrive, and had already raised her shield to meet it. With the charge skill, she instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and crashed into the mermaid monster. With a bang, the mermaid monster was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground. At this time, a fireball flew out and landed accurately on the mermaid monster. With a bang, the mermaid monster was suddenly covered in flames. But it did not die just like that. It struggled for a while and then rushed towards Fan Hongxiu again. A figure flashed behind it, and Lin Kyer had arrived beside it without anyone noticing. The dagger stabbed out with a faint light. A fatal blow. The skill was activated and the dagger pierced the mermaid's vest. The scales shattered and the mermaid fell to the ground with a scream. At this time, another ice arrow was shot out and hit the mermaid monster. The mermaid monster's entire body was frozen, and it completely lost its movement. Kill a level 19 mermaid soldier, experience plus 1,500. Fan Hongxiu obtains fish scale x1. Jiang Chen received a prompt that the mermaid monster had been killed. Because the team is composed of 6 people, the experience gained is not high. Fan Hongxiu is the team leader, and all dropped items will be obtained by her. This was a trial, not a leveling exercise, so Jiang Chen didn't care. After quickly getting rid of the mermaid monster, the team continued to move forward. We encountered several waves of monsters along the way. The closer you are to the mountain, the more monsters there are. The level is also gradually improving. A level 21 monster has appeared later, and it takes some effort to destroy it. After killing a level 21 monster, Fan Hongxiu looked towards the mountain. At the current speed, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the center of the island. It takes time to get up the mountain. We were too slow. Next, when we encounter a monster, Lu Chui, you will be responsible for controlling it. Don't fight if you can. Let's speed up and head to the copy. Fang Hongxiu decided to ignore the monsters and speed up the team's advancement. Lu Chui nodded. Okay. The team accelerated its progress. When encountering the monster again, Lu Chui directly used skills to control it. Wind binding. In the skill, the wind element gently moved, like shackles that trapped the monster. It lasted for 1 minute, and after 1 minute, they had already run away. In this way, the team's advancement speed was greatly accelerated. After just 20 minutes, the foot of the mountain could be seen. Just as Fang Hongxiu had judged, they were falling behind. At this time, other teams had already reached the foot of the mountain and were far ahead of them. The waterfall falls from the top of the mountain. There is only one road leading up the mountain, and it is not wide. There were a lot of mermaid monsters standing in the waterfall and on the road. Especially at the foot of the mountain, where waterfalls rush down, dense pools of water appear at the foot of the mountain. The pools of water connect to each other, forming a winding road. There are mermaid monsters everywhere here, and it is difficult to avoid them. At this time, a team had already arrived at the foot of the mountain and was clearing out the monsters at the foot of the mountain, preparing to go up the mountain. Fang Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said, "If we rush forward directly, will we be able to succeed?" Lu Chui shook her head. "There are too many. I can't control it. And these monsters are all level 22, which is higher than me. There's a chance that my skills will fail. If the monster's level is higher than Lu Chui's, there is a possibility that the skill will fail. I had failed several times along the way, but there was only one monster at the time, so I just killed it if I failed to control it. But there are too many strange things here. It was as crowded as a military camp." Fang Hongxiu frowned. "If we clean up all the way along the way, it will take at least an hour, and we will be completely behind. But if I rush directly, it would be difficult to get through without Lu Chui's control. If they are not careful, they may even be surrounded by mermaid monsters and the team will be in danger." For a moment, Fang Hongxiu was in a dilemma. Jiang Chen looked at the road ahead. He had found the nearest road. "Let me do it!" Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Lei Ren sneered almost instinctively. "You come? What can you, a level 17 guy, do?" Jiang Chen didn't take any action along the way, he just followed behind. Except Lin Kaier, no one knew his abilities. Lin Kaier snorted. "Ling, shut your stinky mouth." Fang Hongxiu glared at Lei Ren and signaled him not to speak. Fang Hongxiu then asked Jiang Chen, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Chen said, "Use the skeleton warriors to lure away the mermaid monster." Fang Hongxiu's eyes lit up, and she remembered that Jiang Chen's profession was a necromancer. Although she didn't understand what the necromancer profession was or what skills it had, the fact was that he had summoned creatures. Using summons to lure away the mermaid monster is a good idea. This also made Fang Hongxiu notice that there were summoners among the teams that had already rushed to the foot of the mountain. "I guess he was using summons to lure away the mermaid monster," Fang Hongxiu said. "I'll leave it to you. Everyone else, get ready. While the monsters are being lured away, we'll rush over." Jiang Chen's mind moved, and the skeleton warrior ran over with a unique clicking sound. "So fast!" Fang Hongxiu's eyes narrowed suddenly. The speed of the skeleton warrior was far beyond her expectations. In the blink of an eye, he had run dozens of meters and appeared in front of a group of mermaid monsters. The mermaid monster let out a sharp cry and immediately rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior ignored them and turned and ran away. He ran to another pond and pulled out all the mermaid monsters in the pond. Then it ran to another pool of water. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mermaid monsters followed the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior dragged a group of monsters and ran farther and farther away. The passage in front of them was cleared and Fang Hongxiu let out a low shout. "Walk!" The team moved forward quickly. The skeleton warriors ran in front to clear the way and took away all the monsters along the way. The team progressed smoothly. Just a few minutes later, they had reached the foot of the mountain. At this time, there were more than 100 monsters behind the skeleton warrior. Under Jiang Chen's control, the skeleton warriors ran farther and farther. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors disappeared. Jiang Chen took it back into the summoning queue. The mermaid monsters suddenly lost their target, and each one looked confused. Fang Hongxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Lin Kai laughed and said, That's amazing. Zhan Yang and Lu Chui also looked at Jiang Chen with appreciation. This time it was all thanks to him. Lei Ren said coldly, Why didn't you do this at the beginning? Otherwise we would have reached the mountain long ago. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Isn't this guy a mage? A wizard's brain should be very useful. Why does this guy look a little silly? Lin Kai snorted coldly. Lei Ren, shut your stinky mouth and stop talking nonsense here. If you have the guts, do it yourself. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. For the last time. Lei Ren was full of disdain. Isn't it just relying on summons? Fang Hongxiu interrupted Lei Ren at this time. Enough, shut up. Lei Ren targeted Jiang Chen time and again. Jiang Chen rarely spoke, and it was always Lei Ren who started the trouble. Everyone knows who has a problem. Suddenly there was a scream from the top of the mountain. Everyone looked up and saw a large number of mermaid monsters rushing down the mountain. The several teams that had gone up the mountain earlier were now retreating rapidly down the mountain. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 66. Please choose, we can only keep one. Seeing this situation, the faces of the people in the front of the team changed drastically, and a bad premonition came to their hearts. Fang Hongxiu's face changed drastically, and she shouted urgently, Retreat quickly! The team immediately retreated away from the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, hundreds of mermaid monsters rushed down from the top of the mountain, completely blocking the way up the mountain. At this time, even if people were slow to react, they all realized that someone had deliberately lured the mermaid down. This method is really despicable. Jiang Chen saw a man running in front of the group of monsters. It was obvious that he had deliberately attracted the mermaid monsters. This person was wearing different clothes from them. He was neither from Shillong University nor from Shillong Empire. Fang Hongxiu also saw it and said, They are from Sakura country. The clothes he's wearing are obviously the traditional clothes of Sakura country. Fang Hongxiu narrowed her eyes. This guy should be a profession unique to Sakura country on Myoji. This professional's clothes are embroidered with cherry blossom patterns. Jiang Chen frowned when he heard the profession of Onmyoji. Obviously he had never heard of it. Lin Kai whispered, I heard this profession is very sinister. Fang Hongxiu added, Indeed, yin-yang masters are famous for their many tricks. He's not that strong, but he's very cunning and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's very difficult to deal with in a real fight. The Onmyoji took out 2 amulets and threw them out, one to the left and one to the right. The amulets exploded in the air, and 2 huge shadows suddenly appeared. The 2 phantoms quickly rushed down from the air to the foot of the mountain, and like skeleton warriors, attracted the monsters in the pool at the foot of the mountain. The monsters in the pool and the surrounding areas saw the phantom appear and rushed over like crazy. It seems that such phantoms have the property of attracting the hatred of monsters. The retreating students of Qianlong Academy were surrounded by monsters. They kept releasing skills in an attempt to break out of the siege. However, there were so many monsters that most of them could not break through. Unable to break out, they showed helplessness and regret on their faces, and had no choice but to emit white light one by one, use the teleportation stones, and escape the scene. Everyone receives a mission stone before entering the island, which can also be used as a teleportation stone. In an emergency, the quest stone can also be used to directly teleport the professional out of the dungeon, which is a life-saving measure as a last resort. But once teleported, this trial mission will end in failure. Lin Kai said, This is the skill of the Onmyoji's Shikigami. It is said that it can summon ancient gods. Lu Chui asked in a low voice, Why did he do this? Fang Hongxiu explained, He wanted to stop us from going up the mountain. At this time, the foot of the mountain was already full of monsters, at least more than 200 of them. There were more than 100 monsters on the mountain road. There were more than 300 monsters in total, blocking the way up the mountain. Zhan Yang frowned and couldn't help but say, It will take at least several hours to clear these monsters. It will be difficult to go up. The Onmyoji sat on the Shikigami, floating in the air, and laughed. You guys just stay here. This copy belongs to my great Sakura country. After saying that, the Shikigami flew away with him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mean. Onmyoji is a legendary profession. It seems that Sakura country has invested a lot of money this time. By the time we clear all the monsters here, the flowers will be cold. Also, our team is in disarray, and many people have dropped out of the trial. Fang Hongxiu said. It doesn't matter, we can regroup when we get to the dungeon. The question now is, how do we get up there? Indeed, this is the most troublesome problem at present. Someone suggested. Who can sacrifice themselves to lure the monsters away? Another student said. Don't be silly. Do you think we are also level 40 second-class job transfers? Don't you know how dangerous it is to pull monsters? These aren't just a dozen or so monsters. These are hundreds of them. Go, summoner. Do you think a summoner can do anything? It's okay if there are fewer monsters, but there are so many monsters. Are you kidding me? Fang Hongxiu looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Are you okay? Jiang Chen nodded, and then a skeleton warrior rushed to the foot of the mountain at a rapid speed. A student was surprised and asked, What? This is a skeleton? An undead summon. Another student asked in confusion. Whose summon is this? What is it going to do? It looks like it's going to lure the monster away. It's running really fast. The appearance of the skeleton warrior immediately attracted the attention of the group of monsters. A large number of mermaid monsters screamed and chased the skeleton warriors. All of a sudden, 1/3 of the surrounding mermaid monsters were gone. Fang Hongxiu sighed. What a pity, there are still so many. Click, click. Another skeleton warrior ran over. 2. Fang Hongxiu's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen had a second skeleton warrior. Great, now there is hope. The second skeleton warrior did the same thing and took away another group of monsters. The monsters at the foot of the mountain are basically gone, and now only the monsters on the mountain road are left. Even if these monsters are still there, it will be much faster to clean them up than before. Good job. Great job, bro. This brother is awesome. I'll treat you to a drink after the trial is over. I'll take you with me when I go to the dungeon next time. Everyone praised Jiang Chen. Lin Kair smiled brightly, and seemed happier to praise Jiang Chen than to praise herself. Only Lei Ren's face turned pale, as if he had eaten rat shit. At this time, the third skeleton also appeared. There's actually a third one. It's a sure thing this time. Everyone shouted excitedly. Get ready to go up the mountain, Jiang Chen said softly. Fang Hongxiu was ready. Okay, everyone get ready. The third skeleton rushed forward and pulled down the group of monsters on the mountain road. Fang Hongxiu seized the opportunity and rushed up the mountain quickly. Seeing this, other teams immediately followed. In fact, Jiang Chen doesn't need to go through so much trouble. He can just use the corpse explosion to clear out these monsters instantly. Just because of Lei Ren's existence. Jiang Chen didn't want to let this guy take advantage. Now they are in a team. If they use corpse explosion, why should the experience be divided equally? Jiang Chen would not be so stupid as to provoke him again and again, no matter how good his temper is. If it were somewhere else, Lei Ren would probably have been killed to pieces. Everyone ran up the mountain quickly. It was several hundred meters high, but I reached the top of the mountain in just a few minutes. Arrived at the copy entrance. At the other end of the mountain top, a group of people were running up. Go into the dungeon, don't let them get there first. The people from Qianlong Academy shouted loudly. Fang Hongxiu also quickly rushed towards the entrance of the copy. Huh! How did they get up here? Could it be possible that they can fly? The Onmyoji just now was sitting on the Shikigami, standing in the void with a strange look on his face. He had clearly pulled so many monsters together that they blocked the road. It will take at least several hours to clear out these monsters. By that time, the team from Sakura Country would have already finished the dungeon and would have left. He didn't expect Qianlong Academy to reach the mountain so quickly, which exceeded his expectations. Both parties rushed to the top of the mountain together, looked at each other, and rushed towards the entrance of the copy at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp arrows exploded in the air and fell like raindrops. Be careful, it's a rain of arrows from the archers. The archers in Sakura country suddenly launched an attack and cast skills. The mage held up his shield. Knight deploys defensive skills. Two skeletons appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking himself and Lin Kaier. If he dares to do that, beat him up. Hit me hard, don't hold back. The archer mages from Qianlong Academy also used their skills. For a moment, arrows were flying and spells were blasting. Although they were all professionals around level 20, their skills were still quite brilliant. The nurse stood at the back and continued to heal, while the assistant also quickly replenished his status. Beams of healing light shot up into the sky. The cavalry joined the battle and charged and attacked each other. There was no prior preparation for this encounter, and there was no formation to speak of. The scene became extremely chaotic. The difference in strength between the two sides is not that big, and neither can do anything to the other. According to Jiang Chen, the strength of the Dragon Empire should be stronger. Those who come out of Qianlong Academy are the elite among professionals. Both the skills and equipment are very powerful. Those who can come from Sakura country are obviously elites, but they are still a little inferior to the Dragon Empire. The only problem is that the Anmyoji just now pulled the monsters, causing the Dragon Empire's team to become incomplete and its combat effectiveness to drop significantly. This led to a stalemate in the battle, with the outcome difficult to determine. The two sides fought fiercely, and neither could gain ownership of the copy. The mage's mental power was exhausted, and he started taking mental potions. The skills of archers and knights also entered cooldown. The fighting between the two sides was no longer as fierce as before. Slowly, each of them retreated and entered a truce. Jiang Chen never made a move. His skills are too powerful. He was afraid that the skeleton warrior would go up and chop his opponent to death. Then there will be another corpse explosion, and it is estimated that few of the opponents will be left alive. Fan Hongxiu said that the competition between the two sides has a long history, but it rarely results in loss of life. The battle seemed fierce just now, but in the end, I only suffered minor injuries. And with the nanny's treatment, the injuries recovered quickly and were not life-threatening. The first battle ended in a draw, with both sides wary of each other, and no one dared to relax. The copy is right in front of us, and the mermaid's tears are an item that both sides are determined to obtain. Our team is too disorganized. We need to reorganize. As long as we can reorganize the team, we will definitely be able to suppress them. Many people left the mountain, the team was in chaos, and they were at a disadvantage in the fight. We are in need of a ranged DPS, either a mage or an archer is fine, please get one, no higher than level 22. We are short of a nanny here. Please provide a nanny below level 21. A mage, anyone below level 23 will do. There are many teams that lack output, and the second lack is nurses. When they were surrounded by monsters just now, many mages withdrew from the trial. There are also level requirements. When entering the mermaid dungeon, the average level cannot exceed level 20. Lei Ren suddenly said, "Captain, I want to go to another team." "Why?" Fan Hongxiu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lei Ren to say that. Lei Ren pointed at Jiang Chen. "Either he leaves or I leave." Not only Fan Hongxiu was surprised, Shan Yang and Lu Chui also looked surprised. "I didn't expect Lei Ren to use this as a threat." "And why did you choose to do it now?" "We have already arrived at the entrance of the copy," Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. "Lei Ren, you are going a bit too far." Lu Chui also said, "That's right, if Jiang Chen hadn't led the monster away just now, we wouldn't have been able to get up." Lei Ren didn't care. "This is his business, I don't care anyway, it's just one sentence, either he leaves or I leave." Lin Kaier sneered. "Lei Ren, you are such a dog." Lei Ren ignored Lin Kaier. "Captain, you choose. I'll be waiting here for your decision." After saying that, he folded his arms and looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Chapter 67. Catch up quickly, no matter what the status is. No one in the team expected Lei Ren to suddenly do this. Fan Hongxiu examined Jiang Chen for a while, then looked at Lei Ren. She was very dissatisfied with Lei Ren's behavior, but now that Lei Ren had really left, it was almost impossible to successfully pass the nightmare copy without an output member. There is a high possibility that the trial mission will be declared a failure. Now every team is in urgent need of a mages, and Lei Ren's choice just meets this need, so he chose to attack at this time, putting Fang Hongxiu in a dilemma. Without Jiang Chen, the team's average level would exceed the limit, but it was relatively easy to find a low-level member, at least easier than finding a mage. Lin Kai wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen gently pulled her back, signaling her not to speak. Lin Kai understood what she meant. If Jiang Chen was asked to withdraw from the group, she would definitely choose to leave. Jiang Chen said nothing and just watched quietly. Now, it depends on what choice Fang Hongxiu will make. After some mental struggle, Fang Hongxiu finally made up her mind. She turned her gaze to Lei Ren and said firmly, "Lei Ren, you should quit the group." Lei Ren was very surprised to hear this answer. He originally thought that Fang Hongxiu would choose him. What? He almost thought he had heard it wrong. "Captain, if I quit the team, everyone's trial mission will fail. Don't you want to go to Dragon Academy?" Fang Hongxiu said in a heavy voice. "Although I really want to enter the Dragon Academy, you have forgotten my profession." Fang Hongxiu is an elf knight, and knights have their own beliefs. She knew that everyone should thank Jiang Chen for being able to come here. Therefore, it was impossible for her to let Jiang Chen quit the group. Lei Ren showed a hint of sneer. "In that case, don't regret it." He decisively withdrew from the team. At this time, mages were being sought everywhere, and it would not be difficult for him to find a new team. Jiang Chen stood up and said calmly, "Let's go into the dungeon." Fang Hongxiu felt very confused. She didn't know what was going on. Jiang Chen seemed to have forgotten the previous conflict with the Sakura country. Now both sides have stopped fighting, and are watching the instance eagerly. No one can get close. She asked in confusion, "How do we get in now?" Jiang Chen had already started walking, and Lin Kai followed him. Lin Kai said happily, "Sister Hongxiu, let's go into the dungeon." Fang Hongxiu still didn't understand. "Enter the dungeon? How do I enter?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "Just follow me in." Lin Kai followed behind Jiang Chen, looking very excited. She naturally knew what Jiang Chen was relying on to say this. Since Jiang Chen said that he could enter, there must be no problem. Zhan Yang and Lu Chui were both a little hesitant, not knowing what to do. Fang Hongxiu thought, "At worst I could just return it. With her around, at least there won't be any danger. I guess the other party doesn't dare to kill anyone." Walk. As the captain, her words are very effective. Zhan Yang and Lu Chui followed suit. Fang Hongxiu took 2 steps forward to Jiang Chen and held the shield tightly in her hand. You can see that she is very nervous. The 5 people suddenly approached the copy, which immediately caused a reaction from the Sakura people. "Go back, don't go near the copy! Dragon Man, get back now!" The Sakura people shouted loudly, strung their bows and raised their staffs. As long as they dare to approach the copy, they will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. Jiang Chen ignored it and continued walking towards the copy. Fang Hongxiu was already extremely worried. Zhan Yang and Lu Chui were also very nervous. Only Lin Kai didn't care. "Don't be nervous, it's okay. Brother, what are you going to do? Come back soon, something bad will happen. Let's go too, to protect our brothers." They all knew Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's skeleton, they wouldn't have been able to get here. Although they didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do, most people still chose to protect Jiang Chen. Lei Ren sneered. "Stupid, are you looking for death?" When the Sakura people saw Jiang Chen ignored the warning, they immediately activated their skills. Arrows, spells, and all kinds of attacks came like an overwhelming force. Fang Hongxiu raised her shield immediately. Jiang Chen pointed his finger forward. Swish! 20 skeleton warriors suddenly appeared around him. 20 skeleton warriors formed a shield, protecting the 5 people firmly and blocking all attacks. Fang Hongxiu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. "Oh my God, so many! How can there be so many? What kind of profession is this? These skeletons are so tough, they don't feel anything when they are attacked. It looks quite broken, how can it be so strong?" The skeletons remained motionless despite the attacks from the Sakura people. Enter the dungeon, nightmare difficulty. Jiang Chen remained calm, ignoring all the attacks from the Sakura people. Fang Hongxiu was infected by Jiang Chen's calmness. Instinctively chose to believe. I chose the copy according to Jiang Chen's words. The 5 people disappeared at the entrance of the copy, along with the skeleton warriors. They went in. 5 people entered the copy. It should be nightmare difficulty. Nonsense, what's the point of normal difficulty? It must be nightmare difficulty. I don't know if it will work. No matter if it works or not, we can't let those bastards from Sakura Country enter the dungeon. Yes, we can't let those bastards from Sakura Country enter the dungeon. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, the 2 sides outside the field resumed their confrontation. No one can enter the dungeon. In the mermaid copy, Fang Hongxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really got in. Lin Kai laughed and said, I told you, just trust Jiang Chen, don't worry. Fang Hongxiu said, even though we are here, we have no output, so how can we play the dungeon? Although Lin Kai is an assassin, she is only level 19 and her output is totally insufficient. As a knight, she can ensure safety, but her output is still lacking. They are okay on normal difficulty, but on nightmare difficulty, it's very difficult. Lin Kai said, don't worry, Jiang Chen is here. He? But he's only level 17. Lin Kai smiled and said, his skeleton is very powerful. It is indeed very powerful. At least it is very hard and runs very fast. At this point, I can only believe what Lin Kai said. Fang Hongxiu said, okay then. I hope the skeleton's output is enough. I will try my best to block the monsters. Lu Chui, heal me in time and control the situation. Lu Chui patted her chest and said, don't worry, Sister Hongxiu. Zhang Yang began to improve his status, but Jiang Chen had already walked forward. Anyway, the skeleton warrior can't add any status, so don't waste your time. Monsters soon appeared ahead. A mermaid over 2 meters tall appeared on the road. Detection magic flew out. Mermaid Elite Warrior, Strengthened Elite Monster. Level 21. Strength 2000. Agility 1200. Spirit 800. Constitution 2200. Skill Scream. With a thought, the skeleton warriors rushed forward. The skeletons in the front launched a violent attack at the same time. Several bangs and bangs. The elite mermaid warriors fell to the ground with screams. Kill a level 21 mermaid elite warrior, experience plus 8967. Obtain fish skin x10. Zhang Yang was still adding status and was startled by the prompt that suddenly popped up. What just happened? How did I suddenly gain experience? Fang Hongxiu also widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This is a monster from the Nightmare Dungeon, an enhanced elite monster. Even at the perfect configuration stage, it will take a minute or 2. But what happened just now was nothing. A few skeletons went up and then there were a few bangs. It's so strange, it's almost an instant kill. Jiang Chen's skeleton is not only hard and fast, but also has terrifying attack power. You've got it removed already? It's almost like a one-shot kill. Fang Hongxiu murmured, not reacting for a moment. Lin Kai said as if it was a matter of course. I told you, Jiang Chen's skeleton is very powerful. As she said this, she quickly followed. Zhang Yang shouted. Status, the status has not been added yet. Hey, hurry up and catch up, no matter what your status is. Fang Hongxiu shouted and quickly chased after him. But the shock Jiang Chen brought to her heart just now made her feel uneasy for a long time. Chapter 68. Push and Crush, Don't Listen to Her Voice. The situation after entering the copy shocked everyone in the team. 20 skeleton warriors pushed forward in the front. No matter what kind of enhanced elite monster you are, I will just go up to you with swords and axes flying, and kill you all at once without any mercy. It can be said that it was a group of skeleton warriors fighting the monsters in the dungeon, one-sidedly. Basically, no monster can last more than 5 seconds. There aren't many monsters in this instance. The monsters in the dungeon are scattered and few, and experience gains are slow. It would be better to pull a group of monsters and use the corpse explosion technique directly. After brushing for a while, Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the general situation in the copy. Jiang Chen did not release more skeleton warriors, as that would not increase the efficiency much. However, the other members of the team, Fang Hongxiu, Zhang Yang, and Lu Chui, opened their mouths wide after seeing Jiang Chen's operation. Fang Hongxiu never thought that completing a dungeon could be so easy. Every time we play a dungeon, she is the most tired one. The riders should be in the front and pay attention to every attack from the monster. You must be able to attract the monster's hatred and protect your teammates. It's not like now, where she just has to follow behind and doesn't have to do anything. Strolling around the garden is like traveling in a dungeon. Necromancer, this profession is so powerful, I have never heard of such a profession before. Captain Fang Hongxiu thought silently in her heart. Zhang Yang and Lu Chui beside him had the same idea. After entering the copy, there is a winding passage, just like being in a cave. The humidity in the copy is heavier than outside, and in addition to the fishy smell, there is also a rotten smell. Lin Kyer has been covering her nose since she entered the copy. No need to think about it, judging from her appearance, she must be the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and she must be quite delicate. After walking in the passage for a while, I finally reached the end. A huge cave appeared in front of us. Looking down from the end of the passage, it is more than 50 meters high. A giant python was coiled in the center of the cave. The python was at least 30 meters tall and over 1 meter in diameter. The pitch-black scales covered the body like armor, reflecting a metallic luster. The arrival of Jiang Chen and others has attracted the attention of the python, and a pair of huge eyes are looking towards them. As long as they dare to jump down, they will be attacked by the python. Several people use detection techniques on the python. The Mermaid Queen's pet snake, elite boss. Level 23. Strength 3600. Agility 5500. Spirit 3000. Constitution 5000. Skills whip, death coil, venom. Such a huge python turned out to be the Mermaid Queen's pet snake. It can be seen that the Mermaid Queen does have extraordinary means. This giant python is the monster with the highest attributes that Jiang Chen has ever seen. Much taller than the Goblin King. It is already very close to the Skeleton Warrior, and even exceeds the Skeleton Warrior in agility attributes. Fang Hongxiu said without hesitation. I'll go and hold the monster off. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. None of them moved, and the Skeleton Warriors had already rushed down. Jiang Chen still did not mobilize more Skeleton Warriors. In his opinion, 20 Skeleton Warriors were more than enough. The Skeleton Warriors jumped up one after another and pounced on the giant python. The giant python soared into the sky, knocking several Skeleton Warriors away with loud bangs. Skill, whip! The python's tail swung up and swept away several Skeleton Warriors. Of the 20 Skeleton Warriors, half were knocked away in the first wave of confrontation. The python's response was unexpectedly agile. The remaining Skeleton Warriors were unable to fall on it. The giant python swam quickly in the cave, and its huge tail kept whipping the Skeleton Warriors away. The Skeleton Warriors' attacks can only hit it in small quantities, and it doesn't even have time to use its skills. The Skeleton Warriors looked very passive, but in fact they were not seriously injured. After all, with a physical attribute of 5400, the defense is not low. Fang Hongxiu looked a little anxious. This big python looks so flexible, what should I do? Jiang Chen whispered. It's okay. His palm glowed faintly, and he pointed lightly at the giant python. Skill, slow curse. A layer of red light suddenly appeared in the cave, and everyone heard a slight buzzing sound as if something terrible was happening. A red shackle pattern appeared above the giant python's head. In an instant, the giant python slowed down. Exactly twice as slow. This time, the Skeleton Warrior easily captured the giant python. The big knife in his hand fell madly, slashing hard on the scales of the giant python. Then the skill exploded, causing greater damage to the python. Blood splattered and scales shattered. The giant python screamed continuously. Is this a cursed skill? Fang Hongxiu spotted the red pattern on the giant python's head at a glance. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. The Necromancer is not just a summoner, but also an alternative wizard who can cast spells. The giant python lost its speed advantage and could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the skeleton warriors. Skill, Death Coil. The skill was activated, and the python's body wrapped around several skeleton warriors. The skeleton warrior was squeezed violently, making a cracking sound. It's so creepy to hear. However, the skeleton warriors were too strong. Although the sound sounded scary, it was actually nothing serious. Moreover, the entangled skeleton warrior never stopped wielding the knife in his hand. The knife continued to fall on the giant python. The giant python couldn't stand it anymore, so it let go of the skeleton warrior and sprayed venom. The cave suddenly became extremely smelly and made people want to vomit. Compared to when I first entered, the smell is even worse. The skeleton warriors were stained with venom, and Jiang Chen sensed that they were slightly injured, but it was still not too serious. The four-dimensional attributes are balanced, there is no pain, no fear, the skeleton warrior is almost perfect. It can even be said to be an extremely perfect killing machine that unconditionally executes Jiang Chen's orders. The giant python tried every possible method, but was still helpless against the skeleton warriors. Moreover, it was cursed, and even its most outstanding speed attribute could not be brought into play under such circumstances. After struggling for 2 minutes, the giant python fell to the ground with a bang. There was reluctance in his eyes. Kill the level 23 Mermaid Queen's pet snake, experience plus 12,300. Obtain silver level armor, snakeskin armor. Obtain an intermediate monster crystal core. Fang Hongxiu's mouth twitched twice, a little bit unbelieving. Just kill him like that? Kill him! Jiang Chen jumped down as he spoke, and landed steadily after gaining leverage at the edge of the cave. Fang Hongxiu and the others were still in a daze and were unable to react for a while. Lin Kair smiled brightly. The more powerful Jiang Chen was, the happier she was. Others don't know Jiang Chen, but she is the first one to know Jiang Chen. To the point that Lin Kair had even forgotten how shocked she was when she first saw Jiang Chen take action, and she was no less shocked than the others at the scene. Stop being in a daze and go. As she spoke, she leaped up and landed lightly like a butterfly. Much more elegant than Jiang Chen. Fang Hongxiu and the others finally came to their senses and jumped down one after another. Passing through the cave, a vast expanse of blue comes into view. In front of us is a magnificent palace. The palace of the Mermaid Queen. All the fishy smells disappear without a trace here. On the contrary, there is a faint fragrance here. The whole environment has changed a lot, it's clean and tidy. From where they stood to the palace gate, guards were patrolling. Each guard team is composed of 3 mermaid soldiers. They are wearing armor and holding tridents, and look very powerful. No one used detection skills because it would attract their attention. These soldier-like mermaid monsters are not far away, and if you are not careful you can pull in a large group of them. 1, 2, 3. Wow, there are 60 patrols in total, and a total of 180 mermen. Lin Kair counted them and stuck out her tongue. The number was a bit scary. Fang Hongxiu added, and it looks like they are all enhanced elite monsters. It is difficult to deal with one such monster, and dealing with 3 at the same time is almost the limit. According to Fang Hongxiu's experience, she would pick the 3 monsters in the corner and pull them over one by one to clean them up. Clearing them out gradually and defeating them one by one is the most reliable and safest way. It may be time-consuming and laborious, but it is safer. Lin Kair looked at Jiang Chen. There are so many monsters, what should we do? Jiang Chen felt happy when he saw so many monsters. Weird, the more the better. Simple. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 skeleton warriors rushed out. The sudden appearance of the skeleton warrior immediately attracted the attention of the mermaid patrol soldiers. Teams of mermaid soldiers chased after the skeleton warriors. Pull monster? Does he want to lure away so many monsters? This is a good idea. While the skeleton warriors were attracting attention, Jiang Chen's detection skills had already caught up. Mermaid elite soldier, strengthened elite monster. Level 22. Strength, 2,200. Agility, 1,400. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 2,400. Skill, stun sweep. After seeing the attributes of the mermaid elite soldiers, I had a clear idea in my mind. Soon, 180 elite mermaid soldiers were pulled together by the skeleton warriors. Then the skeleton warrior ran straight towards where Jiang Chen was, bringing the monster back with him. Fang Hongxiu felt her hair stand on end. What was Jiang Chen doing? 4 or 5 of them would have made the entire team exhausted, and now they had to lure over 180 of them over. This was tantamount to seeking death. The skeleton warrior stopped 60 meters away from Jiang Chen, then turned around and unleashed his skills. The mermaid elite soldiers also unleashed their skills at the same time. The tridents in their hands swept over with light. Skill, violent power. Skill, stun sweep. The two skills collided, and the light of the skills shot up into the sky, as brilliant as fireworks. The attributes of the skeleton warriors are too high, especially the skeleton warriors who have burst out with skills, whose attributes are several times higher than those of the mermaid elite warriors. After the collision of skills, the skeleton warrior won. An elite mermaid soldier fell to the ground. Cover your ears, Jiang Chen said to Lin Kaier. Oh. Lin Kaier quickly covered her ears. Before Fang Hongxiu and her companions could understand what was happening, there was a loud bang, and they almost fell down. Then there were several loud noises. Skill, corpse explosion. After several consecutive thunder-like sounds, everything returned to calm. Fang Hongxiu and the others were already numbed by the experience prompts that flooded the screen. This? Oh my God, what happened? How could this happen? How did he do it? What kind of skill is this? A big explosion? How can it be so powerful? None of the elite mermaid soldiers survived. Everyone gained a lot of experience and materials. This was the first time that Fang Hongxiu and others felt the charm of experience screen swiping. Several people seemed extremely excited. The gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace also rumbled open with the explosion. Fang Hongxiu, Zhan Yang and Lu Chui's hearts began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. What is happening now is really too crazy for them. Chapter 69. People like Lei Ren are like rats crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill them. It was such a difficult trial, they never thought they would be able to reach the palace gate so quickly. With anticipation in her eyes, the door to the Mermaid Queen's palace opened. A strange smell swept out. The blue light enveloped the space. Along with the light, the Mermaid Queen also appeared. Noble, elegant, and beautiful. Although they do not belong to the human race, it does not prevent people from appreciating beauty. It's so beautiful. Lin Kaier's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and her pupils lost focus. He walked towards the Mermaid Queen unconsciously. Jiang Chen pulled her back. Not only Lin Kaier, but Fang Hongxiu was also affected. Jiang Chen, Lu Chui, and Zhan Yang remained in their normal state. Lu Chui exclaimed, "It's a deception." As she spoke, she quickly released her skills, and several rays of light fell on everyone. Skill, awake! Lin Kaier woke up in shock. What's wrong with me? Fang Hongxiu also shuddered, and her pupils regained focus. What happened? Lu Chui looked at the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen has a natural charm. You and Kaier were affected. I used the sober skill to dispel the charm. Jiang Chen, Zhan Yang, and Lu Chui all have relatively high mental powers, so the Mermaid Queen's own confusion technique did not affect them. Lin Kaier was a little scared and kept patting her chest. How scary! Fang Hongxiu took a deep breath. After all, he is the boss, so it is normal for him to have some special abilities. She has experienced many kinds of dungeons. Although those dungeons are low level and not too difficult, some bosses do have special skills. It's hard to guard against, and she almost got caught this time. The Mermaid Queen looked at the killed mermaid elite soldiers and her eyes fell on the skeleton warriors. Suddenly there was a scream. The Mermaid Queen looks very beautiful, but her scream is extremely shrill. Several people covered their ears in discomfort. The Mermaid Queen's scream caused waves and strong winds. The numerous corpses on the ground were suddenly blown away and fell in all directions. Jiang Chen's eyes tightened slightly. Originally, he wanted to wait for the Mermaid Queen to come over and then use the corpse explosion technique to detonate everything. Unexpectedly, it took the lead to blow away the corpse. The skeleton warriors rushed forward against the strong wind. Facing the mermaid queen, who is at least 5 meters tall, the skeleton warriors seemed so small. The skeleton warriors seemed vulnerable, but the strong wind brought by the mermaid queen could not blow them down. As the skeleton warriors set out, detection technology followed. Mermaid queen, boss monster. Level 24. Strength 5000. Agility 6000. Spirit 5000. Physique 6000. Skills: terrifying scream, giant waves, queen's cry. The mermaid queen has extremely high attributes, having surpassed the skeleton warrior in agility and physique. The strength and mental attributes are also quite close to those of the skeleton warrior. After all, it is a level 24 dungeon B0 SS with the boss level monster. The skeleton warrior is only level 17, and there is a difference of 7 levels between the two sides. Fang Hongxiu was also shocked when she saw the attributes of the mermaid queen. He swallowed his saliva. Compared to other copies, the attributes of the human female fish king are higher. If we use the normal fighting method, it will take at least an hour to destroy it. The normal way of playing that Fang Hongxiu mentioned is when the team's output is complete. A 6-man team, 1 rider, 2 assistants, and 3 outputs. This way, we can slowly kill the dungeon boss. But now, she had no idea what would happen next. Jiang Chen's existence completely broke her inherent cognition. Jiang Chen's previous series of performances were so shocking, even unbelievable. Can the gap between professions really be that big? She couldn't understand. 20 skeleton warriors are surrounding the mermaid queen and launching a fierce attack. The mermaid queen held a huge trident in her hand and swept it continuously. Each time the skeleton warriors were knocked back, they would get up again and continue attacking. Jiang Chen could feel that the skeleton warriors were injured one after another in the attack of the mermaid queen. The mermaid queen's strength attribute of 5000 is enough to cause damage to the skeleton warriors. In addition, the mermaid queen has a physical attribute of up to 6000, and the damage caused by the skeleton warriors to her is greatly reduced. The skeleton warriors besieged the mermaid queen, giving the illusion of a pack of wolves besieging a lion. Based on this, it is hard to say whether 20 skeleton warriors can defeat the mermaid queen. After several rounds of attacks, the bones of several skeleton warriors were broken. There was a crackling sound, and Fang Hongxiu and the others felt uncomfortable listening to it, and they all worried about Jiang Chen. The skeleton warrior was injured and his movements began to slow down. Fang Hongxiu discovered this. Zhang Yang, give us some status and make us ready to fight at any time. She planned to take over when the skeleton warriors could no longer hold on. Jiang Chen said softly, "No need." A faint light appeared on the palm of my hand. A huge red net fell from the sky. Skill, slow curse. The mermaid queen's head was covered with red shackles, slowing her speed to half. The combat effectiveness was drastically weakened. It felt the curse, its body glowed, and it screamed again. Skill, stormy waves. The azure light illuminated the space, and huge waves swept in, instantly scattering all the skeleton warriors. As the huge waves rose into the sky, they rolled the skeleton warriors into the sky. The skeleton warriors kept spinning in the huge waves and were torn apart by the huge force. In the huge waves, several skeleton warriors were seriously injured. Bones were broken. Jiang Chen collected it immediately. Fang Hongxiu clenched the sword and shield in her hands. She felt that it would be her turn to fight soon. When the skill ends, the huge waves disappear and the skeleton warriors fall from the sky. At this time, Jiang Chen pointed his finger. The wind was howling and everything in front of me was pitch black. He released all the remaining 88 skeleton warriors. As soon as the skeleton warrior appeared, he rushed towards the mermaid queen like lightning. There are so many. How come there are so many summons? It's so scary. Only then did they realize that Jiang Chen had not released all of his summons. Only a part of it was released. Fang Hongxiu even thought that if Jiang Chen was willing, he could easily destroy those mermaid monsters that were blocking the way up the mountain. Just a few explosions of that kind would be enough. Nearly 100 skeleton warriors launched a siege on the mermaid queen. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had crawled all over the Mermaid Queen's body. At this time, it is very appropriate to describe it as full of big men. Skills were activated one after another, and swords, knives, and axes kept falling on the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen's skin was torn, and she screamed in agony. The trident in his hand was dancing wildly, and the whole person was jumping around non-stop. Under the influence of the slow curse, its speed was slowed down by half, and it was unable to shake off the skeleton warriors at all. Suddenly, a cry came into my ears. Skill, Queen's cry. Mermaid Queen uses skills. Amid the crying, Fang Hongxiu and Lin Kai'er were both affected. The pupil lost focus again. Lu Chui quickly used the sobering skill. But this time the awakening skill didn't work. No, my level is too low, and my awakening skill can't offset the boss's skills, Jiang Chen whispered. It's okay. As long as he's not affected, it's fine. He held Lin Kai'er and prevented her from passing, while Lu Chui held Fang Hongxiu. Jiang Chen's spirit was high enough, and he was not affected. Skeleton warriors will not be affected at all. They have no emotions, no sense of pain, and no fear. It is even more impossible to be gentle and considerate to women. The skeleton warrior's sword never stopped for a second. The clanging sound kept hitting the Mermaid Queen. The Queen's skill is invalid. Use the trident to attack again. As its skill ended, Lin Kai'er and Fang Hongxiu also recovered. Both of them had fear on their faces. This skill was so terrifying that the two of them had no power to resist at all. The blue light burst out again, and huge waves rolled in. The huge waves swept away some of the skeleton warriors, but some of them still held on to the Mermaid Queen tightly and never let go. The other hand held two swords and continued to attack. This time, the effect of the huge waves was not very good. The battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. The Mermaid Queen finally fell to the ground with her last cry. Kill the Mermaid Queen! Experience plus 26,700. Obtain silver level weapon, Mermaid Queen's long sword. Obtain silver level weapon, Mermaid Queen's staff. Obtain Mermaid's tier X1. Mermaid Queen's longsword, silver grade, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, warrior skill power increased by 10, available after level 20. Mermaid Queen's staff, silver level, spirit plus 50, constitution plus 50, mage skill power increased by 10, available after level 20. Seeing the prompt, Fang Hongxiu clenched her fists excitedly. In addition to the mermaid's tears, 2 silver level weapons were also obtained. The attributes are much better than bronze level weapons. A 10% skill power bonus can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of each profession. Lin Kai'er jumped up happily. Yeah! The trial mission is completed. We are one step closer to Dragon Academy. Fang Hongxiu smiled and said, as long as we complete a few more trial tasks and reach a higher level, we will definitely be able to enter the Dragon Academy. This time it's all thanks to Jiang Chen. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have been able to complete the trial. Lu Chui also whispered. Yeah, the worst one is Lei Rin. Don't mention that guy anymore. I'll never form a group with someone like him again. Fang Hongxiu gritted her teeth. She despised people like Lei Rin the most. Now in her eyes, Lei Rin was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to kill him, and no one liked him. Jiang Chen calculated the time. About half an hour had passed since they entered the dungeon. The confrontation might still be going on outside the copy. Even if there are other teams entering the dungeon, they probably won't be able to defeat it so quickly. Kai'er, do you have a cooling amulet? Lin Kai'er's beautiful eyes flickered, and she immediately understood Jiang Chen's thoughts. He giggled and said, of course. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he felt that he had guessed correctly. A rich girl like Lin Kai'er indeed carried such a thing on her. Chapter 70. Just came out and went in again, what happened? Jiang Chen's prediction was correct. It happened during the half hour when they were clearing the mermaid copy. Outside the copy, the two sides were still confronting each other. In the past half hour, another conflict broke out between the two sides. No one got the upper hand. At this time, they were each about 50 meters away from the copy, and no one could get close. If you get close, you will be struck by thunder. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. 10 skeleton warriors also appeared at the same time. Jiang Chen and his companions left the copy under the protection of the skeleton warriors. But now, when he appeared in front of everyone outside, everyone's eyes froze. Obviously, they didn't realize they would come out of the copy so soon. They're coming out. So fast, only half an hour. I guess I couldn't win, so I withdrew. Haha, these skeletons look pretty tough. I guess they're just tough enough to be used as meat shields. The skeleton warriors summoned by Jiang Chen only look tough and have high defense. They can definitely block bullets in the dungeon. Apart from that, they don't seem to be of much use. The Sakura countrymen were full of sneers and ridicule. They would never think that Jiang Chen got out by clearing the dungeon. Just half an hour, definitely not enough. Even if the team has the most perfect configuration, it will take at least an hour or two to clear a nightmare-level dungeon. The reaction from the Dragon Empire was different. They were relieved to see Jiang Chen and his companions come out safely. As long as you come back safely. Brother, come back soon. It doesn't matter if the copy fails, as long as you are alive. As long as you are alive, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lei Ren sneered. You're lucky to be able to come out alive. There was a lot of sarcasm in his words, which made them even more disgusted. Fang Hongxiu glanced at the troops from both sides and found that no one was missing. This means that no one has entered the copy. Be careful. Lin Kaier smiled happily. Don't worry, Jiang Chen is here, nothing will happen. Well, I'll wait for you outside. Zhang Yang and Lu Chui also said, Come on. After saying this, the three of them retreated back to the Dragon Empire's team. Lin Kaier and Jiang Chen formed a team. In full view of everyone, Lin Kaier took out the cooling amulet and activated it. In the dim light, the copy cooldown time is reset to 0. The two entered the copy again. Why did they go in again? What are you doing? 2 people entering a dungeon? The people outside looked at the two of them with puzzled looks on their faces, totally unable to understand what the two were going to do. Even if it's normal difficulty, 2 people won't be enough. Primary cooling amulet. This woman actually has such a high-level thing. It seems that her identity is not simple. This is a good thing that is hard to buy even if you have money. Primary cooling amulets are not easily obtained. Jiang Chen looked in both the Imperial Exchange and the University Exchange, but couldn't find it in either of the 2 exchanges. This thing is obviously quite precious. He had only seen it in Lu Qingyu's hand. I was just asking tentatively just now, but I didn't expect Lin Kaier really had it. Like Lu Qingyu, it is a primary cooling amulet, and can be used 10 times. After using it 10 times, you need to replenish energy. Lin Kaier still has 5 chances left to use the piece in her hand. If you bring Fang Hongxiu and others with you, you can only play 1 more round. If it's Lin Kaier and Jiang Chen, they can do 2 more rounds. After discussion, Jiang Chen and Lin Kaier were the only ones who went in to clear the dungeon. Anyway, it makes no difference whether Fang Hongxiu, Zhang Yang and Lu Chui are there or not. As long as Jiang Chen is here, it is enough. After entering the dungeon, Lin Kaier's face was filled with a bright smile, and it seemed that even the stench in the dungeon was not so bad anymore. You promised to help me level up, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Chen smiled and said, If you promise, you must do it. Lin Kaier smiled even more brightly. Then you must bring it with you in the future. Don't just bring it once and then forget about it. Good. Jiang Chen agreed. Lin Kaier was a simple and lively girl, and she was also sincere and generous. As long as there is a chance in the future, Jiang Chen will still take her to level up and brush the dungeon. 10 skeleton warriors responded and ran forward along the passage. After having this experience, Jiang Chen no longer wasted time fighting them one by one. Just dragged the few monsters in the passage away. The skeleton warriors were in front, and the mermaid elite warriors were behind, moving forward along the passage. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors dragged more than 30 elite mermaid warriors to the end of the passage and came to the cave of the mermaid queen's pet snake. The skeleton warrior jumped down. The monsters behind also jumped down one after another. After they all jumped down, Jiang Chen and Lin Kaier appeared at the end of the passage. The giant python, the elite leader, is madly chasing the skeleton warriors together with the elite warriors. Skill, slow curse. As the red light flashed, shackles patterns appeared above the heads of all the monsters. The speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the skeleton warriors turned around and fought back at the same time. More than a dozen skeleton warriors attacked an elite warrior at the same time. The unfortunate mermaid elite warrior was killed almost instantly. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. The cave shook violently and countless pieces of rock fell. All the elite mermaid warriors were killed almost instantly. Kill a level 21 mermaid elite warrior, experience plus 11,300. Obtained fish skin X6. Kill a level 21 mermaid elite warrior, experience plus 11,523. Obtain fish skin X10. A series of prompts appeared, and more than 30 elite mermaid warriors brought more than 700,000 experience points to each of them. The experience rose rapidly. The python hadn't yet realized what was happening. It was badly injured when the corpse exploded. Jiang Chen activated his skills continuously, causing the corpses to explode 10 times in almost 3 seconds. The giant python fell to the ground with a scream. Kill the level 23 mermaid queen's pet snake, experience plus 36,760. Obtain silver level armor, snakeskin light armor. Obtain an intermediate monster crystal core. The last time I came here, it took me more than half an hour to clear out the monsters one by one. This time, it was only 5 minutes. The speed is several times faster. That's amazing! Lin Kai's eyes narrowed into crescents, very beautiful. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then he said softly, "Let's go." The two jumped into the cave and continued to move forward. Soon they arrived outside the Mermaid Queen's palace. A large number of elite mermaid soldiers are patrolling outside the palace. The skeleton warrior ran over quickly. Soon, amid several consecutive violent explosions, the two gained a lot of experience and materials. A white light emerged from Lin Kai's body. Hee, I'm upgraded. Finally reached level 20. Lin Kai stretched lazily and sighed. When Jiang Chen first met Lin Kai, she was already level 19. At that time, Jiang Chen was only level 10. After these days, Lin Kai is still only level 19. Jiang Chen now knew how lazy this girl was in leveling up. I guess he is the type who won't move if he can help it. As a genius student at Shillong University, this is too easy. The azure light fell, and the Mermaid Queen's palace opened again. The beautiful and noble Mermaid Queen walked out of the palace. After the last experience, Lin Kai quickly got behind Jiang Chen. If I don't look at her, I won't be confused by her. With Jiang Chen as a shield, he was indeed not deceived. When the Mermaid Queen saw that all her soldiers were dead, she screamed in anger. This time Jiang Chen had experience, and was prepared. The skeleton warriors retreated carrying the corpses of the elite mermaid soldiers. The body was not swept away by the blast caused by the scream. After the screams died down, the skeleton warriors ran back with the corpses. Jiang Chen attacked quickly at the same time. Skill, slow curse. Under the red curse shackles, the Mermaid Queen's speed suddenly slowed down. The skeleton warrior ran back to the skeleton queen carrying a dozen corpses. Skill, corpse explosion. An old-fashioned, unoriginal, but very effective tactic. What's more, this copy does have some places that can be used by Jiang Chen. Who made her have so many enhanced elite monsters in front of the palace? The bodies of monsters that died in the dungeon only exist for a limited time. It only took about 2 minutes. But the Mermaid Queen rushed out in such a short time. If she had come out later, Jiang Chen would not have been able to use these corpses. The attack power of corpse explosion is based on the corpse's vitality. After perfect amplification, the damage becomes 300 of the corpse's vitality, which is 3 times the damage. As the dungeon boss, the Mermaid Queen's vitality is only 20 to 30 times that of an enhanced elite monster. Amid a series of explosions, the Mermaid Queen fell to the ground with a scream. She didn't even have the chance to use her skills, she was almost killed instantly. Kill the Mermaid Queen, experience plus 52,304. Obtain silver level weapon, Mermaid Queen's dagger. Obtain silver level weapon, the Mermaid Queen's magic book. Obtain Mermaid's tier X1. Mermaid Queen's dagger, silver level, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50, assassin skill power increased by 10, available after level 20. Mermaid Queen's magic book, silver level, spirit plus 100, mage skill power increased by 10, available after level 20. It has been less than 10 minutes since I entered the copy. The speed is incredibly fast. Terribly efficient. Lin Kyer clapped excitedly on the side. Hurry, let's do it again. Get all 3 mermaid tiers. She felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Is this the feeling of hugging thighs? Real. It's so cool. Chapter 71. So what if I'm a yin-yang master? I'll kill you anyway. All I can say is that a wealthy woman like Lin Kyer definitely has an extraordinary family background. As they said this, the two of them walked out of the copy. Lin Kyer quickly used the cooling amulet. A few seconds later, the two entered the copy again. What are they doing? How come I just entered the dungeon and then entered again? That's not how you use a cooling amulet. It's such a waste. Is this what it means to be rich and willful? The two teams still facing each other outside the instance were confused. They didn't understand what Jiang Chen and Lin Kyer were doing. Their actions made people outside more and more confused. Even if they tried hard to think, they couldn't understand. The two are challenging the nightmare-level mermaid copy. And they finished the game in just 10 minutes. Only Fang Hongxiu, Zhang Yang and Lu Chui know the truth. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that Jiang Chen was fully capable of challenging the mermaid dungeon alone, but they couldn't imagine that it only took them 10 minutes. Even if you don't fight monsters in the dungeon and just wander around, it can't be that fast. Jiang Chen took Lin Kyer into the dungeon again and completed it easily. Yeah, this time it only took 8 minutes and 58 seconds, more than 30 seconds faster than last time. Lin Kyer looked at the time on the communicator, which was still counting down. Jiang Chen laughed. This girl is really interesting. The dull atmosphere in the dungeon also became a little lighter because of Lin Kyer's witty remarks. Others regard the trial as a task, but Lin Kyer seems to regard it as a game. This time, the two did not enter the copy again, but returned to the team of the Dragon Empire. People from other forces around were full of sneers and ridicule. The cooling amulet has run out of uses. What a waste. Why don't you go in again? Try again if you dare. The players from Sakura country were shouting loudly with jealous eyes. They were eager to snatch the cooling amulet from Lin Kyer's hand. This is the norm in this country. People always resort to dirty tricks to get what they want. After Jiang Chen and Lin Kyer returned to the team, they teamed up with Fang Hongxiu and 2 others again. Fang Hongxiu asked, "Did you get it?" Jiang Chen gave the mermaid's tears to Fang Hongxiu. In this trial, they formed a team, with Fang Hongxiu as the captain, and she was also responsible for completing the final mission. Suddenly, someone pointed at the copy and shouted, "The copy is gone!" The sound was like thunder out of the blue, and everyone turned to look. The vortex at the entrance of the copy completely disappeared after shaking several times. How could the copy disappear? That's impossible. Unless all 3 mermaid tiers are taken by someone, the copy will disappear. Did that person go in 3 times just now? Did they get the mermaid's tears? They actually challenged and cleared the nightmare level. Is this true? Whether it was true or not, the facts were before them. The copy is really gone. There is no longer a chance to obtain mermaid tears. Let's go! Jiang Chen said softly. The mermaid's tears are already in hand, there's no need to stay here any longer. We can't let them go. They must have obtained the mermaid's tears. We must make them hand it over. Get it back. Hand over the mermaid's tears, or you won't be able to leave. The people of Sakura were angry, and everyone came over. The people from the Dragon Empire were also wondering, and someone asked, Fang Hongxiu, did you really get the mermaid's tears? Fang Hongxiu did not deny. The mermaid's tears are indeed in my hands. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This means that they really cleared the dungeon just now. Especially the last 2 times, the dungeon was completed by just 2 people. How is this done? Almost everyone had doubts in their eyes. Leiren screamed in his mind. This is impossible. There's no way they can clear the dungeon. But no matter how confused he was, he faced the pressure from the Sakura people. Whether they are professionals from the Shillong Empire, Shillong University, or Qianlong Academy. The group was extremely united. Form battle formation immediately. Go back. How dare the little Sakura people act wildly in front of my dragon empire? You want to steal the mermaid's tears? No way. Suddenly there was a roar in the air. The wind blew away the clouds, and 2 huge shikigami appeared in the air. The yin-yang master finally stopped hiding and revealed his figure. He sat on the shikigami, exuding a powerful aura. Judging from the aura alone, the opponent's level is very high, probably no less than level 30. The profession is Onmyoji, which is unique to the Sakura country and a legendary profession. And possessed a powerful shikigami. Not easy to deal with. Fan Hongxiu was a little nervous and raised her eyebrows. This person is at least level 30. But she suddenly thought that even someone as powerful as the Mermaid Queen could not last more than 2 or 3 minutes in Jiang Chen's hands. No matter how powerful this Onmyoji is, he can't clear the nightmare-level mermaid dungeon alone. Each of Jiang Chen's skeletons is so powerful. Thinking of this, Fang Hongxiu relaxed again. The yin-yang master stared at Fang Hongxiu and said, Hand over the mermaid's tears, or you can't leave. The 2 shikigami turned their heads at the same time and looked at Fang Hongxiu. There was a cold look in his eyes. Before Fang Hongxiu could say anything, Jiang Chen had already taken action. A flash of fire flashed in the palm of his hand. Skill, soul burning. A flame appeared above the head of one of the shikigami. The flame penetrated into the body of the shikigami in the blink of an eye. Ah! The shikigami let out an earth-shattering scream. The wind was howling, screams were shrill, and the shikigami were twisted and deformed. Onmyoji's face changed, and he immediately used his skills in an attempt to stabilize the shikigami. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Chen coldly. You are looking for death. Another terrifying shikigami appeared in the air. This shikigami is over 3 meters tall, wearing armor, with a snake head and a human body, and holding a giant axe. As soon as it appeared, it flew towards Jiang Chen. Get started! A melee started again. Qianlong Academy launched a large number of attacks on the giant axe shikigami. The result was like a drop in the ocean, causing no harm to it at all. Everyone realized that this shikigami was very powerful. The yin-yang master sneered. With your attacks, you can only tickle my giant axe god at best. 5 skeleton warriors appeared beside Jiang Chen. At the same time, he jumped high to face the giant axe shikigami that was flying down. Skill, violent power. The big knife in the skeleton warrior's hand flashed red. When the skill is unleashed, the strength attribute reaches 5400. The original attack power is terrifyingly strong, and the skill doubles the attack power again. Bang! 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 After 3 loud noises in succession, this seemingly powerful shikigami was instantly killed by the skeleton warrior. It turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated in the air. So weak? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. The seemingly powerful shikigami is unexpectedly weak. The others were also stunned. It was obvious that his attack was useless. But Jiang Chen's skeleton killed the opponent's shikigami in 2 or 3 strikes. Is it really that the shikigami is too weak? Skeletons are too strong. The shikigami was destroyed, and the Onmyoji, who is the master of the shikigami, also suffered heavy losses. His face turned extremely pale and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, fire flashed in Jiang Chen's hand again. The screaming shikigami was hit hard again. 2 skeleton warriors appeared beside it silently, and attacked with their swords. This shikigami was also killed instantly. The Onmyoji screamed again. He immediately ordered the shikigami under his seat to fly high up and away from Jiang Chen. The look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with hatred and fear. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Both sides who were in chaos stopped. They all looked at Jiang Chen with fear on their faces. How can his skeleton be so powerful? That was a Shikigami, and he was killed so easily. What kind of skeleton is this? What's his profession? What level is he at? Questions arise one after another. The Sakura people doubted Jiang Chen's profession and level. Jiang Chen wore a shielding badge, so they couldn't see Jiang Chen's occupation and level. However, the Onmyoji in the sky knew that Jiang Chen was only level 17 and his profession was a necromancer. Being so powerful at only level 17, I can only say that this profession is terrifyingly strong. And Jiang Chen must have awakened his talent. He is a talented professional. The Onmyoji felt that he must bring this information back, that a powerful professional had emerged in the Dragon Empire. This information is the most important right now. Besides, even if he stays here, he is no match for Jiang Chen and might even die here if he is not careful. Seeing Jiang Chen's cold eyes just now, he had no doubt that Jiang Chen would be able to kill him if he got the chance again. Thinking of this, he sat on the Shikigami and left without looking back. After losing 2 Shikigami in succession, his heart was bleeding. 10 skeleton warriors walked out side by side and stood in the middle of the field. A bluish-white light emanated from his entire body, the sword in his hand shone with a cold light, his soul fire kept jumping, and there were gusts of cold wind. Just looking at it can scare away some timid people. Faced with the skeleton warriors, no one from Sakura dared to take action. Even the Onmyoji was easily driven away. How could they stop them? Retreat? Or fight? This is a difficult problem. The skeleton warrior suddenly moved, and walked towards the Sakura people with a friction sound. The big knife in his hand swayed back and forth, bringing with it a chill. The skeleton warriors advanced, and the Sakura people kept retreating. Their momentum is growing weaker and weaker. Once the momentum collapses, there's no need to fight. The pressure brought by the skeleton warriors is too great. As the first person ran away screaming, the Sakura country team completely collapsed. We have to run, the professionals of the Dragon Empire are too powerful, after all, no one wants to die here. Chapter 72 Dean Taizheng appears, still the same old trick. After the storm was over, the troops of the Dragon Empire returned happily. Those guys from Sakura country are so funny. They were actually scared away and ran away. It's so funny to see them like that. So many professionals were frightened and fled by a few skeletons. What a bunch of rubbish. They can even challenge the nightmare-level difficulty. If they really fight to the death, those people from Sakura country will just come to their doorstep to seek death. Of course they have to run away, otherwise they will be asking for trouble. Many people turned their attention to Jiang Chen during the discussion. Jiang Chen remained silent the entire time, appearing extremely mysterious. He is powerful, speaks little, is ruthless, and has terrifying skeleton summons. This is the first impression that Jiang Chen gives to all professionals now. However, the colder Jiang Chen appeared, the more curious people around him became. People were whispering and speculating about Jiang Chen's identity. Where did this guy come from? Could he be a student from some top college? Unlikely. What would people from top colleges do in a place like this? Besides, the students from those top academies are all busy leveling up and challenging advanced dungeons, so they don't have time to participate in the trials. It's really strange, where does this guy come from? He doesn't seem to talk much, but the way he dealt with the Shikigami just now was really impressive. Well, he was decisive and never hesitated. He was much calmer than anyone else here. He was so cool. On the way back, everyone felt relaxed and happy. Although they failed to complete the trial mission, today's experience made them feel satisfied. Even when they went back and told others about it, they felt that this incident would be something they could brag about for a whole year. Scaring away the Sakura country team was comforting enough. The Sakura country is just a tiny country, and it has never dared to challenge the professionals of the Dragon Empire. Many professionals present felt that it was fortunate that Sakura's Onmyoji saw the situation was not good and escaped on the Shikigami early. If he dared to act recklessly on the spot again, this mysterious young summoner would definitely kill him without hesitation. The most important thing is to bring honor to the country. The trial mission itself has become secondary. Only Leiren had a look of displeasure in his eyes. He looked at Jiang Chen from time to time, his eyes filled with hatred and some regret. If he had not forced Fang Hongxiu at the beginning, he could also be one of the people who completed the trial mission. But now, there are no more ifs and what ifs. Humph, Jiang Chen, our feud is not over yet. Lei Ren's heart was filled with resentment. The group left the light curtain and returned to the mission release point. At this time, Fang Hongxiu took out the quest stone and the mermaid's tear, and said, "Hand in the quest." The quest stone and the mermaid's tears slowly rose into the air. The shadow of the dragon tower suddenly appeared in the air. A ray of light shot out from the phantom, shining on the mission stone and mermaid's tears in Fang Hongxiu's hands. After a few seconds, a majestic voice was heard in the air. "The trial mission is over, and we will be returning soon." The shadow of the dragon tower shone brightly, illuminating everyone. Everyone was quickly teleported back. In less than 10 seconds, they had returned to Qianlong Academy. "We are back. The trial is over." "Phew, luckily we all got back safely." "Nonsense, how could there be any problem during the trial? There are hundreds of trials in each academy every year. Have you ever heard of anyone dying in a trial? Low-level trials are not life-threatening, but students from the top academies, especially those above level 30, lose many lives every year. Of course, that's a level 30 thing. To them, our trials are like child's play. They don't even care about the difficulty." Qianlong Academy was filled with laughter, and everyone kept talking about their experience in the trial. The most talked about person is Jiang Chen. If it wasn't Jiang Chen this time, they would probably have to confront the people from Sakura Country again. It is hard to say whether we can finally snatch the copy from the other party. After all, the other party has an manhwaedit of a fairly high level. Lin Kaier's face turned pale again. The long-distance transmission made her very uncomfortable. "Next time, I must find a place close by for the trial. I won't go to places that are too far away." Lin Kaier lay on the table, weak and powerless, like a dead fish. Fang Hongxiu was smiling, and she felt relaxed after coming back. "Thank you. This trial is very important to me." She thanked Jiang Chen sincerely. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating that "you're welcome." Lin Kaier finally recovered her breath. "Sister Hongxiu, you don't have to be polite to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen doesn't talk much, he is a very good person." In fact, Lin Kaier hadn't been with Jiang Chen for long. But it's so strange that Lin Kaier completely trusts Jiang Chen. "Quiet!" A low shout was heard in the air. Everyone looked up. I saw only one person standing in the void. Stepping on the void, level 70, third-level professional. Jiang Chen was filled with awe. After reaching level 70 and completing the third transformation, professionals can step on the void and have the ability to fly. This is true for any professional. This is true even if you are a professional in the lifestyle field. Of course, there are also some individual professionals who have acquired the ability to fly at an early age. For example, Anmyoji can borrow Shikigami to fly. That's another matter. "This is our Dean, Dean Taizheng," Lin Kaier whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, with admiration in his eyes. Any professional who can complete the third transformation is worthy of admiration. It was said in high school textbooks that the third transformation is extremely difficult. Less than 1% of professionals can complete the third transformation. Such a person is naturally worthy of admiration. As for people like Hongxun, they are even rarer. There are only a few of them in the whole country. Dean Taizheng glanced at everyone and was very satisfied. "This trial has ended, and the process and results of the trial are being analyzed. The final results will be sent to your communicators later. You must remember that the most important thing about a trial is not the result, but the process. Enjoy the process, eliminate fear, and retain the belief that you will win. This is the purpose of the trial. Completing the trial without casualties and returning safely is more important than anything else. It is said that you encountered professionals from Sakura Country during this trial. We will analyze the specific situation. Those who perform well will naturally have the opportunity to enter top colleges. Now take a good rest." After Dean Taizheng finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Kaier let out a long breath. "Every time I give you chicken soup, it's always the same old routine. Can't you come up with something new?" Fang Hongxiu smiled, as if coaxing a child. Just listen to it, it can be considered encouragement. Lin Kaier snorted. I don't need encouragement. It's nothing great to tempt people with top colleges every time. Fang Hongxiu smiled even more happily. It's nothing big for you, but it's different for us. Lin Kaier stopped talking. She knew that Fang Hongxiu really wanted to enter a top college. Even in Shillong University, there are huge differences between ordinary students, students from various colleges, and students from top colleges. Whether ordinary students or students from various colleges, they are proud to join a top college. Fang Hongxiu divided the harvest from this copy. Jiang Chen also took out the things he had obtained later. Although the last 2 rounds were completed by him and Lin Kaier. However, he insisted that everyone was on the same team, and the spoils must be shared equally. After dividing the spoils, Lin Kaier and Jiang Chen went to the Empire Exchange together. Jiang Chen had no use for these things and planned to sell them for gold coins. Lin Kaier didn't care about money at all. She even gave all her share to Jiang Chen, saying that she had no room for it in her own storage space. Only a fool would believe this reason. The storage space is not small, how can there be no place to put it? Jiang Chen did not refuse her kindness and accepted it all. After this incident, the relationship between the two seemed to have changed again, and there were some things that no longer needed to be taken seriously. At the Imperial Exchange, I sold all the useless silver equipment. A silver-level Mermaid Queen dagger appeared in this dungeon. Jiang Chen originally wanted to give the dagger to Lin Kaier. Lin Kaier took out a better dagger and waved it in front of Jiang Chen. Both are silver grade, but with stronger properties. The iron level corresponds to levels below 10. Bronze equipment is used between levels 10 to 20. After reaching level 20, you can switch to stronger silver level equipment. Although both are silver equipment, the attributes of the best and the worst silver equipment are quite different. The Mermaid Queen is a level 24 B0 SS, and the dungeon level is only a level 20 dungeon. The attributes of the silver level weapon she drops can only be considered average. The only advantage is that the Mermaid Queen's weapon looks more beautiful. Silver level weapons are priced between 50,000 and 200,000 in the Imperial Exchange. The Mermaid Queen's weapons are basically priced at around 70,000. Jiang Chen sold the 2 weapons of the Mermaid Queen, and together with the materials obtained this time, he exchanged them for 180,000 gold coins. Don't you need a weapon? Lin Kaier saw that Jiang Chen had nothing in his hands. Originally there was also a magic book, but Jiang Chen thought it was troublesome and sold it anyway. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's useless to me. His profession is Necromancer. Although it is also a magic profession, the skill bonus attributes of both the staff and the magic book are ineffective on him. Jiang Chen thought that perhaps his profession had its own special equipment. That small amount of mental bonus is really not very useful. Lin Kaier said, You should save more money and buy more basic skill scrolls. Before your second job, you must learn all your basic professional skills. Jiang Chen listened carefully. He didn't know this knowledge, but Lin Kaier knew it better than him. Lin Kaier transformed herself into Teacher Lin and taught him earnestly. If you don't learn all the basic skills, you can only use intermediate skill scrolls after your second transformation. If I awaken a primary skill at that time, it would be a waste of the intermediate skill scroll. After listening to Lin Kaier's words, Jiang Chen understood. Intermediate skill scrolls can also awaken primary skills. The price difference between the two is 100 times. If you use an intermediate skill scroll but awaken a primary skill, it would be really unfair. The communicator in Jiang Chen's hand suddenly rang. After the call was connected, a majestic voice came from the communicator. Jiang Chen, come to the Academic Affairs office. It was so fast that Jiang Chen was stunned. Chapter 73 Nothing surprising, the expected result. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Academic Affairs office and went in, he saw Director Fei from the University Academic Affairs office standing respectfully beside him. Hong Jisher was sitting carelessly in the seat that originally belonged to him. After Jiang Chen arrived, he was somewhat surprised to see Hong Jisher, but his expression did not change much. Greetings to Lord Hong and Director Fei. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully. Hong Jisher chuckled and waved at Jiang Chen. I watched the video of this trial, you performed very well. Jiang Chen was somewhat confused. Why did he call him here specially just to say this? Just to praise him in person? Jiang Chen looked at him with some doubt. Master Hong, I just did what I should do. Hong Jishe smiled even more brightly. The mentality he always admired the most was not to be arrogant when winning and not to be discouraged when losing. This was also the best mentality to become a top powerhouse. Do you know the use of mermaid's tears? Hong Jishe suddenly asked. This trial is for the mermaid's tears, but Jiang Chen still doesn't know what the mermaid's tears are used for. But since the university has arranged it this way, the mermaid's tears will definitely be useful. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Hong Jishe smiled and explained. In fact, in this trial, not many people know the function of mermaid tears. After all, the level gap is too big, and most people can't use it. The mermaid's tears are related to the success rate of awakening talents during the second transformation. This sentence surprised Jiang Chen a little. Jiang Chen knew that there was a chance to awaken his talent during the second transformation, but the chance was too slim and the probability of success was almost negligible. It can be said that the chance is very small, and only 1 in a million can have such good luck. He once thought that it just depended on luck, but he didn't expect that there was a prop that could increase the success rate. Although he was surprised inside, Jiang Chen still maintained a calm expression, and even his eyes did not change. Hong Jishe was a little disappointed. He didn't read the emotion he expected from Jiang Chen's expression. He went on to explain. Of course, in addition to the mermaid's tears, there are other items that can help awaken talents, but they are relatively difficult to obtain. We originally calculated the time and location of the Mermaid Island, but unexpectedly, Sakura Country also calculated the same information, which almost led to the failure of this trial. Luckily you are here. You have made an invaluable contribution. In this incident, you can say that you have made a great contribution to the school. In the Dragon Empire, meritorious service will be rewarded. What reward do you want? Just ask, and I will do my best to meet your needs. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then said, Can you help me find someone? Hong Jishe laughed and said, I knew you would make this request. Have you checked with the Academic Affairs Office? Your sister Jiang Chen joined the university last year, and then she joined the Dragon Academy at the beginning of this year, so you can only find her blank file in the university's information. The information of all students who join the Dragon Academy is kept confidential. Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked to hear that his sister had joined the Dragon Academy. He knew that it was very difficult to join the Dragon Academy, which was one of the top colleges in the university. Fang Hongxiu's ultimate dream is to join the Dragon Academy. Lin Kaier also told him that if he had the chance, he must join the Dragon Academy. The Dragon Academy always had a sense of mystery in his mind. I didn't expect that my sister went in first. Jiang Chen realized that there was a problem. How come my sister was able to join the Dragon Academy less than half a year after entering university? You know, people like Fang Hongxiu, who were internal personnel trained by the university, were not able to join the Dragon Academy. Hong Jishe said. Jiang Chen has indeed joined the Dragon Academy. According to the rules, I cannot tell you about what is going on in the Dragon Academy. So if you have any questions, you can only join the Dragon Academy and then ask your sister yourself. You may not see your sister until you join the Dragon Academy. Jiang Chen asked without hesitation. How can I join the Dragon Academy? Hong Jishe had been prepared for this. He operated a few times on his communicator, and then Jiang Chen's communicator prompted that some information had been received. Okay, I've sent you the requirements for joining the Dragon Academy. You can take a look at it yourself when you have time. I was originally going to tell you about your sister. It doesn't count as your reward. You can mention another one. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. I want the cooling amulet. Director Fei showed an expression that said, as expected. Hong Jishe slapped the table and laughed. Old Fei, I was right, wasn't I? Director Fei laughed out loud. Your Excellency is indeed as good as a god in predicting things. You got it all right. Jiang Chen's two requests were both within Hong Jishe's expectations. Hong Jishe looked at Jiang Chen with a teasing look. Do you know how valuable the cooling amulet is? Even a primary cooling amulet is not something you can buy casually. Jiang Chen nodded. It is indeed not available for purchase, not even in the university exchange. Hong Jishe said. Let's put things in perspective. You performed very well in the college entrance examination and won the top spot in the country. All the rewards you deserve have been given to you. We are even on this matter now. You have made great contributions in this trial mission, but this alone is not enough to exchange for a primary cooling amulet. I have a task here. If you complete it, I will help you get a primary cooling amulet. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Okay. With the primary cooling amulet, it is much more convenient for Jiang Chen. He can repeatedly brush the book in a short period of time, and his upgrade speed can be greatly improved. Hong Jisher said, You must first upgrade your level to level 20 before you can carry out this mission. As for how to upgrade, you can ask Director Fei, he is an expert in this area. Okay, contact me again when you reach level 20. Jiang Chen now has Hong Jisher's contact information in his communicator. Once he reaches level 20, he can contact Hong Jisher. Get the cooling amulet, join the Dragon Academy, and find your sister. Jiang Chen set a goal for himself. After Hong Jisher left, Director Fei finally sat back in his own seat, looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. From Hong Jisher's attitude just now, he could tell that Hong Jisher was very optimistic about the young man in front of him. He knew very well what Hong Jisher was like in normal times. Over the years, he had never seen Hong Jisher be so friendly to anyone. Even the top talents in the Dragon Academy were scolded by Hong Jisher. Hong Jisher's attitude towards Jiang Chen has completely surpassed that of other students. If he didn't know Jiang Chen's identity, he would have suspected that Jiang Chen might be Hong Jisher's illegitimate son. Director Fei smiled and said, There are many ways to level up, but the fastest way is definitely to clear a dungeon alone. It's just that solo dungeons are difficult and dangerous, so most people would just play the normal difficulty level and might not even fight the final boss because they can't beat it. In addition to solo dungeons, you can also look for elite monster areas in the wild. There are quite a few such places. But there are a lot of people in those places, and disputes often arise over territory. Also, you can look for wild bosses. Wild bosses can provide a lot of experience, more than dungeon bosses, and you can also get good equipment. But the wild bosses are contracted by major guilds, and those who don't even know the refresh time. Director Fei mentioned many methods, and except for the first method of brushing the copy, all the subsequent methods are unreliable. These directions are only suitable for ordinary professionals, not for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood this in his heart, but he was still very patient and kept listening. Although it is useless to me, it is also a piece of knowledge. Maybe it will come in handy someday. For example, Director Fei mentioned the public monster areas between countries, which Jiang Chen had never heard of before. Director Fei spoke for a long time and didn't stop for the whole 10 minutes. Finally, seeing that Jiang Chen had no reaction, he finally lost his temper and said, Master Hongshan is right. You are so quiet. I lose. I won't joke with you anymore. Jiang Chen. Give me your ID card and I'll do the paperwork for you. Jiang Chen handed over his ID card, and Director Fei quickly completed the formalities for him. He also handed Jiang Chen a teleportation stone that looked somewhat special. This is the teleportation stone to the dungeon hall. Within the university, you can use it to teleport into the university's dungeon hall. If you want to play a dungeon, go there. By the way, this teleportation stone is worth 1,000 points. It has been deducted from your points card. In college, everything is tradable. If you want something, you have to pay the price. Either labor, points, or gold coins. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. After leaving the academic affairs office, Jiang Chen first thought of contacting Lin Kaier. I promised to help her upgrade, so I naturally cannot go back on my word. The communicator vibrated and received a message from Lin Kaier. I have something to do. I'll be away for a few days and contact you when I come back. I didn't expect that this little girl wasn't here this time. Chapter 74. There is a highly efficient place called the Dungeon Hall. Jiang Chen had thought that Lin Kaier was not that diligent before, but he didn't expect that she was not in school now. Could it be that she found that her level was too low and took the initiative to go out to level up? Or maybe he was out on a mission. Jiang Chen still remembers the first time he met Lin Kaier. She was also busy with a mission. At Shillong University, everyone is busy and no one seems to have real free time. In a few days, new students who have been admitted to Shillong University this year will arrive one after another. The school will then start unified courses and the busy days will begin again. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to activate the teleportation stone, but first checked the message sent to him by Hongji Stone. The requirements for entering the Dragon Academy. Level requirement, over level 30. Just the first request made Jiang Chen feel a little surprised. The first person he thought of was his sister Jiang Ruo. If he followed this request. Sister, are you already above level 30? From the information provided by Hong Jisher, Jiang Chen learned that Jiang Ruo had been promoted to level 30 just 3 or 4 months after joining the university. Jiang Ruo took 3 to 4 months to reach level 30 from level 16. The speed is truly amazing. Normally, it takes at least a year to advance from level 20 to level 30. Unless Jiang Ruo is also like Jiang Chen, able to challenge the nightmare level copy alone. But there are not many such people. Jiang Chen was puzzled by Jiang Ruo's upgrade speed and could only wait until he met her to ask her in person. He really didn't understand how Jiang Ruo could be promoted so quickly in such a short time. After checking the level requirements, Jiang Chen continued to read the second requirement. Pass the level 30 dungeon. Abyss Front. The difficulty requirement is Hell level. This requirement seems a bit difficult. The Hell level is more difficult than the Nightmare level, and passing it requires comprehensive requirements on profession, mentality, skills, equipment, and skills. The average team could barely cope. Only extremely elite teams can pass. When I reach level 30, I can try to challenge it alone. Jiang Chen thought to himself that he had no plan to form a team to challenge that difficulty. Due to the unique characteristics of his profession, solo play is the most suitable for him. The third requirement is that the contribution points must reach 1,000. Contribution points are different from ordinary points. Contribution points can only be obtained by completing tasks assigned by the school or doing things that are beneficial to the school. For example, in this Mermaid Island trial, Jiang Chen can gain some contribution points. But he doesn't know exactly how much he will get yet. Contribution points are essential for admission into top colleges. Fan Hongxiu once mentioned that trials were very important to her because she wanted to join a top college and had to accumulate enough contribution points. These 3 requirements seem simple, but they are actually quite difficult. After Jiang Chen wrote down these requirements, he activated the teleportation stone. There were noisy sounds in his ears and the school seemed to become particularly lively. Boneyard Dungeon, normal difficulty, requires a level 25 mage, preferably one who is good at fire skills. Blood Battle Orc Legion Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, lack of nurses, level 22 to 25, requires proficiency in healing, full set of bronze equipment or above. Knight Tower, nightmare difficulty, requires a knight above level 30, with a full set of silver equipment and the ability to protect teammates. Jiang Chen looked at the environment that was like a vegetable market and seemed a little uncomfortable. The replica hall is located inside the university, but cannot be reached by ordinary means. Only after passing the review of the Academic Affairs Office and being confirmed as eligible to enter, and then paying 1,000 points to purchase a special teleportation stone, will you be eligible to enter. It turned out that Jiang Chen felt that the dungeon hall should be solemn and sacred. But now it looks like a vegetable market. A large number of students were recruiting team members here. They sat on the ground, holding signs with their requirements written on them. At the same time, he would shout a few words from time to time. It looked not much different from the entrances of other dungeons. Jiang Chen even suspected that this was really a copy hall. Have I come to the wrong place? Looking past these people, I saw a huge palace. This is the dungeon hall. Jiang Chen raised his leg and walked in. All the noisy sounds disappeared the moment he stepped into the dungeon hall. There were also people talking in the dungeon hall, but they all kept their voices low. At the same time, there is a strange sound surrounding your ears in the copy hall. The copy entrances shaped like whirlpools are distributed in every corner of the hall. The sound came from these copy entrances. The sound delivered varies depending on each copy. There are hundreds of copy entrances like this, and various sounds are intertwined together to form a very strange sound. There is a crystal ball at the entrance of each dungeon. The crystal ball contains a series of information including the name of the dungeon, level requirements, entry rules, cooling time, etc. When he was in Baiyun No. 1 middle school, Jiang Chen knew that the Empire controlled a large number of copy resources. Unexpectedly, Shillong University also possesses a large number of copy resources. There are countless copies of this world. It seems reasonable for the first university in the Dragon Empire to control the resources of a layer of copies. After all, someone like Hong Shun also came from Shillong University. To be more precise, more than half of the top powerhouses in the Shillong Empire come from Shillong University. Above the vortex at the entrance of each copy, there is a curtain of light hanging down. The record of this copy is recorded on the light screen. Jiang Chen observed and found that the light screen only recorded the top 3 and only the highest difficulty. If this instance has held difficulty, then only the top 3 in held difficulty will be recorded. If there were only nightmare difficulty, it would be in the top 3 of nightmare difficulty. This includes the clearance time and the names of the team members. Information about each team member's level, occupation, etc. This can also serve as a reference. If other teams want to conquer the dungeon, they can just copy our homework. After studying other people's team's strategies again and again, we have found a very excellent configuration. If you can find something better and create a new record, that would be better. This setting has the meaning of competition. It will make each team want to fight for the first place. It is a great honor to appear on the dungeon rankings. Classmate. A soft voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned around and saw a girl in her early 20s standing behind him. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Hello, classmate. Is this your first time in the dungeon hall? Jiang Chen nodded. She continued, My name is Chu Yao, and I can introduce you to all the situations in the dungeon hall. There is no free lunch, and pie will not fall from the sky. Especially in Shillong University, if you want to gain something you must pay something. Jiang Chen asked. How much? Chu Yao immediately said. 100 points are enough. You can see that she is a little nervous. Maybe it's the first time doing this. 100 points. That doesn't sound like a lot. But points are hard to earn. In fact, 100 points is not a small amount. Jiang Chen did not respond for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chen did not agree, Chu Yao quickly said, 70 points is also fine. Just 100. Jiang Chen traded 100 points to Chu Yao. After receiving the points, Chu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. Thank you, classmate. The main function of the dungeon hall is to lead to various dungeons. In the entire dungeon hall, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons between level 20 and 30, and 20 dungeons between level 30 and 40. The remaining ones are level 40 to 70 copies, 52 in total. In addition, there are 2 large copies and 1 extra large copy. That's 95 copies in total. A large copy is a copy with more than 40 people, and an extra large copy is also called a copy with 100 people. Jiang Chen asked. What about the dungeons above level 70? Chu Yao shook her head. The dungeons above level 70 are not here. Jiang Chen probably understood that all copies above level 70 were probably managed by the university. It will not be placed in the dungeon hall for people to enter and exit at will. That kind of copy is a very important resource. The materials and equipment that appear in it are all very useful. Chu Yao continued to talk about the various functions of the copy hall. For Jiang Chen, although it was just some information, he would be able to figure it out sooner or later even without Chu Yao. However, having someone explain it to him could save him a lot of time. The cost is only 100 points. He now has more than 130,000 points, and 100 points is just a drop in the bucket, really insignificant. Each instance has a corresponding clearance record. If you can set a new record, you will get a reward. The entry requirements of the dungeons are also different. Most dungeons only require you to meet the basic level requirements, but some dungeons require you to meet the average level requirements. There are also some special copies that have requirements for the highest or lowest level of the team. There are many different copies with different requirements. Jiang Chen asked. Is there a copy that has no level requirements? Chu Yao shook her head. There used to be, but then someone died in there, and it became too dangerous, so the school set a level requirement, and those who didn't meet the level were not allowed in. There are still many dungeons in the wild that have no level requirements. There is an essential difference between entering a dungeon through the dungeon hall and entering a wild dungeon, and the security is completely different. You can exit the copy at any time, and if there is any danger, you can choose to leave, which greatly increases safety. Unless you are killed instantly, it is not easy to die. In other words, the money was not wasted. From the level setting of the copy to the ranking competition, Jiang Chen saw that the university was thinking about training students. From low-level copies to high-level copies, we strive to ensure the safety of the students. The students who can enter Shillong University are all talented, and losing one is enough to make the university feel sad for a long time. Safety is of course important. Therefore, the levels of the dungeons are set, and you can enter different dungeons at different levels. No unrealistic ambitions are allowed. It is indeed the top university in the entire empire, and it is well deserved of its reputation. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Chapter 75, Not even level 20, are you bragging? It seems that this is the reason why Master Hong asked me to consult Director Fei before he left. The copy hall is indeed a place where one can quickly gain experience. Chu Yao explained these things to Jiang Chen very patiently. Jiang Chen felt that he had spent a little money and obtained a lot of valuable information. Through her explanation, Jiang Chen had a clearer understanding of the rules of the copy hall. Before entering the copy, in addition to meeting the requirements of the copy itself, you also need to pay additional points. At Shillong University, points are everywhere and are the hard currency for almost all transactions and actions. The higher the difficulty of the copy, the more points are required, but the points can also be used to reduce the cooling time of the copy, which means that even without the cooling amulet, as long as you have enough points, you can challenge the copy repeatedly, thereby speeding up the upgrade. Jiang Chen felt a little surprised. This way, his upgrade speed would be even faster. He used to envy the cooling amulet, but now that there is such a rule here, it can save a lot of trouble. Chu Yao brought Jiang Chen to the center of the dungeon hall, where some crystal balls were placed. Chu Yao explained, "These crystal balls can be taken to the mission center and the team recruitment center. There are many tasks in the mission center, which mainly involve collecting materials, equipment, and some special items in the dungeon." She went on to explain, "You can earn points by completing tasks, and you can also post tasks yourself and ask others to provide the required materials and props." Chu Yao then introduced the team recruitment center. The team recruitment center is a place for forming teams. You can post recruitment information and join other teams. These two functions are very useful in college life, but both require points to operate. Whether it is the mission center or the team recruitment center, points are required, and the points obtained after completing the mission will also be drawn. Points are required to post a team recruitment, but joining a team does not require points. In Shillong University, points are everywhere. They are essential resources for copies and school activities and are super hard currency. Chu Yao explained the situation of the copy hall in detail. During this half hour, Jiang Chen had already gained a deep understanding of the unclear things. It turns out that professional matters should be left to professionals, and these 100 points are really worth it. At this moment, Jiang Chen's communicator vibrated, and he received 50 contribution points, which he obtained in the Mermaid Island trial. Although it is not much, it is still some distance away from the 1,000 contribution points required to join the Dragon Academy. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "How do you get contribution points?" Chu Yao asked, "Do you mean the contribution points to the university?" Jiang Chen nodded. Chu Yao explained, "There are limited ways to earn contribution points. Participating in trials organized by the university is one way, and completing tasks assigned by the school can also earn contribution points." She continued, "In the mission center, there are some missions issued by universities, and you can get a certain number of contribution points after completing them. But these tasks are very popular, and will be completed quickly by others once they are posted. Everyone wants to get contribution points. If you want to join the academy, contribution points are a must." Jiang Chen checked the mission center. There are indeed several assignments that are issued by universities. However, the contribution points obtained by completing the task are very small. Generally it is 2 points or 3 points, and the most points for a task is only 10 points. It's hard to get contribution points. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that 50 contribution points was a lot for him. It is estimated that the contribution points obtained by Fang Hongxiu and others will not be more than mine. The communicator rang. After the call was connected, Zhang Yang's excited voice was heard. Jiang Chen, how many contribution points did you get? I got 20 points. I made a lot of money this time. Sister Hongxiu got 30 points, which made her very happy. Jiang Chen said softly. 50 points. Oh my god! Sister Hongxiu is right. You must be the one with the most points. Wow, 50 points in one go is enough for me to complete several missions. If there are any trial missions in the future, I will definitely team up with you. I want to curry your favor. Zhang Yang spoke excitedly for a long time before hanging up the phone. Chu Yao was stunned watching from the side. Surprisingly, you can get 50 contribution points for one trial mission. Contribution points are very difficult to obtain. Not only Chu Yao, but the people nearby were also stunned. What kind of trial task can earn 50 contribution points? It's not like they haven't done trial missions before, but usually they only get 5 or 10 points. Unless they perform exceptionally well, then they might get 20 points. Getting 50 points at one time is unheard of unless it is a high-level trial task after the second transfer. You must be kidding. How can I have such a high contribution score? I haven't heard of any high-level trial missions recently, and judging from his appearance, the level doesn't seem to be very high. That's right, just bragging. Jiang Chen ignored the whispers and said to Chu Yao, Thank you. 100 points well spent. Chu Yao quickly shook her head. You're welcome, you paid the points, so are you going to find a team to play the dungeon now? Jiang Chen came to a copy. Mutated Forest, level 17 copy. The requirement is that professionals between level 15 and 19 can enter. In the dungeon hall, there are only 2 low-level dungeons below level 20. The Mutated Forest copy is one of them. It takes 10 points to enter the dungeon, and 40 points to eliminate the dungeon cooldown. The previous record for this instance was 58 minutes, set 3 years ago. The record-breaking team consisted of 5 people. A knight, a prophet, and 3 mages. Everyone is a level 19 professional. A full set of bronze equipment. The powerful configuration of 3 outputs allowed them to advance at an extremely fast speed. This record has been maintained for 3 years and no one has broken it. The second-placed player's time was 1 hour and 17 minutes, nearly 20 minutes slower than them. Jiang Chen paid 10 points and chose the nightmare difficulty to teleport into the dungeon. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually entered the low-level dungeon, the people in the dungeon hall immediately went wild. Oh my god, I thought it was a big shot from somewhere. It turns out to be just a little guy who is less than level 20. Exactly. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here? One trial task gets 50 contribution points. I think it's 50 points. But he's quite courageous for clearing the dungeon alone. Haha, maybe he will come out in disgrace soon. The group of people totally didn't believe what Jiang Chen had just said. Getting 50 contribution points for a trial mission was simply a fantasy. Now seeing that Jiang Chen had actually entered a low-level dungeon, they couldn't help but mock him. I feel that Jiang Chen is just bragging. However, Chu Yao felt that Jiang Chen was not talking nonsense. Jiang Chen gave her a very strange feeling. It seemed as if he was full of confidence, giving the illusion that he was in control of everything. Maybe what he said is true. This thought popped up in Chu Yao's mind, and even she was shocked. 50 contribution points, you have to perform very well to get them. She didn't even dare to think about it. Jiang Chen found himself in an ancient forest. The wind blew the leaves, making a rustling sound. There was a thick layer of dead leaves beneath my feet. It seems that no one has set foot here for countless years. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard in the forest, which was frightening. Standing outside the forest, you can see wild animals roaming in the forest. In the mutant forest, the beasts inside are affected by mysterious forces and mutate. The beast turned into a terrible beast. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts such as bears, tigers, and wolves. In addition to those visible to the naked eye, there are some hidden in the bushes. For example, various snakes and mutated insects. If you are not careful in the forest, you will be ambushed. Break the record, get the reward. Jiang Chen thought about it. A large number of skeleton warriors appeared around him, a total of 108 skeleton warriors, not one less. The skeleton warrior who was previously injured by the Mermaid Queen has now fully recovered. Go ahead. The skeleton warriors rushed into the mutant forest with a unique clicking sound. Mutated grizzly bear, enhanced elite monster. Level 17. Strength 1400. Agility 1000. Spirit 500. Physique 1600. Skill, roaring attack. There are other monsters. Mutated white tiger, enhanced elite monster. Level 18. Strength 1700. Agility 1500. Spirit 400. Constitution 1500. Skill, roar. Use detection technology to continuously check the attributes of the two ferocious beasts. Compared with the skeleton warrior's four-dimensional attributes of up to 5,400, there is no comparison at all. The skeleton warriors rushed into the forest like a tiger into a flock of sheep, rampaging all the way. Each monster can be killed directly with 3 strikes at most. Kill a level 17 mutant grizzly bear, experience plus 6,000. Obtain animal hide X5. Kill the level 18 mutant white tiger, experience plus 7,000. Obtain animal hide X4. Prompt to refresh the screen. Experience points increase steadily. The experience value progress bar on the interface is also rising wildly. I don't know how much experience I will get after I finish the dungeon. Jiang Chen was also full of endless expectations for this dungeon trip. Chapter 76. This turtle shell is too hard, breaking the record. After sweeping for a distance, Jiang Chen had gradually adapted to the environment in the copy. When following the skeleton army through the dangerous mutant forest, Jiang Chen was at ease, not at all as cautious as other professionals who were facing a great enemy. While the forest is filled with various monsters, they are spread out widely and pose little threat. Jiang Chen did not ask the skeleton warriors to lure all the monsters together and kill them. Instead, let the skeleton warriors rush forward and kill effortlessly, 1 per 3 hits, or use skills, 1 per 2 hits. The efficiency is quite high. The monsters in these copies are vulnerable to the skeleton warriors. He was even too lazy to drag the monster's corpse because the battle ended too quickly. He didn't have time to use the corpse explosion skill before the skeleton warrior had already dealt with all the enemies. The skeleton warriors were moving very fast. If Jiang Chen slowed down a bit, he would be unable to keep up. In order to keep up, Jiang Chen could only jog behind them. Strange, how come I haven't seen any boss monsters after playing for such a long time? We advanced a long distance, but did not encounter any leader monsters. The most we encountered were wolf packs. The skeleton warriors just chopped down the surrounding wolves and killed them all without any suspense. He originally wanted to use the entity explosion technique, but before he could get close, the monsters had all been killed by the skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen felt that, in comparison, this copy seemed simpler than the previous Death Mine copy. However, this dungeon map was extremely large, with no obvious sense of direction, and Jiang Chen almost got lost several times. After wandering around the dungeon for half an hour, he finally reached the end of the dungeon. There was a large pond, and several huge ferocious beasts were resting by the pond. Jiang Chen had seen wolf packs, dog packs, and snake dens before, but this was the first time he saw a strange group of tigers and bears. He couldn't help but feel strange. This is too unusual. The mutated beasts actually gathered together. Could it be that they have wisdom? In front of him, 2 bears and 2 tigers made up the group. These bears and tigers are extremely large, especially the bears, which are over 5 meters tall when standing up. Although Jiang Chen was a little surprised, in his opinion, they were nothing more than experience. The skeleton warriors rushed towards these ferocious beasts without hesitation. They had no fighting skills at all, only the simplest and most brutal encirclement and killing methods. He didn't even have time to use detection skills, as the bears and tigers had already fallen under the blades of the skeleton warriors' axes. Suddenly, a huge column of water surged out of the pool, and a huge turtle-like beast crawled out of the pool. The turtle's back is covered with thick shell, like a solid suit of armor. The diameter of the tortoise shell reached more than 5 meters, which was extremely huge, and a row of sharp fangs were exposed in the tortoise's mouth. It also has a long, whip-like tail on its back, which is covered with sharp spikes. After the turtle climbed out of the pool, it let out a sharp roar. Mutated tortoise, boss level monster. Level 19. Strength 4000. Agility 500. Spirit 500. Physique 7000. Skills bite, sweep, super defense. This B0SS has a super high physique, which has surpassed that of the skeleton warrior and is even higher than that of the level 24 mermaid queen. Such a high physical attribute means that its vitality and defense are very strong. Its power is slightly weaker, but it should not be underestimated. It can also cause damage to skeleton warriors. When Jiang Chen was checking the properties of the mutant dragon turtle, the skeleton warriors had already surrounded it. The big knife fell on the tortoise shell, making a sound like hammering iron. The turtle bit the skeleton warrior hard with its teeth, and at the same time, its long tail whipped the skeleton warrior like a whip. There was a huge difference in size between the two sides. The skeleton warrior was hit by its tail. Although he was not seriously injured, the great force still sent him flying. The tail is usually retracted into the shell, but once it starts to hit someone, it will be fully extended. The tail is very long, at least 10 meters. Every time he whipped, he could pull out several skeleton warriors. The skeleton warrior jumped onto it and kept chopping at the turtle shell with his sword. Its physique is too high, and its defense and vitality are extremely strong. The attack landed on it, but the damage it caused was not that great. Agility and spirit are too low. No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't hit anyone. A red light appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. Skill, slow curse. A red light fell like a huge net. A red shackle pattern appeared on the mutant turtle's head. The speed dropped significantly under the curse. The mutant turtle's attack frequency slowed down by half, and it looked like it was slowing down. It seemed to realize that its situation was not good. He simply retracted his entire body into his shell. There was a faint glow coming from his body. Skills, super strong defense. In the dim light, Jiang Chen saw that its wounds were recovering rapidly. Just now the skeleton warrior could still cause some damage to it, but now it can't even cause any damage at all. Even the injuries inflicted previously were recovering. Super high physical attributes, plus skill bonuses. The mutated dragon turtle has now transformed into an iron wall. There must be something I've overlooked, Jiang Chen thought. If you can't even beat his skeleton warrior, there's no way you can impress other professions. Then how do others pass the copy? Jiang Chen suddenly understood where the problem lay. Among the top 3 teams, the output positions are all chosen by magic professions. There is no melee, archer or other physical professions. It is afraid of elemental attacks. Flame suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Skill, soul burning. At the same time, a flame appeared above the mutant turtle's head. The flames quickly engulfed its body. The mutated dragon beast, which had been motionless, began to struggle violently and let out an earth-shattering scream. Jiang Chen is, after all, a magic profession. Not only does he have the super strong physical attack power of a skeleton warrior, but his own magic skill attack power is also very considerable. What's more, it is a mental attack that is enhanced by 20 levels and ignores defense. Even more terrifying than the elemental attacks of the elemental mage. Jiang Chen found it effective and continued to perform soul burning. The mutated dragon turtle screamed continuously, and its huge body was shaking. It finally couldn't help but rush over and attack Jiang Chen. But the skeleton warriors blocked it firmly, and didn't give it any chance. When it stretched out its head and feet, the skeleton warrior seized the opportunity, avoided the turtle shell and greeted its head and feet. Red light appeared on the skeleton warrior's swords and their skills were activated. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The mutant dragon turtle screamed even more violently. Jiang Chen cast soul burn again and again, and his mental strength was being rapidly consumed. He took out a bottle of primary mental potion and drank it directly to replenish his mental strength. The mutant dragon turtle's vitality was too strong. Jiang Chen felt that even if he exhausted his mental strength, he might not be able to kill it. Then we will be back to the starting point. Suddenly he thought of a solution. Tip it over. At the command, the skeleton warriors immediately worked together. A huge amount of force burst out, and with a bang, the mutant turtle was turned over. The soft flesh on the belly was immediately exposed. Without the protection of the turtle shell, the skeleton warriors have their place to use their skills, and each of their strikes can cause considerable damage. The mutant turtle struggled continuously, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not turn itself over. Blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the water red. The mutant turtle's struggle became weaker and weaker. After 3 minutes of continuous attacks by the skeleton warriors, the mutant turtle was finally killed. Killed the mutant turtle, experience plus 56,700. Obtain bronze level weapon, tortoise gloves. Obtain bronze level armor, tortoise heavy armor. Obtain low level monster crystal cores. Turtle boxing gloves, bronze level, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, boxer skill power increased by 6, available after level 12. Heavy turtle armor, bronze level, constitution plus 30, defense skill power increased by 6, available after level 12. Jiang Chen only took a look at the 2 pieces of bronze equipment and put them away. I looked at the experience. After the entire dungeon, the experience value increased from 32.57 to 67, which is an increase of less than 35. Brush it again and you can reach level 18. When Jiang Chen successfully killed the mutant dragon turtle, a bell suddenly rang in the copy hall. The sound of bells resounded throughout the entire dungeon hall. 3 consecutive sounds. Everyone inside and outside the temple heard it. Oh my god, someone has set a new dungeon record. It's been a while since a new record was created. Go and see which big boss it is so you can cling to him in the future. I didn't see any elite teams entering the dungeon just now. How strange. For a moment, no one shouted. People outside the hall rushed in. Fortunately, the hall was large enough and remained spacious even after accommodating hundreds of people. In the mutant forest copy, the light curtain was emitting brilliant light, and everyone in the hall was attracted by the light. A brand new record has appeared on it. Record broken. Chapter 77. This record is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Such a sound has not appeared for a long, long time. On the field, hundreds of pairs of surprised eyes focused on a brand new record, an incredible record. People kept swallowing their saliva and staring at the new records on the screen, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Is this really possible? How could one person complete a nightmare-level dungeon all by himself? Although it was a low-level 17th level instance, there were only a few people who could complete it alone. That's secondary. The most important thing is time. He only took 50 minutes, which is 9 minutes faster than the previous record. How did he do that? This Jiang Chen's profession is a necromancer. What is this profession? How come I have never heard of it? Everyone shook their heads. I've never heard of it either. It must be a new profession. Yes, it must be a new profession. I have never heard of it. Maybe a mythical profession? The discussion continued as Jiang Chen appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. He's out! He's out! Student, how did you do that? Although some people can complete a nightmare level instance alone, how did you manage to complete it alone and set a new record? Boss, can you take me with you? Jiang Chen was surrounded by a group of people. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was somewhat speechless. He looked up and saw the new record he had created, and immediately understood everything. He then chooses to pay the points to remove the cooldown. The next moment, Jiang Chen entered the copy again. He's in again! Is he going to do it alone? He can actually continue to do it alone? Isn't he tired? Don't stand around, it'll scare him. He's only level 17 after all. That's right, it makes me laugh to death. Some people are already level 30, and they just called him a big boss and asked to be led by him. How shameless! Everyone dispersed, but they were still talking. Chu Ya was also in the crowd, her face full of shock. That's amazing. Did he really get 50 contribution points in the trial? As soon as Jiang Chen entered the copy, the communicator began to vibrate. A message appeared on the communicator. Refresh the record of the mutated forest instance, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Each person can only receive it once. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. It turned out that refreshing the record not only earned him points, but also contribution points. It's a pity that you can only get it once. It would be great if you could get it continuously. However, the university had thought of this a long time ago and plugged this loophole early to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. Although it can only be obtained once, it is already a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen just wanted to level up. His goal was simple. If this loophole is not plugged, a bunch of professional scoring teams will be forced to come forward. After all, in front of an experienced team, they can strictly control the time and improve it by a few seconds each time to continuously score points. Controlling time, constantly breaking records, and constantly obtaining contribution points, it is obvious that the school has already thought of this problem. The 108 skeleton warriors rushed forward again, sweeping away the ferocious beasts in the forest like wild beasts. After his last experience, he was no longer lost this time and was even faster. In just over 20 minutes, Jiang Chen had reached the end of the copy. The skeleton warriors stepped forward together, and 4 corpses fell to the ground in an instant. Columns of water gushed up, and the final boss, a mutated turtle, crawled out of the pool. Boom! 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 Jiang Chen used the skill. Corpse explosion! After 4 loud bangs, the mutant turtle was completely unable to fight back and its fate was sealed. In fact, its fate was sealed from the moment it climbed out of the pool. Become a stepping stone for Jiang Chen to gain experience. Accompanied by a large amount of water splashing into the sky, the pool of water suddenly became several inches shorter. A big hole appeared on the ground, and the mutant turtle was covered with wounds. Tip it over. The skeleton warriors had been prepared for a long time and rushed forward. No one would ever use this style of play. No other class has so many summons. Given the size and weight of the mutant turtle, it is impossible to overturn it. The mutant dragon turtle let out a scream and turned upside down, revealing its weakest defense. From that moment on, its fate was sealed. In fact, its fate was determined from the moment it crawled out of the pool. The skeleton warriors rushed forward and used their skills one after another. Skill, violent power. A number of large knives emitting red light fell on its belly. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It was much smoother than last time. First, he was stunned by the exploding corpses all around him, and then he was hit by the full force of the skeleton warriors. In just 1 minute, the mutant turtle died. Killed the mutant turtle, experience plus 56,700. Obtain bronze level weapon, turtle longbow. Obtain low level monster crystal cores. Turtle longbow, bronze level, agility plus 40, bow skill power increased by 6, available after level 12. In the dungeon hall, the bell rang again. The person who had just walked out of the copy hall ran back again. What's going on? Why is there a new record? How come it's still a mutant forest, and the grades have improved again? Oh my god, this result is incredible. I am about to faint. Can anyone tell me that this is not true and that this result is impossible? The new record time is set at 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Not only did we break the 30-minute mark, we also exceeded it by 25 minutes. The previous record stood for more than 3 years, at 58 minutes. Moreover, it was created by a team of 5 people with almost perfect configuration. Unlike Jiang Chen, who single-handedly created records that outsiders could hardly imagine. It is very difficult to break the existing record. Otherwise, the original record would not have been hanging here for more than 3 years. I bet this record is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that there will be no successor. I think it may take 500 years for someone to be able to crack it. It's totally leaving no way for people to survive. Do you think he will go to other dungeons and set new records? It's very likely. I just can't figure out how the old turtle boss at the end of the mutated forest dungeon was so hard as hell. That turtle has an absurdly high physique, and is almost immune to physical attacks. Only elemental attacks can cause damage to him. His profession is a necromancer, so it's normal for him to have elemental attacks, but they're too fast. I played this dungeon before, and it took me an hour just to play with the turtle. I don't know how he did it, it's amazing. Jiang Chen's whole body was glowing at this time. As the mutant turtle fell down, Jiang Chen finally upgraded. Reached level 18. It has been less than half a month since he changed his job. He went all the way from level 1 to level 18. The speed is amazing. The attributes were improved again, and the four-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warrior had reached 5,800. After these two dungeon experiences, Jiang Chen also saw the flaws of the skeleton warrior. Although physical attacks are powerful, they are too simple. If you encounter some monsters with extremely high physical defense, the effect of the skeleton warrior will be greatly weakened or even lose its effect. The soul-burning skill can make up for the deficiency, but it is not efficient enough when dealing with bosses and is limited by the total amount of spirit. The Necromancer should not be just a skeleton warrior. Keep leveling up. When you reach level 20, buy some skill scrolls and see if you can get new skills. He doesn't plan to use skill scrolls before level 20. Even if the level 10 skills are still available, the success rate of the skill scroll is greatly reduced. It would be better to wait until you reach level 20 and use a batch together. His profession is special and he cannot use other methods to acquire skills like other professions. The skill scroll was his only option. Jiang Chen didn't even know how many skills he had, since he was the first necromancer and the only one of his kind. There is not even any reference object. Then you can only use as many skill scrolls as possible and try to obtain all skills. It's not so bad when you're a beginner. A beginner skill scroll at 100,000 isn't that expensive. But when it comes to intermediate skill scrolls, the price skyrocketed to 10 million, which is a bit scary. Take one step at a time and don't think too much. Jiang Chen appeared outside the copy. He found himself surrounded again. But this time everyone was much calmer than last time. Classmate, can you tell me how you killed the mutant turtle? Yes, classmate, why can you type so fast? Do you have any tricks? Share them with me. Many people humbly asked Jiang Chen for advice. Jiang Chen said calmly, just overturn it. Overturn? Everyone suddenly understood. Someone exclaimed, yeah, why didn't I think of that? This old turtle has a hard shell, but the flesh on its belly is still soft. That's right, just flip him over. Student Jiang Chen is truly a talent. He can actually come up with such a good idea. Amid the discussions among the crowd, Jiang Chen had already walked towards the copy next to him. Level 20 Dungeon, Spider's Lair. Entry requirement is level 18 to 22. The minimum entry level is 18 and the maximum level cannot exceed 22. Previously, because the level was too low, there were too few copies to choose from. Chapter 78 is simply a paradise of experience, and a great harvest of materials. Now it's better, it's upgraded to level 18, and there are some choices, but not many. There are only two options for copies below level 20. One is the Mutant Forest, which requires the lowest level, only between level 15 and 19. The other is the Spider's Lair, a level 20 instance that requires players to be between level 18 and 22. These two copies demonstrate the university's strict requirements for copy levels. Even in the copy hall, the school has made the most precise restrictions for each copy. It is precisely because of this that strict management in every process and link can enable the school to form a complete mechanism for cultivating students. As students' levels gradually increase and their combat experience increases, these restrictions will gradually be relaxed. Jiang Chen chose to enter the Nightmare difficulty Spider's Lair copy, spending 10 points. As he entered the dungeon, the sound of wind blew through the cave, bringing with it the sound of a baby crying. The sound of the wind was intermittent and creepy. The cave was dark, and Jiang Chen's sight couldn't penetrate it easily. He lit a ball of fire in his palm. This soul fire had no specific target, but just stayed on Jiang Chen's palm, providing him with a faint light. Although the flames were not strong and could only illuminate a limited area, Jiang Chen was finally able to see the surrounding environment clearly. There are rock walls all around, with only one passage where two people can pass side by side, leading to an unknown place. The rock walls are dotted with caves of varying sizes, ranging from as small as a thumb to large enough to fit a fist. There are countless spider silks above my head, and the sound of spiders crawling can be heard in the wind, which is creepy. This copy was called Spider's Nest, and Jiang Chen knew very well that he was in the spider's territory. A large group of skeleton warriors appeared here. Jiang Chen's soul fire acted as a torch, reflecting the figures of many skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors dispersed and ran towards the end of the passage. The environment of the spider's lair is extremely complex and tortuous. The skeleton warriors scattered, each advancing in the cave. A map gradually formed in Jiang Chen's mind, recording the structure of the entire nest. There are numerous caves that are interconnected, forming an intricate maze structure similar to a honeycomb. The skeleton warriors constantly encounter monsters, and their experience points continue to increase between battles, but the speed of advancing on the map gradually slows down. Kill level 20 Scarlet Spider, experience plus 9,000. Obtain Spider Silk X5. Kill level 19 Hairy Spider, experience plus 8,000. Obtain Spider Silk X4. Information kept popping up, and the skeleton warriors were all in combat mode. There are many monsters here, and they are densely packed, and they all seem to be enhanced elite monsters. The skeleton warriors would be attacked almost every few steps. The spiders usually lurk in the ceiling of their burrows, pouncing on passing prey. Jiang Chen carefully moved forward along the cleared path. This was his first time exploring this unique dungeon environment. Suddenly, he heard some crackling sounds, and small spiders crawled out from the small holes on the wall of the cave. These little spiders are no bigger than a fist, and they fill the entire cave densely. Hundreds of small spiders surrounded Jiang Chen tightly. Little spider. Level 18. Strength 200. Agility 200. Spirit 100. Constitution 200. Skills none. It's just an ordinary monster, even weaker than ordinary monsters of the same level. But there are just too many of them. A large number of ants can also kill an elephant. Jiang Chen thought of the top 3 teams in the spider's nest, all of which had at least 2 mages. The mage has a very strong group attack capability, probably to deal with the current situation. In both the spider's lair and the mutated forest dungeons, the same team ranked first. It seemed to be 1 hour and 12 minutes. And it has been maintained for 3 years. Jiang Chen was thinking in his heart, and the soul burning on his palm flew out, and the flame fell on one of the little spiders. The soul burning after being amplified 20 times is enough to kill ordinary monsters of the same level in seconds. What's more, the little spider's physique is only 200, which is weaker than an ordinary monster of the same level 18. The little spider let out a shrill cry and died instantly. The fire went out, and the small cave fell into endless darkness. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the cave. The deafening sound echoed throughout the spider's nest. The nest rumbled and shook, awakening countless sleeping spiders. They had already crawled out before the skeleton warriors arrived. Boom! There were 2 more sounds in succession, and the cave seemed to be collapsing. When the fire lit up in Jiang Chen's palm again, there were no living little spiders in the cave. Jiang Chen's screen was flooded with hundreds of messages. Kill level 18 spider, experience plus 500. Kill level 18 spider, experience plus 500. Get Spider Silk X1. Kill level 18 spider, experience plus 500. Although each small spider can only provide 500 experience points. But a little bit adds up to a lot, and 20 small spiders surpassed the level 18 enhanced elite monster. What's more, there were at least 300 or 400 small spiders in the previous wave. It is equivalent to killing 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level in one go. Huge profit. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, and a rare look of joy appeared on his calm face. He had discovered that the caves where the skeleton warriors were located were already crawling with these small spiders. These little spiders were attracted by the explosion just now. A holy place of experience, Jiang Chen thought. Then his expression changed slightly. The skeleton warriors began to take damage. The skeleton warriors were covered with small spiders. The little spider bit the skeleton warrior with his teeth. The damage is not high, but the speed is very fast. The skeleton warrior's vitality is slowly decreasing. Many ants can kill an elephant. Many ants really can kill an elephant. Nothing can withstand too many of them. If this continues, Jiang Chen is really worried that the skeleton warriors will not be able to hold on. Jiang Chen's first reaction was to take back the skeleton warrior. However, he found that because the small spider was crawling on the skeleton warrior's body, he could not take it back. The skeleton warrior had no group attack skills, and the big knife in his hand could only kill one small spider. If you're lucky, you can kill 2 or 3. This is just a drop in the bucket. Return! Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to run back. Even if you can't take it back, just run back. If you don't leave now, you will eventually be eaten by the little spider. The skeleton warrior ran back with little spiders all over his body. Behind them, there were a large number of spiders. There are small spiders, as well as various enhanced elite spiders. The skeleton warriors conquered the dungeon again and again, sweeping across the dungeon invincible and slashing large numbers of monsters with their swords as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. This was the first time he had escaped in such a miserable manner. Jiang Chen increasingly discovered that the skeleton warriors were still too simple. Although the attributes are high, it also has huge disadvantages and is too limited. Now we can only hope that new skills will appear at level 20. A skeleton warrior appeared in sight. Jiang Chen raised his hand. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom! With a violent explosion, all the little spiders on the skeleton warrior's body were killed. Then, more and more skeleton warriors returned, and explosions continued. The entire spider's nest was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. Jiang Chen used corpse explosions to advance all the way, and his experience soared like a rocket. In the copy hall, a group of people saw Jiang Chen entering the spider's nest copy. Isn't he going to set a new record again? It's hard to say, but the spider's lair is a good dungeon. If I wasn't already above level 22, I would really like to play it a few more times. Yeah, the spider's nest is a holy land of materials. You can make a lot of money. In addition to money, there are also a lot of experience points. Although each little spider does not give much experience points, the total is still very scary. Many level 24 dungeons do not give as much experience points as the spider nest. The amount of experience you get depends on your profession. If you can't find a mage in your group, or if the mage you find doesn't have group attack skills, that would be hilarious. Everyone was discussing outside, looking forward to it. They really wanted to know whether Jiang Chen would set a new record again. Jiang Chen is already having a blast killing people inside. It should be said that it was extremely cool. The corpses exploded as they moved forward, and countless experiences and materials came like raindrops. Jiang Chen did not miss any cave. The skeleton warriors no longer dispersed completely, but formed groups of 10 to clear the way ahead. Jiang Chen followed behind, and whenever a small spider appeared, he would rush over and the corpse would explode. He didn't know that others would find the shortest way and kill their way to the end of the dungeon, but he wanted to clear the entire dungeon. I don't intend to let any monster go. Since one cannot enter again after reaching level 22, Jiang Chen naturally wants to maximize the benefits. Chapter 79, Rapid Upgrade for level 25 and below, only here. The students outside the copy hall were all waiting for Jiang Chen to come out to see if he had broken a new record again. Time passed by minute, and an hour later, Jiang Chen still did not appear. People outside began to feel a little disappointed. Some people thought this was normal. After all, Jiang Chen had created a new record because he had found a new method. The performance in the spider's lair is normal. Even if he didn't set a new record, he was able to complete a nightmare difficulty instance alone, which is already quite impressive. Indeed, but to be honest, the difference between the normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty of the spider's lair is not as big as that of other dungeons. Yeah, at least the spiders are just as strong, they just come in greater numbers. Don't stand by and watch. He may not set a new record this time. Chu Yao stood aside and listened to everyone's discussion, but she held a different opinion. Although there was no solid evidence to support her claim, she felt that this shouldn't be the case. Regardless of what the students outside were talking about, Jiang Chen continued to move forward in the copy and had already cleared the entire copy. There are 108 caves in total, and 60 of them have little spiders in them. I don't know if it's fixed or random. I'll know when I come in next time. Jiang Chen checked his experience points and found that he had reached level 18, 70. One copy increased the experience value by 70, and this was done without being very familiar with the copy, so the efficiency was very high. Jiang Chen believed that the next time he came in, his experience points would increase as usual, and it would take less time. Now it's time to go see the boss. Passing through caves one after another, Jiang Chen moved towards the depths of the copy. The spider's lair is quite large, with caves one after another, forming a maze-like map. Without a complete map in his mind, he might get lost here and not be able to find the right passage after searching for a long time. Finally, after about 10 minutes, he reached the correct path leading to the depths. The entrance to the passage was blocked by thick spider webs. The skeleton warriors waved their swords, trying to cut the spider web. Spider webs are extremely tough and not easy to cut. It's not that the skeleton warriors don't try hard, but this method doesn't work. If there's a wizard present, spell attacks can easily clear these spider webs. After nearly 5 minutes of effort, the skeleton warriors finally succeeded in opening up the road. Then, they walked into the passage, and Jiang Chen followed behind them. After passing through the passage, they finally reached the end of the dungeon. In a huge cave, they met the boss of the dungeon, a giant spider with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. It has 8 spider legs, each of which is 15 meters long, almost twice the length of its body. These spiders' legs are covered with spines that shine like steel. It can be imagined that if you are scratched by these spider legs, you will either die or be injured. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the dungeon, the boss noticed his presence. Jiang Chen quickly summoned 112 skeleton warriors, who rushed towards the boss waving their swords. Jiang Chen also used detection skills to lock the boss's location. The detection technique also fell on the boss. Spider King Boss Monster. Level 21. Strength 5000. Agility 3500. Spirit 500. Physique 4000. Skills Web Acid Wind. It is stronger and more agile than the mutant turtle, but its physique is weaker accordingly. L. It has 3 skills. Jiang Chen can solve the first 2. What skill is the last one? Wind Scroll. The Spider King reacted and spit out a huge spider web from his mouth. Skill, Spit a Web. The skeleton warriors dodged quickly, but a few of them failed to avoid the spider webs that fell from the sky. They were trapped in the spider web and swung their swords to cut the web apart. The spider web was unexpectedly strong and difficult to cut through. The Spider King used his web-spitting skill several times in a row, trapping more than a dozen skeleton warriors. At this time, the skeleton warrior had already rushed to its feet and swung his sword to chop it. Some skeleton warriors jumped high, some as high as 10 meters, and rushed towards it. The Spider King quickly retreated, trying to avoid the skeleton warrior that was leaping up. Suddenly, a red flame flashed above his head and penetrated into his body. The Spider King suddenly let out a scream. Then a red light enveloped his head and a pattern of shackles appeared. Movement speed instantly drops by half. Skill, Soul Burning. Skill, Slow Curse. Jiang Chen joined the battle, interrupted the Spider King's actions, and cursed him at the same time. The skeleton warrior successfully jumped onto the Spider King and activated his skills at the same time. Skill, Violent Power. The Spider King's defense was far inferior to that of the mutant turtle. Facing the fierce attack of the skeleton warriors, he was seriously injured. It struggled frantically, and its 8 spider legs were like giant sticks, sweeping back and forth continuously. At the same time, streams of sour and smelly green liquid spurted out of his mouth. Skill, Acid. The green liquid was highly corrosive and fell on the skeleton warriors, making a crackling sound and accompanied by bursts of light smoke. Jiang Chen felt the skeleton warrior being hurt. We need a quick and decisive battle. Jiang Chen was thinking in his heart that the skeleton warrior's attack became more fierce, and he continued to use soul burning to attack. The Spider King's injuries became more and more serious, and it finally let out a scream. The whole person suddenly shrank up, and the 8 huge legs coiled up like a python. With the barbs on its giant legs facing the outside world, the Spider King began to spin violently, like a spinning top sweeping through the cave. Skill, Wind scroll. A strong wind suddenly blew in the cave. The skeleton warriors were blown away one after another when they were hit by it. Cracks appeared on the bones. This skill is quite powerful. The Spider King activated his skills at lightning speed, and after sweeping away the skeleton warriors, he rushed towards Jiang Chen. A skeleton warrior suddenly rushed to Jiang Chen, hugged him and jumped high to avoid the sweep of the Spider King. After sweeping 3 times, the Spider King finally stopped. The skeleton warriors surrounded them again. Although the skeleton warriors were somewhat injured and their bones were covered with cracks, it did not affect their attack power. Jiang Chen was not worried. He had seen the skeleton warrior at level 1, and it was just as miserable. Just like something fished out of a garbage dump. It's really much better now. The sound of iron hammering could be heard again in Insight, along with the Spider King's screams. The Spider King suddenly jumped high and hung upside down on the top of the cave. Keep making sharp cries. The cave kept shaking, and holes appeared all around it, with small spiders crawling out of them. The little spiders were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. The Spider King fell back underground, like a king, commanding his army. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was not panicked at all, but smiled instead. You're sending yourself to die. Soul burning flashed by, and a small spider died tragically in an instant. Boom! 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 The entire cave was like a blooming firework display, with explosions ringing out continuously. It exploded hundreds of times in a row. The explosion stopped only when Jiang Chen's mental strength was almost exhausted. The Spider King was staggering, his huge legs covered with wounds and broken flesh, in tatters. It didn't understand what was happening. How come it was blown to pieces? Then, the skeleton warrior went up and delivered the final blow. Kill the Spider King, experience plus 66,230. Obtain silver level weapon, Spider Dagger. Obtain low-level monster crystal cores. Spider Dagger, silver level, agility plus 40, constitution plus 40, assassin skill power increased by 8, available after level 20. When I entered the dungeon, the experience was less than 1%, but now it's 81%. A complete copy can increase your experience by 80%. It just took too long. It took 1 hour and 32 minutes. I can't break the record. It seems that I have to find it once and beat the dungeon directly. I can get points and contribution points by setting a record. I can't miss it. Jiang Chen left the copy. After 3 hours, there were not many outsiders left in the copy. It was not as crowded as the previous time when he set the record. The classmate finally came out. Have you cleared the dungeon? It doesn't matter if I don't clear it. There are too many monsters in this dungeon, and it's tiring to fight alone. Outside, the people who were talking to Jiang Chen all had good intentions. We are all students of Shillong University and classmates. Who knows, maybe we'll team up together to play Dungeon someday. We are usually quite friendly when we meet. Jiang Chen said softly. Thank you, I passed. Real? Did you really pass? Jiang Chen nodded. Passed. You're amazing, classmate. You can actually clear a nightmare-level spider nest alone. Although this dungeon has a lot of experience materials, it's actually quite difficult to clear. With so many monsters, only a profession like yours can clear it alone. Chu Yao was relieved to see that Jiang Chen was safe and sound. I'm glad you're okay. Somehow, even though she had only known Jiang Chen for a few hours, she had an inexplicable fondness for him. Chapter 80, Empire's New Star, This Boy Has Unlimited Potential. When Jiang Chen looked up, he also saw Chu Yao standing not far away. Chu Yao's arrival was just in time, as Jiang Chen had a few questions to ask her. Do you know which dungeons give you higher experience points? Jiang Chen originally thought that the amount of experience gained from a copy mainly depended on the level of the copy, and that higher-level copies should provide more experience. However, this now appears not to be the case. For example, there is only a 3-level difference between a level 17 mutated forest instance and a level 20 spider's lair instance, but the experience gap is nearly 3 times. And once Jiang Chen is familiar with the copy, he will be more efficient next time. Chu Yao answered without surprise. The Spider's Lair dungeon is known as the Holy Land of Experience. Among dungeons below level 25, it has the most experience. A holy place of experience? Jiang Chen found this statement quite interesting. This is because there are so many spiders. Although the experience of each little spider is not much, the accumulated experience is indeed considerable. Then Chu Yao continued. But in my opinion, it's not that simple. If you don't consider the points consumption, the experience of the spider's nest dungeon is not that high. Oh? Jiang Chen thought about it and understood what Chu Yao meant. The experience is high because there are many monsters, but it takes time to find and clear monsters. This time, Jiang Chen took 1 hour and 32 minutes to complete the level. Although he gained a lot of experience, it was 3 times the experience he gained in the mutant forest. But when he cleared the mutated forest, it only took him 20 minutes each time. With the time for clearing the spider's nest, it was enough to clear the mutated forest 4 times. In the same amount of time, you can gain more experience points. So why do others say that the spider's lair is a holy place for experience? The key is points. Repeatedly brushing the same copy will continue to consume points, and for elementary copies like the spider's lair, the ticket only requires 10 points, but clearing the cooldown requires 40 points. Therefore, people regard spider nests as a sacred place of experience. Thank you for your explanation. Jiang Chen sincerely thanked Chu Yao. Chu Yao shook her head. You're welcome, you will understand sooner or later. She could feel that Jiang Chen didn't seem to care much about points. Jiang Chen then asked, Are there any other dungeons that are quick to clear and give high experience points? A copy that's quick to clear and gives high experience points? Chu Yao tilted her head and thought about it. Jiang Chen felt that there shouldn't be many copies of this kind. After Chu Yao pondered for a moment, a light flashed in his eyes. You can form a team to go to the large copy of the Tyrant Desert. In the dungeon hall, there are 3 special types of dungeons, including 2 large dungeons and 1 super large dungeon. Generally speaking, a large copy requires a team of 40 people to complete, while an extra large copy requires more than 100 people. If the equipment is good enough and the level is high, the number of people in a large copy can be reduced to 30, or even 25. Therefore, a new industry emerged, namely bringing people. Many students will form teams to lead others to challenge large-scale dungeons and help others level up. The person being brought does not need to participate in the battle personally, he only needs to pay a certain amount of points. Since there are many monsters and rich experience in large copies, leveling up in them is very fast. Chu Yao continued. The school is afraid that we will be in danger, so they have very strict requirements for the level of the dungeon, but large dungeons are an exception. The Tyrant Desert Dungeon is a large-scale dungeon of level 25. You can enter it from level 20 and up to level 30, which is a full 10-level span. When you reach level 20, you can find a team in the team center. After paying the points, someone will help you level up. After all, the higher the level of the dungeon, the more difficult it is to play it alone, and it also becomes more and more dangerous. Jiang Chen could also understand her good intentions and thanked her softly. Chu Yao smiled and said, It's okay, I got the points. It's getting late. I'm going to go back and rest. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me again. She used the teleportation stone to leave the dungeon hall. It was already late at night. Jiang Chen looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After a whole day of fighting, he had to admit that he was a little tired. Although it has just been upgraded, all attributes have returned to their peak. Even if there are any injuries, they will be healed when you level up. But after a long battle, the mental fatigue cannot be erased. Another point is that the skeleton warriors were all injured in the previous battle. Although the injury was not serious, it would take some time to fully recover. Jiang Chen looked at the copy and decided to come back tomorrow. Activate the teleportation stone and leave the dungeon hall. The university was quiet at night, and Jiang Chen was walking on the way back to the dormitory. I didn't expect that so many things would happen in just 2 days at the university. I have to say, this kind of life is much more exciting than high school. What he learned in high school were the basic knowledge of the world. Most of the knowledge after changing jobs was not taught, and he could not find any additional information. Because the school doesn't know what type of career you will become after changing jobs. Is it a combat, support, or life type? So what we teach are some basic general knowledge. Only by changing your job to a combat type will you be exposed to more knowledge about combat type professions. The same goes for auxiliary classes. Some auxiliary professions, such as prophets, elf elders, etc., also have to participate in the battle, but alchemists and pharmacists may never enter the dungeon in their entire lives. Knowledge is strictly stratified. In a few days, professionals who have been admitted to Shillong University from all over the country will come here. By then the school will arrange lectures in a unified manner, and you will know all the knowledge that should be taught. Jiang Chen is not in a hurry now. Back in the dormitory, he took some food to fill his stomach. Before setting off for the trial, Lin Kair bought a lot of food, some of which she left with him. Summons 4 skeletons and throws them into the summoning space. The number of skeleton warriors reached 116. After a while, a faint breathing sound was heard and Jiang Chen entered a state of meditation. In a secret space at Shillong University. The 3 of them were sitting opposite each other and drinking. Hong Jishu smiled and said, "Well, I said this little guy is pretty good." Li Xueru sat opposite him and said, "I cleared 3 mermaid dungeons by myself and got all 3 mermaid tears this year. I gave the Sakura people a slap in the face, stepped on the Onmyoji, and made those guys at Qianlong Academy see how bad they are. Don't think you are great just because you have received university training. Don't look down on the top student in the country. You have finally been slapped in the face this time." Li Xueru had a wicked smile on his face and looked at Tai Shang beside him while speaking. Tai Shang is the dean of Qianlong Academy. His student was slapped in the face, so as the dean he was naturally angry. He couldn't help but snorted and ignored Li Xueru. Hong Jishu laughed at the side and said, "Actually, I put him in this trial just to see what he's capable of. He's too quiet and can't even fart for a long time." Li Xueru took a sip of tea and asked, "What is his talent? Have you asked clearly?" "I asked, it's an increase, but I have no problem with the exact amount of increase. I guess it won't be less." Li Xueru looked over with a strange look in his eyes. Hong Jishu took a sip of tea and said, "This is someone else's secret. It's not good to ask. Have I ever asked about your talent? Would you be happy if someone asked you about it?" Li Xueru felt that he would get angry if someone asked about his talent. "Indeed, then I won't ask. The talent of amplification is indeed good and has appeared before. If his skills are strong enough, coupled with his talent, he has a promising future." Hong Jishu smiled and said, "I also think this child has a promising future. Her sister Jiang Rua is already a member of the Dragon Academy. She is also favored by the old man and is being trained with all her strength." Hiss. Even someone as calm as Li Xueru gasped. He didn't find it strange that he could enter the Dragon Academy. Although everyone among them is a genius, it cannot be said that all of them will eventually become big figures. But if the old guy can take a liking to me, that's completely different. Hong Jishu slapped his thigh and laughed. "You must be shocked. I was also shocked at that time." Li Xueru asked, "Do you know the reason?" Hong Jishu shook his head. "To be favored by the old man, there must be something extraordinary about him. You know how high the old man's requirements are. Would he be interested in ordinary people? It seems that our human race will have 2 more new stars in the near future." Li Xueru drank tea and spoke slowly. Tai Shang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "It's a rising star, and a lone wolf. Jiang Chen talks too little and rarely communicates with others. He really looks like a lone wolf. A rising star in the Empire, this boy has a bright future." Hong Jishu sighed. Chapter 81, Setting a New Record Again, How Is It Possible? Jiang Chen spent the whole day in the copy hall and gained a lot. The next morning, Jiang Chen's mental state had fully recovered. He summoned 4 skeleton warriors effortlessly, bringing the total number of his skeleton army to 120. After quickly completing a simple wash, Jiang Chen used the teleportation stone without hesitation and instantly arrived at the dungeon hall from his dormitory. There was a bustling scene outside the dungeon hall, just like usual. A large number of adventurers were like setting up stalls in a vegetable market, constantly looking for a suitable team. Here are ordinary students from Shillong University, as well as students from various colleges. Although they are all members of Shillong University, there seem to be some obvious differences between them. Those ordinary students usually enter Shillong University through the college entrance examination, while the backgrounds of college students are more complicated, and some are elites trained within the college. They come from prominent families, have excellent bloodlines, and have received a lot of resource support since childhood. Among their peers, their level has long surpassed that of ordinary students. While others are still preparing for the big exam, their levels have already exceeded level 20, or even higher. Therefore, they are even more proud, and some even look down on those ordinary students. Even college students like Lei Rin, and even national champions like Jiang Chen are not taken seriously. In the history of Shillong University, these national and provincial top scorers were indeed not as good as college students when they first entered university. Their starting point is relatively low, and their level, knowledge, equipment, and skills are not as good as those of college students. The only thing that can be compared with them is probably their career. However, as time goes by, some outstanding ordinary students will join various colleges and gradually catch up, but those who are not outstanding enough can only remain ordinary students. The existence of the academy does separate geniuses from ordinary students. Jiang Chen understood this instantly, but he didn't care about it. After all, this does not affect his upgrade process. And he had no intention of teaming up with others, he preferred to challenge himself alone. Jiang Chen entered the dungeon hall and went straight to the entrance of the Spider's Nest dungeon. The cooldown period had just ended, which saved him 40 points. He chose the Nightmare difficulty copy without hesitation and quickly entered it. The skeleton warriors followed out. Jiang Chen was already familiar with the map of this copy. When he entered again, everything was just familiar to him. It was exactly the same as the last time he entered, and it was a fixed map. In that case, I can definitely do a speedrun and finish it in about 20 minutes. Jiang Chen silently estimated in his mind and had a certain grasp of the difficulty of the task. However, in this round, Jiang Chen did not choose to speed through, but decided to optimize the route. He did not go to places that were too far away, but deliberately chose caves that were relatively close, and let the skeleton warriors lure all the spiders, big and small, out of the caves and kill them one by one. In this way, he can gain most of the experience and save a lot of time, achieving the highest efficiency. According to his calculations, this approach could nearly double the speed at which copies are completed. It only takes him 50 minutes at most to complete the copy. And he can gain about 70 of experience points. He came up with this strategy last night, and it seems to be quite feasible. Jiang Chen followed the skeleton team all the way forward. From time to time, skeleton warriors emerged with large numbers of spiders. The explosions came one after another, echoing throughout the spider's nest. His experience points continued to rise. When he was halfway there, Jiang Chen was already glowing with an upgraded glow. All this was within his expectations, so after the meditation, he consumed 80% of his mental power and summoned out 4 skeleton warriors again. He knew he would complete the upgrade halfway. After this upgrade, mental strength was fully restored again. Jiang Chen did not summon the skeleton warriors. He saved his mental strength to deal with the final boss. Yesterday, the Spider King's skills caused some damage to the skeleton warriors. This cannot happen again today. The upgraded skeleton warrior is more powerful, and its 4-dimensional attributes have reached 6,200. Its attack power is even stronger. Combined with Jiang Chen's corpse explosion technique, he pushed forward all the way. After just 40 minutes, the team reached the end of the dungeon. The skeleton warriors quickly cut through the spider webs blocking the way, revealing the passage inside. Just go through the passage and that's where the Spider King is. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to go in, but stood in a cave next to him. Click, click. The sounds became more and more frequent. In addition to the sounds of the skeleton warriors, there was also the sound of a large number of insects crawling. Several skeleton warriors ran over, followed by thousands of small spiders. They rushed into the passage and ran towards where the Spider King was. As long as these little spiders can be dragged into the vicinity of the Spider King. If that were the case, Jiang Chen could basically kill the Spider King instantly by using the corpse explosion. The idea is good, but the actual result is not ideal. The little spiders seemed to be afraid of the breath of the Spider King. They all stopped at the entrance of the passage and refused to go in. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that his idea had failed. At least not in the spider's lair instance. There was a flash of soul burning, followed by several violent explosions. The small spider at the door was cleaned up. Jiang Chen passed through and summoned all the skeleton warriors. 120 skeleton warriors with four-dimensional attributes as high as 6,200 rushed towards the Spider King waving swords. If the Spider King had some intelligence, he would definitely be scared to death. The Spider King opened his mouth and prepared to spit out his web. Skill, soul burning. Skill, slow curse. The two skills were released one after another, and the Spider King suddenly let out a terrifying scream. This time, Jiang Chen didn't even give the Spider King a chance to spit out a web. The skeleton warriors did not jump on it, but instead concentrated all their attacks on its legs. 15 skeletons are evenly distributed on each spider leg. Not one more and not one less, the distribution is very even. A red light flashed on the broadsword. Skill, violent force. The Spider King screamed as the thick carapace on his legs was completely shattered, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Jiang Chen's soul burning has never stopped since the beginning. It attacked the Spider King's soul again and again, not giving it the chance to use its skills. The Spider King's spiritual attributes are not strong, and the soul burning effect is very good. So far, Jiang Chen has not encountered a monster that can resist soul burning. This kind of spiritual attack ignores defense and is difficult to resist. The skeleton warriors surrounded the spider's legs and attacked like iron forging. And the attack points are almost always the same. Finally, with a loud bang, the Spider King's legs were cut off and his huge body fell to the ground. There was no power to resist at all. It was much worse than last time. It screamed continuously, and countless caves around it began to shake, and countless small spiders crawled out from all directions. This will only make you die faster. When all the little spiders arrived, there was a series of explosions. The corpse explosion can definitely be called a magical skill. The Spider King died miserably from the corpse explosion in less than 2 minutes. There is not a single piece of good meat left on their bodies, and these little spiders do not have high vitality. But there are too many of them. Jiang Chen consumed almost half of his mental strength and destroyed the Spider King in less than 2 minutes. It's a bit of a waste. Afterwards, Jiang Chen felt that his style of play was a bit wasteful. All that mental effort only resulted in 1 minute faster. Otherwise, you can summon 2 more skeleton warriors. After all, there are only 120 skeleton warriors now, and there are 190 vacancies in the summoning queue, and 70 positions are waiting to be filled. In the dungeon hall, the bell rang. People outside the hall rushed in one after another. Setting records always arouses curiosity and surprise in others. Someone has set a record again. Which big boss is this time? I don't know which copy I'm playing. Hundreds of people rushed into the dungeon hall and found the shining light curtain. There, you can clearly see which copy has broken the record. It's a spider nest. It turns out to be just a level 20 copy. Wait, I have a bad feeling. It can't be that classmate from yesterday. Don't mention it. It's possible. I saw him go in this morning. A new record appeared on the light curtain. The original first place moved down 1 space, and the new record appeared at the top. Jiang Chen, level 19, Necromancer, 47 minutes and 22 seconds. Wow! It's really him. I just set a new record for the mutated forest instance yesterday, and today I set a new record for the spider's lair instance. The key is that he is still playing alone. This is too scary. How did he do that? Is the necromancer profession that powerful? No, I think besides being a great professional, he might also have talent. Hiss. Everyone gasped. People with gifted professions are extraordinary beings, at least that's how they look at them. There are only a handful of talented professionals appearing in the country every year. What a talented professional! He just got lucky. A jealous voice sounded. Hearing the sound and looking, hundreds of eyes fell on Lei Ren at the same time. He had just arrived at the dungeon hall, and as soon as he approached, he heard a lot of people talking about Jiang Chen. I suddenly felt very unhappy. Chapter 82. Jiang Chen's terrifying eyes scared Lei Ren away. For a moment, Everyone in the dungeon hall stared at Lei Ren. Standing in the spotlight, Lei Ren clearly felt a little uncomfortable. However, some students in the crowd still asked in dissatisfaction, "Student, why do you say that?" Some people have raised doubts. After all, setting a record is not an easy thing, especially when doing a single copy, which is even more difficult. "Why do you say Jiang Chen was just lucky?" someone asked. This set a new record. It was not simply a matter of clearing the entire dungeon. It was not that easy to do, not to mention that Jiang Chen did it alone. Some people began to feel dissatisfied with Lei Ren's arrogant words. Lei Ren looked disdainful and said sarcastically, "He is just an ordinary student who has just completed the college entrance examination. Maybe he only got some powerful treasure from Hongshun because he has some relationship with him. Otherwise, how could he clear the nightmare dungeon alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone angrily retorted, "Don't ordinary students have the qualifications to set records?" "That's right, you said that Jiang Chen succeeded in setting the record thanks to Hongshun's treasure. Do you have any evidence? You said that Jiang Chen was able to clear the dungeon solo because he got a treasure from God Hong. Words are not enough. What evidence do you have?" Some people even began to recognize Lei Ren. He was usually an arrogant person in school, and many people disliked him for a long time. "I recognize you. Your name is Lei Ren, and you are from Qianlong Academy. No wonder you look down on us ordinary students. But what's the difference between you and Qianlong Academy? You just started from a higher point. It's still unknown who will be stronger and who will be weaker in the future." Lei Ren's remarks immediately caused a commotion at the scene. Although there are some gaps between ordinary students and college students, in most cases they are not openly revealed. Everyone will have some considerations and will not say things so bluntly, and both sides will restrain themselves. However, Lei Ren said it bluntly, like a huge rock thrown into the lake, immediately causing 1,000 waves. As ordinary students, they have been recognized by the Academic Affairs Office and have obtained the qualifications to enter the dungeon hall, which shows that they are all excellent people. Most of them performed well in the college entrance examination and have strong professional abilities. Although they may not be as good as students trained within the college at the beginning, the gap will gradually narrow over time, and eventually they will even surpass them. Therefore, in the eyes of many outstanding ordinary students, they themselves can one day reach a level comparable to that of college students. Even in the eyes of many outstanding students, it doesn't matter if you were trained by the college. Your final strength may not be as strong as mine. And those students from the academy would naturally stand on their own side and agree with what Lei Ren said. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Quarrels broke out one after another, the situation was almost out of control, and the conflict was about to escalate. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared near the entrance of the copy. He heard the sound of a fierce quarrel and was confused for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Then, someone suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and asked, "Student Jiang Chen, did you just finish the college entrance examination this year?" Jiang Chen nodded instinctively. The man continued to ask, "How was your college entrance examination score?" Jiang Chen answered without hesitation, "The top scholar in the country." This answer stunned everyone. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be the top scorer in the country. Especially those students from the college were also surprised. Although ordinary students may not be as good as them when they first enter college, it is not an easy thing to get the top score in the country. The strength of the national top student is that of the top students who have been selected from thousands of people competing for a single place. Not only do you need strong professional abilities, you also need outstanding skills. Even if they are not as good as them when they first arrive, after a few years, most of the national top scorers will catch up with or even surpass them. Which national champion is simple. The profession must be strong and the skills must be good. It's just that we didn't get more resources and started a little late. Lei Ren said coldly. What's so great about being the top scorer in the country? How can it compare with us? It's easy for us to get the top score in the college entrance examination. Someone retorted. That's not the case. If you grew up outside and changed jobs a week before the college entrance examination, it's hard to say whether you can get the top score in the country. This statement was agreed by many people. Even those in the academy had to agree. That's the truth. Jiang Chen finally figured out what was going on. It turns out that it was Lei Rin who caused this again. Jiang Chen looked up at Lei Rin with a murderous look in his eyes. I told you, if you mess with me again, I will kill you. Lei Rin was frightened by Jiang Chen's eyes. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen gave him a deep look, full of warning. If they were in the wild now, Jiang Chen would have already taken action. Some people noticed Jiang Chen's eyes and shuddered. Jiang Chen ignored him and turned around to enter the spider's nest copy again. At this time, someone patted his chest and said, My goodness, with that look, he really has killed someone. And there are more than one or two. Don't make it sound so scary, okay? He's just a freshman who just finished the college entrance exam. How could he have killed anyone? Do you think the world outside is so simple? You just grew up under the protection of the university. The world outside is very dangerous. I'm sure he has killed a lot of people. The way he looks at you is like looking at a monster in a dungeon. He doesn't see you as a human being at all. Yes, that's the look. It's scary. Lei Rin was also a little scared at this time. He was most touched by Jiang Chen's eyes. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he didn't seem to treat him as a human being, but as a monster that could be killed at any time. Thinking of Jiang Chen's terrifyingly powerful skeleton, he was really scared. My legs were shaking. No matter how scared you are, you can't lose face. Lei Rin held on. Humph, don't let me meet you in the wild, otherwise I will kill you. After saying that, Lei Rin used the teleportation stone to leave. After he left, there was a burst of laughter in the dungeon hall. Haha, this guy is scared. It can be heard that this guy's last words were indeed just to save the situation. He really lacks confidence. It's useless to be so timid. This is the student trained within the university, the so-called genius. How shameful. The academics also felt ashamed and did not refute. But in his heart, he already hated Lei Rin. It was this guy who brought shame upon them. Put Lei Rin on the blacklist, and never team up with him in future dungeons. Just as they were leaving the dungeon hall and preparing to form a new team, the bell rang again. Oh my god, what the hell is this? A new record? Needless to say, it must be Jiang Chen. He did the same thing yesterday when he was playing the mutated forest dungeon. Yes, I was there yesterday too, setting a new record for the first time and breaking my own record for the second time. I've never heard of any treasure item that can allow a person to clear a nightmare instance alone and create such a terrifying record. The people who had just left the dungeon hall rushed back. When they saw the results on the screen, their eyes widened larger than their mouths. Jiang Chen, level 19, Necromancer, 22 minutes and 51 seconds. This record is no longer amazing, but terrifying. Everyone felt a chill all over their body. It only took 22 minutes and 51 seconds to solo the Nightmare Dungeon. No one could imagine how he did it. In short, it was done. The facts are right before our eyes. Is there something wrong with the dungeon hall? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if there is something wrong with your brain, there will be nothing wrong with the dungeon hall. Do you know how many years the dungeon hall has existed? There has never been a problem. So how did he do it? Then you should ask him. I won't go. His eyes are too scary. At this time Jiang Chen appeared outside the copy. The next second he entered the copy again. In the copy, Jiang Chen looked at his own experience. Level 1974. Only 26 left to upgrade. In order to complete the quick clearing just now, I didn't kill many small spiders along the way and gained very little experience. After you finish this, you can upgrade. Previously set a new record and was once again rewarded with 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. The roar continued in the spider's nest. Jiang Chen led the skeleton warriors and strode forward. He reached the boss's door. Jiang Chen was already glowing white. Upgraded. Finally reached level 20. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. I guess there are only a few people in the world who can upgrade as quickly as he does. After all, he can clear nightmare-level dungeons alone, and his efficiency is astonishingly high. However, considering that one had to be at level 30 to join the Dragon Academy, he felt that he was far from that level. After level 20, the upgrade speed will definitely slow down again. I just don't know how much slower it will become. I'll have to try it to find out. Based on experience gained at level 10, skills may change after upgrading. Especially his own talents, and the 2 skills of summoning skeleton warriors. I don't know if there have been any changes. Jiang Chen was extremely looking forward to it. View your own properties. Name, Jiang Chen. Profession, Necromancer only 1. Level 20. Strength 300. Agility 300. Spirit 1300 plus 20. Constitution 300 plus 20. Equipment, Goblin King's Magic Book, Robe of Knowledge. Summoning Array, 120/200 Skeleton Warriors, Quantity, 120. Talent, Perfect Amplification LV3. Passive Skill, Damage Blame. Active Skills, Soul Burning LV20, Skeleton Resurrection LV20, Corpse Explosion LV2, Slow Curse LV2. Perfect Amplification LV3, all skill effects increase 30 times. Damage Shifting, all damage taken by the caster will be borne by the summoned creature. Soul Burning LV20, burns the target's soul, causing burning damage. The power depends on the target's mental strength and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior LV20, summons a Silver Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion LV2, detonate a corpse, causing 15 of the corpse's health to enemies within a 2-meter range. Slow Curse LV2, curse the enemy within a 5-meter range, reducing the enemy's speed by 5, lasting for 1 minute. Although he had expected it, Jiang Chen was still shocked by his own changes. I can only say that it completely exceeded my expectations, and exceeded them by too much. Chapter 83, What about the boss? Just kill it instantly. After all, the most terrifying thing about him is his talent, that perfect talent. Perfect Increase. This is Jiang Chen's most important ability. It is also the source of Jiang Chen's powerful strength. It is precisely because of such perfect talent that Jiang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes and skills will increase dozens of times. The overall amplification talent has been upgraded to LV3. This means that the amplification effect has been increased from 20 times to 30 times. This improvement is huge. Especially for his soul burning skill, its power is greatly enhanced. Originally, this skill was a skill with extremely strong single-target damage. Moreover, its destructive power is very strong, and it is a skill that Jiang Chen often uses and relies on. Now, with a 30-fold increase, its attack power has become terrifying. Not only that, its effect of interrupting boss skills has also become very powerful. There is also a very important skill, which is Corpse Explosion. Although this skill is still level 2, its range has been increased to 60 meters due to the full amplification. The range of 60 meters is already quite wide. The damage effect reaches 450 of the target corpse's vitality, which is equivalent to 4.5 times the damage. If multiple corpses were detonated at the same time, almost no monster would be able to withstand the attack. At the same time, Jiang Chen's Slow Curse skill also benefited from the perfect amplification. Its range has been expanded to 150 meters, the deceleration effect has been increased to 150, and the duration is up to 30 minutes. Finally, Jiang Chen opened the attribute interface of the Skeleton Warrior. After 20 levels of upgrade, the quality of the Skeleton Warrior has been upgraded. When the skeletons were first summoned, they had ordinary attributes. Now, their quality has been upgraded to silver level. Its properties have obviously also been improved accordingly. At level 19, after amplification, the Skeleton Warrior's 4-dimensional attributes are 6200, while the real attributes are actually 310. Although it is of average level, it is not much different from ordinary wild monsters. But considering that there are enough Skeleton Warriors, even without perfect amplification, they can still easily do their job when fighting monsters in the wild. After all, when dozens of Skeleton Warriors attack a target together, at most the killing speed will be slightly slowed down. But now, this situation has changed, and it is a fundamental change. A completely silver-white Skeleton Warrior stood in front of Jiang Chen. Compared with ordinary quality, it is slightly taller and exudes a silvery white luster. The surface of the bones appears smoother, getting rid of the previous rough feeling. The sword in his hand became even sharper, as if it was a carefully crafted piece of equipment, without any trace of wear and tear. All the changes announced one fact to Jiang Chen: it had become even more powerful. Silver Skeleton Warrior. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 12,000. Physique, 12,000. Skill, Violent Power LV2. Berserk Power LV2, causes damage equal to 300 of your own power to the target, cooldown time 10 minutes. When Jiang Chen saw these attributes, he couldn't help but feel his whole body numb. Once again, I was shocked by my own strength. It was the kind of feeling that I was shocked by myself. He clicked on the 4-dimensional attribute. It has exceeded 5 figures. Although the basic attribute is only 400, it does not seem high. But his strongest point is his talent. How much mental power is needed to summon a silver-level skeleton warrior? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a question. As the level increases and the attributes are enhanced, what will happen to the consumption of mental energy? He tried to summon a skeleton warrior. The mental strength was instantly reduced significantly. His original mental strength of 1320 dropped to 820 in an instant, which made him raise his eyebrows. It consumes 500 points of mental energy, which is quite a lot. It seems I need to get some equipment to increase my mental strength. Only 2 can be summoned at a time. It will take an indefinite time to fill up the summoning space. At level 20, you can already wear silver equipment. Jiang Chen decided to go to the exchange to see if he could buy suitable silver equipment, and also purchase basic skill scrolls. At level 20, you need to draw a wave of skills. The silver-level skeleton warrior, whose attributes had greatly increased, cut through the spider web in just a few moves. Then he rushed in. Facing the rushing skeleton warriors, the Spider King has already assumed a fighting stance. This time Jiang Chen did not move. He wanted to see how strong the silver-level skeleton warrior was. Skill, Spit a web. A huge net fell from the sky. Originally Jiang Chen thought that the skeleton warrior was going to be caught in the net again. Unexpectedly, several skeleton warriors suddenly jumped up and swung their swords. With a slight sound, the spider web broke. The skeleton warrior rushed through the spider web without stopping and continued to rush towards the Spider King. It's become more agile. It's like it has spirituality, and its fighting power has increased. Jiang Chen felt a sense of agility from the silver-level skeleton warrior. They will be able to adapt to the situation instead of just cutting hard as before. If this is the case, will the future gold level, platinum level, skeleton warrior become a real warrior, similar to a professional warrior? The Spider King spit out webs repeatedly, but they were easily defused by the skeleton warriors. After reaching the silver level, the skeleton warrior is no longer the same as before. Not only did the attributes increase greatly, but the combat awareness was also gained. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had arrived at the feet of the Spider King. The silver-white swords in the hands of some skeleton warriors emitted red light and chopped directly at the Spider King's thigh. Skill, Violent Power. Points of Strength attribute, plus a 300 attack bonus. This skill is truly violent. Red light illuminates the cave. Just like cutting vegetables, the Spider King's legs were chopped off. The Spider King fell to the ground with a scream. Another part of the skeleton warriors activated their skills. The big knife fell on the Spider King. Kill the Spider King, experience plus 192,342. Obtain the silver-level weapon, the Spider Staff. Obtain low-level monster crystal cores. Spider Dagger, silver level, spirit plus 40, constitution plus 40, magic skill power increased by 8, available after level 20. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Is this the end? The skeleton warriors went up and used a round of skills in less than 10 seconds. The boss of the dungeon just died like that. Faced with a silver-level skeleton warrior with 4-dimensional attributes as high as 12,000, the Spider King couldn't even summon his minions. It's so fast. Jiang Chen checked his own experience and was speechless. Gained 190,000 experience points, but the experience points only increased by 0.2. After level 20, the upgrade became several times slower. Normally, level 20 to 30. The fastest one may take a year, and the slowest one may take 2 or 3 years. The process progresses at level 5, and will become slower after level 25. No wonder the Dragon Academy requirement is level 30. Those who can reach level 30 in a short period of time are all very powerful people. And those who can join the Dragon Academy after only a few months of entering the academy, like his sister, are even rarer. Jiang Chen did not stay in the dungeon hall, but directly used the teleportation stone to return to the dormitory. Leave the dormitory and head to the exchange. The Imperial Exchange and the University Exchange were two exchanges built side by side. The appearance of the two institutions is slightly different, but the style is relatively unified. They are connected together and are called a shopping mall by the students. This name is really appropriate. Jiang Chen first came to the University Exchange, where there were a large number of items for sale, and all of them needed to be settled with points. The biggest difference between it and the Imperial Exchange is that it does not have a recycling function. You can consign items there, but you cannot sell items directly to the exchange. Jiang Chen found several tasks inside, most of which were about collecting materials. He handed in the materials he obtained in the spider's nest for the task and received 150 points in return. This is also one of the ways for many students to earn points. Then they went to the Imperial Exchange and handed over the remaining items to the Imperial Exchange for recycling. Jiang Chen had not thought about consignment. The price difference was not that big, and he was too lazy to study the prices. If you have that much time, you might as well do 2 more copies. Silver level equipment is more valuable than bronze level equipment. Several silver level weapons and equipment, several bronze level weapons and equipment, and some miscellaneous materials. A total of 430,000 gold coins were exchanged. The total assets reached 610,000 gold coins and the points were 135,000. After setting 2 records, the points not only did not decrease, but increased. Jiang Chen searched the Imperial Exchange but did not find the equipment he needed. In the end, I spent 600,000 gold coins to buy 6 basic skill scrolls. 6, probably not enough. To be on the safe side, he went to the University Exchange again. The University Exchange also sells primary skill scrolls at a price of 800 points each. According to the ratio of 1 point to 100 gold coins, 800 points can only be exchanged for 80,000 gold coins. Not enough to buy a skill scroll. This also highlights that the purchasing power of points is stronger, and the value of points is higher. This situation does not only occur with skill scrolls. The same goes for other equipment and items. Jiang Chen thought about it, and bought 10 more primary skill scrolls, using up 8,000 points. 16 should be about right. After buying the skill scroll, I started looking at other items. Some equipment items are not available in the Imperial Exchange. For example, the silver level weapon that Jiang Chen saw. This weapon, called the Sword of Spirit, did not come from a copy, but was forged by a blacksmith named Sutai. The blacksmith is an auxiliary professional who can forge the weapons and armor needed by the professional. Spirit Sword, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 400, usable above level 20. Maker Tsute. Introduction, one of the 3 spiritual sets. There is no skill bonus, only the attribute of Spirit plus 400. Compared to other silver level weapons. For example, a top-level silver-grade staff increases spiritual attributes by 200 and increases mage skills by 15, and its overall practicality is better than this Sword of Spirit. For most mages, this is not an option. The Spirit Sword seems a little different among the silver-level weapons. Unless it is some special professions, such as a mage assistant like the Prophet, who needs a lot of mental power to cast skills, they will choose such alternative weapons. What Jiang Chen was interested in was its mental power attribute that was increased to the extreme. His own mental power has now reached 1300, plus an increase of 400, a total of 1700 mental power. It takes 500 mental power to summon each skeleton warrior. Originally, only 2 skeleton warriors could be amplified at a time, but with this sword, 3 could be summoned. Moreover, the higher the mental power, the faster the meditation recovery speed and the higher the efficiency. The most important thing is that the higher the mental power, the more powerful Jiang Chen's soul burning skill will be. Increasing mental strength is equivalent to adding other skills in disguise. To Jiang Chen, it is much more practical than other silver weapons. The Sword of Spirit is priced at 3,000 points, slightly higher than other silver-level weapons. Jiang Chen still bought it without hesitation. Good steel should be used on the blade. When Jiang Chen comes across a good thing, he is naturally willing to invest heavily. Chapter 84. I can only say that he is a fool with a lot of money, and a supernatural skill is born. After paying the points, Jiang Chen bought this spiritual sword. This kind of weapon is of the greatest value to him. It is usually placed here, and not many students pay attention to it. Jiang Chen held an exquisite silver-white sword in his hand, and instantly felt his spiritual attributes surge to 1,700 points. He could clearly feel a stream of energy being transferred from the spiritual sword into his body. If he uses soul burning while holding this sword, the power of soul burning will be greatly enhanced. In just 2 minutes, 10,000 points had been consumed. Now he only had 125,000 points left, which seemed like a large number, but was far from enough for actual use. The price of those gold-level weapons and equipment is usually more than tens of thousands of points, which means that all his points are only enough to buy one. Even if he came across gold-level equipment with better attributes, he would still not be able to buy it even if he had hundreds of thousands of points. At this time, Jiang Chen once again felt the greater effect of points. However, he is only level 20 now, so it is still far-fetched to think about these things. It would be more realistic for him to look for level 20 equipment that he can wear now. The Spirit Sword can only add 400 points of spiritual power, which is not enough. 1,700 points of spiritual power is still not enough, so Jiang Chen began to browse the armor options. Among the armor options, he noticed a magic armor called Spirit Robe. Spiritual Robe, Silver Grade, Spiritual Power plus 200, usable above level 20. Maker Tsute. Introduction, one of the 3 spiritual sets. Jiang Chen noticed that the name of the maker was the same as the previous spiritual sword, and it also only increased spiritual attributes. What stands out the most, however, is the final introduction. One of the 3 spiritual pieces. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. This is a set. In high school, he learned the basics of weaponry, which included the concept of a suit. Suits are very rare equipment. If you can collect a complete set, you will get additional attribute bonuses. The price of the Spirit Robe was set at 2,000 points. Although it was slightly higher than the silver-level armor of the same level, Jiang Chen bought it without hesitation. He doesn't care too much about the points now, after all, he still has a lot of surplus. In a flash of his mind, the spiritual robe appeared on his body, replacing his original knowledge robe. The mental power instantly reached 1,900 points. Jiang Chen checked the properties, but the set effect was not triggered. The 3-piece spiritual set is still missing 1 piece. He opened the exchange again and began searching. The exchange has a search function, and Jiang Chen quickly found the equipment he needed. Spirit Ring, Silver Grade, Spirit Power plus 200, usable above level 20. Maker Tsute. Introduction, one of the 3 spiritual sets. The price of this ring is set at 5,000 points, which is very expensive, far exceeding the silver-level jewelry of the same grade. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about the price, he just wanted to complete the set. He bought the spirit ring without hesitation and put it on his finger. When the set was complete, Jiang Chen actually emitted a faint silver light, attracting the attention of other people in the exchange. Someone couldn't help but say in surprise, "What is this? The light of the suit! Someone has successfully collected the suit." Suit. Silver white light, it's a silver level suit. What sets are there in the silver tier? I've never heard of them. You forgot about the handcrafted suit. You mean the suit that only increases spirits? The one that's been hanging in the exchange for more than 2 years? Oh my god, someone actually bought this set? It's not that he's stupid and has a lot of money. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a fool. If you spend 10,000 points to buy a silver suit without any skill bonus, you must be a fool. What's the point of having such a high level of mental power? It would be better if the skill bonus was higher, and it could also increase the attack power. The power of other mage skills has basically little to do with mental strength. They don't understand Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen doesn't need them to understand. After wearing the spirit ring, the mental power attribute has been stacked to 2,100. Far exceeds other attributes. Then Jiang Chen finally saw the overall effect after the set was complete. The 3-piece spirit set adds an additional 800 points of spirit power. The 3 pieces of equipment, spirit sword, spirit robe and spirit ring, increase 800 points of spiritual power. A total of 1,600 points of mental power were added to Jiang Chen. The spiritual attribute also reached 2,900. It's worth it. Jiang Chen felt that the 10,000 points were well worth it. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen left the trading center. Not a word was said from beginning to end. However, when he left, Jiang Chen had a hint of satisfaction and joy on his face. What a weirdo! He spent so many points to buy a set of equipment that only increases spirit, but he is still so happy. Maybe he thinks it looks good. I just saw his spirit robe and sword, they do look good. What's the use of being good looking? What we want is strength. Can good looks charm the boss? I don't care if I have a lot of money. 10,000 points, how great it would be if I could get it. I'm just a few points short of a gold weapon. After leaving the exchange, Jiang Chen went straight to the skilled training hall. The university has a special skilled training hall and invited a formation master to set up the formation. In the skilled training hall, not only can the training of skills be accelerated, but it is also said to increase the probability of awakening skills. It is unclear whether this is reliable or not, but there are indeed many people who choose to use skill scrolls in the skilled training hall. With the idea that it is better to believe it than not to believe it, Jiang Chen had no choice but to come here. The skilled training hall is also divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Just like dungeons, in addition to points, you also need levels. Jiang Chen is only level 20 and can only enter the primary skilled training hall. 100 points can be used to practice in the primary skilled training hall for 1 hour. Now I understand why students still want to practice their skills outside when there is a skilled training hall but it is not being used. The price of 100 points per hour is indeed a bit expensive. This is just the beginner level. The intermediate level requires 1,000 points per hour, not to mention the points required for the advanced level, which is definitely enough to scare away a lot of people. He heard from Lin Kaier that there seemed to be an even better top-level training hall, but it was not open to the public. Jiang Chen paid points to enter the training hall. The training hall is an independent space. The length and width are both about 30 meters, neither too big nor too small, enough for practicing skills. There are some instruments used for cultivation placed inside. Standing in the training hall, Jiang Chen felt a different atmosphere. After upgrading, he summoned a skeleton warrior, which consumed 500 mental power. After this period of time on the exchange, it has only recovered a little. The recovery is very slow. At this moment in the training hall, he was not meditating, but the speed of his mental strength recovery was comparable to that of the meditation state. By using meditation in the skilled training hall, the recovery speed can be increased several times again. In this way, there is no need to worry about insufficient mental energy when practicing skills. The speed of cultivation can naturally be greatly improved. If I summon skeleton warriors here and then use meditation to recover my mental strength, wouldn't it be possible to recruit all the skeleton warriors quickly? Lin Emo thought about it in his mind, and it was indeed a good idea. But now is not the time to summon skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen took out a primary skill scroll and activated it. The scroll turned into a ball of light that enveloped Jiang Chen, turning him into a ball of light that sparkled in the training hall. After a moment, the ball of light dissipated. Nothing happened. No skills were acquired. Failed to use the primary skill scroll. As expected, awakening skills is not that easy. Lin Kaier once said that there was an unlucky guy who awakened all the skills below the second level at level 30. A total of 300 primary skill scrolls were used. Jiang Chen felt that he shouldn't be so miserable. Another one was activated. The ball of light lit up again. Jiang Chen could see that the ball of light was made up of thousands of light points, like stars, and was very beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought of the time when he and his sister looked up at the starry sky on the roof and made wishes to the shooting stars. Grandma would bring snacks and fruits for them. That period was wonderful, and Jiang Chen cherished it very much. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw one of the stars light up. Then it turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his body. Acquired skill, Skeleton Armor. Skeleton Armor LV1. Summon skeletons to form armor, providing 100 points of physical defense, lasting for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. The Necromancer is also a mage-type profession. Although the bonus of mage skills equipped has nothing to do with him, they still have something in common with mages. The mage has his own shield skill, and so does the Necromancer. Skeleton Armor thus appeared. The defense converted from 100 points of physique doesn't seem to be very high. However, with the effect of comprehensive amplification, the defense power is directly increased by 30 times. Equivalent to 3,000 points of physical defense. This is simply a humanoid boss. Facing those level 20 professions, Jiang Chen can boldly say, "Even if I don't fight back and let you hit me, you can't kill me." The most important thing is that this skill can also be used on others. Unlike a mage who can only use it himself. Then with him in the team, the security will be greatly enhanced. The emergence of this skill also makes up for the weakness of its own weak defense. Jiang Chen raised his palm slightly, then pressed it down. As he pressed his palm down, a slight sound was heard in the training hall. As you move forward, a cold wind suddenly appears and surrounds you. His body was quickly covered with a layer of white armor made of bones. It looks a bit eerie, but also kind of cool. After putting on the skeleton armor, Jiang Chen moved around a bit. The whole body can move freely, and the armor does not hinder the movement at all. Moreover, the armor is so light that you won't even be able to feel it if you don't see it with your eyes. After trying it out, Jiang Chen smiled. Another practical and powerful skill. It can even be said to be a heaven-defying skill. Activate the skill scroll again. Jiang Chen's eyes were also full of anticipation.